Ha pa pa. Pure moonlight spread across the dark earth as a young man frantically spat out the mud from his mouth. They said golden Namu would never decay for 1,000 years, but it's already turned to crumbs in just a few years. Damn Likazi for daring to sell me counterfeits. After spitting out all the mud, Chen Changsheng began to move his somewhat stiff limbs. Under the hazy moonlight, the outline of Chen Changsheng's figure could be faintly seen. However, he seemed to care little about his current situation beneath the moon. System, has the 10 years arrived? Host, your 10 years of slumber have ended and attribute points have been credited. Hearing the system's reply, Chen Changsheng gazed at the panel in his mind. Host, Chen Changsheng, strength 1, speed 1, defense 1, spiritual power 0, lifespan 80. Indeed, Chen Changsheng was a bona fide transmigrator. The system he possessed was neither a check-in system nor an invincible one, but merely an unassuming longevity system. As long as Chen Changsheng slumbered, he would gain corresponding lifespan and attribute points. However, there was a limit to the slumber time. It could not exceed his lifespan ceiling. Moreover, the lifespan Chen Changsheng had already lived would recharge after slumber. In other words, if Chen Changsheng lived to 80 years before slumbering, even if he slumbered for just 1 day upon waking, he would possess 81 years of lifespan, not merely 1 day. Additionally, upon awakening, the interval before the next slumber could not be less than 1/10 of his total lifespan. So theoretically, as long as Chen Changsheng played the long game, Chen Changsheng could live up to his name and achieve true immortality. Gazing at the 10 attribute points at hand, Chen Changsheng did not choose to allocate them immediately. Instead, he took out a set of clothes from his system space, put them on, determined the general direction from memory, and then hurried down the mountain. 10 years had passed. The war should have ended by now. The one he cherished, separated by the conflict, should have returned too. Flatbread. Hot flatbread. Walking through the bustling market, Chen Changsheng felt as though he had crossed a lifetime. Though the town remained the same, the familiar faces were gone. 10 years was neither short nor long, yet it was enough to change many things. After observing the changes in the town, Chen Changsheng followed his memory toward a familiar place. Soon Chen Changsheng arrived at a farmer's hut on the edge of town. Looking at the familiar house, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he asked, "Excuse me, is Nancy here?" Hearing the voice, a cute little girl poked her head out of the house. "Who are you looking for?" Seeing the little girl, Chen Changsheng was momentarily stunned. "Isn't this Nancy's home?" "I don't know any Nancy. You've come to the wrong place." Facing the little girl's words, a flash of disappointment crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. During the war back then, Nancy was just an ordinary person. Perhaps she had already passed away. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng was about to turn and leave. "Changsheng, is that you?" A familiar voice sounded from behind Chen Changsheng, and he froze as if struck by lightning. Composing himself, Chen Changsheng slowly turned around, and the once familiar face came into view again. Thud! The woman's vegetable basket fell to the ground. After confirming it was indeed him, Nancy covered her mouth with her hand, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. "Don't bully my mother." Seeing her mother cry, the little girl rushed out of the house, immediately spreading her small arms to block between the two. Hearing the little girl's address, Chen Changsheng looked at his former childhood sweetheart with confusion. Facing Chen Changsheng's gaze, Nancy did not shy away. She simply slowly reached out and stroked his face. 10 years. You're still the same as before. Why? Chen Changsheng finally voiced the question in his heart. Hearing this, Nancy smiled and lowered her head to affectionately pat the little girl's hair. "After we parted, I was hunted by bandits. Later, he saved me from a pile of corpses. Half a year later, my wounds healed, and the war had also ended. He returned here with me. At that time, Likazi said you had bought a coffin from him. And then I waited for you for 3 years. Saying this, Nancy paused, a flicker of disappointment and helplessness crossing her eyes. Then Nancy exhaled deeply and smiled. For these 3 years, he has taken care of me. He has been truly good to me. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled with a sense of relief, though the smile carried a hint of bitterness. 10 years of slumber was a very short time for him. But for Nancy, 10 years was far too long. How many decades could one have in life? When they had parted, both he and Nancy were only 20 years old. 10 years later, he still looked 20, but Nancy was already 30. In truth, since he had come to this world, they were destined to belong to 2 different worlds. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng crouched down and patted the little girl's head with a smile. "Little girl, what is your name?" Facing Chen Changsheng's question, the little girl turned to look at her mother as if seeking permission. "Tell uncle. Tell big brother. He is mother's old friend." Getting her mother's permission, the little girl chirped. "My name is Nianxing. I'm 6 years old this year." Nianxing. Chen Changsheng repeated the name a few times, then smiled. "What a beautiful name. My name also contains the character Sheng, but my name is Chen Changsheng. You can call me Big Brother Changsheng." After saying this, Chen Changsheng stood up and left. Seeing this, Nancy instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng paused, turned his back to the mother and daughter, and waved his hand. "My old house is gone, but I see Likazi's coffin shop is still there. I'll stay there for a while." Saying this, Chen Changsheng's figure gradually faded into the distance. Watching Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, Li Nianxing looked up and asked, "Mother, is Brother Changsheng your friend?" "Not a friend. He is a very familiar old acquaintance." Then who is the Nianci he was looking for? Probably his childhood sweetheart. After all, Nianci sounds like a private name a man would use for his beloved. I see. Then can Brother Changsheng find his beloved? I don't know. Perhaps he already has. Nianci murmured to herself, then looked at Li Nianxing and smiled. All right, Daddy will be back soon. Shall we go cook something for him together? Okay. Li Nianxing cheerfully exclaimed, and then skipped and bounced toward the kitchen. Li Chiezi, your coffin has a problem. I want to return it. Nonsense. No one has ever complained about the coffins I make. A figure sat up directly from inside the coffin, its wrathful gaze scanning around, as if trying to find the person who slandered its craftsmanship. However, when Li Chiezi saw the person at the doorway, he was so frightened that he immediately lay back down in the coffin. Looks like my time is really running out. Why is that miserable Chen Changsheng here? Hearing Li Chiezi's muttering, Chen Changsheng grinned and walked straight to the coffin. Watching Li Chiezi lying there with eyes tightly shut, Chen Changsheng spoke. Li Chiezi, you promised me back then that if the coffin had any problems you could come refund the money. Now with this attitude of yours, are you trying to renege on your word? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Li Chiezi reluctantly opened his eyes. No money, no life either. Take whatever you see fit from all the things here. Faced with Li Chiezi's rogue attitude, Chen Changsheng was amused. Li Chiezi, aren't you afraid of me? After all, the dirt on my grave was dug by you back then. Hearing this, Li Chiezi glanced at Chen Changsheng and said, I'm 60 years old this year. The doctor says I have at most 3 more years to live. I, Li Chiezi, have neither children nor grandchildren nor any close companion in my old age. Do you think I would care about living 3 years less or 3 years more? Moreover, when you came to buy the coffin back then, I already knew you would come back. Why, I've seen people who buy coffins for themselves, but this is the first time I've seen someone happily buying one. Speaking of which, Li Chiezi examined Chen Changsheng again and hesitated. Oh right, lad, are you interested in working for me? Room and board included, no wages. This trade suits someone like you who is alone. And once you learn my craft, you'll likely never go hungry in your lifetime. After all, in this world, everything may be scarce except the dead. Hearing Li Chiezi's words, Chen Changsheng felt somewhat tempted. Although he could indeed live a very long time, he could still die from injuries. And starving to death was one of many possible causes of death. He had originally planned to stay here temporarily, but now that he suddenly had a long-term meal ticket, this choice seemed quite good. Li Chiezi, your conditions are too stingy. Give me at least some wages. Facing Chen Changsheng's complaint, Li Chiezi directly took a book out of his bosom and threw it over. It was the burial classic. With your energetic appearance, how could you die before me? Everything I leave behind will be yours anyway. You've seen this tiny place has no room for you to sleep. This coffin here will be your bed. You like sleeping in coffins anyway. Speaking of which, Li Chiezi was about to lie back in his own coffin and continue sleeping. But Chen Changsheng grabbed him. Wait, weren't you going to teach me how to make coffins? Why give me this thing? Facing Chen Changsheng's confusion, Li Chiezi rolled his eyes and said, as they say, more skills never hurt. If you only sell coffins, who will take care of your business? To tell you the truth, I know everything about funeral services. There's a lot you need to learn. Saying this, Li Chiezi shook off Chen Changsheng's hand and lay back in his own coffin. Looking at the burial classic in his hand, Chen Changsheng paused for a moment, then smiled. Well said, more skills never hurt. Having said this, Chen Changsheng immediately crawled into another coffin. Honestly, after getting used to sleeping in coffins, sleeping on a bed really wasn't comfortable. Through cold winters and hot summers, autumn harvest, and winter storage, 8 years passed like a white horse flashing past. Chen Changsheng had fully settled at Li Chiezi's coffin shop, spending his days reading books and learning the craft of making coffins. Every time there was a funeral banquet, Chen Changsheng could properly improve his diet. However, since it was a peaceful era, he could only improve his meals a few times a year. As for those 10 attribute points, Chen Changsheng put them all into defense. Theoretically speaking, as long as he stayed low-key for a little while, he could obtain an extremely long lifespan. In that case, defense was naturally the attribute Chen Changsheng valued most. Worth mentioning is that Li Chiezi did not die in the 3rd year. After Chen Changsheng arrived, he lived for another 5 full years. But in the end, he still couldn't outlive Chen Changsheng. One night, after lying into his coffin, Li Chiezi never got up again. Brother Changsheng. The door of the coffin shop was pushed open by a young girl. Chen Changsheng was also awakened by this commotion, then got up from the coffin with a helpless expression and said, Nianxing, I've told you many times. This is a coffin shop. What does a girl like you doing here look like? Hearing this, Li Nianxing stuck out her tongue and said, I don't care about all that. They can say whatever they want. Besides, a plague is running rampant now. Who has the mind to care about me? I'll go cook for you. Come out of the coffin. Already stopped sleeping in it all day. Watching Li Nianxing's back, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but sigh lightly. The plague had been raging for a full year. When it first broke out, the Nianci couple had passed away. It was he who helped with their funeral arrangements. The interval of hibernation cannot be lower than 1/10 of the total lifespan. It had been 8 years since his last awakening. According to calculations, he should be able to hibernate again. But Nianqing had no relatives left. How could he bear to leave her alone in this world? Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and jumped out of the coffin. Forget it, early sleep or late sleep is the same. I'll just wait until this girl gets married first. Soon 2 steaming breakfasts were placed on the table. Chen Changsheng and Li Nianqing drank their white porridge in silence. Suddenly Li Nianqing looked up and said, "Brother Changsheng, are you a fairy?" "You silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? If I were a fairy, how could I watch your mother and her husband die from the plague? Your mother was my good friend." Facing Chen Changsheng's answer, Li Nianqing looked down at the bowl in her hand. "Brother Changsheng, I'm 14 years old this year. I'm not the little girl I used to be. Some things you can't fool me." Seeing this, Chen Changsheng patted Li Nianqing's head and smiled. "You silly girl, what's got into you today? Not that I don't want to buy you candied hawthorns, it's just that your teeth can't handle them anymore. I'll take you to buy them another day." Niancy was my mother's childhood nickname. Changsheng's words were interrupted by Li Nianqing, and this sentence also made Changsheng put down his bowl. Changsheng's words were cut off by Li Nianqing, and this sentence also made Changsheng put down the bowl in his hand. "Are you blaming me for not saving your mother?" Chen Changsheng said softly. Li Nianqing quickly replied, "No, I never blamed you. When my mother died, I saw the grief and pain in your eyes. You've taken care of me like a little sister since I was a child. I know you too well. If you had any way to save my mother, you would never have let her die. Mother told me this secret on her deathbed. She knew that I..." Before Li Nianqing could finish, a steamed bun was stuffed into her mouth. Chen Changsheng chuckled and said, "Tomorrow I'll take you to catch rabbits. Let's drop this matter." With that, he picked up his bowl and continued drinking his porridge, seemingly unaffected by Li Nianqing's words. Seeing Chen Changsheng's demeanor, tears welled up in Li Nianqing's eyes. "Why? You missed your chance once. Are you going to do the same thing again?" Faced with Li Nianqing's agitation, Chen Changsheng had no choice but to set down his bowl once more and said softly, "I hope that it is your descendants who bury you, not me. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing this, Li Nianqing couldn't help but clench her fists. 18 years ago, before she was even born, Chen Changsheng and her mother were already deeply in love. Yet 18 years had passed, and Chen Changsheng's appearance remained that of a 20-year-old. Though she didn't know why this was happening, Li Nianqing understood that Chen Changsheng could live for a very, very long time, even to an extent beyond the imagination of mortals. At this thought, Li Nianqing's lips trembled, but she still forced a smile and said, "Brother Changsheng is always so easy to trick. I fooled you again. As punishment, what are you going to give me today?" Seeing the tears streaming down Li Nianqing's face, Chen Changsheng took out a small wooden rabbit from his bosom and handed it to her. "This is your birthday gift." Taking the rabbit from Chen Changsheng's hand, Li Nianqing clutched it tightly. Her fingers had turned white from the force of her grip. "Brother Changsheng, I heard that tomorrow an immortal will come to the town to select disciples. I want to go and try. Immortals can live for a very, very long time. Maybe then I can stay by your side forever." Nianqing, immortals are not so. "Brother Changsheng, let me be willful this once, okay?" Before Chen Changsheng could finish, Li Nianqing interrupted him. Looking at Li Nianqing's stubborn expression, Chen Changsheng nodded and said, "All right, whatever you wish." Having received Chen Changsheng's consent, Li Nianqing stood up and said, "I'll be going back now. Brother Changsheng, when you have time, come out and bask in the sun more. Don't always lie in the coffin." With that, Li Nianqing turned and left, but at the doorway she paused. "Brother Changsheng, have you ever heard the saying that a person is trapped for life by what they could not have in their youth? What you're doing is nothing but placing another shackle upon yourself." As her words faded, Li Nianqing's figure had already disappeared. Staring at the direction she had vanished, Chen Changsheng remained silent for a long time. What was going through his mind, no one knew. A talisman emitted a dazzling golden light above the town. Bathed in this radiance, the plague that had shrouded the town was soon dispelled. The entire town was filled with gratitude and reverence for the immortal's manifestation. Yet facing the crowds, thanks, the woman standing on the flying sword maintained an aloofness that kept everyone at a distance. She raised her right hand, and a massive boulder over 10 feet tall flew out from the ring on her finger. The boulder landed heavily on the ground, causing web-like cracks to spread across the surrounding stone slabs. Those under 16 who seek immortality may step forward to test their fate. Though it was just a single sentence, it stirred the entire town into excitement. If imperial authority and officialdom were positions beyond the reach of commoners, then immortals were something people dared not even dream of. Becoming an immortal meant not only escaping hunger, but also breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation and attaining true freedom in the world. Even the emperor on the dragon throne had to bow before a legendary immortal. Soon the townsfolk brought their children to test for immortal potential. Unfortunately, immortal fate was not as common as cabbages on the street. Most of the town's children had already been tested. Only a scant few could make the boulder glow, and even among those rare lucky ones, the light emitted was extremely dim. After waiting for a long time, Li Nianqing finally stood before the boulder. When she gently placed her hand on it, the stone instantly emitted a brilliant blue light. Seeing this, the woman who had been hovering in the air immediately appeared beside Li Nianqing and carefully examined her constitution. Indeed, a top-grade water spiritual root. Having confirmed Lin Yinxing's constitution, the veiled woman said excitedly, "Girl, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Seeing an immortal willing to take her as a disciple, Lin Yinxing was initially overjoyed. But the smile didn't linger on her face for long, as she soon became hesitant. Seeing Lin Yinxing's expression, the woman was not anxious. When mortals first encounter immortal fate, they always feel uncertain, and most are reluctant to part with their earthly familial bonds. The woman was well versed in handling such matters. "Are you worried about your family?" Hearing this, Lin Yinxing looked up and said, "Immortal, after I take you as my master, can I still come back?" "Of course. Once you have completed your training, you may descend the mountain. Also, there are some things here that you can give to your family." Saying this, the woman took out a bundle from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Yinxing. Seeing this, Lin Yinxing asked, puzzled, "Immortal, what is inside?" "You will know when you open it at home. You have 1 hour to take care of your family affairs. After that, I will take you away." Gazing at the bundle in her hands, the familiar face surfaced in her mind. Lin Yinxing bowed and said, "Thank you, Immortal. Please allow me to attend to some personal matters." With that, Lin Yinxing turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, the woman's eyes narrowed. When recruiting disciples, there had been some who were unwilling to go. For those mediocre ones, it was no loss to let them go. But a top-grade water spiritual root was truly rare. If she hadn't passed by here by chance and acted on a whim, the sect might have missed this tremendous opportunity. Such a fortune must not be allowed to encounter any mishap. At the coffin shop, Chen Changsheng was half reclining in a coffin reading the Book of Burials. Lin Yinxing entered with her lips pressed together. Seeing Chen Changsheng's face, a weak voice escaped Lin Yinxing's lips. "Brother Changsheng, an immortal wants to take me as a disciple." Hearing Lin Yinxing's words, Chen Changsheng set down the book in his hands. During the immortal affinity test, he had been among the crowd, only returning a step ahead of her. Gazing at Lin Yinxing, who dared not lift her head to meet his eyes, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "Do you truly wish to go?" "I do." "For what purpose?" At these words, Lin Yinxing's hands involuntarily tightened, and she spoke softly. "For immortality." Those 4 words slipped lightly from her lips, yet they weighed as heavily as 1,000 June. For only by attaining immortality could she forever accompany Changsheng. Seeing her stubborn expression, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile as he stepped before her. Many in this world have risen from mortals to immortals, but never has an immortal descended to mortality. Thus it is clear that the path of immortality is a road of no return. Should you one day grow weary of the journey, just turn your head. Your big brother Changsheng will always be behind you. With that, Chen Changsheng embraced Lin Yinxing warmly. Yet during the hug, he whispered rapidly in a voice so low it was barely audible. "Cultivation is a realm where people devour others without spitting out bones. Never be without a guarded heart." After speaking, Chen Changsheng released her with a smile. "Oh, an immortal graces my humble abode. Truly an honor that makes my shack shine." Chen Changsheng bowed obsequiously to the woman at the door, his manner no different from the townsfolk. Yet faced with his fawning, the woman revealed a trace of disdain. She had never imagined that such a talented background could belong to a cursed coffin shop. This girl has an immortal affinity. Her future is boundless. Though she loathed Chen Changsheng, the woman offered a perfunctory reply in order to secure a gifted disciple. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's smile grew even brighter. "All thanks to the immortal's discerning eye. Yinxing has always been mischievous. I shall trouble you to look after her from now on. By the way, may I ask which sacred mountain the immortal resides on? If I have time, I would like to pay a visit." At his words, the woman's impatience grew even more pronounced. "There is a sect called Linglong sect, 10,000 li to the south. An ordinary man could not reach it in 30 years. If you wish to come, then come." With that, the woman turned to Lin Yinxing and said, "I have a mission on this journey. We must depart quickly." Nodding, Lin Yinxing gently set down her bundle. "Brother Changsheng, I have remembered your words. I will come find you." After speaking, she followed the woman and left. After they left, Chen Changsheng joyfully tidied the room, humming cheerful tunes from time to time. An hour later, he suddenly turned serious and said coldly, "You've been hiding long enough. Come out." His voice echoed through the coffin shop, yet aside from the cold coffins, there was nothing else. "Still not coming out? Do you want me to drag you out?" He repeated with a grim face, waited for a long while, without a response, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that old woman is truly gone. So what if you can fly? I'll fly too after sleeping for 1,000 or 800 years. You'd better not harm Yinxing, or I'll dig up your entire ancestral grave." With that, Chen Changsheng stored the coffins and Yinxing's bundle into his system space. He had stayed here for 8 years and his appearance had not changed in the slightest. This had already sparked rumors in the town. If he remained any longer, the excuse of good skincare would no longer suffice to cover it up. With this thought, Chen Changsheng strode out of the coffin shop he had occupied for 8 years. "Can't walk there in 30 years. Then I'll walk in 50. I have nothing in abundance but time." After another jab at that woman, Chen Changsheng disappeared at the end of the street. Chen Changsheng had vanished, and the town buzzed with speculation about his whereabouts for a long time. Some said he had risen with the immortal, that the immortal favoring Lin Yinxing had taken him along out of fondness. Others said he had clashed with the immortal and been killed. In short, all sorts of stories circulated, but as time passed, people gradually forgot about Chen Changsheng. Qi Refining Foundation Establishment Golden Core Nascent Soul. Chen Changsheng lay on a grassy slope leafing through a tattered book. It had been 20 years since he left that town. Of course, he had also inspected the contents of Yinxing's bundle. Inside were only a few items: a cultivation manual, a single pill, and some gold and silver. The manual's content was extremely simple, even crude. It briefly introduced the realms of cultivation and then appended a qi refining stage technique. When he first acquired it, Chen Changsheng naturally treasured it like a precious gem. After all, this was a cultivation manual. If he learned these things, he wouldn't need to endure long slumbers to fly and leap across the sky. But as Chen Changsheng witnessed the vastness of the world, he realized how worthless his possession was. In the cultivation world, only reaching foundation establishment truly marked the beginning of the immortal path. Moreover, cultivators in this world were not as rare as he had imagined. The reason he had never seen one was simply because the place he lived was too remote. The qi refining manual in his hand was nothing but common street goods. Not exactly ubiquitous, but with a few hundred taels of silver one could still buy a copy or two. With that thought, Chen Changsheng sat up and tossed the manual into the fire. Over the past 20 years he had read it every day, memorizing every word so thoroughly he could recite it backwards. System: it says here that those who reach qi refining layer 1 in 3 days are geniuses. Those who do it in 1 day are top-tier geniuses. Those who reach qi refining layer 1 within an hour are geniuses seen once in a century. So what level am I who took 20 years to reach qi refining layer 1? Host realm is merely one standard for measuring strength, but not the only one. Cultivation techniques are but one means to grow stronger, not the only one. The cultivation system of this era does not suit you, but that does not mean the system of the next era will not suit you either. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up. System: what do you mean by the next era? No dynasty lasts forever, and the same is true for the cultivation world. The reason beings believe certain things will last forever is simply because their own existence is too fleeting. When the host lives long enough, they will realize that nothing in the world is eternal. The heavenly Tao is like this, and so are humans. The system is indeed the system, always talking in a patterned way. Chen Changsheng laughed and stood up, glanced at the dawn light leaking from the horizon, casually extinguished the campfire, and continued heading south. When a person possesses an infinitely long lifespan, apart from becoming cautious, they also become bored. Faced with this extreme boredom, Chen Changsheng set a small goal for himself. That was to take a look at how Yinxing was doing. However, while achieving this small goal, Chen Changsheng discovered another hobby of his. That was learning. Whenever he encountered an industry that interested him, Chen Changsheng would stop and spend several years studying it. In these 20 years, Chen Changsheng had been a beggar, sold tofu, and learned the skill of brewing. However, among so many trades, his favorite and most adept was the funeral service package. The reason was simple: apart from the funeral industry, even being a beggar could not avoid disputes because beggars also had to fight for territory. On the contrary, selling coffins was much more peaceful. Thieves would not steal, bandits would not rob. No matter if you were a high official or a royal noble, you could not escape being enclosed by these few boards. In addition, Chen Changsheng's skill in geomancy improved rapidly. Others only used theoretical knowledge from books for geomancy, and no one knew whether it worked or not. But Chen Changsheng was different. After helping people with burials, he could slowly observe the subsequent development of that family. In these 20 years, the longest observation took Chen Changsheng 5 years. It was precisely this stop-and-go behavior that Chen Changsheng had only traveled 3,000 li in 20 years. Linglong Town. Watching the figures occasionally flying overhead, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and sighed. No wonder that woman looked so disgusted when she heard I wanted to visit. It took me a total of 50 years to get here. Ordinary people, if unlucky, can barely live to 50. After sighing a little at the ruthlessness of time, Chen Changsheng began to look for a suitable shop front in the town. This was a small town at the foot of the Linglong sect's mountain gate, a place frequented by low-level cultivators and the sect's handymen. Originally, Chen Changsheng planned to sneak into the Linglong sect to see how Yinxing was doing, but when he arrived at Linglong Town, he gave up the idea. Because the legend of Lin Yinxing was spreading throughout the 100-mile radius of the Linglong sect. The sect had produced a genius unseen in a millennium. Having only entered the sect for 50 years, she had already achieved the great perfection of the golden core, and her astonishing talent had even alarmed the sect master, who had been in seclusion for a long time. Faced with such a favored daughter of heaven, countless young talents flocked to her, eager to become her Tao companion. However, in the face of countless geniuses, Lin Yinxing's response was always the same. All of you combined are not as good as Changsheng. Over time, Lin Yinxing was called the purest cultivator in the cultivation world because her obsession with Changsheng was unparalleled. Unlike Lin Yinxing's high profile, Chen Changsheng's presence was almost negligible. None of the people in Linglong Town noticed that in the most remote corner of the town a coffin shop, so small that it could only display 2 or 3 coffins, had opened. "Is anyone here?" A little bald head peeked into the coffin shop. Hearing the noise, a figure suddenly sat up from inside a coffin. Seeing a person suddenly sit up from the coffin, the little bald head was startled. After confirming that the person in front of him was alive, the little bald head patted his chest to calm himself. "Benefactor, how can you lie in a coffin? Coffins are for the dead." Seeing the little bald head's serious expression, Chen Changsheng laughed. He had been running this coffin shop for 3 years, and during that time there had been almost no customers. If it weren't for his occasional cultivation and sale of low-level spirit herbs, the shop would have closed long ago. "Little monk, what you said is not right. Whether mortal or cultivator, in the end, everyone cannot avoid death. If so, why should the living disdain their final resting place?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the little monk tilted his head, thought for a moment, then pressed his palms together and said, "Amit Ba. Thank you for the guidance, benefactor. It is I, the little monk, who is attached to appearances. I didn't expect that despite your small size you have quite some insight." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng jumped out of the coffin and then patted the little monk's round bald head. "Speak, little monk. What brings you to my coffin shop?" Upon hearing this, the little monk lowered his head and said, "Recently the Tianfu Temple and the Linglong sect jointly subdued an evil demon cultivator. That demon cultivator refused to surrender at all costs and was finally killed by an elder of the Linglong sect. Although that benefactor did many evil deeds, I, the little monk, do not want to see his corpse exposed in the wilderness. So I wish to buy a coffin to lay him to rest." Hearing the little monk's words, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "Do you have money? I am running a business here. I cannot afford to make a loss. I have already prepared it." As he spoke, the little monk took out 3 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Chen Changsheng. Looking at the valuable medium-grade spirit stones, Chen Changsheng smiled and took one of them. "1 medium-grade spirit stone can enjoy my best full-service package. May I ask when we can set off?" "We can go now. If we delay any longer, that benefactor's corpse will start to stink." Faced with the little monk's request, Chen Changsheng did not hesitate and left directly with the little monk. As for the coffin shop, Chen Changsheng didn't even lock the door. There were only 2 coffins inside. Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't come to steal 2 ordinary coffins. In the wilderness, led by the little monk, Chen Changsheng finally saw the so-called demon cultivator. At that moment, he was no different from those dead mortals. If there was any difference, it was that half of his face had been completely shattered. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. "Little monk, are all you cultivators so heartless? Not to mention what he did in life, but this person was at least captured by your painstaking efforts. Killing is just a matter of the head hitting the ground. At least you should dig a hole and bury him. Leaving him in this wilderness, what is that about? In this cultivation world, I think only you, little monk, have a bit of human kindness." In response to Chen Changsheng's words, the little monk silently recited Buddhist scriptures. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and began the work of collecting the corpse. Wiping away the bloodstains, he stitched together the scattered flesh. Stripping off the tattered clothes, he dressed the corpse in a brand new burial shroud. Chen Changsheng meticulously attended to the deceased's appearance, every step executed with utmost care and precision. After half an hour, the deceased's appearance had been largely restored, and even the scattered teeth were collected by Chen Changsheng one by one. Having done everything, Chen Changsheng slapped the beast's skin pouch at his waist. A fine coffin appeared before him. Placing the corpse inside, he began using a compass to search for an auspicious burial site. Digging the pit, lifting the coffin, and burying it. Even with the little monk's assistance, Chen Changsheng was busy for a full 4 hours. But when it came to erecting the tombstone, Chen Changsheng paused. "Little monk, to set up a tombstone we need to know the deceased's name and also the name of the person erecting it. What is his name?" Hearing this, the little monk pressed his palms together and said, "This benefactor is the sect master of the heavenly demon sect known as the blood demon ancestor. His specific name is unknown. As for the one who erects the tombstone, the benefactor may handle it as you see fit. The little monk is bound by sect rules and cannot erect a monument for him." Faced with this answer, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and then wrote on the tombstone, "The blood demon ancestor of the heavenly demon sect is buried here, the Undertaker." Looking at the words on the tombstone, the little monk asked doubtfully, "Benefactor, is your nickname the Undertaker?" "Yes. I sell coffins, specialize in collecting corpses and burying them. What else would I be but an undertaker?" Having said that, Chen Changsheng turned and left, waving his hand as he said, "My work is done. I'll take my leave now. If there are more cases like this in the future, remember to come find me." Watching Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, the little monk tilted his head and pondered for a long time. Because this was the first time he had encountered such a strange person. There was something indescribable about this man. Linglong Town. After returning to his coffin shop, Chen Changsheng immediately closed the door and looked curiously at a tooth in his hand. This tooth was found on the blood demon ancestor. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary tooth, but upon closer inspection, one could see tiny array patterns carved on it. If Chen Changsheng hadn't been arranging the blood demon ancestor's appearance, he would never have imagined that a tooth could be tampered with. After scrutinizing it carefully, Chen Changsheng stroked his chin and murmured, "It looks like a storage-type array pattern. The blood demon ancestor went to such great lengths, so the contents are probably not simple." Saying this, Chen Changsheng waved his right hand, and immediately a dozen thick books appeared before him. These books were all related to formations. Chen Changsheng's cultivation talent was abysmal. In 50 years, he had barely reached the third level of qi refining. Such a realm for those geniuses could be achieved in the time it takes to eat a meal. After confirming that he truly had no talent for cultivation, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to formations and alchemy. After all these things could be accumulated, and Chen Changsheng loved tasks that required time. Lighting an oil lamp, he began studying the array on the tooth. Although Chen Changsheng had only learned basic formation knowledge, and although the blood demon ancestor's array was highly sophisticated, none of this was a problem for Chen Changsheng, because he possessed an extremely long lifespan. If one day wasn't enough, then a month. If a month wasn't enough, then a year. As long as Chen Changsheng didn't give up, the array on the tooth would eventually be worn down by him. 3 months passed quickly. During these 3 months, Chen Changsheng hardly left his house. Fortunately, his coffin shop was usually deserted, otherwise it would have attracted attention. Phew! Chen Changsheng let out a long breath, and then stretched his stiff body. After 3 months, he had finally worn down the array left by the blood demon ancestor. Pseudo-spirit root. Looking at the title of the book in his hand, Chen Changsheng's face was full of confusion. Spirit roots are the foundation of a cultivator and also the standard for measuring talent. The most common are the 5-element spirit roots, which are further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. Supreme grade spirit roots represent the highest cultivation talent, and besides these there are also some special spirit roots. These special spirit roots are also powerful, but it depends on the situation. However, among the many names of spirit roots, he had never heard of the term pseudo-spirit root. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng became interested because he loved learning things he didn't know. Interesting. Let me see what this pseudo-spirit root really is. Muttering to himself, Chen Changsheng opened the first page of the book. As the words on the page came into view, he realized that this book was not a cultivation technique or a secret art. To be precise, it was just an autobiography recording the life cultivation journey of the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor's talent was not good. His talent could be considered the lowest level in the cultivation world. He possessed a 5-element mixed spirit root, and its quality was extremely poor. After struggling for many years in the qi refining stage, the blood demon ancestor conceived an idea. Since spirit roots exist, could their quality be improved through acquired cultivation? With this thought in mind, the blood demon ancestor immediately began experiments. However, this was an almost fantastical idea, and the blood demon ancestor dared not experiment on himself. So he began conducting experiments on living people. As more and more people died at his hands, he actually figured out some tricks regarding spirit roots. Spirit roots cannot be improved through pills, techniques, formations, or any other means currently known to cultivators, but spirit roots devouring other spirit roots can enhance their quality. After discovering this secret, the blood demon ancestor truly began his path of revenge. By devouring many weaker cultivators, his spirit root quality improved. Under this virtuous cycle, the blood demon ancestor's strength grew increasingly, and he eventually became a great power. But later this method seemed to run into problems, and his insane slaughter attracted the encirclement and suppression of other sects. Reading up to this point, the blood demon ancestor's autobiography came to an abrupt end. TSK. This blood demon ancestor is truly a genius. He could come up with such a bizarre method. Saying this, Chen Changsheng put the book back into the system space. System, do you think the artificial spirit root mentioned by the blood demon ancestor in the book is possible? In the latter part of the autobiography, the term artificial spirit root appears many times, and there are many hypotheses from the blood demon ancestor. I feel it makes a lot of sense. After Chen Changsheng finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Since you harbor doubts, host, why not seek the truth yourself? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Stop joking. How could I possibly do something so dangerous to myself? If an accident were to happen, I'd be at a great loss. Besides, I don't want to end up like this blood demon ancestor being hunted down my entire life. Host, what I meant was that you could find the safest and most reliable method. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily stunned. The safest and most reliable. Is there such a method? Why would you think there is, host? Nothing in this world is set in stone. The blood demon ancestor chose that shortcut because his lifespan was nearly exhausted. But you, host, are different. You possess an almost infinite lifespan. With time and accumulation, you might very well solve this problem. Pondering the system's reply, Chen Changsheng tilted his head and said, makes sense. Time may seem soft and weak, but it is the sharpest blade in this world. Whether you are a nascent soul elder or a divine weapon, none can withstand the erosion of time. All things become insignificant in the face of time, and this minor cultivation issue is naturally no exception. The artificial spiritual root was another hypothesis proposed by the blood demon ancestor, an attempt to implant external objects into the body to create a spiritual root. However, this method still faced many unresolved challenges. For instance, what kind of celestial treasures would be suitable as spiritual roots, and how could those treasures avoid being absorbed by the body and instead transform into spiritual roots? Yet Chen Changsheng was in no hurry to solve these problems, for he had an abundance of time. After chatting idly with the system for a while, he climbed into the coffin he often slept in. After 3 months of hard work, he now needed a good rest. The matter of collecting the blood demon ancestor's corpse did not stir up any waves. Chen Changsheng resumed his calm and solitary days. However, it was worth mentioning that the kind-hearted young monk would come to find him every few days. Sometimes he would ask Chen Changsheng to help collect corpses, other times he would share his cultivation insights. Yet the most frequent topic of their discussions was Buddhist doctrine. For decades, Chen Changsheng had been reading constantly, from Buddhist scriptures and Taoist classics to folk tales and vulgar novels. He never let any written knowledge slip through his fingers. Combined with his 50 years of worldly experience, Chen Changsheng usually won their debates. Chen Changsheng, today I shall debate with you for 300 rounds. A bald man in a monk's robe stepped through the door of the coffin shop. Seeing the visitor's casual demeanor, Chen Changsheng cast a glance at him and said calmly, "You are the heir of Tianfu Temple, the renowned Master Isho. If others saw you like this, wouldn't they laugh at you?" In response, Isho rolled his eyes and casually sat on a coffin, saying, "Let them laugh if they want. Even if they lift me to the heavens, it won't change the fact that I've lost for 20 years. Indeed, this monk Isho was none other than the young monk who had once asked Chen Changsheng to collect the blood demon ancestor's corpse. Time passed swiftly. 20 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. The young monk of yesteryear had now become a talented youth capable of standing on his own. Hearing Isho's complaint, Chen Changsheng put down his book and said, "From your tone, it seems you still want to debate with me today." "Of course. Why else would I come to see you? Among all the people I know, you are the only one who can match me in Buddhist doctrine. But speaking of which, your cultivation talent is truly terrible. 20 years ago, you were at Qi refining stage 3, and now you're at stage 4. Your growth rate is painfully slow. I'm really worried you might kick the bucket one day. Then who would I debate with?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "Cultivation talent isn't something I can decide. What can I do? I can help you if you lack talent. Although I can't change the fact that you have no spiritual roots, I can certainly extend your lifespan. You never tell me how long you've lived. I don't want to lose a friend like you." Faced with Isho's words, Chen Changsheng merely responded with a smile, not offering a direct answer. The greatest advantage of mingling in the cultivation world was not having to worry about one's appearance aging. After all, appearance-preserving pills were not a rarity. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. Don't take lifespan too seriously. Just let things take their natural course. I don't want to debate today. I need your help with something." "No," Isho refused flatly, "unless you agree to let me extend your lifespan." Seeing Isho's stubbornness, Chen Changsheng smiled helplessly. "Fine. If you help me with this, I'll agree to let you extend my lifespan." Upon hearing this, Isho immediately jumped down from the coffin excited. "What is it? Just say it. I'm Master Isho, guarantee I'll get it done." "You came to Linglong's sect presumably to attend the ceremony of the Eternal Beauty, succeeding as elder. What do you want to see it to?" "No," Chen Changsheng shook his head. "I want you to give this to the Eternal Beauty." With that, he took out a tiger-shaped wooden carving from his bosom. Looking at the object in Chen Changsheng's hand, Isho's face twisted. "Chen Changsheng, don't tell me you have a crush on the Eternal Beauty. That woman has no interest in Tao companions. Don't waste your effort. Just deliver it to her hand. No need to say anything else. If you succeed, I'll agree to extend my lifespan." Frustrated by Chen Changsheng's troublesome request, Isho scratched his head anxiously. In the end, Isho snatched the wooden carving from Chen Changsheng's hand and said, "Let's make it clear I can deliver it, but I won't mention your name. If her suitors find out about this, you'll probably die a miserable death." "All right." After receiving Chen Changsheng's reply, Isho left the coffin shop with the carving. Watching Isho's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng murmured, "Little monk, see you in 80 years. After saying this, he embedded several spirit stones into the floor. Instantly, some array patterns emerged in the shop. This was a random teleportation array he had spent 10 years setting up. The destination was unknown, the location unknown. The purpose was to prevent anyone from tracking his location through the array. With a hum, a flash of light passed, and Chen Changsheng vanished from the array, which was now completely destroyed. Linglong sect. Countless cultivators converged from every direction. Some rode flying swords, others rode clouds and mists, while still others commanded mighty flying beasts. Their purpose for gathering here was singular: to celebrate the ascension of the Eternal Life Fairy of Linglong sect to the position of elder. The Eternal Life Fairy had arrived at Linglong sect 70 years ago. With her innate cultivation talent, she reached the nascent soul stage in just 70 short years. Such a speed of cultivation was utterly unheard of across the entire Deqian Empire. Yet what people found most fascinating about the Eternal Life Fairy was not just her talent, but also her unshakable Tao heart. She courted no disputes, took no cultivation partners, and remained utterly indifferent to the power of the sect. Whenever anyone asked her the purpose of such arduous cultivation, her answer was always the same, 2 words. Eternal life. Nianqing, the ceremony is about to begin. A voice awakened Li Nianqing, who stood lost in thought on the mountain peak. Hearing the call, Li Nianqing let out a soft sigh and slowly turned. The speaker was none other than her founding master Shui Linglong. Gazing at Shui Linglong before her, Li Nianqing said softly, "Master, I do not wish to become an elder. I only want to cultivate in peace." Hearing this, Shui Linglong replied, "You still cannot let him go. I set foot on the path of cultivation for his sake. Without him, everything is meaningless. But he is immortal. 70 years have passed. He is now a white-haired old man. He may very well be buried beneath the earth by now. The 2 of you are ultimately from different worlds. Do you understand?" Hearing Shui Linglong's words, Li Nianqing smiled faintly and said, "Master, you do not understand. Brother Changsheng always keeps his word. He said that the path of longevity is long, and if one day I turn back, he would surely be standing behind me. He said it, so he will surely do it." Faced with Li Nianqing's persistence, Shui Linglong could only sigh. After arriving at Linglong's sect, Li Nianqing began to stand out, yet her obsession with that man only grew stronger with each passing day. The sect master was well aware of this. To resolve Li Nianqing's obsession, the sect specially sent people to her hometown. Their purpose was to bring Chen Changsheng over. Extending a mortal's lifespan by a few decades would cost very few resources. If it could untangle Li Nianqing's obsession, it would be the most cost-effective bargain in the world. Unfortunately, by the time the sect's people arrived, the coffin shop had long been vacated. After making inquiries, they learned that shortly after Li Nianqing left all those years ago, Chen Changsheng had also departed. Finding a single mortal within the vast sea of humanity is no simple task. Seeing Shui Linglong fall silent, Li Nianqing curled her lips into a smile and said, "All right, master. I will still accept the position of elder. Because only by becoming an elder of Linglong's sect can I obtain more resources and better cultivation techniques. I have no intention of stopping on this path, for I know Brother Changsheng will not stop either." With that, Li Nianqing skipped cheerfully toward the distant sect grounds. Watching her joyful demeanor, Shui Linglong's brows furrowed even deeper. Because in these 70 years, only when Chen Changsheng was mentioned would a smile grace her face. But how much longer could this bubble-like illusion last? Eternal life is something all cultivators yearn for, yet no cultivator has ever achieved it, let alone a mere mortal. If Li Nianqing's illusion were to shatter one day, her Tao heart would likely collapse in an instant. At this thought, Shui Linglong could only sigh once more. For this was an unsolvable problem. The sect's martial arena. Shanxing Temple presents 2 glazed pills. Tianfui Temple presents a Buddhist scripture. One gift after another was presented. Yet despite treasures that would make countless cultivators green with envy, Li Nianqing sat quietly in the elder's seat, without even a passing glance. After presenting Tianfui Temple's gift, Ishio was so anxious he kept scratching his head, for he had no idea how he was supposed to present Chen Changsheng's wooden carving. Moreover, that stubborn fool Chen Changsheng was adamant about his principles. If Ishio failed to fulfill their agreement, he would never allow Ishio to extend his lifespan. Seeing that the next sect was about to present their gift, Ishio steeled himself and spoke up. "Senior Uncle Changsheng, your nephew has one more gift to present." Ishio's words immediately silenced the entire ceremony as every gaze fell upon him. Tianfui Temple's gift had already been given. Another gift now could only be from Ishio himself. At such an occasion, a man offering his personal gift carried an unspoken meaning. Hearing Ishio's words, Li Nianqing turned slightly and said expressionlessly, "How thoughtful of you." Li Nianqing's coldness was expected by all, and everyone watched with amusement. The most gifted heir of Tianfui Temple had developed worldly feelings, and for none other than the Tao-devoted Eternal Life Fairy. This piece of gossip would fuel conversations for at least 20 years. Gulping. Forcing down a nervous swallow, Ishio presented the wooden carving from his robes with both hands under immense pressure. After making such a scene today, he would surely be scolded by his master upon returning, perhaps even confined to Tianfui Temple for a decade. The moment Ishio produced his gift, countless divine senses swept over it instantaneously. Upon discovering that the gift was simply a crude wooden carving, the crowd nearly burst out laughing. Young people always loved such frivolous gestures. Over these 70 years, the Eternal Life Fairy had received many such gifts of affection, yet every single one had been burned to ashes by her. Just as everyone expected this occasion to be no different, the ever-calm Eternal Life Fairy suddenly rose to her feet. Whoosh! With the formidable power of the nascent soul stage, Li Nianqing appeared before Ishio in an instant. Seeing the carving in Ishio's hands, her entire body trembled. Taking the carving and gently tracing the marks left by the carving knife, Li Nianqing once again felt Chen Changsheng's presence. This unique animal shape was known to only one person in all the world, Brother Changsheng. Brother Changsheng truly had not broken his promise. He had always been by her side. At this thought, Lin Yinxing clasped the carving in her hand and revealed a smile radiant enough to outshine heaven and earth. I like this gift very much. After the ceremony, come see me alone. Remember, alone. All the guests. Wait, what is happening? The Eternal Life Fairy has taken a fancy to a foundation establishment little monk. Linglong Sect Master. Thank the ancestors of Linglong Sect for their blessings. Yinxing has finally seen the light. Although Ixio's seniority, strength, and age were all slightly lacking, that was not a major problem. Once those old monks of Tianfui Temple retired, Ixio's seniority would naturally rise. As for cultivation strength, that might be a bit harder to address. It seemed Linglong Sect didn't have any decent dual cultivation techniques. When the sect leader of Linglong Sect discovered that Lin Yinxing might have feelings for Ixio, several schemes instantly flashed through her mind. Nephew Ixio, how is your masters and Master Huihai faring these days? Seeing the sect leader of Linglong Sect greeting him with such warmth, Ixio was bewildered. He could not fathom why the immortal of longevity, renowned for her cold demeanor, would take a liking to such an ordinary wooden carving. Moreover, it seemed everyone had misunderstood something. In reply, sect leader, my master is in good health. He recently had some insights, which is why he sent me here. Neither humble nor arrogant. Truly a great master produces an outstanding disciple. We elders shall not interfere in the affairs of the young. After 100 years, once your cultivation base has stabilized, remember to come to Linglong Sect to propose marriage. Ixio. Sect leader, you misunderstand. I am not. Hearing this, Ixio panicked and hastened to explain. But before he could finish, the sect leader of Linglong Sect interrupted him. Young people should not be so indecisive, nor should you feel embarrassed just because your strength is temporarily a bit weaker. As the saying goes, a wife 3 years older brings gold bricks, 30 years older brings a kingdom, 3,000 years older elevates one to the ranks of immortals. My closed-door disciple may be 50 years your senior, but that is no great issue for cultivators. As for your master, I Zhao Dezhu will personally speak to him. The Tianfui Temple has precedence of forming Dao companions, and your master will grant me this phase, for we have known each other for over 300 years. Seeing that the matter was becoming increasingly muddled, Ixio gave up trying to explain. The only way now was to clarify things when he could meet senior uncle Changsheng alone. Lin Yinxing returned to the elder seats, and the Linglong Sect's ceremony continued. Linglong Town. Senior uncle, this is what happened. That wooden carving is not mine. This place was indeed a coffin shop before. You must believe me. Staring at the empty coffin shop, Ixio was on the verge of tears. That bastard Chen Changsheng had vanished without a trace, leaving him unable to clear his name even with 100 tongues. After the ceremony, Ixio hurried to find Lin Yinxing and explain. To convince Lin Yinxing, Ixio recounted everything he had experienced with Chen Changsheng over the years. But just as he led Lin Yinxing to meet Chen Changsheng to prove his innocence, the original coffin shop was gone. All traces of Chen Changsheng's existence had vanished, leaving only an empty storefront. It was as if Chen Changsheng had never existed. Yet despite Ixio's anxiety, Lin Yinxing remained calm throughout. After a long silence, she spoke. Ixio, do you wish to become my Dao companion? Hearing this, Ixio's eyelids twitched violently. No, not now, and never in the future. That is for the best, Lin Yinxing nodded. If you ever dare to entertain such thoughts, I will pluck your bald head from your shoulders. From now on, no matter who asks, you are not to utter the name Chen Changsheng. If you breathe a single word, your life will be forfeit. Faced with Lin Yinxing's murderous threat, Ixio immediately sensed something amiss. Senior Uncle Changsheng seemed to know Chen Changsheng, and it appeared they had known each other for a long time. Senior Uncle, rest assured, this humble monk will not utter a single word. But I often come here. If someone investigates, they might find traces. How should I answer then? Hearing this, Lin Yinxing thought for a moment. You may truthfully recount your experiences, but conceal his appearance and name. If anyone insists on his title, say he calls himself the Undertaker. This humble monk understands. Will I ever see him again? Probably. He is a sentimental man. With that, Lin Yinxing turned and left. Ixio glanced at her retreating figure, then at the empty coffin shop. Many questions piled up in Ixio's heart, but no one could answer them. The only way to resolve these mysteries was perhaps time itself. Somewhere in the wilderness. Azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, vermilion bird in front, black tortoise behind. Truly a feng shui treasure land. Examining the compass in his hand once more, Chen Changsheng slapped his thigh in excitement. After the teleportation array activated, he had been sent to this wilderness. Upon arriving, Chen Changsheng immediately began searching for a feng shui treasure land. It had taken 8 years to accompany Yinxing as she grew up and 50 years to reach Linglong Sect. After arriving near Linglong Sect, Chen Changsheng had stayed in Linglong Town for 20 years. Of his 80-year lifespan, only 2 years remained. About to enter a deep slumber, Chen Changsheng naturally needed to find a good place. Having chosen the spot, he immediately began digging. Yet that digging lasted an entire year. TSK. Perfect. How did I come up with such a clever idea? Pacing back and forth in the cave, Chen Changsheng's smile was unstoppable. He had spent a year carving out a cave on the mountainside. To prevent disturbance during his slumber, Chen Changsheng had disguised the entrance flawlessly. Above the entrance he piled up a large amount of soil mixed with seeds. When it rained, the loose soil above the entrance would wash down, adhering to the stone blocking the cave. After those seeds grew naturally for a year or two, all traces of human excavation would vanish without a trace. After a moment of pride in his design, Chen Changsheng took out a jade coffin from his system space. Inside the jade coffin was a liquid that emitted a medicinal aroma. This was the second thing Chen Changsheng had to do before his slumber: artificially create a spiritual root. System: will this method really work? Whether it works, host will find out by trying. The worst that can happen is wasting some slumber time you don't care about anyway. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded. True, even if I fail, I lose nothing. With that, he stripped off his clothes, climbed into the jade coffin filled with medicinal liquid, and began his 80-year slumber. After obtaining the autobiography of the blood demon ancestor, Chen Changsheng had been pondering the matter of artificially creating a spiritual root. After a decade of contemplation, he had indeed devised a safe and reliable method. At the beginning, Chen Changsheng could never grasp the method, because although the spiritual root resides within the human body, no one had ever known what it truly looked like. In response, Chen Changsheng made a bold assumption that there was no such thing as a spiritual root within the human body at all. What many cultivators called the spiritual root was merely a person's sensitivity to a certain attribute. The higher the sensitivity, the better the quality of the spiritual root. With this assumption, Chen Changsheng immediately devised a safe and harmless method. That was to immerse himself in the essence of herbs. The nature of spiritual herbs was wood. Prolonged immersion should enhance his sensitivity to wood attributes spiritual energy, thus granting him what others called a wood spiritual root. Moreover, when he fell into slumber, his body would enter a state of suspended vitality. This would perfectly bypass the problem of his body actively absorbing the essence of herbs. To put it more simply, Chen Changsheng treated himself like a medicinal ingredient soaking in herbal wine. With a bang, he closed the coffin lid, and his vitality vanished completely. All organs in his body ceased functioning at that moment. Chen Changsheng was now indistinguishable from a dead man. With his vitality halted, his body naturally stopped absorbing any energy. Yet the herbal essence in the jade coffin persistently seeped into Chen Changsheng's body. Though the process was slow, it never ceased. Time flew like an arrow, days and months passing like a shuttle. For Chen Changsheng, 80 years might pass in the blink of an eye, a mere opening and closing of his eyes. But for the myriad things of heaven and earth, 80 years was no short span. In the mountain range where Chen Changsheng lay, many plants had undergone dozens of cycles of life and death. The sapling that once stood at the cave entrance had now grown into a towering tree as thick as a man's waist. With a grating screech echoing through the cave, the once splendid jade coffin had lost its luster. The heavy coffin lid slowly moved. With a slap, a hand covered in green fur grasped the edge of the coffin. Then a humanoid monster covered in green fur sat up. With a sigh, pale green murky air exhaled from the green-furred monster's mouth. Indeed, this green-furred monster was none other than Chen Changsheng, who had slept for 80 years. Awakening from his slumber, Chen Changsheng did not rush to allocate attribute points. Instead, he took out the artifact for testing spiritual roots. He placed his green-furred hand upon the crystal ball, and it immediately glowed with a rich green light. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The artificial spiritual root is indeed feasible. Now I no longer have to worry about being captured by those great cultivators for research. Indeed, ever since he entered the world of cultivation, Chen Changsheng had always harbored a fear that others would discover the secret of his immortality. Though he could gain attribute points through slumber to become powerful enough to contend with those old monsters at the nascent soul or divine transformation stage, heaven knew how long that would take. If an accident occurred during that long transitional period, he would be doomed. Thus, he must attain the power to protect himself during this time. Cultivation was a very good method. After confirming that he possessed a high-grade with spiritual root, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Host: Chen Changsheng, strength 1, speed 1, defense 11, spiritual power 0, lifespan 160. Chen Changsheng. Seeing his system panel, Chen Changsheng's face was filled with question marks. System, what's going on? Why have my attributes regressed? If I remember correctly, before I slept, I was at the 4th layer of chi refining. Though my power was negligible, my attributes had improved somewhat. Why have they returned to mortal levels now? Faced with Chen Changsheng's query, the system's voice immediately rang in his mind. During slumber, the spiritual energy within the host's body slowly disperses outward. Without the support of spiritual energy, the host's attributes naturally revert to mortal standards, except for the power gained through attribute points. Chen Changsheng pursed his lips at this explanation and quickly accepted it. The 4th layer of chi refining. So what if it was gone? With his high grade, would spiritual root reaching the 4th layer would take at most a few days. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng dumped all 80 attribute points into defense. Looking at the defense attribute of 91 points, Chen Changsheng said with satisfaction, System, what level of cultivator can my 91-point defense withstand? To the host, attacks below the middle stage of foundation establishment cannot break through your defense. The middle stage of foundation establishment can injure you, and the late stage can cause severe injury. The peak of foundation establishment carries a risk of death. Beyond foundation establishment, the host will surely die. As he spoke, an explosion suddenly sounded from the cave entrance. Then a figure leaped in excitedly. Heaven helps me. This time I will surely break through to the 9th layer of chi refining. As the words fell, the figure who had barged into the cave froze. She discovered a jade coffin inside. What was even more terrifying was that within the jade coffin lay a corpse covered in green fur. The corpse was sitting upright and staring straight at her. With a scream that pierced the sky, the figure summoned a flying sword and attacked Chen Changsheng. Facing this inexplicable attack, Chen Changsheng instinctively raised his hand to block. With a clang, the sharp sword was deflected and flew away. Seeing that her most powerful move had no effect, the figure's mind flashed through 99 possible ways she might die. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from shock. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng scratched his head in confusion and stepped out of the coffin. Approaching, Chen Changsheng realized that the intruder was a young girl from the demon race. She had a pair of furry fox ears atop her head, wore coarse linen clothes, and appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old. Why would someone from the demon race come here? I don't have any treasures. Chen Changsheng was utterly puzzled by the sudden intrusion of the demon race. When choosing his slumber site, he had deliberately avoided places rich in spiritual energy. His purpose was to prevent anyone from accidentally discovering him while treasure hunting or cultivating. But judging from the words of the fox-eared girl, she seemed to have intentionally blasted open this place. However, the doubt did not last long, and Chen Changsheng soon found the reason. The fox-eared girl was clutching a rejuvenation grass tightly in her hand. Judging by its growth, it had at least 80 years of medicinal age. Rejuvenation grass was a common spiritual herb in the cultivation world. When he had scattered plant seeds at the cave entrance, he had casually tossed a handful of rejuvenation grass seeds. Unexpectedly, this rejuvenation grass had broken through its own growth limit and survived for a full 80 years. If he was not mistaken, it was this very grass that had led her here. Having understood the reason, Chen Changsheng was about to leave. The unconscious fox-eared girl, however, awoke. Spotting the green-haired corpse staring directly at her, she curled up in terror. Whoa, don't eat me, my meat is sour. Chen Changsheng was amused by the fox-eared girl's reaction. How would you know it's sour without tasting? And you look so tender, the texture must be delightful. Upon hearing this, the fox-eared girl grew more anxious. I'm not tender at all, I just have a bit of baby fat. Actually, I'm very skinny, just skin and bones. If you eat me, you'll definitely break your teeth. She covered her face with her small hands, her fox ears drooping in fear. Yet after a long wait, the anticipated pain never came. Parting her fingers to form 2 slits, she peered through the gaps with her round eyes. She saw the green-haired corpse had somehow dressed in clothes and cleared some of the green hair from its face. You're not a bourgeois bone. Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. A corpse that remains undecayed for a century becomes a corpse, but one that lasts a millennium becomes a bourgeois bone. Bourgeois bones are born from the dead energy of heaven and earth. They are impervious to water and fire and immune to swords and blades. They feed on resentment and devour flesh and blood. If such a legendary and auspicious being existed, you'd be nothing but dust by now. Realizing the figure before her was not the legendary bourgeois bone, the fox-eared girl immediately prostrated herself in a grand bow and said respectfully, "This junior disturbed senior's cultivation, please forgive me." Chen Changsheng planned to brush off the fox-eared girl with a few words and then go their separate ways. But on second thought, he decided to first extract some information from the naive fox-eared girl. He had been randomly teleported here 80 years ago and spent the remaining time building his tomb. He had no knowledge of the general environment. Now, wandering blindly would likely cause unnecessary trouble. With this in mind, Chen Changsheng hesitated for a moment before speaking. How did you come here alone? Where are your people? The fox-eared girl replied respectfully. Senior, I am a wanderer with no clan nearby. What year is it now? What changes have occurred here? It is now the 380th year of the Great Qian dynasty. All is well here with no major upheavals. However, I heard that 300 li to the east, the Shangqing Temple has a nascent soul grandmaster appearing. Upon hearing the name Shangqing Temple, Chen Changsheng quickly searched his memory. To avoid getting lost after teleportation, he had collected many maps. He couldn't claim to know the entire Great Qian dynasty, but at least half of it. If I recall correctly, Shangqing Temple is about 1,000 li from Linglong's sect. I never expected to be teleported so far. Muttering to himself, Chen Changsheng said, "Since you meant no harm, I'll spare you for trespassing into my cave. Leave now." Senior, I'm just leaving like this." The naive fox-eared girl blurted out her thoughts. Chen Changsheng said coldly, "What else do you want? But shouldn't Senior bestow some fortune on me?" "Who told you that? That's how the legends go." Seeing the girl's clear and foolish gaze, Chen Changsheng felt amused. It was said foxes were cunning, but he had never seen one so innocent. "Very well, since fate brought us together, I'll grant you some fortune." He casually imparted some insights on foundation establishment. These were once discussed with the young monk Ishio. That monk came to chat with him every few days, sharing everything except the heavenly Buddhist temple's techniques. Chen Changsheng knew all about Ishio, even that he wet the bed until age 5. After speaking, Chen Changsheng waved his hand. Our fate ends here. Leave. If you appear before me again, your life will be forfeit. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I who Mainyang will never forget. After bowing deeply again, the fox-eared girl turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng smiled and headed in the opposite direction. Though his defense was high, his offensive capabilities were almost non-existent. In other words, he was no match for this little fox. If she discovered his weakness, it would be disastrous. As for those Foundation establishment insights, Chen Changsheng had no idea if they were useful since he had never reached that stage. Leaving the cave where he had slumbered for 80 years, Chen Changsheng began his aimless wandering again. Nianqing had started her own life and no longer needed his care. All Chen Changsheng had to do was find his next target to spend his long waking years. Chen Changsheng. A roar echoed in the scripture library. A heroic figure in a Taoist robe was looking around searching for something. Hearing the roar, Chen Changsheng, sleepy-eyed and in a Taoist robe, suddenly lifted his head from a pile of books. Recognizing the person, he grinned and said, "Senior brother Qingfeng, what's the matter?" Looking at Chen Changsheng's innocent expression, Qingfeng said with disappointment, "Junior brother Changsheng, it's been 10 years since you joined Shangqing Temple. 10 years, and you're still lingering at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Don't you want to build your foundation?" Chen Changsheng waved his hand. "Oh, foundation establishment can't be rushed. Being slow isn't a big mistake. Life is long, but it's fine to go slow." Qingfeng's eye twitched. This junior brother had arrived at Shangqing Temple 10 years ago with a decent talent of superior with spiritual root. The entire temple doted on him. Because he was always smiling, meticulous in his work, and patient. He didn't scheme or seek fame. Every day, he either recited Taoist scriptures or cultivated diligently. Such a junior brother would be the darling of any sect. But as time passed, everyone realized his problem: he was too patient. With superior with spiritual root, it should take at most 5 years to reach foundation establishment. Yet junior brother Changsheng had spent 10 years and still hadn't achieved it. At Chen Changsheng's display of patience, Qingfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically and said, "This isn't just about being slow. You simply have no intention of reaching foundation establishment at all. Others prolong the qi refining stage to build a solid foundation, but none of them stall for a full decade like you have. And despite claiming the 9th level of qi refining, you can't even defeat an outer disciple at the 7th level. What on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Facing his senior brother's heartfelt distress, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. "Cultivation is cultivation. Why burden it with so many purposes? Besides, when it comes to fighting, having you around, senior brother, is more than enough. With me, there's no difference. Without me, there's no loss. Please, senior brother, stop pressing me." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng turned to bury himself back in his books. But Qingfeng, unwilling to let him off so easily, grabbed Chen Changsheng by the collar and hoisted him up. "Chen Changsheng, don't try to weasel your way out of this. The matter of foundation establishment is the master's explicit instruction. You will break through whether you want to or not. The boundless mystic realm is about to open. The master personally secured a spot for you. This time there's no escaping it." With that, Qingfeng dragged a resigned Chen Changsheng out of the scripture pavilion. In the main hall of Shangqing Temple, an elder with an immortal-bearing countenance stood at the center. The 10 inner disciples of Shangqing Temple stood respectfully on either side, with Chen Changsheng at the very end of the line. After a long moment, the elder spoke. "Changsheng, how many years have you been in my Shangqing Temple now?" Hearing the master address him directly, Chen Changsheng immediately clasped his hands and replied, "In reply to master, this disciple has been in the temple for 10 years now." Hearing this, the elder nodded. 10 years ago, it happened that the Grandmaster emerged from seclusion and you happened to pass by Shangqing Temple. The Grandmaster chose you from amidst the vast sea of people at a single glance. At that time, the Grandmaster brought you directly to Shangqing Temple, declared that you had an affinity with the Tao, and bestowed upon you the status of an inner disciple. As he spoke, the elder walked slowly towards Chen Changsheng, then gently placed his right hand on Chen Changsheng's shoulder. "Ouch! Master, my bones are about to break. Please go easy." Struggling against the immense force from the elder's hand, Chen Changsheng thrashed about. But how could his meager strength possibly escape the grasp of the Shangqing Temple's master, the primordial spirit elder? At this moment, the expression of the primordial spirit elder twisted slightly. Forcing out a smile, he said with a grimace, "Whether you truly have an affinity with the Tao, I dare not hastily conclude. But can you explain to me why the thunderstruck jujube wood that had been sitting on the back mountain for 300 years has turned into a coffin?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's 9 senior brothers all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Within Shangqing Temple, the master doted on this youngest junior brother the most. For the other senior brothers, there were certain areas of Shangqing Temple that were off limits. But for the junior brother, no such restrictions existed. As long as it was within the bounds of Shangqing Temple, the junior brother could go wherever he pleased. Even the Grandmaster's secluded cultivation site was a place he could come and go freely. But no one expected that the junior brother would dare to touch the Master's most prized possession. The thunderstruck jujube wood on the back mountain was seized by the Master 300 years ago from a great demon at the Golden Core Perfection stage. To obtain that thunderstruck wood, the Master had secluded himself for a full 30 years to recover from his injuries. On ordinary days, the disciples of Changsheng Temple couldn't even lay a finger on it. They weren't even worthy of a single glance. And now the junior brother had actually used the thunderstruck wood to make a coffin. This was outright audacity. Master, the junior brother acted without any ill intent. Please forgive him just this once. Qingfeng stepped forward to plead on Chen Changsheng's behalf, and the other senior brothers joined in with their own pleas. Without ill intent. I only gave him the route of the outer formation. Oh, I never told him the path of the core formation. 3 years ago, that thunderstruck wood was sitting there perfectly fine. But yesterday when I went to check on it, it had transformed into an exquisite coffin. I'm rather curious. What kind of unintentional action could silently break through my grand formation and turn the thunderstruck wood inside into a coffin? As he spoke, the primordial spirit elder's gaze once again fell upon Chen Changsheng. Under the Master's stare, Chen Changsheng clearly felt a twinge of guilt. Master, that thunderstruck would have been sitting there for a very long time. Though such material is rare and hard to come by for your current cultivation realm, it's somewhat of a chicken rib. Useless, but a pity to discard. Listening to Chen Changsheng's quibbling, the primordial spirit elder released his shoulder and instead grabbed hold of his ear. Despite the terrifying words coming from the primordial spirit elder's mouth, deep down, he still cherished this disciple. Among the inner disciples, Chen Changsheng was the weakest in strength and the lowest in cultivation. If he accidentally applied too much force, wouldn't his shoulder be crushed? Whether that thing is useful to me or not. Do I need you to teach me that? The thunderstruck wood was set aside by me to carve a statue of the 3 pure ones. When outsiders enter my Changsheng temple and behold the majestic statue of the 3 pure ones, they will surely feel reverence for our Taoist sect. Now that the thunderstruck wood is gone, you tell me, what are we to do about this? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng immediately shrank his head, freeing his ear from the primordial spirit elder's demonic grip. Then, pointing to the clay statue of the 3 pure ones within the hall, he said, "The Tao resides in the hearts of men. A clay statue of the 3 pure ones suffices. To make others understand our Taoist sect, why rely on external objects?" With that, Chen Changsheng retrieved his writing brush and walked straight out of the hall. Watching Chen Changsheng's actions, the primordial spirit elder was somewhat puzzled. By all precedent, as long as this boy obediently admitted his mistake and the other disciples pleaded on his behalf, he could gracefully let the matter slide. But now he was pulling this kind of stunt. It was making him feel rather unsettled. Soon enough, the primordial spirit elder and Chen Changsheng's 9 senior brothers emerged. They saw Chen Changsheng using his spiritual energy to smooth over the couplets outside the hall, and then with brush dancing like a dragon, 22 forceful and vigorous characters appeared before everyone's eyes. With a heart harboring wickedness, burning incense is futile. With a body upright and just passing without a bow matters not. Excellent. Looking at the couplets Chen Changsheng had written, Qingfeng couldn't help but praise him. The junior brother truly has an affinity with the Tao. These 22 characters fully display the elegance of our Taoist sect. In response to Qingfeng's praise, Chen Changsheng merely smiled and said nothing. Meanwhile, the primordial spirit elder beside him said coldly, "Your comprehension is passable, but your strength is utterly worthless. The matter of the thunderstruck wood is noted for now. If you fail to establish your foundation in the boundless mystic realm, watch out for your legs. Now get out of my sight. The very sight of you all makes me irritated." Seeing that the master was still not appeased, the senior brothers quickly led Chen Changsheng away from the scene. Only after Chen Changsheng had left did the primordial spirit elder carefully ponder the couplet before him. After reciting it 10 times, Yuan Shangren said proudly, "Only a disciple of mine, Yuan Shangren, could write such a Taoist couplet. Look at this calligraphy with iron-like strokes and silver hooks, extraordinary in style. How could an ordinary person write such characters? That bald donkey Hui Hai and that bastard Zhao Daiju relying on having good disciples swagger around all day. Once Changsheng achieves foundation establishment, we will surely deflate their arrogance." After saying this, Yuan Shangren walked away with his hands behind his back, looking extremely proud. After a while, a vague figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, which had been empty. Having cultivated for 1,000 years, yet no one sees as clearly as a grand disciple. How interesting. Before the words had even faded, the vague figure vanished again. Several streaks of light flashed across the sky. The mortals on the ground looked on with immense longing, for those streaks of light represented the all-powerful immortals of this world. Little did they know among those streaks was a particularly unambitious immortal. Senior brother, strengthen your spiritual energy a bit more. The wind is so strong that I can't focus on reading. A blurred flying sword was speeding through the air, with Qingfeng, the senior disciple of Changsheng Temple, standing at the sword's tip with his hands behind his back. However, behind him sat a young man cross-legged who frequently pressed down the pages of his book against the strong wind. Facing his junior brother's casual attitude, Changsheng waved his right hand, thickening his protective spiritual energy. With that, the fluttering pages settled down. Changsheng, you are always holding a book. What exactly are you reading all day? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and said, I enjoy reading any book. Not only do I love reading, but I also love observing everything in this world. But the world is so vast, even if I spent millennia, I might not see it all. So I choose to read books first, then look at the world. Because books are written by people, people write books to transform their experiences, what they see, hear, feel, and understand, into words for posterity. Finishing a book is like understanding a person's life. Although I cannot see it in its entirety, I can still glimpse a part of it. Hearing Chen Changsheng's explanation, Changsheng became interested. So with all these books you've read, have they been helpful to you? Of course they have. Without reading, how could I have unraveled Master's core formation? At this, not only did Chen Changsheng's senior brothers become interested, but even Yuan Chen leading in front perked up his ears. Chen Changsheng used thunderstruck wood for a coffin, which truly pained Yuan Chen, but what baffled him more was how a formation set by a nascent soul cultivator could be broken by a disciple at the 9th level of chi refining. You mean there is a formation set by Master in the scripture pavilion? Senior brother jokes, Master is not skilled in formations, so why would the scripture pavilion include his formations? Yuan Chen, your words are quite hurtful. After all, I am your master, a great nascent soul cultivator. What right does a chi refining 9th level like you have to criticize me? Since the scripture pavilion doesn't contain Master's formation, how did you break it? Even if Master is not skilled in formations, a formation set by a nascent soul cultivator is not something a chi refining 9th level like you can comprehend. Senior brother is right. By normal reasoning, I naturally couldn't comprehend Master's formation. But senior brother overlooked one principle: everything in this world has its traces. Master is the abbot of Changsheng Temple, so his cultivation foundation is naturally inherited from Changsheng Temple. Of the books on formations in the Changsheng Temple Scripture Pavilion, I have read 8 or 9 out of 10. What Master has dabbled in is the 5 Elements Formation School. While reading books from that school, I also discovered notes and insights Master left behind in the past. Thus I have gained some understanding of Master's formation habits. Hearing this, Changsheng immediately turned to the second senior brother and said, Mingyue, you manage the Scripture Pavilion. Does our Changsheng Temple have the 5 Elements Formation School? Upon hearing this, the second senior brother Mingyue thought for a moment and said doubtfully, although I am not as erudite as the junior brother, I do have some knowledge of the Scripture Pavilion's general classifications. I've never heard of the 5 Elements Formation School. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, of course second senior brother wouldn't know. You've been in charge of the Scripture Pavilion since 30 years ago, but the 5 Elements Formation was removed from the pavilion 50 years ago. The 5 Elements Formation School flourished in the cultivation world 100 years ago, but was gradually replaced by other formation methods. Hearing this, Mingyue looked at Chen Changsheng speechlessly. Junior brother, don't tell me you went to the book grave. Second senior brother truly has keen eyes. I did go to the book grave. Hearing this, Mingyue felt his head throb. Nothing in this world is immutable. The same holds true for cultivation techniques and knowledge in the cultivation world. From grand cultivation methods for golden core and nascent soul, to basic knowledge of formation and cultivation entry. Everything changes, and the cultivation world always has geniuses who innovate. Thus the Scripture Pavilion is cleaned every 50 years to replace outdated techniques and texts. The replaced books are then sent to a specific storage location, which the disciples of Changsheng Temple call the book grave. Changsheng Temple has existed for 1,000 years, and no one knows how many books are stored in the book grave, nor what kinds of books they contain. Mingyue visited this place a few times when he first joined, and even found a mortal folktale, Jinping Mei, inside. After confirming that most of the books there were useless, Mingyue never went again. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he asked tentatively, Junior brother, you haven't read all the books in the book grave, have you? Brother Mingyue, don't jest. I've only been here for 10 years, how could I have read them all? Phew, but I've already read 3/10 of them. Mingyue, 3/10. 3/10 of the books in the book grave. That must be as many as 400,000. Not that many. The book grave holds a total of 983521 books. Over the years I've read 286385 of them, barely 3/10. After hearing this, Mingyue fell silent, as did the other disciples, and even the nascent soul cultivator Yuan Chen was not spared. After several breaths to recover from his shock, Changsheng spoke. The 5 Elements Formation lineage you mentioned, I seem to recall Master once speaking of it. It was the signature skill of a certain sect 200 years ago, though it was eventually phased out. If that's the case, then what's recorded in the Scripture Pavilion should only be basic knowledge and introductions to the 5 Elements Formations. Based on those alone, you can break Master's great formation. Of course not, Chen Changsheng shook his head. As I just said, Master's inheritance comes from Changsheng Temple, and he was never particularly adept at formations. In such circumstances, it's highly unlikely Master could have created formations independently. Therefore, all of Master's formation knowledge must have come from the Changsheng Temple's scripture pavilion. In my second year as an apprentice, Master showed me that thunderstruck wood. To decipher the core formation left behind by Master, I spent an entire year reading through every formation text in the scripture pavilion. After careful comparison, I discovered that the formation Master laid is a fusion of the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams formation and the Big Dipper formation with some modifications of Master's own making. At that time I tried numerous times, but could never breach the formation. And so the formation set by Master blocked me for a full 5 years. Later I came across texts on 5 elements formations in the book Grave, and also obtained some of Master's personal insights on formations. With that I finally understood how Master had merged the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams formation with the Big Dipper formation. He had drawn upon the principles of 5 elements formations. After understanding how the formation was arranged, I began trying again, spending a year and a half before finally breaking through. Ultimately, 10 days ago, I completed the coffin. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's account, everyone fell silent. Qingfeng looked at Yuan Shinshanren with an expression of regret, as if to say, "Master, your thunderstruck would died without injustice." Regarding Chen Changsheng's actions, Yuan Shinshanren could only laugh and cry at the same time. This fellow spent a full 8 years just to turn his thunderstruck wood into a coffin. He truly didn't know whether to praise his perseverance or scold his foolishness. 8 years is not a short span for a cultivator. The lifespan of ordinary humans barely exceeds a century, while foundation establishment cultivators can live up to 200 years. Golden core cultivators live 500 years, nascent soul cultivators around 800, and only those who have reached the transformation spirit stage can surpass a millennium. This disciple of his yet spent 8 years on merely such a trivial matter. He truly shows no concern whatsoever about his own lifespan. Wuliang's secret realm. As they slowly descended from the sky, many sects large and small had already gathered at the entrance of Wuliang's secret realm. Oh my, if it isn't Venerable Yuan Shan. It's been 50 years since we last met, and you've actually broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Truly congratulations. As Chen Changsheng and the others had just landed, Zhao Dezhu, the sect master of Linglong sect, approached with a beaming smile to greet them. But faced with Zhao Dezhu's enthusiasm, Venerable Yuan Shun did not receive him warmly. Speak your mind or keep it to yourself. I have no desire to engage in prolonged discourse with someone as vulgar as you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu expressed feigned sorrow. Venerable Taoist Yuan Shin, you are after all a practitioner of the Taoist path. How can your temper be so fiery? Although my cultivation realm is a bit higher than yours and my disciple is somewhat more talented than yours, you shouldn't be in a bad mood all day over such trifles. I know you're envious that I took on such a fine disciple. Barely 200 years old and already at the late stage of nascent soul cultivation. Such talent has never been seen throughout the entire Dacian Empire. If I couldn't find anyone better, then considering our friendship, I would have helped you find one. Pa, who would want your wretched disciple? I have something far superior. Your disciple reached late nascent soul before 200, didn't he? My disciple will reach late nascent soul before the age of 100. Just wait and see. Having said this, Venerable Yuan Shun led Chen Changsheng and the others away in a huff. Watching them depart, Zhao Dezhu curled his lips into a smirk, clasped his hands behind his back, and hummed a tune as he made his way toward the seal of the Wuliang secret realm. No, I can't stop getting angrier the more I think about it. Qingfeng, you take your junior brother and the others inside first. I'll go have another word with that bastard Zhao Dezhu. Not long after they parted, Venerable Yuan Shun, growing ever more furious, ran off to confront Zhao Dezhu once more. Watching his master's antics, Qingfeng merely smiled and paid it no mind. Zhao Dezhu and his master shared a bond forged in life and death. He had been witnessing their banter for 150 years now. At that moment, Chen Changsheng, who had been scanning their surroundings, suddenly spoke. Senior brother, wasn't there a genius called Changsheng Xianzi in Linglong sect? Why don't I see her anywhere? Changsheng Xianzi has gone to the border of Dacian Kingdom. Not only has she gone, but even Chan Master Ishio from Tianfu Temple has also gone. Chan Master Ishio. Hearing this name, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but voice a question from the depths of his soul. Qingfeng, assuming Chen Changsheng had never heard of this title, promptly began to explain. Chan Master Ishio is the heir of Tianfu Temple and the only genius in the Dacian Empire, second only to Changsheng Xianzi. He reached the late stage of Golden Core at just over 100 years of age. It is said that he is the one most likely to surpass Changsheng Xianzi. Upon learning that the once timid and kind-hearted little monk had also become a figure of substance on his own, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but feel a touch of nostalgia. In those days, the little monk Ishio would come seeking doctrinal debates with him from time to time, but the outcome was always more losses than wins. Time truly is the most formidable art in this world. He had merely taken a nap, and the little monk of yore had become the Chan master of today. After his musings, Chen Changsheng spoke once more. Senior brother, then what do they intend to do at the border? What else could it be? They are going to war with the Yiyue kingdom, of course. As a nation of demons, Yue Kingdom wages war against the Dacian Empire every 200 years. Though the empire has won numerous times, it has never been able to destroy them. Recently, something unusual has occurred. Yue Kingdom has actually launched its national war ahead of schedule. Only 170 years have passed since the last Great War. 30 years early. It is indeed puzzling. Upon hearing this, the smile gradually faded from Chen Changsheng's face. In the book Grave, he had encountered records of the war between the Dacian Kingdom and the Yue Kingdom. That was a massive conflict where cultivators and mortals fought side by side, the horrors of which words could scarcely capture a tenth part. Even a grandmaster at the nascent soul stage faced the risk of perishing in such battles. Moreover, regarding Yue Kingdom's decision to launch war ahead of schedule, Chen Changsheng felt a vague sense of unease. Seeing Chen Changsheng in a daze, Qin Feng assumed he was worrying about the ongoing war between the two nations and chuckled. Don't dwell on it. Only those at the Golden Core stage are eligible to participate in such a national conflict. By the time you reach the Golden Core stage, it will likely be long over. The Wuliang secret realm is about to open. Hurry up and go in with your senior brother Yuanshan. With that, Qin Feng pushed Chen Changsheng and Yuanshan forward. At that moment, the three top immortal cultivation sects of the Dacian dynasty, Tianfua Temple, Linglong Sect, and Shangqing Temple, jointly unsealed the Wuliang secret realm. A profound black hole instantly appeared above the altar. Those who had been selected were immediately drawn into the abyss. After a dizzying whirl, Chen Changsheng and Yuanshan found themselves in a sea of flowers. Gazing around, Yuanshan tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve and asked, "Senior brother Changsheng, where is this place?" Facing his somewhat timid ninth senior brother, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Before he arrived at the Shangqing Temple, the sect had 9 inner disciples. Each disciple had their own unique talents and distinct personalities. His ninth senior brother was notoriously timid in the Shangqing Temple, for he was only 13 years old this year. Though young, his talent was extraordinary. He possessed both water and fire spiritual roots. Senior brother Yuanshan, you're at the mid-foundation establishment stage after all. Can't you be a little braver? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yuanshan gave a bitter smile. Brother Changsheng, you know me. I was brought to the Shangqing Temple by Master when I was 3 years old. Every day I cultivate, and that's all I do. How could I know as much about the outside world as you do? At this, Chen Changsheng grinned. Then are you willing to listen to me? Of course I'll listen to you. I was the lookout when you stole Master's lightning-struck wood. Since you'll listen, then let's start picking flowers now. Picking flowers? Yuanshan's face was full of confusion at this request. Brother Changsheng, why are we picking flowers? To brew wine. This should be the sea of 100 flowers within the Wuliang secret realm, where flowers of all 4 seasons can grow. I read in an ancient text about a celestial brew called 100 Flowers Wine. It's made from fresh flowers gathered from all seasons, and every bloom must be freshly picked. Because the conditions are so stringent, I've never been able to brew it before. This is a gift from heaven. Watching Chen Changsheng crouch down to collect petals, Yuanshan scratched his head and said, "But Master sent us in here to seek opportunities. If we spend our time picking flowers and brewing wine, how will we explain it to him when we return?" According to the map of the Wuliang secret realm I found 30 li east of here lies a dilapidated bronze ancient hall. That hall holds the opportunities you mentioned, but only after passing trials can one obtain them. I know this news, but so do others. So now you have 2 choices. First, go to the bronze hall, undergo the trials, and fight to the death with disciples from other sects. Second, stay here with me and brew the 100 Flowers wine. Master and third senior brother are fond of good wine. If we present them with this, we should escape serious punishment. Faced with the options, Chen Changsheng presented Yuanshan, tilted his head in thought for a moment, then crouched down to join in picking flowers. Time passed little by little. Within the Wuliang secret realm, the many prodigies scrambled desperately for opportunities, fighting bloody battles over them. In contrast, Chen Changsheng and Yuanshan lived a leisurely life. In the morning they gathered petals still wet with dew. At noon they lay in the flower sea and gazed at the sky. In the afternoon they followed ancient methods to recreate the 100 Flowers wine. Their existence starkly contrasted with the other cultivators who had come here. Brother Changsheng, come quick and see what this is. Yuanshan's call made Chen Changsheng lift his head from the flower sea. He saw Yuanshan waving excitedly as if he had discovered something. What's the matter? Chen Changsheng walked over and asked instinctively. Yuanshan pointed at the ground and said, Brother Changsheng, there's a patterned stone slab here. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng crouched down and gently brushed away the loose soil, revealing a stone slab carved with patterns. Tracing the lines, he frowned. This thing seems large. Let's dig it out and see. With that, the two began excavating. After an hour of labor, a massive coffin appeared before them. On the top of the coffin were strange inscriptions. Yuanshan studied them carefully, then said, Brother Changsheng, what script is this? I can't understand it. Of course you can't. This is writing from 2,000 years ago. What? 2,000 years? The Dacian dynasty was founded only 1,800 years ago. This coffin predates the dynasty. Be quiet. I've only seen a few of these characters in ancient texts, some I don't recognize either. Let me think carefully. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan immediately covered his mouth with his hand and stood obediently. After an hour, Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "So that's how it is. We've struck it lucky." Seeing Chen Changsheng finally speak, Yuan Sheng hurriedly asked, "Brother Changsheng, what does it say?" "A biography of a man. I began cultivation in my youth. At 18 I fought 3,981 battles, winning 756, and losing 3,225. At 80 I fought 4,498 battles, winning 1,325, and losing 3,173. At 200 I fought 1,650 battles, winning 985, and losing 780. At 500 I fought 130 battles, winning 115, and losing 15. At 1,000 I fought 9 battles, and won all 9. Looking back, I found no opponent under heaven. Alas, I sought a rival my entire life, but could find none, truly solitary and unbearable. I happened upon a cave heaven, and wished to spend my remaining years in solitude, but after much deliberation I chose another place, unwilling to let my legacy die out. Thus I buried this stone coffin beneath the flower sea. The path to immortality is long, only the sincere may attain it." After finishing the inscription, Yuan Shan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Brother Changsheng, this man is incredible. He fought so many battles in his life. But why did he fight fewer and fewer as he grew older? Isn't it obvious? As time passed, fewer and fewer people could match him. At 1,000 years old, those 9 battles must have been earth-shattering. 9 battles, 9 victories. Though just 4 simple words, they cannot hide his exhilaration. Those 9 battles were surely the most satisfying of his life. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan suddenly said, "Elder Brother Changsheng, since that senior left behind his inheritance, why are there no trials here? Isn't he afraid that others might just pick it up casually?" "Who said there are no trials? The entire boundless secret realm itself is the greatest trial. That's why it's called boundless. It means the realm is nearly infinite. This place opens once every 50 years. It has existed since the founding of the great Qin dynasty. Over 1,000 years have passed, yet the treasures here have still not been taken away." Faced with such an inexhaustible mountain of gold, who would pay attention to this scenic, yet utterly useless sea of flowers? We cultivate to seek the Tao. Some seek the martial Tao, others the Tao of longevity. No matter what Tao one pursues, the most important thing is not to be confused by external temptations. But look at those who entered the secret realm. They are all blinded by the treasures here. How could they remember their original aspirations? Those who forget their original aspirations would never stop to admire this sea of flowers. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan nodded with a semblance of understanding. "Elder Brother Changsheng, what was the name of this senior?" "I don't know. It's not written here. Let's open it and see if there are any clues." All right. Hearing that they were going to open the coffin, Yuan Shan immediately became excited. With a creaking sound, the heavy stone coffin was pried open a crack by the two. The gap widened. Before Yuan Shan could peek inside, a beam of light shot out from the coffin and sucked both of them in. After a dizzying whirl, Chen Changsheng and his companion found themselves in a vast white space. In the center of the space stood a man whose features were indistinct, his hands clasped behind his back. Obtaining this opportunity proves that you have not been seduced by external things. I excel in fist techniques. This set of fist techniques contains all I have learned in my life. I hope future generations will treasure it well. With that, the figure began to demonstrate the fist techniques on his own. The moves demonstrated by the figure were not complex, but between each stance and form, there was an indescribable charm. Soon the demonstration ended, and the figure spoke again. "This fist technique does not emphasize forms, but focuses on intent. In my later years, I faced 9 opponents through 9 punches and defeated all 9. After saying this, the surroundings shifted, and the figure appeared on a mountain peak. Around him were 9 black shadows with formidable auras. Then the figure on the peak slowly threw a punch. Although the speed was extremely slow, the mountains, rivers, and streams around turned to dust under that single punch. Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan were both struck speechless by the scene, staring blankly at the battle. The figure threw 9 punches, each carrying a different artistic conception. Such a profound level was far beyond what Chen Changsheng and his companion could comprehend. As the battle ended, Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan returned to the white space. "Future practitioners of my fist technique, remember this: you may lose in technique, but your momentum must never weaken. When you throw a punch, it must strike terror into your opponent's heart." With these words, the space began to collapse, and the figure gradually faded away. The changes around him brought Chen Changsheng back from his shock. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask the senior's esteemed name?" Hearing this, the wooden-faced figure seemed to regain a glimmer of consciousness. "The world calls me the 100 Defeats, Immortal Venerable. Thank you, Venerable, for granting this opportunity. May I ask the name of this fist technique?" "In my hands it is my fist technique. In your hands it becomes yours. Therefore it has no name." With those final words, the 100 Defeats, Immortal Venerable's figure completely vanished, and the two returned to the sea of flowers. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Chen Changsheng felt as if he had dreamed of a golden millet. Elder brother Changsheng, I've formed my golden core. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to see Yuan Shan proudly displaying his cultivation. Seeing that Yuan Shan had gone directly from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, Chen Changsheng seemed to realize something and quickly checked his own cultivation. He had originally been at the 9th layer of qi refining, but now he had unknowingly reached the peak of foundation establishment, only a hair's breadth away from forming his golden core. Elder brother Changsheng, what's going on? How did I form my core in less than an hour? Facing Yuan Shan's confusion, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and said, not an hour. We spent at least 2 months inside. 2 months. Was it really that long? Of course. When we dug out this coffin, we damaged quite a few flowers around it. But look around. Those flowers have already grown back. Although the boundless secret realm is rich in spiritual energy, it would take at least a month or two to reach this state. Hearing this, Yuan Shan looked around, and indeed found it was just as Chen Changsheng had said. The reason we felt we hadn't stayed long is that the Venerable's realm was so high that it created an illusion for us. Moreover, while the Venerable was demonstrating the fist techniques, our bodies had already been unconsciously following along many times. With such a powerful senior personally guiding us in fist practice, it's no wonder our cultivation improved. So that's how it is. If 2 months have already passed, does that mean we will soon have to leave the secret realm? Probably. The boundless secret realm opens for a total of 5 months. We spent 2.5 months making wine, and another 2 months learning the Venerable's fist techniques. We'd better pack up quickly. We might be expelled from the realm at any moment. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng walked toward the temporary wooden hut he had built, which stored 10 jars of the 100-flower wine he had painstakingly brewed. Whoosh! The sacrificial platform trembled as countless figures were spat out by a black vortex. Some of them looked excited, some regretful, and others had fierce looks in their eyes. But soon everyone noticed something was wrong. The elders of their sects were nowhere to be seen. Only 1 or 2 people had come to welcome them. 6th senior brother, why are you the only one here? Where are master and the senior brothers? Facing Chen Changsheng's question, 6th senior brother forced a smile and said, the border is in crisis. Master and the senior brothers left 2 months ago. Both of you seem to have made good gains. That puts my mind at ease. For the time being, the Shangqing temple will be under your charge. We will return soon. With that, 6th senior brother immediately flew away on his sword. Watching the direction 6th senior brother had gone, Chen Changsheng's brows remained furrowed for a long time. 6th senior brother was known for his steadiness. For him to be so urgent, what exactly was happening at the border? Thinking about this, Chen Changsheng shook his head helplessly. For besides worrying about his master and senior brothers, he also worried about a young monk and a girl. The 6th senior brother's words stirred a vague unease in Chen Changsheng's heart. Yet this feeling did not last long before he let it go. Having walked through the mortal world for decades, Chen Changsheng had realized one truth: when things exceed your capabilities, they will not cease to happen simply because you wish to avoid them. Rather than worry all day, it is better to live each day joyfully, for time will prove everything, including whether your conjectures are correct. Returning to the Shangqing Guan, Chen Changsheng once again settled into a leisurely life. On ordinary days, he either read in the book Grave or practiced the nameless boxing technique of the 100 defeats Celestial Venerable to keep his body active. When the primordial soul Venerable departed for the border, he had transferred more than half of the Shangqing Guan's forces. Thus, although Yuan Shan was still young, with Chen Changsheng's assistance, they could barely maintain the temple's operations. Moreover, as Yuan Shan experienced more, he grew faster. Before long, Chen Changsheng had handed over the reins completely. Yet during this period, one thing exceeded Chen Changsheng's expectations: the war between the Great Qian dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom would last a full 20 years. In the 5th year, even the divine transformation ancestor who had been in seclusion for a long time headed to the border. The Shangqing Guan's book Grave. Gently setting down the last book, Chen Changsheng stretched his slightly stiff body. At that moment, a handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, clad in a Taoist robe, walked over. What do you think of the matter I mentioned yesterday? Chen Changsheng glanced at him and said indifferently, no. Why? 10 years ago you said you would allow me to go to the border once you finished reading all the books in the book Grave. Now you've read them all. Why can't I go? Don't forget, I am the acting head of the Shangqing Guan. Looking at the man shouting at him, Chen Changsheng smiled. 20 years ago you were a little brat who asked me about everything. Now you finally dare to slam the table and argue with me. Not bad, you've improved. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the now-grown Yuan Shan's eyes reddened, and his voice choked with emotion. 7th senior brother is dead, 5th senior brother is blind, and our most beloved senior brother lost an arm. Brother Changsheng, I am now at the golden core late stage. I can help them. I really don't want to see anything happen to our senior brothers anymore. Looking at Yuan Shan's reddened eyes, Chen Changsheng was momentarily at a loss for words. He had been closely monitoring the situation at the border. The Great Qian dynasty was not faring well. Even nascent soul cultivators had fallen in battle, more than 10 of them, and rumors even said that some divine transformation cultivators had perished on the battlefield. Such a brutal war. If he let Yuan Shan go, it would undoubtedly be sending him to his death. On a battlefield like that, even a golden core cultivator was merely a slightly higher grade cannon fodder. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to find another excuse to keep Yuan Shan from the battlefield, a familiar aura suddenly appeared above the Shangqingguan. Sensing this aura, Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan rushed out to greet it. But what they saw was a third senior brother drenched in blood with his left hand severed and his right eye missing. From now on, I am the head of the Shangqingguan, and junior brother Song Yuan Shan is the deputy head. All branches of the Shangqingguan are to retreat west by 3,000 li. The once lackadaisical third senior brother had become decisive and efficient, not even taking the time to greet his two long-unseen junior brothers. After issuing a series of commands, the tension that had been gripping third senior brother finally loosened. Seeing his transformed appearance, Yuan Shan walked over trembling. Third senior brother, where are master and the others? Facing Yuan Shan's question, third senior brother said in a hoarse voice, for some reason the Night Moon Kingdom's nascent soul cultivators suddenly increased by more than double. Master was besieged by 3 nascent soul late-stage cultivators and ultimately fell on Phoenix Mountain. We senior brothers were acting together, but we were ambushed. Senior brother sent me out by sacrificing himself in a self-destruction. The great Qian dynasty was defeated, ceding 5,000 li of territory, starting from the border to the Night Moon Kingdom. Hearing this news, Yuan Shan felt the world spin around him. Then Yuan Shan grabbed third senior brother's collar and demanded harshly, what about Master's body? Why didn't you bring it back? Do you want to see Master's body refined into a puppet? Faced with Yuan Shan's roar, third senior brother did not resist, only offering endless silence. Stop shaking him, or you'll shake him to death. Chen Changsheng's calm voice came from behind, and Yuan Shan instinctively stopped his actions. Turning around, he saw that Chen Changsheng had somehow brought the lightning-struck wood coffin from the back mountain. Before Yuan Shan could figure out what Chen Changsheng intended to do, Chen Changsheng had already approached third senior brother. He took out a porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and gave it to third senior brother. It seemed as if Chen Changsheng had not been affected by the tragic news at all. Your foundation has been damaged and my abilities are limited, and I cannot save you. The Night Moon Kingdom's offensive is so fierce. Their goal cannot be merely 5,000 li. They likely intend to annex the entire great Qian dynasty. Yuan Shan has good talent, but he is still a bit childish. You must teach him well in the next 50 years. The future of the Shangqingguan rests on him. After speaking, Chen Changsheng stored the lightning-struck wood coffin into his system space and turned to walk away. At that moment, the stunned third senior brother came to his senses and said, Changsheng, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng paused, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. I'm going to retrieve master's and senior brother's bodies. To be honest, before I came to the Shangqingguan, my old trade was selling coffins. That lightning-struck wood coffin was prepared for master in advance. Now it comes in handy. We cultivate immortality to seek eternal life. Everyone thinks that after achieving eternal life they will attain great freedom, but they don't realize that eternal life is the greatest suffering. The world is like a bitter sea. Eternal life means you must float in this bitter sea forever. Master and the others have escaped the bitter sea. We should be happy for them. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng hesitated again, then turned to third senior brother and gave a bright smile. I remember you once told us a story from the cultivation world, using it to scare Yuan Shan. You said there is a mysterious being in the cultivation world who collects the bodies of those whose lifespans have ended. Once he appears, it means death is imminent. No one knows this mysterious being's name. They only call him the Undertaker. At the mention of this name, the third senior brother's gaze flickered, yet he remained silent. Chen Changsheng, however, continued cheerfully recounting the past. Moreover, you conducted a thorough investigation into the matter, discovering that the first appearance of the funeral bearer was to escort the blood demon patriarch to his burial a century ago. Beyond that, the funeral bearer shares an intricate connection with Master Ishio of the Tianfu Temple. To this I can only say that the funeral bearer is not as terrifying as you claim. He is but a seller of coffins. Having spoken, Chen Changsheng turned, waved his hand, and strode out. Yuan Shan, however, shouted after his retreating figure, Brother Changsheng, will you ever return? I have crafted a coffin for each of you. When the time comes for you to use them, I shall return. As his final words faded, Chen Changsheng had already vanished from sight. Watching Chen Changsheng depart, the third senior brother was overwhelmed with emotion. In truth, since this junior disciple had first arrived at Shangqing Temple, he had sensed something amiss about him. He noticed that time seemed to leave no trace on Changsheng. While elixirs in the cultivation world could preserve one's youth, time carves its marks not only on the flesh, but also on the heart. Over the span of 10 long years, 3-year-old Yuan Shan had grown into a 13-year-old youth, and everyone had changed in some way. Yet after a decade, junior brother Changsheng's eyes remained as clear as when he first set foot in Shangqing Temple. At first he had assumed it was merely Changsheng's exceptional mental fortitude. But after 20 years had passed, and he returned once more to Shangqing Temple, Changsheng's eyes were still as clear as ever. With this thought, the third senior brother let out a soft sigh, and said, Yuan Shan in a few days announced that the closed-door disciple of Changsheng Temple has perished from a qi deviation. Why? Brother Changsheng is alive and well. Just do as I say. Changsheng has his own path to follow, and the bond between Changsheng Temple and him has run its course. Hearing this, Yuan Shan fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. He had been brought to Changsheng Temple by the master at the age of 3, and although he had entered the sect a few months before Brother Changsheng earning him the title of senior brother. From a young age, he had always regarded Changsheng as his older brother. If there were any possibility, he would never wish to see Brother Changsheng leave, but all good things must come to an end. Seeing Yuan Shan's melancholy, the third senior brother patted his shoulder with his remaining right hand, and said, The Grand Master always said that those who enter the Tao are those with shallow bonds of emotion, yet they are also deeply loyal and righteous. Others may not understand him, but we must. Leaving Changsheng Temple, Chen Changsheng looked up at the azure sky, then at the immortals retreating from the border, and smiled. My prideful master, you who valued your reputation so much in life, how could you ever allow yourself to rest in a foreign land after death? Let me, your disciple, bring you home. As a token of our master-disciple bond, I'll wave the spirit stones this time. With that, Chen Changsheng set off toward the border. The great Qian dynasty had suffered defeat, and the front line was already ravaged by war, yet Chen Changsheng had never concerned himself with such matters. His sole purpose now was to find his old acquaintances and lay them to rest. 3 copper coins to enter the city for humans. 2 demon clan members barred Chen Changsheng's way. Gazing at these 2 demons at the 3rd level of qi refining, he dutifully handed over 3 copper coins. After paying the entry fee, Chen Changsheng entered the city without a hitch. Sensing the faint spiritual energy within the city, he sighed. It was the right call to conceal my cultivation. Even a small city like this has a golden core cultivator station. When did the Yue kingdom become so powerful? Bearing this doubt, he found an inn and settled in for the night. For this journey to collect corpses at the border, Chen Changsheng chose neither sword flight nor spiritual energy travel. Instead, he resorted to the most primitive method, walking step by step. The place he was headed had been occupied by the Yue kingdom, and a human golden core cultivator flying boldly through the sky would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention. Time proved that Chen Changsheng's cautious approach was wise. As he drew closer to the Yue kingdom, he finally understood why the great Qian dynasty had been utterly defeated. The demon cultivators of the Yue kingdom were overwhelmingly numerous. Foundation establishment cultivators were ubiquitous. Golden core practitioners were as common as stray dogs, and nascent soul experts could be spotted every few days. With such a formidable force, it was no wonder the great Qian dynasty had lost. Briefly pondering the plight of both nations, Chen Changsheng ordered a few local delicacies, intending to savor them before continuing his journey. However, his gourmet aspirations were abruptly interrupted by a conversation between 2 demons. Have you heard? Our demon king's daughter is to hold a public selection for a husband. Anyone above the foundation establishment stage can participate. Of course I've heard, but what does that have to do with us? Our demon king is of the noble Silver Moon Wolf clan. Do you think the 2 of us have any chance of becoming his son-in-law? Even if we're not qualified, it wouldn't hurt to witness the spectacle. I heard the Fox clan is preparing a nascent soul stage puppet as a congratulatory gift. A nascent soul stage puppet? You must be joking. I'm not lying. The Fox clan obtained this puppet from Phoenix Mountain. To kill that cultivator, they had to dispatch no fewer than 3 late nascent soul elders. Overhearing this, Chen Changsheng muttered helplessly, Master, I've spent 5 years walking here, and you've already presented me with such a formidable challenge upon my arrival. Master, I've spent 5 years walking to this place, and just as I arrive, you've thrown me such a daunting task. The Fox clan is one of the strongest clans in the Yue kingdom. How am I supposed to snatch you from their grasp? I can't possibly fight them all on my own. Confronted with such a dilemma, Chen Changsheng scratched his head in irritation. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. The Fox clan is a powerful force in the Yue kingdom, and the Demon King is the Silver Moon Wolf King. If I manage to become the son-in-law of the Silver Moon Wolf King, wouldn't I then have a chance to request that puppet from the Fox clan? Though the idea seems absurd, theoretically it might just work. Chen Changsheng continued muttering to himself, and the more he pondered it, the more feasible it seemed. At the Yue kingdom's royal palace. Your Majesty, the princess has fled. Then dispatch search parties immediately. If a single wolf hair on my daughter is harmed, you'll answer with your heads. As the authoritative voice echoed through the hall, the entire palace erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, on a mountainside outside the capital, a lively young woman stuck her tongue out at the distant royal city. Nay, if you love marriage so much, you marry yourself. I'm done with this. What should I use as a betrothal gift? Chen Changsheng sat atop a mountain peak, furrowing his brow in deep thought. Ever since he learned that the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom was seeking a husband, Chen Changsheng had been pondering how to win the fair lady's heart. Yet after much deliberation, Chen Changsheng realized that apart from his handsome appearance and vast erudition, he possessed nothing else of value. Just as Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss, a cry for help suddenly echoed from the distance. Turning his gaze toward the sound, he spotted two demonic cultivators at the Golden Core realm pursuing a woman at the Foundation Establishment realm. While Chen Changsheng observed the commotion, the pursued woman abruptly changed course and flew directly toward him. "Senior, please save me. They're trying to kill me." Hearing the woman's desperate plea, Chen Changsheng wasted no time. He immediately channeled his cultivation to its fullest extent, and then bolted away like a shot. The woman, "Wait, isn't this the moment where you're supposed to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? You just ran off like that. Don't you have even an ounce of curiosity?" The woman's resentment in the distance did nothing to slow Chen Changsheng's escape. Watching him flee farther and farther away, she realized she was about to be caught by her two pursuers. Gritting her teeth, the woman produced a jade talisman and crushed it. As the talisman shattered, a beam of golden light shot forth, binding her and Chen Changsheng firmly together. In the next instant, the woman teleported directly behind Chen Changsheng, matching his speed perfectly. Chen Changsheng. Faced with such clingy behavior, Chen Changsheng was completely dumbfounded. "Hey, now why are you latching onto me? Senior, those two want to kill me. Please, I beg you to save me." Hearing her words, the woman once again clasped her hands in supplication, begging Chen Changsheng to intervene. "Don't try to fool me with such shoddy acting. They're not here to kill you at all. If someone truly wanted to kill you, would they just chase you without striking? And look at yourself, you're covered in treasures. Does it make any sense for a Foundation Establishment cultivator to carry so many artifacts? You're clearly a young lady from some wealthy household who snuck out, and they've been sent to bring you back." The woman had only made a passing remark, but Chen Changsheng immediately launched into a rapid-fire analysis. His deductions were nearly flawless in every detail. His behavior stunned the woman. She was certain she had never met this man before, and he clearly didn't recognize her either. To deduce so much from just a single glance in the distance, what kind of mind was he working with? Seeing her lie exposed, the woman decided to come clean. "Since you've seen through me, I'll drop the act. They are indeed here to take me back. At worst, I'll get a scolding and a few days of confinement at home. But you, on the other hand, if you don't help me escape them, I'll tell everyone that you lured me out. And then what do you think my family will do to you?" In response to her threat, Chen Changsheng paid her no mind, focusing all his energy on deciphering the talisman binding him. His actions did not escape the woman's notice, yet she showed no concern that he might break her spell. "Don't waste your effort. This shadow-binding talisman was forged by a nascent soul cultivator. There's no way a mere golden core like you can undo it. Instead of wasting time here, you'd better run faster. Our pursuers are both at the late golden core stage, and they're closing in quickly." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned his head and saw the two late golden core demonic cultivators steadily closing the distance. Realizing the situation was growing dire, a flicker of irritation stirred within Chen Changsheng. "Miss, I have no desire to meddle in your family affairs, nor do I wish to be entangled with you. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. Just stop clinging to me, all right?" Hearing his words, the woman produced a pearl and suspended it above her head. "I'll do whatever I please. What are you going to do about it? If you've got the guts, go ahead and break through my protective barrier. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for what comes next." With a cold expression, Chen Changsheng began forming hand seals. At first, the woman paid him no mind. A mere golden core cultivator had never been a threat in her eyes. Had she not been running low on spiritual energy, she would never have hitched a ride with a stranger. But soon she sensed something was terribly wrong. "That's the blood escape art of Shangqing Temple. You're a human." Seeing the shock on her face, Chen Changsheng flashed a grin. "Congratulations, you guessed right. But sorry, no prize for that." Hearing this, the woman immediately tried to sever the shadow-binding talisman connecting them. But Chen Changsheng's blood escape art was already complete. No matter what she did now, it was too late. Spitting out a mouthful of heart essence blood, Chen Changsheng transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished beyond the horizon. The two demonic cultivators chasing behind were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never imagined that a mid-golden core cultivator could wield such an advanced escape technique. Moreover, how could an unidentified human appear in the heartlands of the Night Moon Kingdom? "Brother, what do we do now?" Slap. The moment one cultivator spoke, he was struck hard across the face by his companion. "What do you mean, what do we do? Chase them now. The princess has been taken by a human. If anything happens to her, we'll be wiped out as a clan." With that, both of them burned their own essence blood to give chase. But how could two ordinary golden core cultivators ever hope to catch Chen Changsheng? Having spent so many years at Shangqing Temple, Chen Changsheng may not have mastered the art of fighting, but his escape techniques were honed to perfection. Forget two late golden core cultivators. Even some ordinary nascent soul cultivators wouldn't necessarily be able to catch him. 300 li away. Whoosh! Two figures, a man and a woman, materialized in a silent valley. They were none other than Chen Changsheng, who had executed the blood escape art, and the mysterious woman. With the blood escape art complete, Chen Changsheng wasted no time hurling several formation flags into the surrounding ground. Then his hands moved through a series of intricate seals with a fluency born of countless repetitions. Formation activate. A shimmering barrier instantly enveloped both Chen Changsheng and the mysterious woman. In response to his actions, the woman warily drew an ancient dagger. What are you planning? I'm warning you. If anything happens to me, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Hearing her threat, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, I had no intention of courting trouble. But you came to me of your own accord, so don't blame anyone for what happens now. Huh? Did you truly believe this paltry formation could confine me? Dream on. With that, the woman summoned two formidable magical treasures intent on shattering the formation and escaping. Yet the moment the treasures soared into the air, her body gave way and she crumpled to the ground. Gazing at her traitorous limbs in horror, she cried out, What have you done to me? Nothing much, merely suppressing the bloodline within you. You were right about this formation being shoddy. It's a fragment I unearthed from an ancient tome, patched up just enough to serve its purpose. Its function is quite simple: to suppress the bloodline of the Yao and force them back to their true form. Upon hearing this, the terror on the woman's face intensified. Impossible. If humanity possessed such a formation, the great Qian dynasty would have deployed it long ago. Tisk tisk. You Yao girl truly lack even the most basic discernment. This type of formation obviously comes with limitations. The grand formation in the ancient tome could restrain Yao at the golden core stage, but the one I reconstructed is only effective against those at the foundation establishment stage. And as you've seen, this formation is extremely fragile. One touch and it falls apart. Had you not wasted your opportunity on idle talk earlier, the outcome might have been quite different. As he spoke, the woman's body began to shrink until she transformed entirely into a pure white wolf pup. Chen Changsheng picked up the storage ring the woman had dropped and examined it thoughtfully. What's the method to break the seal, eh? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the small white wolf on the ground spoke in human tongue. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. If you have the guts, kill me. I certainly don't have the nerve to kill you, but I can shave off every last strand of your fur. At those words, the little white wolf grew immediately agitated. You wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't I? With that, Chen Changsheng produced a razor. Swish. A flash of steel and a strip of pink skin appeared atop the little white wolf's head. Feeling the chill on her scalp, tears the size of beans tumbled from the wolf's eyes. Walk. Fine, I'll tell you. Why must you be so wicked? Having obtained the method to break the seal, Chen Changsheng dumped the contents of the little white wolf's storage ring onto the ground. Staring at the mountain of spirit stones and magical treasures piled before him, he swallowed hard and remarked, You're quite well off, aren't you? Even most nascent soul cultivators might not match your wealth. As he spoke, he swept everything into his system space. Though the little white wolf's possessions were impressive, Chen Changsheng dared not use them carelessly. Clearly, she came from an influential background. Who knew if those treasures bore tracking marks from their previous owner? The safest course of action was to stash everything within the system space. With the system's isolation, not even the Heavenly King himself could trace anything back to him. Watching this human claim all her belongings, the bald little white wolf on the ground spoke with tearful eyes. I've given you everything. Now can you let me go? If that's not enough, I can give you more. My father is. Before the little white wolf could finish, Chen Changsheng clamped his fingers around her snout. I don't want to know who you are nor who your father is. If you stay silent, I'll release you once I've finished my business. But if I learn of your identity, you'll have only one path: death. Do you understand? At that, the little white wolf, her snout still pinched, nodded. Good. Now let me give you a little makeover, one that will guarantee you a fresh new look. Saying this, Chen Changsheng lifted the little white wolf with a sly grin on his face. Alt. The woman's screams echoed through the valley as though she were enduring some cruel torture. Yue Kingdom Imperial Palace. What did you say? Yue has been taken by a human. The Silver Moon Wolf King rose from his throne, his spirit-severing stage aura causing every Yao in the Great Hall to tremble. Golden Core stage Yao who had lost track of the princess were paralyzed with terror. The princess of the Yao being taken by a human. This was no small matter. Not just themselves. Even their entire clans couldn't bear such a burden. Facing this situation, the Wolf King knitted his brows, then began to rapidly calculate with his right hand, as if divining his daughter's whereabouts. After a moment, the Wolf King spoke. Losing the princess is your failure. Go and receive your punishment. Thank you, Wolf King. The two Golden Core cultivators expressed their endless gratitude and hastily withdrew from the hall. The Wolf King then waved his hand, dismissing the attendants around him. Old Turtle, what do you make of this? In response, an elder leaning on a staff replied, This old one believes the matter is far from simple. After Yue was taken, this old one immediately divined her location. But her whereabouts seemed to be shrouded by someone. Every attempt yielded only formless chaos. Such means are far beyond what a human Golden Core cultivator could accomplish. Old Turtle speaks wisely. I too attempted a divination only to find the heavenly omens utterly obscured. One capable of confounding the celestial mechanisms must be at least a spirit-severing cultivator. Whoever took Yue came prepared. Hearing the Wolf King's words, Old Turtle hesitated briefly before speaking. If this were merely a simple kidnapping, the matter might be far simpler. But this Old One fears that whoever took you where may be after that matter. The Yue kingdom swept through half the great Qian dynasty's territory, gaining countless cultivators out of nowhere. Such a development is bound to raise suspicions. Moreover, the Yao within our borders do not appear entirely united. At that, the Wolf King's eyes narrowed. Is it the saber-toothed tiger clan? Not just the saber-toothed tigers. The Fox clan has been stirring as well. They seem to know that Yue is the key to everything. Hep. If they're so eager to play, then let's play. It's time they remembered who truly rules the Yue kingdom. Yue kingdom capital. Chen Changsheng, cradling a pitch-black bald little mud in his arms, surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. Though this was the capital of the Yao, it looked no different from a human city, because the streets were filled with Yao who had taken human form. Hiss! Chen Changsheng, mid-observation, suddenly drew in a sharp breath. Looking down, he saw the little mutt in his arms, biting down hard on his arm. Let go. No. Give me back my pristine white wolf fur. I've told you repeatedly. That ink is my special formula. It won't wash out. The only way to restore your coat is to shave it all off and wait for new fur to grow. And since you're so upset about it, I'll call you Xiaobai. A tribute to your vanished fur color. Xiaobai. This is too cruel. Just you wait. Chen Changsheng strolled through the streets, chatting idly with the little white wolf in his arms. By the way, when the Night Moon Kingdom and the Dacian Empire were at war, many cultivators from the Dacian Empire were soundly defeated by you. But I heard that Changxing Xianzi from the Linglong sect and Monk Ishio from the Heavenly Buddha Temple have both disappeared within the Night Moon Kingdom's territory. Have you killed them? Facing Chen Changsheng's question, the little white wolf replied with an air of disdain. If they could be killed, they would have been dealt with long ago. When it comes to the most formidable opponents in the Dacian Empire, those two are certainly among them. Who would have imagined that they actually... Just as he was about to continue, the little white wolf abruptly paused and glanced up at Chen Changsheng. You're trying to draw information out of me. I'm merely asking casually. If you prefer not to answer, that's fine. Is it truly just a casual inquiry? The blood escape technique you employed is a secret guarded by Shangqing Temple, accessible only to inner disciples. The Heavenly Buddha Temple Linglong sect and Shangqing Temple stand as pillars of the Dacian Empire, each interconnected with the others. The suddenness of your inquiry about these two prompts me to question whether your curiosity is genuine. Listening to this, Chen Changsheng looked down at the bald white wolf cradled in his embrace. You're clever, but your words only deepen my confusion. The blood escape is Shangqing Temple's closely guarded secret. Not only do Yotsue beings likely not know it, some outer disciples may be unaware as well. Yet you seem to know it very well. Can you tell me why? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the little white wolf immediately settled into a comfortable position, yawned in his arms, and spoke. I belong to the demon clan while you are human. Our races and nations are different. Do you think I would share such information with you? However, I am quite curious about your identity. Shangqing Temple has 9 true disciples, with 4 being the most outstanding. Their names combined form a line of poetry. Clear wind and bright moon are priceless, while nearby waters and distant mountains all hold sentiment. Qing Feng and Mingyue have already perished. Li Jinshui fled after sustaining grave injuries, and you certainly are not him. With such profound mastery of formation arts, could you possibly be Song Yuanshan, the 9th true disciple of Shangqing Temple? Facing the little white wolf's fluent speculation, Chen Changsheng remarked, You seem to know Shangqing Temple far better than even the cultivators of the Dacian Empire. It appears there must be a traitor within the empire. Indeed, there is a traitor in the Dacian Empire. Why not guess who it might be? I needn't guess, nor do I wish to. The fall of dynasties is beyond my control. Oh, I only wish to bring back the bodies of my master and senior brothers. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf grew even more arrogant. Oh my, so that's your true intention. But it seems you won't be able to accomplish it. The corpse of Master Yuan Shun, the head of Shangqing Temple, has already been transformed into a puppet by the Fox clan. The Fox clan stands as one of the most powerful families in the Night Moon Kingdom, boasting numerous experts and cultivators at the divine transformation stage within their ranks. What can a mere golden core cultivator like you possibly achieve? Perhaps you should release me instead. Who knows, if I'm in a favorable mood, I might just return your master's corpse to you. I appreciate your kindness, but unless I'm certain of my own safety, I won't be letting you go. May I ask one more thing? Your elders haven't left any markings on you, have they? Your guess? Facing the little white wolf's arrogance, Chen Changsheng merely cast a calm glance at it, and said, I've inspected you many times and found no markings within your body. But this does not rule out the possibility of more sophisticated methods beyond my detection. Therefore, for your own safety, I will imprint 87 restrictions upon your body. Should any unexpected circumstances arise, you will instantly perish. Upon hearing these words, the little white wolf was seized with panic. How dare you? This is not a matter of courage. I have already done it. Otherwise, why do you think I have kept holding you? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng tapped his right hand, and numerous mysterious patterns suddenly appeared upon the little white wolf's body. Immediately after, the little white wolf lost its ability to speak human language entirely. Woof, woof, woof. Watching the frantically barking little white wolf, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile before he strode purposefully toward the Night Moon Kingdom's bride recruitment venue. The Night Moon Kingdom's suitor selection assembly. King Wolf sat alone upon a towering throne beneath which stood an elderly man with a white beard. This man was none other than Gradeo, the right-hand man of King Wolf. His origins remained shrouded in mystery, for no one in the Night Moon Kingdom knew where he came from. If not for the recent hostilities between the two nations and his outstanding contributions, few in the Night Moon Kingdom would ever have heard the name Gradeo. Seeing that all the anticipated races had gathered, King Wolf rose and proclaimed, "All subjects of the Night Moon Kingdom are aware that I, Wanyan Egudo, have but one daughter, Wanyan Yu. My daughter has now reached marriageable age, and I wish to select the most outstanding young talent among all assembled to wed her. Any young gentleman who wishes to compete may step forward." Upon hearing this, everyone present grew excited. To become the Wolf King's son-in-law was in essence to gain dominion over the entire Night Moon Kingdom. "Reporting to your majesty, I have long admired Princess Wanyan and am willing to compete." As he spoke, a young man with bronze skin and a burly physique stepped forth. He let his momentum surge forth unmistakably, revealing his mid-golden core cultivation. This was none other than Lin Hu, the young master of the saber-toothed tiger clan. "Ha ha ha. Brother Lin, I too have long admired Princess Wanyan. I fear we shall have to compete fairly." However, before Lin Hu could finish his words, another elegant young master stepped forward, holding a folding fan and releasing his own aura to counter Lin Hu's pressure. Observing this, Lin Hu narrowed his eyes and said, "Hujan, how is it that I never knew you harbored admiration for Princess Wanyan? Surely you are not speaking mere nonsense." "Ha ha ha. Brother Lin jokes. To harbor affection for a woman need not be broadcast for all to hear, as you seem to prefer. Our Fox clan values propriety and courtesy. We would never commit such an immodest act." Hearing this, Lin Hu gave a cold smirk and chose not to engage further with Hujan. The Fox clan was notorious for their sharp tongues, and debating with them would surely yield no benefit. With the young masters of both the Tiger and Fox clans having stepped forward, the other demon clansmen couldn't help but feel disheartened. In terms of background and strength, none could rival them. Even if they dared to enter the competition, it would amount to nothing more than formalities. After the two-seed competitors appeared, several other demon clansmen gradually joined in. Yet their strength paled in comparison to that of Lin Hu and Hujan. Seeing that no further demon clansmen were stepping forward, King Wolf prepared to announce the procedures for the trials. At that moment, a figure from within the crowd leaped up and cried out, "Wait, I wish to compete as well." Upon discovering that another contender sought to join the bride selection assembly, the powerful demonic beings present furrowed their brows. Though the assembly was nominally open to all talented youths across the land, it was in truth a selection held exclusively within the demonic clans. Every clan entitled to participate had already arrived, so from where had this unexpected fellow emerged? "Pardon me, please make way." Forgive me, I am in a great hurry." Chen Changsheng squeezed his way through the crowd with some difficulty, then straightened his slightly disheveled robes and clasped his hands in greeting. This humble human Chen Changsheng pays respects to the Wolf King. "Though I have never had the fortune of meeting Princess Wanyan, I too wish to participate in this bride selection assembly." The moment these words were spoken, the entire gathering erupted in commotion. At first, all had assumed this was some late-arriving young master of the demonic clans, but who would have thought the newcomer was actually a human? A human participating in a demonic bride selection assembly. This was surely the greatest joke in the world. "Human, get out of Yeyue Kingdom!" Someone shouted, and soon after a torrent of abuse descended upon Chen Changsheng from the demonic throng. Yet facing the barrage of insults, Chen Changsheng maintained a gentle smile, seemingly unaffected in spirit. Noticing this, the Wolf King pressed his hands down in a calming gesture, and the crowd instantly fell silent. "You wish to wed my daughter. What qualifies you?" "I possess only a sincere heart. For a human to attend a demonic bride selection demands unparalleled courage. Now that I stand here, does this not sufficiently prove my devotion to Princess Wanyan?" Hearing this, the Wolf King's lips curled into a faint smile. "A sincere heart indeed. For that very reason, I shall grant you leave to participate in the assembly. I have stated beforehand that any cultivator above the foundation establishment realm is qualified to join this assembly. Though you are human, you still meet the criteria. Tomorrow marks the true trial of the assembly. Whether you succeed will depend entirely on your own abilities." Having spoken, the Wolf King rose and departed. However, merely halfway through his exit, the Wolf King paused hesitantly and said, "Old Tortoise, this human cultivator has journeyed from afar. He likely lacks a place to stay. Arrange lodgings for him at the Hu residence. Let it not be said that we demons lack hospitality." "As you command." Having casually arranged Chen Changsheng's quarters, the Wolf King vanished completely. Though the assembled demons harbored resentment over a human joining the assembly, the Wolf King had spoken, and so they could only disperse in disappointment. "Greetings, Brother Hu. I'm afraid I shall be a bother to your household for the next few days. Upon hearing the Wolf King's arrangement, Chen Changsheng immediately greeted Hu Zhan with a sunny smile. Regarding this sudden human appearance, Hu Zhan sized him up and returned a smile. Brother Chen possesses such extraordinary courage, I am truly in awe. To share a roof with Brother Chen is a tremendous stroke of fortune. Seeing the two of them exchanging flattering pleasantries, Lin, who felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Your Fox clan always stoops to such disgraceful antics. By the look of his attire, this fellow is clearly from the Dacian dynasty. A loser like that, how dare he stand before us? In response to Lin, whose insults, Chen Changsheng didn't even lift an eyelid, maintaining a serene silence. Hu Zhan, however, sneered coldly. Lin, who if your brain is as dim as your wit, do not come out and embarrass our demonic race. It is true that the Dacian dynasty was defeated by Yeyue Kingdom. But Yeyue triumphed over the dynasty, not over humanity. If your words were to reach the ears of certain powerful human cultivators and incited a war between the races, would you be able to bear that responsibility? Hu Zhan's words instantly silenced Lin Hu. The weighty accusation of instigating a species-wide war was not something Lin Hu dared to shoulder, even with 100 times his courage. Burning with fury, Lin Hu's aura exploded outward as he prepared to settle the score with Hu Zhan on the spot. Yet before they could come to blows, Old Tortoise slowly ambled between them. Brawling among ourselves in broad daylight. Do you wish to make a spectacle for outsiders? Seeing Old Tortoise intervene, Lin Hu let out a cold snort and stormed off. After Lin Hu left, Hu Zhan turned to Chen Changsheng with a smile. Brother Chen, my apologies. I inadvertently touched upon a sore spot for you just now. Though Yeyue Kingdom is at war with the Dacian dynasty, our Fox clan has always been friendly towards humans. Please do not take offense. No matter. Brother who speaks his mind openly, how could I be petty enough to hold a grudge? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng walked over to a tree nearby and scooped up a bald, scraggly black dog that had been yapping incessantly. Brother Chen, is this your war pet? Ha ha ha, not at all. I found it by the roadside, skin and bones, abandoned on the streets. My heart couldn't bear it, so I took it along with me. I see. Brother Chen truly has a benevolent heart. Hu Zhan and Chen Changsheng walked towards the Hu residence in animated conversation, while the little white wolf in Chen Changsheng's arms struggled frantically. Unfortunately, everyone's attention was fixed squarely on Chen Changsheng, who would spare a second glance for a bald, pitch-black mutt. The royal palace of Yeyue. The Wolf King sat silently upon his throne, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest. Just then, Old Tortoise entered from outside. Your Majesty, that human has been escorted to the Hu residence. The Wolf King acknowledged with a casual grunt, indicating he had heard before speaking again. Yuera was taken away by a human, and now another human appears at the bride selection assembly. Old Tortoise, do you believe these two are connected? Hearing this, Old Tortoise hesitated for a moment before replying. This man's origins are unknown, and his timing is far too coincidental. He must be connected to the princess's disappearance. But even if he is involved, he certainly cannot be the mastermind. A golden core stage cultivator lacks the power to shield himself from the workings of fate. This man is likely a pawn sent by the real culprit. Until we ascertain the princess's whereabouts, we must not act rashly. Well spoken. I shall entrust this task to you, Old Tortoise. Investigate this human's background thoroughly. I wish to know who dares to scheme behind my back. As you command. Old Tortoise turned and left, and the Wolf King's expression turned icy cold. His daughter had been abducted, and the mastermind had the audacity to send a golden core human cultivator to humiliate him. Should he ever get his hands on the culprit, he would tear him limb from limb. At the Hu residence. Senior, do you remember me? I am Ming Yang. Chen Changsheng had just settled into the Hu residence, preparing for rest, when an unexpected woman came knocking at his door. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. Then he recalled this was the fox-eared demoness he had encountered upon his initial awakening 30 years ago. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Hearing this, Hu Meinyang glanced around cautiously and said, Senior, let us speak inside. This is not the right place for conversation. Hu Meinyang anxiously pulled Chen Changsheng into the room. Reuniting with an old acquaintance, her heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. She had countless words to say, yet they were firmly lodged in her throat. After hesitating for a long time, Hu Meinyang could only repeat, Senior, you should not have come to the Yeyue Kingdom. The Yeyue Kingdom is a place of trouble. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and said, It seems this little fox knows quite a lot. But this has nothing to do with me. My goal is very simple. I only wish to marry Princess Wanyan. I don't care about anything else. Watching Chen Changsheng's calm demeanor, Hu Meinyang grew even more anxious. Senior, you have never met Princess Wanyan. I know you must not have come for her. But whatever your reason, please leave the Yeyue Kingdom quickly. The bride selection assembly is a fraud. Staying here will do you no good. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing this, the tied-up little white wolf suddenly began barking wildly. It seemed to be denouncing this traitor of the demon clan. Unfortunately, Hu Meinyang was from the fox clan, not the dog clan, so she couldn't understand the barking. A fraud, eh? How interesting. Both the Fox clan and the Tiger clan, the two pillars of the Yue kingdom, are participating. How could it be a fraud? Besides, even if it is a fraud, how would a mere little demon like you know? Confronted by Chen Changsheng's words, Hu Mainyang was momentarily rendered speechless. Finally, Hu Mainyang gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, if it weren't for the opportunity you bestowed upon me back, then I might never have reached foundation establishment. But I cannot tell you about the fraud of the bride selection assembly. I can only tell you that the location of the bride selection assembly will definitely be set in the forbidden land of the Yue kingdom. Without a key item in hand, going there will only lead to certain death. The Fox clan and the Tiger clan have already obtained the key items, so they won't be in mortal danger. If you must go, then you must seek out those of the human race like yourself within the forbidden land." 5 years ago, during the Great War between the two kingdoms, two humans who held certain secrets were pursued by a divine transformation powerhouse of the Yue kingdom into the forbidden land. If they are still alive, they may be your only hope. After saying this, Hu Mainyang left the room in a panic. After Hu Mainyang left, Chen Changsheng picked up the barking bald little mongrel from the ground and also released some of its restrictions. "Traitor. She is a traitor to the demon clan. I will tear her into pieces." Listening to the little white wolf's curses, Chen Changsheng leisurely stroked its fur and said, "Little white, can you tell me the secrets of the Yue kingdom now? If I'm not mistaken, those two who were chased into the forbidden land should be Fairy Changsheng and Master Ishio, right?" Upon hearing this, the little white wolf shot Chen Changsheng a contemptuous look and said, "Don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. I'm telling you, don't you dare let me go, or I will tear that vile fox Hu Mainyang into pieces." Back then, the Fox clan was soft-hearted and spared her, but she actually turned around to help outsiders. She deserves to die. Watching the little white wolf's furious expression, Chen Changsheng said calmly, "It seems your Yue kingdom has undergone a great purge. When I met Hu Mainyang, she was only a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refining, and her transformation was incomplete. At that time, her tone was full of innocence, not at all like a cultivator struggling at the bottom. I was puzzled back then. How could a young lady from a wealthy and powerful demon clan come out to train alone? Now I see she wasn't running away on her own, she was driven out by you." Upon hearing this, the little white wolf stared coldly at Chen Changsheng and said, "Who said Hu Mainyang is a young lady from a wealthy clan? She is just an ordinary demon." Your words are a bit of a cover-up. But that's normal because you haven't seen the life of low-level cultivators. The cultivation world is a place where the strong prey on the weak, especially at the bottom. Sometimes even friends as close as brothers would kill each other for a single spirit stone. If Hu Mainyang weren't from a wealthy and powerful clan, given her personality back, then she would probably have died long ago, leaving not even bones behind. Now she has returned to the Fox clan, probably to avenge the blood feud from back then. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf sneered. A mere foundation establishment cultivator like her wants revenge. Let alone her, even if you join forces, the two of you can't cause any waves in the Yue kingdom. I've said it many times. I have no interest in the secrets of the Yue kingdom. Whether you want to destroy the great Qian kingdom is none of my concern. I only want to bring back the bodies of my master and senior brothers. Why don't you believe me? If you just wanted to retrieve the bodies of your fallen comrades, would you go to such great lengths? Now I even suspect that our encounter was prearranged by you. You harbor ulterior motives, plotting to overthrow the Yue kingdom." Seeing that the little white wolf's thoughts were getting more and more absurd, Chen Changsheng shook his head helplessly and tied her to the bedside. "Think whatever you want. I'm going to sleep." "How dare you? You actually make me sleep on the floor. Do you believe I'll kill you?" In response to the little white wolf's threat, Chen Changsheng waved his right hand, and the little white wolf's mouth was immediately sealed. This way, no matter how much anger the little white wolf harbored in its heart, it could not disturb Chen Changsheng's sweet dreams. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight shone upon the earth. The little white wolf, which had been making a fuss all night, was now curled up in the corner of the bed, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and lifted it up. "Stop sleeping, we're setting off." Opening its sleepy wolf eyes, the little white wolf shot Chen Changsheng a glance, then closed its eyes again. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled indifferently, directly scooped the little white wolf into his arms, and walked out of the room. "Brother Chen, did you rest well last night?" Hu Zhan was waiting outside the door with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "I slept very soundly last night. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Hu." At this moment, Hu Zhan noticed the bald little mongrel in Chen Changsheng's arms and asked curiously, "Brother Chen, are you planning to bring it along for the trial?" "That's right. Little White and I are inseparable. We go everywhere together." Hearing the name, Little White, Hu Zhan was taken aback, then chuckled. "Brother Chen, you're quite amusing. You named it Little White. Interesting. Well, Little White always fantasizes about having pure white fur, so I had no choice but to give it that name. By the way, bringing Little White to the trial won't be a problem, will it?" "No problem. This trial has no restrictions on methods, including battle pets. Brother Chen, please follow me." Following Hu Zhan's footsteps, they walked for a long while before finally arriving before a mountain valley. Sensing the countless powerful auras around, Chen Changsheng asked in confusion, "Brother Hu, what place is this?" "This is the forbidden land of our Yu kingdom, and also the trial ground for the consort selection. Deep within this forbidden land lies a flower of the other shore. Whoever plucks it shall have the right to marry Princess Wanyan." "I see. But where are the other demon contestants?" Upon hearing this, Hu Zhan said, "They have already entered. I came specifically to receive Brother Chen, so I haven't gone in yet." "Oh, so it is because of me that Brother Hu's time was delayed. I am deeply ashamed. Alas." "Brother Chen, do not blame yourself. We hit it off at first sight. Such a small matter is nothing. Moreover, those who entered earlier may not necessarily hold an advantage. Whoever obtains the flower of the other shore wins." With that, Hu Zhan led Chen Changsheng into the forbidden land of the Yu kingdom. Through a long canyon, they arrived at a dense forest of towering ancient trees. The surrounding humid heat and floating miasma seemed to speak of its dangers. Facing this, Hu Zhan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Changsheng, but offered no warning. The miasma in the forbidden land had a tremendous impact on cultivators. Even golden core cultivators were not exempt. The reason he stood here unscathed was entirely due to his demonic physique. A human who came here would in less than half a day die silently. Tisk. As expected of the Yu kingdom's forbidden land, truly perilous. After observing the surroundings, Chen Changsheng casually praised, then took out 2 pills from his bosom. He swallowed one himself and stuffed the other into the little white wolf's mouth. "Brother Hu, this miasma is no ordinary miasma. I have a specially made antidote pill here. Would you like one?" Saying this, Chen Changsheng took out another pill and offered it. Seeing that Chen Changsheng had seen through the danger of the miasma, Hu Zhan immediately said ruefully, "Brother Chen, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. This miasma is extremely lethal. Even golden core cultivators cannot avoid it. But my fox physique is strong, so I won't waste Brother Chen's pill." After saying this, Hu Zhan chuckled and pushed the pill back to Chen Changsheng. Such unknown substances, if consumed carelessly, might prove fatal. "By the way, Brother Chen, this miasma should be unique to the Yu kingdom's forbidden land. How did you recognize it? Could it be that Brother Chen has been to the forbidden land before?" Facing Hu Zhan's question, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and said, "Naturally, I have never been to the Yu kingdom's forbidden land. But I once read a similar record in a nameless ancient book which described the scenery of various places. One of those places bore a close resemblance to this one. I see, how interesting. As far as I know, in the past 500 years no outsider has ever entered the forbidden land of the Yu kingdom. Who authored that ancient book you saw, Brother Chen?" "That I do not know. When I found it, it was already falling apart. Perhaps it was written 500 years ago." "Well said. Let us set off quickly. Lin Hu and the others have been inside for some time." With that, Hu Zhan waved his right hand, and a nascent soul stage puppet appeared to clear the path ahead. Looking at that lifeless puppet, a flicker of emotion passed through Chen Changsheng's eyes. Deep within the forbidden land, a bald man sat cross-legged, and beneath him was a pitch-black pool. The water in the pool was extremely thick and emitted a foul stench from time to time. "Ishio, your heart of no sorrow technique won't hold out much longer." Hearing the voice, the bald man slowly opened his eyes. "Wolf King, by making the demon race use such ominous power, you will only bring catastrophe upon them. It is not too late to turn back now." Hearing this, the Wolf King sneered, "Turn back? Why should I? Power is power. There is no distinction between good and evil. Without borrowing this power, how could I annihilate the great Qian dynasty? Although our races differ, I admire you greatly. If you are willing to abandon darkness for light, I will help you break through to the spirit transformation stage." Facing the Wolf King's offer, Ishio shook his head, then closed his eyes again. Seeing that Ishio still refused to yield, the Wolf King did not mind. It had taken him 300 years to tear a crack in the Forbidden Land seal. Though it was but a slit, the power leaking from it had exceeded his imagination. It was with the aid of this power that the cultivators of the Yu kingdom had more than doubled in number. Unfortunately, the news had been leaked somehow. The 2 old fogies from Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect, at the cost of their own lives, had insisted on sealing the crack again. Despite his utmost efforts to stop them, they had still managed to fill most of it. Now that Ishio was suppressing the last gap, he dared not act rashly. If Ishio were willing to sacrifice his life, the final gap might be sealed, and then breaking the seal again would prove far more difficult. At this thought, the Wolf King's face darkened. "Old turtle, have you not yet found out the origin of that human? Your Majesty, there is no record of him in the great Qian dynasty. Perhaps he is using an alias. Let him be arrogant for a few more days. Once the blood sacrifice is complete, no one in this world can stop me. Then, be it human or demon, all will kneel before me." Listening to the Wolf King's bold words, Old Turtle kept his head low, and no one knew what he was thinking at that moment. The bronze ancient hall in the Forbidden Land. Chen Changsheng and his group once again encountered Lin Hu. The 2 sides, who were at odds, naturally exchanged hostile glares. However, Chen Changsheng ignored the confrontation between Lin Hu and Hu Zhan, instead studying the ancient bronze hall before him. You two, instead of plotting each other's demise, I suggest you examine these ruins carefully. Hearing this, Lin, who said angrily, stop your tricks. You chose not to take the road to heaven, yet you barged into the gates of hell. Today is the day you die, Chen Changsheng. Lin, whose words severely disturbed Chen Changsheng's thoughts. Impatiently, Chen Changsheng turned his head and said, I know you want to kill me, but can you wait a moment? Can't you see I'm studying something? After saying this, he turned back to examine the patterns and inscriptions on the bronze hull. Lin Hu, what does he mean by wait a moment? I'm about to kill you now. Can you be serious? Chen Changsheng's righteous indignation instantly stunned Lin Hu. Once Lin Hu recovered, he was furious. But before he could act, Hu Zhan's nascent soul puppet blocked his way. Hu Zhan, what do you mean? Are you going to side with an outsider? Faced with Lin Hu's accusation, Hu Zhan glanced at Chen Changsheng, who was intently studying the bronze ancient hall, and said calmly, Lin Hu, killing can be done anytime, but don't forget our purpose here. At these words, Lin Hu's anger subsided considerably. The reason he had been targeting Chen Changsheng was not because of the son-in-law selection. In this situation, anyone with a shred of sense would know that this human had not come for Wang Yinyu. If not for the demon princess, then Chen Changsheng must have ulterior motives. A golden core cultivator daring to venture alone into the demon clan's heartland. He must have backing. If they acted rashly, they might alert the enemy. Letting him escape was a minor issue, but interfering with everyone's objective would be a grave matter. Hu Zhan dissuaded Lin Hu, allowing Chen Changsheng to focus on studying the bronze ancient hall. After a while, Hu Zhan stepped forward and said, Brother Chen, have you noticed anything? Chen Changsheng pondered and replied, Brother Hu, have you heard of the boundless secret realm within the great Qian dynasty? I've heard a little. What does the boundless secret realm have to do with this? It is related and likely significantly. There is also a bronze ancient hall within the boundless secret realm. This is no secret in the great Qian dynasty. But within the forbidden ground of the Night Moon Kingdom, a similar bronze ancient hall has appeared. Brother Hu, what do you make of this? At these words, not only Hu Zhan, but even the cold-faced Lin Hu became intrigued. Both the Night Moon Kingdom and the great Qian dynasty have been established for over a millennium, and the boundless secret realm and the forbidden ground have existed since their founding. Both places share similarities. Could there be some secret behind this? Thinking this, Hu Zhan asked curiously, the boundless secret realm is controlled by the great Qian dynasty, and only humans are allowed entry. If it weren't for you, Brother Chen, I wouldn't have known about this. You don't know, and I suspect few across both kingdoms are aware. The patterns on these bronze ancient halls are quite peculiar, not like ordinary decorations. If you two are not in a hurry, I could attempt to decipher them. Hu Zhan looked at Chen Changsheng doubtfully, and said, many elders of our demon clan have tried to decipher this bronze ancient hall, but all failed. Brother Chen, are you confident you can decipher these patterns? Though Hu Zhan didn't say it outright, his eyes conveyed his meaning. How could a mere golden core human succeed, where so many of our demon clan's great powers have failed? Facing Hu Zhan's skepticism, Chen Changsheng produced several sheets of white paper covered in patterns. Alone facing one bronze ancient hall, I certainly have no confidence. But Brother Hu, don't forget that someone is also studying the bronze ancient hall in the boundless secret realm. With two bronze ancient halls combined, there might indeed be a way to decipher them. If these patterns truly record certain information, then the one who left these two bronze ancient halls must have intended for future generations to learn something not to be deliberately cryptic. The reason we cannot understand is that the passage of time is too great and the ancient script has vanished. With that, Chen Changsheng began comparing the patterns of the two bronze ancient halls. Hu Zhan and Lin Hu naturally gathered around to study as well. The secret of the Night Moon Kingdom lay within the forbidden ground where the bronze ancient hall had existed since its discovery. If they could unlock the secret of the hall, it might greatly aid their subsequent endeavors. 3 hours later. So that's it. Chen Changsheng, who had been comparing the patterns, exclaimed. Hu Zhan quickly asked, Brother Chen, have you found something? Yes, I have unlocked the secret of the bronze ancient hall. What is it? Tell us quickly. Lin Hu couldn't help but urge. Chen Changsheng did not keep them in suspense and pointed to the patterns. Both of you, as young masters of your clans, are undoubtedly learned. You must have noticed that the patterns on the two bronze ancient halls are connected, but you could never find any corresponding script. Hearing this, Lin Hu thought for a moment. What does that prove? No one can say how long these things have existed. It is only natural that the ancient script has disappeared. Brother Lin makes a valid point, but don't forget that the great power who left these halls intended to convey a message to future generations. Would that great power not have considered this? Annoyed by Chen Changsheng's cryptic manner, Lin Hu snapped. If you have something to say, say it. Stop playing riddles. Chen Changsheng paid no heed to Lin Hu's words and continued. That great power must have considered the problem of time. Time passes, seas change into mulberry fields. No one can guarantee that today's script will survive into the future. So that great power, wanting to transmit information, would have devised a method that transcends time and script. The simplest and most effective method is pictures. With that, Chen Changsheng suspended the white paper in the air and adjusted the order. After finishing, he used spiritual energy to trace the patterns from the bronze ancient hall. The two sets of patterns combined in the air, eventually forming a fragmented picture. Script may be lost, but pictures are not. Because pictures are the first way all living beings learn knowledge. From the moment they open their eyes, they learn through images. Seeing mountains, rivers, grass, and trees, we learn their shapes and colors. The patterns on this bronze ancient hall are not script at all, but a vivid picture. Mistaking them for script, we naturally cannot understand their meaning. Seeing that Chen Changsheng had truly unlocked the secret of the bronze ancient hall, Hu Zhan and Lin, who couldn't help but feel a newfound respect. The bronze ancient hall had existed for millennia, yet no one had ever solved its mystery. This human had done so in just a few hours. His intellect was truly humbling. Having explained the secret, Chen Changsheng and the others began to examine the image in the air, though fragmented part of it remained. From the image, they learned a story. Long ago, at intervals, colossal hands would descend from the sky, seizing the creatures of the earth. In response, the creatures fought desperately, but to no avail. Then one day, someone discovered a formidable power. The source of this power was not explained in the paintings, but it was recorded that all living beings with the aid of this power defeated the colossal hands from the sky. At first, all living beings believed this power was a gift from heaven. But later they discovered that this power was even more perilous than the colossal hands from the void. At this point, the depiction came to an abrupt end. Facing this situation, Lin Hu said urgently, "Do you have any other patterns? Quickly show them what exactly happened later." Sorry, Chen Changsheng spread his hands and said, "I've shown all the patterns I have. We have only pieced together 1/10 of the entire painting. To complete the story, we need to gather the patterns from all 18 bronze ancient halls." Hearing this, Lin Hu looked at the final segment of the painting in the air. Although the entire painting was fragmented and largely blank, the last part was relatively complete. That power was sealed and suppressed beneath the 18 bronze ancient halls. These 18 halls were entrusted to 18 races for guardianship, 2 of which were the human race and the demon race. As for the parts concerning the other 16 races, they had long vanished with the passage of time. After understanding the full story, Lin Hu and Hu Zhan silently cut off all of Chen Changsheng's escape routes. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "Since I helped you resolve your doubts, can you let me finish speaking before you act?" Hearing this, Hu Zhan smiled and said, "Your insight fills us with dread. A talent like yours would be treasured anywhere. But what I can't understand is why you came to Yue Kingdom to participate in the consort selection. At this point, don't try to fool me with talk of admiring Princess Wanyan. Of course, I have a purpose in coming to your Yue Kingdom. Why else would I travel so far? But before explaining my purpose, I wish to tell you the story as I understand it." The cultivators of Yue Kingdom suddenly multiplied, routing the Dacian dynasty. This bizarre situation puzzled me throughout my journey, but after arriving in Yue Kingdom, I also learned other things, that Yue Kingdom had once undergone a great purge. I was equally puzzled about this, for I couldn't understand why after the purge Yue Kingdom's strength increased rather than decreased. Meanwhile, I also learned that a traitor may have emerged within the Dacian dynasty. All the clues seem connected, yet a crucial element remains missing. Now I have finally found that crucial element. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng walked over to the bronze ancient hall. The 18 bronze ancient halls all depict the same story, but due to the passage of time, they have become badly damaged. Relying on a single hall cannot fully piece together useful information. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that a traitor from the Dacian dynasty fled to Yue Kingdom with this secret. Moreover, have you noticed that the bronze ancient hall here was deliberately damaged? The damaged part is precisely the section where the creatures borrowed the ominous power. After hearing this, a sense of foreboding rose in Hu Zhan's heart. What exactly are you trying to say? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng plopped down on the ground and said leisurely, "I mean, don't think of killing me, because it's not your place to do so. Judging by your reactions, you don't know the secret behind Yue Kingdom's sudden rise in power either. If I'm not mistaken, you two came here to uncover this secret. Now that you know this secret, do you think the one who deliberately damaged the bronze ancient hall will let you go? Good. Such a brilliant young talent is truly rare in this world, and it makes this king look at you with new respect." As soon as Chen Changsheng finished speaking, the Wolf King and the Turtle Elder emerged from not far away. Seeing the Wolf King appear, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu panicked. Hu Zhan immediately stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Report to the Wolf King, this man is a spy. We were about to present him to you." In response, the Wolf King sneered and said, "Your Fox clan always loves to play petty tricks. Back then you incited the Tiger clan to court Yue simply to use her to learn the secret behind it all. Now that you know the secret, aren't you satisfied?" At these words, cold sweat immediately trickled down Hu Zhan's forehead. The Wolf King continued, "The two old fogies of the Fox and Tiger clans thought that by joining forces they could make me reveal the secret. That notion is simply too naive." As he spoke, the Wolf King waved his right hand, and 2 bloody heads were tossed before Hu Zhan. Seeing this, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu were nearly scared out of their wits, for they had never imagined the Wolf King's strength could reach such a level. "You are the future of the demon race. If you abandon the darkness and embrace the light, now I can spare your lives and even grant you opportunities. Faced with the Wolf King's olive branch, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu did not hesitate and chose to submit. Having dealt with Lin Hu and Hu Zhan, the Wolf King turned his gaze to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, I admire your talent. Tell me who is behind you and pledge allegiance to me, and I will spare your life. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, the Wolf King will be disappointed. You will never guess who is behind me. Furthermore, from what I know, obtaining that power requires a blood sacrifice, doesn't it? The Wolf King hasn't killed me yet, probably because you don't want to waste it. At these words, the Wolf King narrowed his eyes and said coldly, you indeed know a great deal. In that case, I shall grant your wish. Saying this, the Wolf King waved his hand and brought Chen Changsheng to another place. A massive blood pool appeared before him, surrounded by countless white bones. Bang! The corpses of the two spirit transformation cultivators from the Fox and Tiger clans were thrown in. The blood pool instantly boiled, and within moments a pitch-black pill condensed. Looking at the pill in his hand, the Wolf King swallowed it in one gulp and frowned, saying, without Yuera's blood as a catalyst, this blood pool probably cannot help me break through to the spirit transformation stage. Turtle Elder, is there truly no other way? Hearing this, the Turtle Elder walked over to the Wolf King and said, in response to the Wolf King, this old one does have one more method. What method? A hand instantly pierced through the Wolf King's chest, while a mass of black script crawled from the Turtle Elder's hand onto the Wolf King's body. By eating you, I can break through to the spirit transformation realm. Staring at the Turtle Elder before him, the Wolf King's eyes were filled with disbelief. Old Turtle's sudden sneak attack took everyone by surprise. Hu Zhan and Lin Hu were utterly stunned by the scene. They couldn't fathom why the Wolf King's right-hand man would suddenly launch such a treacherous strike. Yet in the face of this sudden assault, the Wolf King reacted swiftly, attempting to counterattack Turtle Elder. However, when he tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, he found that his formidable power, which he had always prided himself on, could not be mustered in the slightest. Seeing this, Turtle Elder said languidly, don't waste your effort. Since I helped you reach the pinnacle of spirit transformation, I naturally have ways to counter you. With that, Turtle Elder gave a flick of his right hand, and in an instant the Wolf King's heart and all his cultivation were drawn out. The vivid red heart gradually transformed into a round, glossy pill. After pocketing it, Turtle Elder turned his gaze to the composed Chen Changsheng. Why aren't you afraid of me? Boom. As he spoke, Turtle Elder slapped Hu Zhan and Lin Hu to the ground with a single blow. Facing the formidable Turtle Elder, Chen Changsheng showed not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he said softly, Grandmaster, even at this moment, are you still unwilling to reveal your true form? These words made Turtle Elder pause for a moment, then he said, you still managed to figure it out. You truly are the most outstanding disciple of Changsheng in 500 years. As he spoke, the decrepit Turtle Elder's form gradually changed, ultimately transforming into an elegant young man. This person was none other than the founding patriarch of Changsheng, the guide of Chen Changsheng's cultivation path, Immortal Yuhua. It must have been a long journey to come all the way to the Yuya Kingdom. I apologize for the trouble. Tell me, Grandmaster, how did you see through it? Immortal Yuhua slowly approached Chen Changsheng, his tone filled with kindness and gentleness. Gazing at the familiar figure before him, Chen Changsheng's lips trembled slightly as he spoke. After hearing the tragic news from third senior brother, I have been pondering one question. Why did Changsheng meet such a fate? It is true that the number of cultivators in Yuya Kingdom has surged, but Master and the others are not newcomers to the cultivation world. There is no reason for them to be completely wiped out. Hearing this, Immortal Yuhua said calmly, so you suspect a traitor within the Dacian Empire? Yes, but after much thought I still cannot imagine what kind of traitor could achieve such a feat. Although Changsheng cooperated with the Empire to resist foreign enemies, the whereabouts of Master and the others were top-secret sect information. Even the Emperor might not have known all the details. In other words, regardless of which faction the traitor in the Dacian Empire belonged to, they could not have caused the complete annihilation of Changsheng. The only explanation is that there was a traitor within Changsheng itself. After reaching this conclusion, I suspected everyone in the sect, even suspected that Master might have faked his death. But I never imagined that this person would be you, Grandmaster. You have already reached the level of a spirit transformation Grandmaster with an incomparable status in the Dacian Empire. The Yuya Kingdom could never offer a price to recruit you. That makes sense, Immortal Yuhua nodded and said, but how did you later become certain that I was the traitor? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng let out a long sigh and said, I only just now dared to confirm that you, Grandmaster, are the traitor. After arriving in Yuya Kingdom, I encountered a demonic beast. She was actually able to recognize the supreme secret technique of Changsheng, the blood escape, and was extremely knowledgeable about the sect. Interestingly, despite her deep understanding, she only knew that Changsheng had 9 core disciples. Although I, Chen Changsheng, am not well known in Changsheng, anyone who took the trouble to investigate could easily discover my existence. This situation further convinced me that the traitor came from Changsheng. Moreover, this traitor was kind to me, otherwise he wouldn't have cut off the sources of information about me. For this reason, I conducted a small experiment during the husband recruiting assembly. I used my real name. Yet even now Yuya Kingdom still does not know my identity. This speaks volumes. After saying this, Chen Changsheng looked up at Immortal Yuhua. Grandmaster, do I need to continue? Hearing this, Immortal Yuhua smiled and took the little white wolf from Chen Changsheng's arms. He trapped the little white wolf's movements and then stroked it gently. Go on. Hearing one's own story from another's lips has a unique flavor. No problem. Since Grandmaster wishes to hear your disciple, will elaborate. To accomplish all this trader from Shangqingguan must have had considerable status and power. I saw Master's remains when I entered the Forbidden Ground. Therefore the traitor could not be Master. Before unraveling the secret of the Bronze Ancient Hall, I had never been able to find a motive for your betrayal, Grandmaster. But once the secret was resolved, your motive became apparent. Furthermore, in the Book Mound of Shangqingguan, I came across an anonymous travelogue that documented the situation of the Forbidden Land in Yuya Kingdom. That travelogue must be at least 500 years old. Grandmaster, you conceived this plan 500 years ago, didn't you? Ha ha ha. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Immortal Yuhua laughed heartily and said, bringing you into Shangqingguan was the most correct decision I have ever made. My 500-year scheme was unraveled by you in just 5 years. Your insight is truly unprecedented. Why? Seeing this, Chen Changsheng could not suppress the doubt in his heart and asked, Grandmaster, it is not wrong for you to seek power. Even if you wanted to establish a new dynasty, Master, and the others would still follow you. Why did you kill them? Hearing Chen Changsheng's bewilderment, Immortal Yuhua said calmly, the Dacian Empire is my past, and Shangqingguan is the work of my heart. I had originally intended to keep Shangqingguan out of this affair, but they were too rigid. When they discovered the secret, instead of supporting me, they revealed it to others. Otherwise, do you think the people of Linglong's sect and Tianfu Temple could have discovered my scheme? I have been planning for 500 years, and I will not allow anyone to ruin it. What about third senior brother? Why did you spare him? You know Jin Shui's lazy nature well. When Qing Feng and the others discovered the secret, he was out slacking off, so he knew nothing about it. As he spoke, Immortal Yuhua asked Chen Changsheng, by the way, how did you know that obtaining that power required a blood sacrifice? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng forced a smile and said, Grandmaster, you are so intelligent, why are you confused now? You have probably visited the Wuliang secret realm countless times. I withheld a portion of the patterns, couldn't you tell? Immortal Yuhua slapped his forehead and laughed. With such an outstanding disciple, I am almost too happy to think clearly. Given your nature, it is only natural that you would keep something back. After speaking, Yuhua Zhenren pulled Chen Changsheng to the edge of the blood pool. Changsheng, among all the disciples of Shangqing Temple, you are the one I value most. Do you know why I noticed you at first glance in the crowd? Because I sensed in you a quality that even I lack, a kind of calm detachment. You lack the restless bustle of mortals, nor do you carry the obsession typical of cultivators. It seems as if all the affairs of this world are nothing but fleeting clouds passing by in your life. Those who cultivate seek eternal life, but even a spirit transformation cultivator who has lived 1,000 years does not possess your aura. And I have proven that my judgment of you is correct. Now the opportunity lies before you. If we join forces, we can go further than anyone else. Facing Yuhua Zhenren's invitation, Chen Changsheng silently stepped back. Seeing this, Yuhua Zhenren frowned and said, what? Do you also believe this power is ominous? Rest assured, I have studied this matter thoroughly. Directly absorbing the power will indeed bring some trouble, but once it is filtered through bloodline, that problem disappears. The 18 races guarding the ancient bronze hall are the perfect tools for this filtration. That fool Wanyan Gajuo has been using her daughter's body to filter this power, thinking that would suffice. But she doesn't know that an impure bloodline cannot filter it completely, otherwise she would not have been countered by me. Listening to Yuhua Zhenren's eloquence, Chen Changsheng shook his head. Master, it's not that I worry about the safety of this power. That thought never crossed my mind. The only purpose of my visit to the Night Moon Kingdom is to take back the bodies of my master and senior brothers. At these words, Yuhua Zhenren, who had been excited, reverted to coldness. You are still the same as before, but you should also know that those who follow me thrive, and those who oppose me perish. I am well aware of that, Master. Please, for the sake of our past bond, allow me to collect my master's remains before you act. Hearing this, Yuhua Zhenren's expression turned extremely hostile. Yet facing this exceptionally gifted disciple, he still showed a trace of patience. Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, 7 corpses appeared neatly before Chen Changsheng. The restraint in Yuan Shenshangren's body was also removed, and he returned to being a corpse. Gazing at the familiar faces he once lived with, Chen Changsheng produced 11 coffins and began to prepare the bodies for burial. Yuan Shenshangren, the eldest senior brother, the second senior brother, after laying his former companions to rest, Chen Changsheng also began to collect the body of the Wolf King. He wiped away the bloodstains, dressed the body in new shroud clothes, and since the missing heart could not be recovered, he carved a wooden one instead. Including Hu Zhan and Lin, who the 11 coffins were exactly enough. Gravedigger, an interesting title. But why have you only dug 3 graves? Do you really believe you can leave here alive with them? Facing Yuhua Zhenren's puzzled question, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, Master, you may find this amusing, but before I entered the sect, I was a coffin seller. It was due to a series of coincidences that I acquired this somewhat random title. But as a professional in this trade, I have a precise grasp of quantities. Today only 11 coffins will be needed, so I will not bring out any extra ones. Oh, what makes you so confident? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, Master, have you heard of the 100 defeats Immortal Venerable? Before the words faded, he directly hurled a stone coffin. As the stone coffin sensed the blood pool's aura, it emitted an extraordinarily dazzling light. Then a majestic figure emerged from the coffin. Wretch, how dare you show yourself? With that, a massive fist shot straight toward Yuhua Zhenren. In response, Yuhua Zhenren threw the little white wolf in his hand to block the attack, hoping to buy a moment. But how easily could the 100 defeats Immortal Venerable's fist be stopped? The phantom fist passed through the little white wolf and slammed heavily into Yuhua Zhenren. Yuhua Zhenren, who was at the pinnacle of spirit transformation, was sent flying by that single punch. After repelling him, the phantom of the 100 defeats Immortal Venerable did not press the attack. Instead, he summoned the ancient bronze hull from afar and suppressed it firmly over the blood pool. No. Seeing this, Yuhua Zhenren cried out and flew beneath the bronze hull, attempting to stop its descent. Bang! A hidden cave exploded violently, and a bald monk flew out spitting blood. This man was none other than Master Ishio, who had been suppressing the source of the ominous power. Clang! A stream of pitch-black force struck the bronze hull, causing it to pause momentarily in its rapid fall. Ishio, what are you waiting for? Chen Changsheng snatched up the little white wolf which had dropped to the ground with unknown fate and shouted at the severely injured Ishio. He was only at the Golden Core stage. Without Ishio's help, he could never leave the Night Moon Kingdom. Though the phantom of the 100 defeats Immortal Venerable was powerful, it was ultimately like water without a source, uncertain whether it could withstand that ominous force. Thus his most urgent task was to flee as far away as possible. Hearing Chen Changsheng's call, Ishio didn't have time to think. He burned his vital essence and began to perform a Buddhist secret art. Seeing Chen Changsheng about to escape, Yuhua Zhenren gnashed his teeth in fury. But the bronze hull above him kept him pinned in place. Countless scriptures swirled around Chen Changsheng and Ishio, their figures gradually growing translucent. Master, I am a coffin seller. One day I will come to bury you. Chen Changsheng's voice echoed through the forbidden ground, striking hard at Yuhua Zhenren's heart. 1,000 miles away. Ishio spat out a mouthful of golden blood and collapsed to the ground. But Chen Changsheng seemed oblivious to Ishio's injuries, urging him repeatedly. Don't lie down. Get up and keep running. Facing this old acquaintance from 100 years ago, Ishio nearly fainted from pent-up frustration. Ancestor, the secret art I just used is from the Heavenly Buddha Temple. Each use not only consumes vital essence, but also 10 years of my lifespan. We are already 1,000 miles away. Can you let me catch my breath? I am merely a nascent soul cultivator, not a spirit transformation great one. Hearing Ishio's complaints, Chen Changsheng anxiously looked toward the direction of the imperial capital. Using it once only shortens your life by 10 years. Wanyan Agujuo at the peak of spirit transformation couldn't even survive a single move from Yuhua Zhenren. When he arrives, you won't just lose 10 years of life. You'll lose your life on the spot. At these words, Ishio instantly sprang up from the ground and again activated the life-consuming secret art of the Heavenly Buddha Temple. Swoosh! The figures of Chen Changsheng and Ishio vanished once more. Slap! Chen Changsheng collapsed weakly onto the ground. Beside him was Ishio, whose face was as pale as death. After hearing about the formidable strength of Yuhua Zhenren, Ishio had used a forbidden technique 6 times in succession, successfully teleporting both of them 6,000 li away. Such a secret art that consumed blood essence and lifespan could not be performed many times, even by an uninjured Ishio. Now gravely wounded Ishio had executed it 6 times in a row. The only difference between him and a corpse was a single breath. Yet even after escaping 6,000 li, Chen Changsheng still felt unsafe. He then led the dying Ishio and began using the blood escape technique. 12 uses of the blood escape technique was Chen Changsheng's current limit. One more would have cost him his life. He casually tossed out a few array flags and struggled to shove a handful of pills into Ishio's mouth. Expending his last ounce of strength to complete the defensive measures, Chen Changsheng's vision darkened and he fainted. But before losing consciousness, he thought to himself, if he can catch up, let him kill me. If I run any further, I'll die before he even strikes. Outside the imperial capital of the Night Moon Kingdom. Whoosh! Yuhua Zhenren appeared where Chen Changsheng had first stopped. His vast divine sense instantly enveloped the entire region for 1,000 li. But after a thorough search, the corner of Yuhua Zhenren's mouth twitched. He realized that his grand disciple was truly an extraordinary escape artist. Although this body was merely an incarnation, its strength was certainly no less than that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Yu Huazhenren was all too familiar with the auras of Ishio and Chen Changsheng. As long as the two hadn't escaped beyond 5,000 li, he was absolutely certain of catching them. And even if they had fled beyond 5,000 li. But as long as they were still within 10,000 li, he still had means to sense them. Yet now, employing every method at his disposal, he still could not detect Chen Changsheng's presence. This meant that within the span of 2 short hours, Chen Changsheng had already reached a place over 10,000 li away. At this thought, Yu Huazhenren sneered, "My good grand disciple, you'd better hide well. If your grandmaster finds you, your life will be forfeit." With that, Yu Huazhenren turned and flew back toward the Night Moon Kingdom. Now that his main body was in trouble, this incarnation could not afford to linger. "Changsheng, can we stop running?" Ishio lay weakly on the flying sword. Chen Changsheng, having just recovered a bit of spiritual energy, had begun their flight once more. Faced with Chen Changsheng's stubborn persistence, Ishio felt a wave of helplessness. Yu Huazhenren is only at the consummate stage of the nascent soul realm, not beyond it. We've already fled over 10,000 li, he can't catch us. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng not only didn't stop, but actually increased his flying speed. Better safe than sorry. Who knows if my grandmaster has some secret technique to find us. To be safe, we'll run at least 20,000 li first. Don't talk, focus on healing. Once you're better, you can take over. Hearing this, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically, and then closed his eyes to begin healing. In 100 years, this old acquaintance's character remained as cautious as ever. Now that they had met again, Ishio had many questions for Chen Changsheng. For instance, why Chen Changsheng had left without a word back then, and how senior Uncle Changsheng had come to know him. Moreover, how could Chen Changsheng, who had originally possessed no talent for cultivation, have reached the golden core stage, and now displayed impressive aptitude? All these questions troubled Ishio's heart, but they would have to wait until they were safe to ask slowly. Time passed, and a month quickly went by. Just as Chen Changsheng had said a month ago, they had fled a full 20,000 li. No need to run any more, right? We're already 30,000 li from the Night Moon Kingdom. Even if Yu Huazhenren were a god, he might not be able to find us. As he spoke, Ishio and Chen Changsheng slowly descended onto a mountaintop. Looking at the surroundings, Chen Changsheng nodded and said, "It's about enough. We're now separated from the Night Moon Kingdom by an entire dynasty. Even if Yu Huazhenren wants to come after us, it won't be that simple. Since you say it's fine, then it probably is. By the way, back then, where is Nianxing?" Before Ishio could finish, Chen Changsheng interrupted him. Faced with this question, Ishio's gaze flickered, clearly unsure how to face Chen Changsheng. Senior Uncle, she is missing. Missing? What does that mean? Even if you told me now that Nianxing had been cruelly killed, I could barely accept it. But what does missing mean? She entered the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden ground with you. How could a perfectly good person just disappear? Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Ishio said with difficulty, "After the sect learned that Yu Huazhenren had betrayed the kingdom, they sent me and senior uncle to investigate the secrets of the forbidden ground, hoping to change the course of the war. Once we reached the forbidden ground, following the clues from the Shangqing temple, we smoothly discovered the Night Moon Kingdom's secret. But while sealing that ominous force, we were discovered. Wanyan Agudu summoned 2 nascent soul ancestors to besiege us. At that time, the ancestors of Tianfui Temple and Linglong sect came to our rescue. But we still couldn't break through. In the end, the 2 ancestors sacrificed themselves to forcibly seal most of that power." Hearing Ishio's explanation, Chen Changsheng's brows furrowed deeply. "I'm not asking about the situation of the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden ground. I want to know if Li Nianxing is alive or dead. After the ancestors sacrificed themselves, the 2 of us naturally couldn't escape either. We thought we were about to die, but unexpectedly senior uncle discovered a broken ancient teleportation array in the bronze ancient hall. Though the array was damaged, with a little repair, it could still be used. And then, don't tell me you stayed behind alone to cover her retreat and let Nianxing go first. Of course not. Who wants to die if they can live? But as I said, the teleportation array was broken. I fell out during the teleportation. Later, with no other choice, I had to hide in the crack of the seal. Whenever they tried to kill me, I threatened to blow everything up. If not for that, I wouldn't be alive now. Where does the teleportation array in the bronze ancient hall lead? I don't know. The ancient teleportation array was extremely powerful. I couldn't understand it. But the teleportation distance should be over 100,000 li. After hearing this, Chen Changsheng suddenly felt his head spinning. In this vast sea of humanity, how was he supposed to find that girl Nianxing? Seeing Chen Changsheng's worried expression, Ishio smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Master has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, only a step away from spirit transformation. With her strength, she can thrive anywhere. By the way, how did you suddenly reach the golden core stage? I remember your aptitude for cultivation used to be terrible. Also, Master seems to have known you for a very long time. Exactly how long have you lived?" Facing Ishio's barrage of questions, Chen Changsheng didn't reply. Instead, he unsealed the white wolf, allowing her to regain her human form. With her cultivation restored, Wanyan, you neither fled nor attacked Chen Changsheng. She simply sat there in a daze. But slowly tears began to stream from her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng said helplessly, "Hey, why are you crying? I'm not the one who killed your father. Under those circumstances, you should be glad you even survived." At these words, Wang Yanyu immediately bristled with anger. "Why can't I cry? My beloved father used me, and on top of that he's dead. Wouldn't you cry if this happened to you?" After venting her frustrations at Chen Changsheng, Wang Yanyu wiped away her tears and lowered her head, speaking softly. "Thank you for burying my father. Even though he used me, he was still my father. If it weren't for you, his body would have been left to rot in the wilderness." Hearing this, Isho muttered quietly, Your father wouldn't have ended up exposed in the wilderness. Feather Ascension Immortal needs your father's corpse and bloodline, so even if Chen Changsheng buried him, he'd likely have been dug up anyway." The moment those words were spoken, Wang Yanyu's icy glare shot towards Isho. Realizing his blunder, Isho clamped his mouth shut and quietly retreated to the side. After driving Isho away with her gaze, Wang Yanyu looked back at Chen Changsheng and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "Nothing much. I've seen through this cultivation world. I'm going back to my old trade, selling coffins. As for the Great Qian dynasty, I don't plan to return for now. What about you two?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's question, Wang Yanyu thought for a moment and said, "Feather Ascension Immortal has taken control of the Night Moon Kingdom. If this continues, its people will surely face catastrophe. So no matter what, I must go back." After getting Wang Yanyu's answer, Chen Changsheng turned to Isho. "What about you?" "I'm at Bach. Both the Great Qian dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom are in dire straits. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? This humble monk is willing to offer himself to the demons. Speak plainly. I plan to leave the heavenly Buddha temple far away. Feather Ascension Immortal won't spare us." Hearing Isho's answer, Chen Changsheng nodded. Boom. 8 coffins appeared before Isho. "These are the bodies of my master and fellow disciples. Since you're going back, take them with you. Also, this is the auspicious burial site I chose for them. Just bury them according to the address on this map." Looking at the marked map in his hand, and then at Chen Changsheng's casual demeanor, Isho's mouth twitched involuntarily. "You're so prepared. You didn't have all this ready in advance, did you?" "Congratulations, you guessed right. Ever since I joined Shanxing Temple, I've prepared coffins and burial sites for all my fellow disciples, including my master and grandmaster. So by that logic, you've prepared one for me too." "Yes, but you'll have to pay. Considering our friendship, I'll give you a 20% discount." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Isho's face contorted. "Chen Changsheng, I'm still alive and well. Isn't it a bit too early to be preparing my coffin and grave? Getting it ready early saves the hassle later. It's not like you're immortal. This day will come." "Isho, you actually have a point. Wait, I'm a nascent soul cultivator now. It's not impossible for me to reach spirit transformation in the future. Do spirit transformation cultivators become immortal?" Chen Changsheng's words left Isho speechless once again. "Isho, for some reason I can never win an argument with you." Realizing he couldn't out-argue Chen Changsheng, Isho reluctantly put away the coffins and the map. "Fine, I appreciate the gesture. But we'll see who ends up burying whom. By the way, who exactly is this 100 defeats immortal venerable you mentioned? In the Night Moon Kingdom, without his phantom projection, we would have been doomed. Can you give me a clue so I can go find the senior?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about that. The 100 defeats immortal venerable lived at least 2,000 years ago. By now he's probably nothing but dust. I found his stone coffin in the boundless secret realm, which recorded some of his deeds. He originally planned to pass away there, but later chose another location. At first I simply thought this senior had found a better place. But after discovering the secret of the Bronze Ancient Hall, I realized things weren't so simple. I just gave it a shot on a whim, and surprisingly it worked." Hearing this, Wang Yanyu asked curiously, "What if the stone coffin left by the 100 defeats immortal venerable hadn't worked? Then I would have had no choice but to seek refuge with that grandmaster of mine. Just because I sell coffins doesn't mean I want to die." Wang Yanyu, "The logic makes sense, but how can you say it so casually? I really don't know if you're cold-blooded and heartless or loyal and righteous." "Call you cold-blooded. You traveled thousands of miles to the Night Moon Kingdom, risking life and limb just to bury an old friend. Call you loyal and righteous. You talk about defecting to the enemy with absolutely no hesitation." After giving Isho and the others a few more detailed instructions, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, "You should get going. Even if the 100 defeats immortal venerable stone coffin doesn't take care of Feather Ascension Immortal, it will at least cause him considerable trouble. Now that you know his secret, he won't kill you openly. Stay cautious and you might just survive." Looking at the calm Chen Changsheng, Isho asked curiously, "Going back now will be fraught with danger. Aren't you going to try and stop us? Rain will fall, mothers will marry. All living things coming to an end is an inevitability. The only difference is whether it happens sooner or later. This path is one you chose yourselves. Why would I persuade you otherwise? At most I'll give you an extra discount on those coffins." "Isho, you make a valid point, but you're a real bastard." Facing Chen Changsheng's utterly indifferent demeanor, Isho rolled his eyes dramatically and remarked, "I truly can't stand your heartless nature. I'll take my leave now. Perhaps I'll return in 1,000 years or so to collect your remains." With that, Ishio turned and departed. Wang Yin cast a lingering glance at Chen Changsheng before following in Ishio's footsteps. Watching Ishio's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Though the young monk always lost their verbal sparring matches, he was actually quite shrewd. It was only when Yinxing began to distinguish himself at the Linglong sect that Chen Changsheng had first encountered him. At that time, Yinxing was already over 60 years old. Adding the years Chen Changsheng had spent lingering in Linglong town, more than 80 years had passed since then. Combining the fact that Yinxing had known him from very early on, a bit of deduction could roughly reveal how long he had truly lived. Back then he was merely a qi refining cultivator. Surviving such an extended lifespan defied all common sense. Yet Ishio had never once questioned him about this matter. At this thought, Chen Changsheng stretched lazily, turned to gaze upon the nation behind him, and murmured to himself, "I've heard this country is called the Xuanwu Kingdom. I wonder what amusements it has to offer." With that, Chen Changsheng leisurely strolled down the mountain. Kuhai Town, Xuanwu Kingdom. "Master, you simply must help me this time." A burly man standing 2 meters tall shoved through the crowd surrounding the shop and knelt before Chen Changsheng. Looking at the burly man before him, Chen Changsheng quickly helped him to his feet and said, "Dazhuang, just tell me what's the matter. If I can help, I certainly will." Upon hearing this, the man wiped the tears from his face and pulled several blood-stained spirit stones from his bosom, saying, "Master, this is everything I own. I'll gather the rest of the spirit stones for you without fail. I only beg you to help restore my brother's body whole." Gazing at the wooden plank draped in white cloth not far away, Chen Changsheng shook his head with a sigh. "Business is business. There's never been a notion of credit in this trade. I know you brothers made your living gathering herbs. Coincidentally, I've been in need of some medicinal ingredients lately. I can purchase your herbs. What do you say?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Dazhuang suppressed his grief and brought over the basket beside him. Chen Changsheng gave it a cursory glance and estimated the value of the herbs with considerable accuracy. The basket contained nothing but low-grade herbs of mediocre quality. Even with a premium offered, they would be worth at most 3 low-grade spirit stones. "Excellent. These are all top-grade herbs I need. I'll purchase them for 100 spirit stones." So saying, Chen Changsheng took the basket and handed Dazhuang a leather pouch. "For my funeral services, the minimum is 100 spirit stones. Recently, my humble shop is running a promotion. How about I throw in a fine quality coffin as a bonus?" "Thank you, master. Your great kindness I shall never forget." The 100 spirit stones made a round trip back into Chen Changsheng's hands, and he walked over to the wooden plank nearby. Gently lifting the white cloth, a mangled, bloodied corpse came into view. At the sight, the onlookers' stomachs churned violently. "How did this happen? A few days ago we discovered a century-old spirit herb, but it was guarded by a guardian beast. Knowing the beast's formidable strength, I didn't dare attempt to pick the herb. But who would have thought Erzwang would sneak off behind my back to harvest it? By the time I arrived, only his corpse remained. This is all my fault. He wanted to trade that herb for resources for me." As he spoke, Dazhuang, still on his knees, was choked with sobs. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and produced a complete set of professional tools. The sound of flesh and blood scraping reached everyone's ears. Those with weaker stomachs had already rushed aside to vomit. Yet Chen Changsheng remained utterly composed, murmuring softly under his breath. "First align the sinews, then piece the bones of limbs before torso organs in their proper order." As Chen Changsheng's hands moved with practiced precision, the shattered corpse gradually began to take shape. After a full shurchen of painstaking work, Chen Changsheng finally completed the reassembly of the body. The missing parts were filled in with substitute materials he had on hand. When all was done, Chen Changsheng produced a fine coffin and gently placed the body inside. Phew! He let out a long breath, wiped the fine sweat from his brow, and said, "The funeral preparations are complete. Go see your brother one last time, and lay him to rest as soon as possible." With that, Chen Changsheng paid no further attention to Dazhuang and walked straight to a nearby table where he began treating patients for sprains and fractures. Seeing how busy Chen Changsheng was, a burly man with a broken arm chuckled, "Master, you've got your hands in far too many trades. It's one thing that you've cornered the market on funeral services, but you also refine pills and treat ailments. Why, just the other day, I saw you carving formations onto a coffin. You're not planning to start yet another business, are you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng shot the man a withering glare and said, "This is all your fault for pushing me into it. I originally just sold coffins. But then someone had the audacity to carry a half-dead man to my shop to buy one. Seeing that the man could still be saved, how could I just stand by and watch him die? And what was the result? Instead of being grateful, they repaid kindness with enmity. They went out and spread word everywhere that my medical skills were extraordinary. More and more people came, so I had no choice but to open a medical clinic. Fun, a clinic was one thing, but you lot got greedy for my medicines and insisted on buying them. Those people pestered me for a full month, so I had to start refining pills." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng applied sudden force with his hands, and the burly man let out a shriek like a pig being slaughtered. Crack! Seizing the moment the bone snapped back into place, Chen Changsheng slapped a medicated plaster onto the fracture. There your arm will be functional again after a month of recovery. And stop getting into fights. You're only at the 3rd layer of body refining, while the one you tangled with was at least at the 5th layer. If it weren't for his restraint, your right hand would have been ruined. Facing Chen Changsheng's nagging, the burly man grinned and said, Master, I was caught off guard this time. Next time I definitely won't lose to him. The 3-yang body forging art I cultivate is a profound rank technique. His is only a yellow rank advanced technique. The only reason he won was that his cultivation level was slightly higher than mine. Once I reach the 4th layer of body refining, just watch me triumph across realms. Listening to the man's bold declarations, Chen Changsheng pursed his lips and refrained from further persuasion. The warlike nature of the Xuanwu kingdom was simply ingrained in their very bones. Trying to convince them to stop seeking conflict was more difficult than urging them to stop breathing. Chen Changsheng was attending to the sick. At that moment, several powerful auras suddenly surged from afar. In response, the many low-level cultivators of Xuanwu Nation deftly cleared a path. Zhuoxinghe pays his respects to you, master. A gorgeously attired young man bowed respectfully before Chen Changsheng. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng said with a helpless expression, I truly regret saving you back then. Every year you come to invite me for 10 whole years now. Don't you ever get tired of it? Hearing this, the gorgeously attired young man smiled. If I can invite you, master, what does a decade matter? Even another 10 years would be worth it. 10 years ago, if not for your rescue, Xinghe would have long since perished in the Yellow Springs. However, what Xinghe cannot understand is why someone with your talents would be content to live in seclusion in such a small place. If you are willing, Xuanwu Nation would be honored to appoint you as its national teacher. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, I am not going to the imperial capital of Xuanwu Nation, not because I am arrogant about my talents, nor because your offer is insufficient. It's simply that the imperial capital cannot compare to this Kuhai town. Kuhai town lies at the edge of the Demon Beast mountain range. Every day it receives a vast supply of fresh medicinal herbs and precious trees. I run a coffin shop and a medical clinic. These things are very important to me. Faced with Chen Changsheng's excuse, Zhuoxinghe smiled and did not refute. Chen Changsheng had used this excuse for 10 years, and Zhuoxinghe had heard it for 10 years as well. You are right, master, but Xuanwu Nation is truly desperate for talent. This time I have brought some things that I believe can compensate for your loss. As he spoke, Zhuoxinghe lifted the red cloth on the tray beside him, revealing 2 medicinal herbs and a jade slip. This 7-star grass is a treasure of the Xuanwu imperial family preserved for 300 years. And this 1,000-year flesh Ganoderma was obtained by Xuanwu Nation with great effort. As for this cultivation method, it is the renowned 9 transformations mystic art. If it were not for the fact that only the first 3 layers remain, it would surely be classified among the heavenly rank techniques. If you are willing to go to the imperial capital, all these things will be yours. Looking at the gifts Zhuoxinghe offered, Chen Changsheng was actually a little tempted. Xuanwu Nation emphasizes physical cultivation, and its physical prowess far surpasses that of the Dacian dynasty. At the same time, the ranking of cultivation methods in Xuanwu Nation differs considerably from that of the Dacian dynasty. Here, cultivation methods are divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Heaven rank is the highest, Huang rank the lowest. Throughout Xuanwu Nation, the only publicly known Heaven rank technique is the heavenly stellar forging art passed down through the Xuanwu lineage. Zhuoxinghe's ability to produce this technique, hailed as the best below the heavenly stellar forging art, was no less than a substantial investment. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng rose and walked over to Zhuoxinghe to examine the items on the tray. Flesh Ganoderma and 7-star grass. These are the legendary main ingredients of the glazed pill. It is said that once one takes the glazed pill, they can attain a diamond-glazed body with a physical strength capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Judging by the cultivation realms of my homeland, only a divine transformation stage cultivator can break it. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, a flicker of brilliance shone in Zhuoxinghe's eyes. However, Chen Changsheng's next move greatly disappointed Zhuoxinghe, because Chen Changsheng covered the tray with the red cloth again. Seeing this, Zhuoxinghe asked in confusion, Master, does this gift still not meet your standards? Tell me what you desire, and as long as I can obtain it, I will agree to any condition. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng sighed lightly and said, Young Master Xinghe, it is not that I am ungrateful, but I truly do not wish to involve myself in the affairs of the imperial family. The higher the price you offer, the greater the trouble you want me to resolve. I believe my abilities are still insufficient. You should seek another more capable person. Saying this, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and was about to turn back to his coffin shop. At that moment, Xinghe suddenly said, Master, don't you want to know about the bronze ancient palace? At these words, Chen Changsheng's footsteps immediately halted. You really found it? That's right. 10 years ago, you casually mentioned it. Although you didn't take it to heart, I have kept it in mind. After 10 years of investigation, I have finally uncovered some clues. Moreover, the clues about the Bronze Ancient Palace are also connected to the affairs in the imperial capital. So if you wish to learn about the Bronze Ancient Palace, I'm afraid you will have to make a trip to the imperial capital. Hearing Zhuoxinghe's words, Chen Changsheng was momentarily troubled. Since learning that Nianxing had disappeared within the Bronze Ancient Palace, he had been constantly inquiring about the whereabouts of other Bronze Ancient Palaces. However, after more than 10 years of investigation, Chen Changsheng had still not heard of any Bronze Ancient Palace in Xuanwu Nation. So much time had passed that he had long since stopped thinking about it. The locations of the 18 Bronze Ancient Palaces are unknown, and this world is terrifyingly vast. Heaven knows in which country or which remote corner these 18 Bronze Ancient Palaces might be hidden. Now that he had learned of the Bronze Ancient Palace again, it would be a lie to say Chen Changsheng was not tempted. Thinking this, he said, "This news of yours truly puts me in a difficult position. Very well, I will go with you. But I must say in advance regarding the affairs of the imperial capital, I can only do my best, I cannot guarantee success. I'll go back and pack my things, then I'll go with you." Hearing this, Weixinghe said excitedly, "Then I will await you outside, master." He entered his coffin shop and stored his belongings into the system space. Looking at a luxurious coffin in the corner of the room, Chen Changsheng murmured to himself. It took 5 years to collect corpses in Yue Nation, and another 43 years selling coffins in Xuanwu Nation. Roughly calculating, I have been away from Shangqing Temple for nearly 49 years. Back then, Third Senior Brother's foundation was damaged, and he had at most 50 years of lifespan. Now turmoil stirs again. Are you heaven reminding me that it's time to collect Third Senior Brother's corpse? Saying this, Chen Changsheng caressed the coffin engraved with array patterns. This coffin had taken Chen Changsheng a full 40 years to prepare, and its future user was precisely Yuhua Zhenren, the one who had driven Chen Changsheng to Xuanwu Nation. My grandmaster. Collecting one or collecting two, it's all the same. Third Senior Brother is about to die now, there's no need for you to keep living either. Your disciple's disciple has spent 40 years preparing a fine coffin for you. You should be able to rest in peace. Having said this, Chen Changsheng curled his lips into a smile, stored the coffin into the system space, and then turned to leave the coffin shop, where he had spent 43 years. Inside the spacious carriage, Chen Changsheng sat quietly holding a book and reading with deep concentration. Weixinghe, noticing this from the side, immediately praised him. Your lordship possesses boundless learning, yet still never sets aside your scrolls. Such dedication truly fills Xinghe with admiration. On this journey to Chang'an, I should have arranged a high-grade demonic beast as your mount. However, considering the special circumstances, being too ostentatious might bring unnecessary trouble to you. Once we reach Chang'an, I will personally host a grand welcome banquet for you. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng quietly put away his book and spoke. Ask whatever you wish. I refrained from conversing with you earlier because I did not wish to intervene in the murky affairs of the Xuanwu Kingdom royal family. Now that I have agreed to help you, I certainly will not be stingy. As the crown prince of Xuanwu Kingdom, if you cannot even resolve such troubles, would it not become a laughingstock? Realizing his subtle intentions had been seen through, Weixinghe smiled, without offering any explanation. Traveling to Chang'an on a demonic beast would take no more than half a day. But doing so would greatly reduce the time he could spend alone with Chen Changsheng. 10 years ago, he had been rescued by Chen Changsheng in the demonic beast mountain range. That night, Chen Changsheng had chatted with him, and that very conversation had benefited him profoundly. However, after he recovered his status and sought out Chen Changsheng again, Chen Changsheng never once engaged him in conversation again. Now that another opportunity had presented itself, how could Weixinghe easily let it slip away? Thinking of this, Weixinghe carefully chose his words and spoke. Lord, there is actually a question that has puzzled me for a long time. As everyone knows, human energy is limited and cultivators are no different. Yet your lordship not only possesses remarkable cultivation, but also excels in alchemy, formation, arrays, medical arts, dragon seeking, and acupoint techniques, and many other disciplines. How is it that you have learned all these things and achieved mastery in each? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and replied. How old are you? Xinghe has just turned 100 years old. At 100 years of age, having your cultivation level is indeed quite talented. You have just completed 100 years, which means you have lived for a century since leaving your mother's womb. The first 20 years you were young and ignorant, so you did not learn much. But what did you do during the remaining 80 years? 1 year has 365 days, 80 years would be over 20,000 days and nights, a rather lengthy period. 80 years for mortals might constitute an entire lifetime. But unlike mortals, a cultivator's 80 years hold far greater value than a mortal's 80 years. Mortals are always wasting most of their time on illness, hunger, fatigue, and various other factors. However, cultivators are unaffected by these. They can survive without grain, drawing sustenance from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The diseases that afflict mortals will never plague cultivators, and cultivators can replace sleep with meditation and seated contemplation. And yet after all this time, what have you gained? Facing Chen Changsheng's question, Weixinghe pondered seriously before responding. During these 80 years, I have gained cultivation power and a beautiful companion on the Tao path. Well summarized. But beyond these, what else? A day has 12 double hours. Have you spent all your time on these matters? If I am not mistaken, besides these three aspects, you have also devoted some time to other pursuits. such as traveling for pleasure, indulging in romantic pursuits, and competing for supremacy. These things have likewise occupied most of your time. I am no genius, nor do I have an exceptionally powerful master. I merely picked up the time that others discarded, that is all. To cultivate the body, one must first cultivate the mind. Without sufficient mental realm, how can one sing boldly on the path of cultivation? Having heard this, Xinghe exhaled deeply, his admiration for Chen Changsheng growing even stronger. What a profound statement, that is all. These few words alone are enough to make all cultivators under heaven feel ashamed. With your extraordinary talents, Xuanwu Kingdom would treat you as a national scholar. I wonder what your lordship thinks. Facing Xinghe's renewed offer, Chen Changsheng smiled and waved his hand. Let us not speak of that, my heart lies elsewhere. Moreover, the great cost you have expended to invite me from seclusion indicates that the situation in Chang'an is already quite dire. How much longer can your father live? Hearing this, Xinghe sighed and said, His Majesty is the strongest ruler in the history of Xuanwu Kingdom. Yet no matter how profound his cultivation or how refined his divine abilities, His Majesty ultimately cannot overcome the 5 declines of heaven and man. At present, His Majesty has less than 1 year of lifespan remaining. Recently, His Majesty issued an edict: whoever discovers the location of the dragon vein shall inherit the throne of Xuanwu Kingdom. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng frowned and spoke. Emperor Zhua has survived for 2,300 years thus far. I believe Xuanwu Kingdom has already exhausted every method available to extend lifespan. Now that Emperor Zhua is so urgently searching for a burial site, I suspect what he truly seeks is not a dragon vein, but a place where one can reverse their lifespan and live again. Such a place is not easily found. Seeing Chen Changsheng directly reveal the hidden truth behind the matter, Xinghe smiled bitterly. If this place were so easy to find, Xinghe would not have come to invite your lordship from seclusion. My royal brothers have all found powerful experts to assist them. I truly have little confidence in defeating them. Out of desperation, Xinghe had no choice but to disturb your lordship's peaceful cultivation. I merely wonder, your lordship, what odds do you place on success? I dare not claim absolute certainty, but 5 or 6 out of 10 is achievable. Xinghe. Upon hearing this, Xinghe was instantly stunned. He had visited countless hidden masters throughout Xuanwu Kingdom, yet most had replied that they had no confidence, or at best only a 50-50 chance. How could Chen Changsheng suddenly claim 5 or 6 out of 10? Had he not known Chen Changsheng's characters, Xinghe would have thought him to be bragging. Your lordship, do you truly have such confidence? I have the confidence to find that place, but finding it does not guarantee success. Whether we succeed depends on how great a price Xuanwu Kingdom is willing to pay. Furthermore, do not blame me for not warning you. Reversing one's lifespan is something all those nearing the end of their days desire. Yet those who can achieve it are few and far between. You had best advise your father to abandon this notion. Facing Chen Changsheng's counsels, Xinghe wore a bitter smile. He certainly understood this principle, but how could anyone alter his father's resolve? Faced with Chen Changsheng's suggestion, Xinghe remained silent, offering no reply. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and said nothing. Zhua Huang had lived for 2,300 years, a lifespan twice that of a divine transformation cultivator. As the saying goes, an old man is shrewd and an old horse is slick. The current Chang'an city could be described as a dragon's pool and tiger's den. If it weren't for investigating the clues of the bronze ancient palace, he would never have meddled in this matter. Chang'an City Imperial Palace. All 9 princes of the Xuanwu Kingdom gathered in the Great Hall, while seated high upon the dragon throne was a young man. This young man was the strongest emperor in the history of Xuanwu Kingdom, the Xuanwu Emperor. The Xuanwu Emperor rested his chin on his hand, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at his 9 sons. At that moment, a prince stepped forward and said, Father, your son has visited many experts and searched all the famous mountains and great rivers of Xuanwu Kingdom. Finally, I have found a dragon's den for you, father. With this dragon's den, I am certain it will help you live another life. Seeing a prince already stepping forward, the other princes were unwilling to fall behind, each recounting the great efforts they had made to find a dragon's den. Among the 9 princes, however, the eldest prince, Xinghe, remained silent. The reason he said nothing was simple: Chen Changsheng was frantically devouring the fruit platter before him. Seeing the other brothers presenting the dragon's dens they had found, Xinghe was burning with anxiety. Master, could you perhaps pause your feasting for a moment? Or shall we first introduce the dragon's den? Hearing Xinghe's suggestion, Chen Changsheng swallowed the spirit fruit in his mouth and said, This is a banquet. Eating is the proper business. Besides, this is not what you should be worried about now. At these words, Xinghe's face was filled with confusion. Now? If not the dragon's den, then what should I be concerned about? Faced with Xinghe's obtuseness, Chen Changsheng gave a great roll of his eyes. Your father is about to die, and you 9 sons are gleefully searching for his burial ground. Don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? When Chen Changsheng finished speaking, Xinghe instantly realized. It was true that his father sought a dragon's den, and it was also true that his end was near. But at this moment, as a son, his first thought should be sorrow and not how to find a nice grave for his father. Even if he didn't feel that way inside, he should at least put on a show. Thinking this, Xinghe whispered, "Master, is it too late now?" "It's never too late to mend the fold after a sheep is lost. Just make sure your gestures are exaggerated." With Chen Changsheng's replies, Xinghe immediately rose and charged forward. In the midst of his slide, he fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. "Father, your son cannot bear to part with you." The other princes? Xinghe's sudden move caught the other 8 princes off guard. Meanwhile, Zhuang on the dragon throne turned his gaze to Chen Changsheng, who was still devouring the fruit platter with abandon. Having lived over 2,300 years, the old monster's strength was beyond doubt. Every conversation in the hall could not escape his ears. He knew the thoughts and natures of the 9 princes by heart, but the helper his eldest son had brought seemed somewhat interesting. Thinking this, Zhuang spoke, "A man should not cry and whimper. What kind of conduct is that?" Facing his father's slightly reproachful tone, Xinghe sobbed even louder. "Father, it is said that men do not easily shed tears, but only when they have not reached the depths of sorrow. Now that your son is about to part from you, I am truly heartbroken." Watching his eldest son's superb acting, Zhuang smiled faintly and used a strand of spiritual energy to help Xinghe up. "I know your filial piety, but life and death are the way of heaven. You need not grieve too much." After speaking, Zhuang waved his hand, and a servant immediately brought Chen Changsheng an even larger fruit platter. Faced with the emperor's reward, Chen Changsheng grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Thank you, Zhuang." With that, Chen Changsheng resumed his frenzy on the fruit platter, even taking some to go. The other princes? "Can you have some shame? How did you come up with such a shameless trick? Why can't I think of one?" Although Zhuang did not say anything explicitly, the other 8 princes knew that Xinghe's recent actions had clearly earned him points. After the little performance, Zhuang finally spoke of the serious matter. "My end is near, and I wish to find a blessed land of immortality to live another life. 10 years ago I promised that whoever could find the true land of immortality would inherit the throne of Xuanwu Kingdom. Now is the time to present your achievements." At these words, the 8 princes exchanged glances with their respective experts. Then those experts stepped forward one by one, confidently introducing the dragon's dens they had found. The descriptions, which sounded utterly miraculous, even made Xinghe's mouth water. But Chen Changsheng, his helper, was still preoccupied with the grand task of devouring the fruit platter, showing no sign of speaking. Half an hour passed, and the 8 dragons' dens were introduced. Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Changsheng. Seeing his crude behavior, the second prince said displeasedly, "Elder brother, where did you find such a rustic fellow? Now is the critical moment of father's millennia-long plan. Allowing such a person to appear in the Great Hall only brings shame to our Xuanwu Kingdom." Xinghe was about to retort when Chen Changsheng finished off the last spirit fruit and said unhurriedly, "Have you never heard of the closing act? The most impressive ones always appear last. What's the rush?" Then Chen Changsheng looked at Zhuang and said, "May I ask, Zhuang, do you have a map? If possible, the map should be as large and detailed as possible." Hearing this, Zhuang waved his finger, and 5 burly men carried in a massive map. When unrolled, the map covered nearly half the hall. Chen Changsheng's gaze swept over the map with careful consideration, and he marked the 8 previously mentioned dragons' dens one by one. After completing this, Chen Changsheng clasped his hands and said, "Zhuang, forgive my bluntness, but in my eyes these 8 places are all worthless. If you wish to live another life, there is only one place that holds some possibility." At these words, the many experts present were immediately enraged. "How dare you? What is your sect or school that you spout such nonsense? State your lineage, and let us teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Facing the crowd's fury, Chen Changsheng picked his ear nonchalantly and said, "Apologies, my sect does not specialize in dragon seeking and point acupuncture. I learned those things on my own. Also, my main profession is selling coffins, with a side job in dragon seeking and point acupuncture, as well as providing a full package for funeral services." Chen Changsheng's words echoed through the hall, leaving the assembled experts utterly stunned. They had assumed that the great prince's invited ally would declare some formidable origin. Who would have thought that he was merely a coffin seller? And even more absurdly, his skills in geomancy were self-taught. Hearing this, the other 8 princes seized the opportunity to attack Xinghe. "Father, the eldest brother brought a coffin seller to dismiss the matter. Clearly he intends to sabotage your majesty's grand plan." Indeed, the eldest brother feigns loyalty on the surface, but in secret he has long coveted the throne. Facing the accusations of the many princes, Emperor Zhui did not erupt in anger. Instead, he looked at Chen Changsheng with interest and said, "This gentleman's profession is quite intriguing. How should I address you?" Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "My surname is Chun, given name Changsheng. Your Majesty may call me Changsheng." "Changsheng. A fine name. Then, Master Changsheng, could you explain your previous remarks? Those 8 are renowned feng shui masters of Xuanwu Kingdom. Is it not improper to dismiss them so lightly?" Upon hearing the emperor's words, everyone present sneered coldly. The emperor himself had asked, surely this rustic fellow could not escape his scrutiny. At that moment this Chen Changsheng would have no choice but to die a miserable death. In response to the emperor's question, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "The dragon's lair your majesty seeks is a place that allows one to live a second life. If such a miraculous sight could be easily found, then cultivators across the world would not be troubled by their limited lifespans. Moreover, whether a living being can truly live a second life remains a legendary topic to this day. These men boast and brag from the start, which proves their words are all lies. And lies are nothing but garbage, are they not? There is some reason in that," emperors nodded. "Then may I ask where Master Changsheng has located the dragon's lair? I am eager to see what makes it so special." Hearing that the emperor wished to see the dragon's lair, he had chosen Chen Changsheng, searched the map, then pointed to a blank area, and said, "It is here. Within a radius of 100,000 li, only this place has the potential to grant your majesty a second life." The moment they saw where Chen Changsheng was pointing, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Zhuoxinghe's face was the most grim, for the place Chen Changsheng indicated was related to the bronze ancient hall. He had every reason to suspect that Chen Changsheng had deliberately chosen that spot. Preposterous. The ancient forbidden land is the most forbidden place under heaven. How could there be a dragon's lair there? An old man with a white beard loudly denounced Chen Changsheng, while cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and said, "You keep talking about forbidden things, but do you even know what forbidden truly means? Forbidden is forbidden, no explanation needed. You are trying to lead His Majesty into the ancient forbidden land, which is an unforgivable crime. I implore your Majesty to execute this man." The old man did not bother to argue with Chen Changsheng and directly begged Emperor Zhuo to kill him. But the emperor did not even glance at the old man. Instead, he addressed Chen Changsheng. "Why did Master Changsheng choose such a place? The ancient forbidden land. No living being may enter. It is a death trap with no chance of survival. And from your words, it seems you understand what forbidden truly means." Your Majesty jests. The forbidden has never been clearly understood throughout the ages. I merely managed to come up with a few words to describe it, that which cannot be cognized, cannot be defined, cannot be described, cannot be observed. Anything possessing these qualities is what people call forbidden. Hearing this, Emperor Zhuo nodded thoughtfully and said, "Your words have truly revealed the terror of the forbidden. Since you understand it so well, why would you still choose that place?" "Because the blessed lands belong to those who are capable." Chen Changsheng smacked his lips, gazing at the ancient forbidden land on the map. "Before your Majesty was born, there were certainly other powerhouses in this land. They too were troubled by the problem of lifespan, and made the same choice as your Majesty. Although the forbidden cannot be described, one thing we do know is its power. The strength of the forbidden is so immense that all living beings dare not even speak of it. And for such a mighty existence, the place it dwells must be the best. For your Majesty to live a second life, the dragon's lair needed cannot be judged by common standards. The 8 lairs suggested earlier are good, but not sufficient for your Majesty. To live a second life, one must seek life through death. Dare to charge into the ancient forbidden land, and only then is there a glimmer of hope." Chen Changsheng's voice echoed through the empty hall. At the same time, everyone's hearts began to pound violently. They had never expected this rustic fellow to propose such a bold idea. If the emperor truly adopted his suggestion, the entire Xuanwu kingdom would be doomed. Silence. After Chen Changsheng finished speaking, an eerie stillness fell over the hall. After an unknown period, Emperor Zhuo spoke from the dragon throne. "I am tired today. Let us all return. From today onward, Master Changsheng shall be the state preceptor of Xuanwu Kingdom, free to come and go as he pleases within its borders." With that, the emperor rose and left. Zhuoxinghe's 8 younger brothers clenched their fists, their eyes filled with resentment. The position of state preceptor and unrestricted access. This was an extraordinary favor. Unrestricted access meant Chen Changsheng could go anywhere in Xuanwu Kingdom, including the imperial treasury and the secret cultivation chambers, places that had previously been accessible only to the emperor himself. Now another person, an outsider, could enter as well. How could the princes not be jealous? "No, your Majesty, you cannot do this. I had an agreement with the great prince that I would not hold any official position in Xuanwu Kingdom." As everyone was seething with envy over Chen Changsheng's sudden fortune, he himself shouted toward the departing emperor, seemingly unwilling to accept the title of state preceptor. Hearing this, everyone was utterly speechless. "Everyone, I'm grinding my molars to dust. If you weren't valued by His Majesty, I'd find a way to kill you right now. Such a marvelous opportunity, and you speak like this. If you don't want to give it to me. Master, why have you chosen the Huanggu Forbidden Land?" After the banquet, Zhuoxinghe directly intercepted Chen Changsheng, who was strolling about. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "I've already explained the reason just now. Only the Huanggu Forbidden Land can possibly help His Majesty reverse his life and live another lifetime. No other place holds such potential. Master, your reasoning just now was indeed flawless, but Xinghe believes you have other reasons." Looking at the stubborn Zhuoxinghe before him, Chen Changsheng scratched his head and said, "I thought you were clever enough to see through the current situation, but it turns out you still haven't grasped it. I'm somewhat disappointed. Master, what do you mean by that? Let me ask you, who is the strongest in Xuanwu Kingdom? Of course it's my father emperor. And who knows Xuanwu Kingdom best? Also my father emperor. Since his ascension, Xuanwu Kingdom has entered an unprecedented era of prosperity. Its territory has more than doubled, and all these lands were personally conquered by Father Emperor. Every inch of Xuanwu Kingdom's land has been measured by his feet. He is the one who knows Xuanwu Kingdom best. There you have it. Chen Changsheng spread his hands and said, His Majesty is the strongest in Xuanwu Kingdom and the one who knows it best. Do you think he doesn't know which place can help him reverse his life and live another lifetime? At these words, Xinghe was taken aback. Master, do you mean that the Huanggu Forbidden Land was Father Emperor's intention? Yes. As the great prince of Xuanwu Kingdom, you are more familiar with the kingdom's history than I am. His Majesty has lived for 2,300 years, and for the first 2,200 years, he had neither offspring nor a Tao partner. Yet in the last 100 years you were born, and 8 more brothers followed. Something he didn't do for 2,200 years, he suddenly did in the last 100 years. Doesn't that feel like making arrangements for the end? Reversing life to live another lifetime is harder than reaching the heavens. A short period of preparation cannot possibly succeed. Hearing this, Xinghe began to understand. Do you mean that Father Emperor started preparing 100 years ago? Probably even earlier. For such a great matter, don't even think about it without 200 or 300 years of preparation. His Majesty asking you to find the dragon's nest was merely a test for you. Entrusting the preparation for reversing life to 9 children under 100 years old. That would be a colossal joke. Having said that, Chen Changsheng continued his leisurely stroll. Xinghe stood still for a moment in silence, then quickly caught up with Chen Changsheng and spoke. Master, can you persuade Father Emperor? The Huanggu Forbidden Land is a great terror. If the slightest mistake is made, the entire Xuanwu Kingdom will be destroyed. How can I persuade His Majesty? I am merely an outsider. This is something you should do. When I came, I advised you to persuade your Father Emperor, because I had already guessed that His Majesty would choose the Huanggu Forbidden Land. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng arrived before a pavilion. This was the Xuanwu Pavilion, where the kingdom's cultivation techniques were stored. Gazing at the towering structure before him, a gleam of light flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. A place with such an abundance of books was to Chen Changsheng the greatest temptation under heaven. This should be the library of Xuanwu Kingdom. Would you like to come in and have a look with me? Faced with Chen Changsheng's invitation, a troubled Xinghe forced a smile and said, Xinghe will not accompany you, Master. The Xuanwu Pavilion is only accessible with Father Emperor's permission. Even I cannot enter freely. Also, Master, please remember you may only observe. You must not touch anything inside. If you touch something carelessly, it might. Before Xinghe could finish, a dark shadow suddenly appeared before the two of them. By His Majesty's decree, Master Changsheng may access whatever he desires without hindrance. Furthermore, Prince Xinghe is to guide Master Changsheng through the palace and ensure his satisfaction. Xinghe, access freely. Is Father Emperor joking? Even a ruler's courtesy to a worthy is not to this extent. Could Chen Changsheng be Father Emperor's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why would none of us biological sons receive such treatment? Many thanks, Your Majesty. Chen Changsheng thanked with a cheerful smile, then pulled the stunned Xinghe into the Xuanwu Pavilion. Xuanwu Pavilion. Looking at the dazzling array of books before him, Chen Changsheng's mouth almost watered in anticipation. At that moment, Xinghe also snapped out of his shock. He hesitated and asked, Master, could it be that your surname is Zhuai? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and said in exasperation, Please spare me such ethical jokes. My surname is Chun. That is beyond doubt. I am not His Majesty's illegitimate son, nor am I your blood brother. While teasing Xinghe, Chen Changsheng selected books from the Xuanwu Pavilion. Seeing this, Xinghe continued to ask, Since you are not Father Emperor's offspring, why does he treat you with such favor? Is it simply because you guessed Father Emperor's intentions? As Xinghe inquired, Chen Changsheng had already gathered a large pile of books. Then a book as large as a house appeared before Chen Changsheng. What book is this? Though Chen Changsheng hadn't answered his question, Xinghe still spoke respectfully. This is the history of Xuanwu Kingdom, recording every event since its founding. Also, it's the history of Xuanwu Kingdom. This is a treasure indeed. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng slowly rose into the air until he was level with the enormous history book. The massive tome had already been partially opened, and the exposed pages happened to contain records of the Bronze Ancient Hall. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng pointed at the record of the Bronze Ancient Hall and said, This is where you learned about the Bronze Ancient Hall, isn't it? Yes. Not long ago I came to the Xuanwu Pavilion to retrieve the 9 Revolutions mystic art, hoping to invite you, Master. I stumbled upon this clue by chance. After listening, Chen Changsheng nodded and said His Majesty went to great lengths to invite me out. Xinghe, what do you mean? When did my Father Emperor invite you? Facing Xinghe's puzzled gaze, Chen Changsheng said, Why are you staring at me? Don't tell me you actually believe you discovered the clue to the Bronze Ancient Hall yourself. This book is so thick with so much content, yet you happen to open it to a page recording the bronze ancient hall I was searching for. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence?" Hearing this, Xinghe exclaimed in surprise, "Then who was behind this? Who else could it be but your father emperor? For 10 years you came to me every year. Do you think His Majesty wouldn't notice such unusual behavior? Once His Majesty discovered my existence, he would naturally investigate my background and assess my circumstances. Perhaps out of curiosity about me, he gave you a gentle nudge, and that's how I came to Chang'an City. But I only told you about the bronze ancient hall master. True, but when you investigated it, word would inevitably leak out. Investigating requires asking questions or consulting ancient texts. In the small territory of Chang'an, is there anything you do that His Majesty doesn't know about?" Xinghe. Suddenly, I feel like a child. Chen Changsheng's words left Xinghe in a moment of silence. After a while, Xinghe spoke up, "Since you understand the emperor's thoughts, what do you think he will do next?" "What else could he do? Obviously, he will consider whether he can accept the price I've set." Hearing this, Xinghe looked at Chen Changsheng in surprise. "Master, do you actually know the odds of entering the Huanggu, Forbidden Land?" "There is a slight chance, but not much, only 5%. However, do not underestimate this modest advantage. To purchase my 5% certainty, even if your emperor used the entire Xuanwu Pavilion as collateral, it would still be an exceptionally favorable trade." Speaking, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Very well, you may leave now. I wish to read in peace. Additionally, remember to have someone copy all the texts from the Xuanwu Pavilion for me. I shall keep them to study slowly in the future." Facing Chen Changsheng's demands, Xinghe's lips twitched slightly, yet he said nothing. He understood this matter was beyond his authority to intervene. After Xinghe departed, Chen Changsheng began carefully browsing through the history records of the Xuanwu Kingdom. This reading session lasted an entire month. Throughout this period, the Xuanwu Kingdom daily sent numerous cultivation resources, which Chen Changsheng accepted without hesitation. Yet he never once mentioned the Huanggu Forbidden Land. Crunch. Biting into a spiritual fruit that countless people dreamed of possessing, Chen Changsheng lay upon pages larger than any bed, deeply absorbed in reading. That leisurely demeanor was utterly enviable. "You truly possess considerable patience." A voice came from beside him. Chen Changsheng turned his head and found that Zhuo Huang had appeared at the Xuanwu Pavilion without warning. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Chen Changsheng offered a respectful bow. However, Zhuo Huang showed no intention of acknowledging the greeting. Instead, he glanced at the Xuanwu Kingdom history records. "In 1 month you have read so much. It seems you have a fondness for books. Your Majesty possesses truly perceptive insight. I harbor no extraordinary hobbies save for my love of books. For books grant me boundless knowledge." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Huang gently stroked the volumes before him. "The Xuanwu Pavilion is now yours. You have become the state preceptor, and you accept every resource I gift without complaint. Having received so many benefits and still proving insatiable, do you truly believe I dare not kill you?" With those words spoken, Zhuo Huang's chilling gaze fell upon Chen Changsheng. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and replied, "Your Majesty's words are inaccurate. Though I have taken much, none of it is what I truly desire. A proper transaction requires fairness. Coercion has no place here. Your Majesty's strength is unquestionable. My life and death hang upon a single thought of yours. Yet I am entirely certain that Your Majesty will neither slay me nor compel me to act against my will." "Umph." Zhuo Huang snorted coldly. "On what basis do you harbor such confidence?" "Based upon the Huanggu Forbidden Land. The terrors of the Huanggu Forbidden Land are more familiar to Your Majesty than to myself. In such a perilous domain, absolutely no unexpected incidents may occur. This means all individuals Your Majesty brings inside must be utterly loyal. Were you to force my assistance, I imagine Your Majesty would harbor some unease within your heart, would you not?" Confronted with Chen Changsheng's fearlessness, Zhuo Huang fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Then state your terms. I request that Your Majesty help me kill one individual. During the process of eliminating that person, Your Majesty will also obtain that 5% opportunity." "Interesting. A person whom even you with your strength and wisdom cannot slay must surely be no ordinary figure. Though you have switched to the cultivation methods of the Xuanwu Kingdom, I still perceive traces of another path upon you. If my guess is correct, you should hail from the Dacian dynasty, some 30,000 miles distant. Xinghe has always spoken exceedingly highly of you. I wonder if you would be interested in sharing your past experiences." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and replied, "Since Your Majesty wishes to listen, then I shall share my tale." This story begins 80 years ago. Chen Changsheng recounted everything regarding himself and true man Yuhua precisely as it had occurred. However, when telling this story, Chen Changsheng omitted his relationship with Yixio and the others. Faced with someone nearing the end of their lifespan, he certainly did not wish to reveal that he had obtained immortality. "After the battle at the Yue Kingdom Forbidden Land, I fled to the Xuanwu Kingdom and remained here for 43 years. Having heard the complete tale, Zhuo Huang could not help but feel a stir of curiosity toward Chen Changsheng. because the more he observed the less he could fathom what manner of person Chen Changsheng truly was. Journeying thousands of li through 9 deaths and 1 life solely to bury an old friend. By all rights such a person should be profoundly devoted and righteous. Yet as Chen Changsheng recounted the tragic fate of his sect, his gaze remained filled with composure. This contradiction was almost absurd. At this thought, Zhuo Huang spoke up. You are willing to risk offending me in order to request my assistance in killing your grandmaster. What is your purpose in doing so? Revenge? Not at all. I merely seek to honor a promise made long ago. When I departed the Yue kingdom, I swore that I would see him laid to rest. A promise given must be kept. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng's earnest expression, Zhuo Huang laughed. Truly a man of his word. According to what you have said, there are 18 bronze ancient palaces in total, and they should maintain some connection with one another. And since one of these bronze ancient palaces appeared within the Huanggu Forbidden Land, this must be the source of your 5% certainty, correct? Indeed. Having revealed the secret of the bronze ancient palace to me, do you not fear that I might exploit its ominous power, just as your grandmaster did? Upon Zhuo Huang's question, Chen Changsheng remained calm. As before, I hold no concern for that ominous power. The reason I search for the bronze ancient palace is that a certain dear one vanished within it. I merely wish to confirm her safety. That is all. After finishing his words, Chen Changsheng quietly awaited Zhuo Huang's response. I must say your demands are ones I cannot refuse. The Huanggu Forbidden Land is fraught with danger. If I can increase the chance of success even slightly, I will not let it pass. Prepare yourself, and we shall depart tomorrow. My time is growing short. Casting these words over his shoulders, Zhuo Huang turned to leave. Your Majesty, my grandmaster reached the peak of soul transformation 50 years ago. Do you truly have confidence in succeeding? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Huang's steps paused briefly. How vast is the territory of the Xuanwu Kingdom? Combine the territories of the Yue Kingdom and Daqian Dynasty barely equal half that of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Would a soul transformation peak expert from the Huanggu Forbidden Land dare enter your so-called Forbidden Land? The terror of the Huanggu Forbidden Land is beyond words. Not to mention those at the peak of soul transformation. Even experts above soul transformation would scarcely entertain the notion of confronting it. The Xuanwu Kingdom was not always so vast. The achievement it holds today was built by me bit by bit. I have destroyed 2 Daqian dynasties. What an expert above soul transformation dares not do, I dare. With those words, Zhuo Huang's figure vanished completely. After Zhuo Huang disappeared, the vast Xuanwu Pavilion once again held only Chen Changsheng alone. Gazing toward the direction of the Daqian dynasty, Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, Grandmaster, after 50 years your disciple's descendant has finally come to fulfill the promise. You must be quite astonished, would you not? The warship, as massive as a mountain range, slowly ascended into the sky. Chen Changsheng stood on the deck, gazing toward the direction of the Daqian imperial dynasty. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye, and once again the faces of old acquaintances flickered through his heart. The kind-hearted yet timid little monk, his 9th senior brother, who was always trailing behind him like a shadow, his 3rd senior brother, who had suffered grievous wounds. And that little girl who always loved calling him Changsheng Gij. A myriad of emotions churned within Chen Changsheng's heart, a profound and indescribable sentiment stirring in his eyes. At that moment, Zhuo Xinghe approached. Master, what are you looking at? Zhuo Xinghe's words pulled Chen Changsheng back from his reverie. Merely observing old acquaintances from the past. But the Daqian imperial dynasty is 30,000 li away from here. Can you truly see them, master? Old friends reside in the heart. There is no need to use one's eyes to behold them. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhuo Xinghe pondered deeply, yet could never grasp the sentiment behind them. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and patted his shoulder. Do not trouble yourself over it. A man of today could never understand such emotions. When you have traversed long years and look back upon them, you will understand this feeling. You are a decent fellow with a quick mind. Since we have crossed paths, I will offer you a special discount. When that day arrives, I will personally see you off. Hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe's face immediately fell. He was only 100 years old this year. Strictly speaking, he could hardly be considered fully grown. Chen Changsheng had such rich experiences that by conservative estimation, he must have lived for over 2 centuries. By all logic, he should be the one passing on before him. After silently grumbling in his heart, Zhuo Xinghe smiled and replied, I thank you for your kindness, master, but the matter of a coffin should wait a while longer. At Zhuo Xinghe's forced smile, Chen Changsheng merely cast him a detached glance before turning and returning to his quarters. Even the mighty Zhuo Huang would one day face the end of his lifespan. Naturally, Zhuo Xinghe himself could not escape this fate. For Chen Changsheng, time was but an inconsequential matter. Shangqing Temple. Cough, cough, cough. Li Jinshui fell into violent fits of coughing with 8 graves standing before him. These 8 graves were none other than his former masters and fellow disciples. The once elegant Shangqing Temple had fallen into utter disrepair, and the couplet Chen Changsheng had written had grown faded and indistinct. Senior brother, why have you come here again? Song Yuanshan looked at his third senior brother who appeared ready to crumble and could not help but chide him. Li Jinshui smiled at this. Those words should come from me. You are now the abbot of Changsheng Temple, the renowned unconquerable Taoist, and it is you whom the people rely upon to resist the Night Moon Kingdom's attacks. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of everyone else? But I am merely a man on the verge of death. Even if the Night Moon Kingdom discovers me, they cannot harm me. Hearing this, Song Yuanshan fell silent. In those days when Chen Changsheng had left Changsheng Temple, he had intended to bring back his master's remains. After much time had passed, just as Song Yuanshan was also preparing to give up, the long-missing Chan master Ishio returned. He had not only brought back the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, but also his master's remains. However, he did not bring Chen Changsheng back with him. After a long silence, Song Yuanshan finally spoke. Senior brother, do you think Brother Changsheng will return? Of course he will, for he promised to collect my remains and see me off. Junior brother is a man of his word. Whatever he says he will surely fulfill. Now that I am near death, it means he is about to return. As he spoke, Li Jinshui raised his head and gazed into the distance, as if he could already see that familiar figure. A moment later, Li Jinshui leaned wearily against the tombstone of Yuan Shenshang Run and waved. Let us go. You bear many responsibilities upon your shoulders. There is no need to spend every day with a dead man like me. I am about to meet with Master, and there are so many things I wish to say to them. As for what truly happened in the forbidden ground of the Night Moon Kingdom, you should abandon any thought of learning the truth. Chan Master Ishio will not tell you, nor will Princess Wanyan. We made a promise to each other, to take this secret to our graves. Faced with his third senior brother's words, Song Yuanshan fell silent once more, though this time, he did not press for the truth as he once had. For having grown older, Song Yuanshan knew that uncovering the truth about certain matters was not always a good thing. After Song Yuanshan departed, Li Jinshui stroked the tombstone of Yuan Shenshang Run and whispered softly, Master, how did a fine Changsheng Temple come to be in such a state? Are power and longevity truly worth more than everything else? Li Jinshui's eyes were filled with sorrow. When Chan Master Ishio had returned all those years ago, he had already revealed the entire truth to him. Upon learning the truth, Li Jinshui had been unable to accept this reality, for he could not bear to accept that his kindly grandmaster had caused the deaths of his masters and fellow disciples. Yet the cruel reality would not be altered simply because one person could not accept it. Helpless Li Jinshui and Ishio and the others had made a pact to never speak of this secret again. As for the Yuhua Zhenren of Changsheng Temple, he had perished long ago, shortly after the national war began. Aboard the warship, the massive warship had flown for a full month. At this point, Chen Changsheng and his companions were drawing ever closer to the Dacian imperial dynasty. As they neared, Chen Changsheng had received various reports regarding the Dacian imperial dynasty. The Dacian imperial dynasty had been completely occupied by the Night Moon Kingdom, with only scattered remnants still struggling to survive. Besides this, Chen Changsheng had also gathered some other intelligence. For instance, the demon king of the Night Moon Kingdom had been killed by the funeral bearer, and the newly appointed abbot of Changsheng Temple possessed peerless fist techniques, earning him the reverent title of unconquerable Taoist. Master, is the funeral bearer truly as formidable as they say? He managed to slay a demon king within demon territory without leaving a trace, yet you are a man of the Dacian imperial dynasty. The Night Moon Kingdom shares a border with the Dacian imperial dynasty. Have you heard any news about him? Zhua Xinghe carefully analyzed the newly acquired intelligence, attempting to gain a deeper understanding of his future enemy's strength. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and spoke. I know the funeral bearer, but rest assured he will not interfere with the Xuanwu Kingdom. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhua Xinghe immediately expressed his disagreement. Master, that is not how you should look at it. This person keeps a low profile and has an unpredictable temperament. He could very well be a homicidal maniac prone to extreme moods. Otherwise, why would he adopt such an ominous title as funeral bearer? We must take precautions for potential dangers. The funeral bearer is my own alias. When did I ever say I was moody or that I was a homicidal maniac? Zhua Xinghe. Chen Changsheng's words left Zhua Xinghe momentarily stunned. Sir, you? How could you be a funeral performer? Why can't I be a funeral performer? Don't forget I sell coffins and also offer full funeral services. Is it strange to have the title of a funeral performer when I specialize in burying the dead? Faced with Chen Changsheng's replies, Zhua Xinghe was speechless again. Though the words sounded peculiar, they seemed logically sound. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled. When faced with information, living beings often embellish it or choose versions that favor themselves. After being passed through many mouths, the original truth becomes distorted beyond recognition. To uncover the truth from countless legends, you need to calm your heart and face the essence of things. Once you achieve that, you can reconstruct the original truth from the faintest clues. Having said this, Chen Changsheng summoned his flying sword and departed the warship. Seeing Chen Changsheng leave, Zhua Xinghe immediately yelled, Sir, where are you going? I'm not skilled in combat, so I'll refrain from getting involved for now. Though Xuanwu Kingdom is strong, it won't destroy Yue Kingdom overnight. Let me take care of some matters, and I'll return shortly. By the time Chen Changsheng's words reached Zhuo Xinghe's ears, his figure had already vanished. After Chen Changsheng disappeared, Zhuo Huang appeared beside Zhuo Xinghe. Gazing in the direction of Chen Changsheng's departure, Zhuo Xinghe hesitated and said, "Father, why didn't you stop him? Aren't you afraid he might run away?" In response to Zhuo Xinghe's doubt, Zhuo Huang said calmly, "You are intelligent, but your insight is still lacking. More precisely, you cannot yet distinguish the differences between people. The day you see through Chen Changsheng, you will be qualified to rule Xuanwu Kingdom. Unfortunately, my time is running out. The road ahead must be walked by you alone." Hearing this, a trace of reluctance flashed in Zhuo Xinghe's eyes. "Father, must you truly go to the Huanggu, forbidden land? Perhaps there are other ways to extend your lifespan." Looking at Zhuo Xinghe's puzzled expression, Zhuo Huang smiled. "You are so much like me. The younger me was exactly like you. Humble and seeking knowledge, yet disdainful of everything. In my youth, I believed nothing in the world could defeat me, and I never worried about the issue of lifespan. Back then I thought, live as a hero, die as a ghost. Live with grandeur, die with elegance. I despised the idea of dragging on in misery. But after living for over 2,000 years, I changed." Listening to Zhuo Huang's words, Zhuo Xinghe merely bowed his head in silence, offering no opinion. Seeing this, Zhuo Huang smiled and continued, "Among all my children, you despise me the most. You think your once mighty father has grown cowardly, that he fears facing death. Kneel." With that, Zhuo Xinghe immediately dropped to his knees. Yet Zhuo Huang did not stop and went on. "Your view is both right and wrong. Right because you should have such thoughts at your age. Wrong because you underestimate me. Mortals praise love using phrases like, 'until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble,' or 'the seas turn to mulberry fields.' Because in their perception, rocks never decay and the sea never dries. But when you see a rock slowly turn to dust and an endless sea become a vast plain, you will realize that time is the greatest enemy of all living beings. It is powerful enough to change everything, including what we once held as truth. You only know that facing death requires courage, but you don't know that after knowing death, still pursuing immortality requires even greater courage. If you sat on my throne, would you have the courage to seek immortality, as I do?" Hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe pondered seriously. After a long silence, Zhuo Xinghe said word by word, "Your son does not have that courage. Hehe, not having that courage is also a good thing. At least your future will be stable. If possible, you must heavily rely on Chen Changsheng in the future." Hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe frowned. "Why? Because Chen Changsheng possesses something I lack. 10 years ago, you went to train in the Demon Beast Mountain Range and were saved by him. In truth, I had been guarding you the whole time, though you couldn't detect me. I heard every word of your conversation with Chen Changsheng, and from that moment, I became interested in that coffin seller. Then I observed him for 10 years. 10 years is not long for a cultivator, but it is enough to bring about some changes. Yet 10 years have passed, and Chen Changsheng remains exactly the same as before. It's as if time has no effect on him. Cultivators seek change, for only through change can they break through bottlenecks. But a kingdom seeks stability, for only stability brings longevity. I am the emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom, but also a cultivator, and now is the time for me to seek change. But you are different. You have a long road ahead, so you must seek stability. With Chen Changsheng's assistance, your future path will be much smoother." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe hesitated. "But Chen Changsheng seems uninterested in power." "That is your affair. I cannot do everything for you. Some things you must handle yourself." With that, Zhuo Huang turned and left. Zhuo Xinghe remained kneeling, frowning deeply as if lost in thought. At Shangqing Temple, Li Jinshui lay weakly on the ground beside a freshly dug pit. His remaining eye could no longer see. Just then the sound of leaves rustling underfoot reached his ears, and Li Jinshui, who had been about to close his eyes, struggled to speak. "Little junior brother, is that you?" Looking at his once elegant third senior brother, now reduced to such a pitiful state, Chen Changsheng pursed his lips and said softly, "Third senior brother, it's me." Hearing the familiar voice, Li Jinshui smiled. "I knew you would come because you always keep your promises." Seeing this, Chen Changsheng helped Li Jinshui up. "Brother, you are about to pass away. Let me change you into your burial clothes quickly. Once your body grows cold, changing clothes will be troublesome." Saying this, Chen Changsheng was about to change Li Jinshui's clothes, but Li Jinshui pushed his hand away with the last of his strength. "You little rascal, though I'm about to die, I'm not dead yet. 50 years have passed, can't you let me talk to you?" Hearing Li Jinshui's words, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. "Third senior brother, at this point, don't tell me you have any unfinished obsessions. You know me, I hate trouble. Burying the dead is barely tolerable. But fulfilling last wishes is not my forte." Facing Chen Changsheng's words, Li Jinshui suddenly perked up as if in a last burst of energy. "Nonsense. Do you take me for someone who can't let go? What I couldn't accomplish in life, I won't trouble anyone with after death. I just wanted to praise you before I die. Is that too much?" At this, a smile immediately spread across Chen Changsheng's face. "Of course it's fine. I rarely hear praise from you, third senior brother. Praise is encouragement, but you mustn't become too arrogant. They talked as they used to, but the smiles didn't last long. Silence returned. After a while, Li Jinshui struggled to reach for the tombstone of Yuan Shinshanren. Caressing the words on the tombstone, a single pale brown blood tear fell from Li Jinshui's remaining eye. A man's life is like grass in autumn. No matter how mighty you were in life, you can't escape these wooden boards. What are cultivation techniques or divine weapons? They are but fleeting clouds. Back when you used Master's lightning-struck wood for a coffin, I thought it was childishness. But now I understand. Among all in Changsheng Temple, you alone saw the clearest. After speaking, Li Jinshui's lips trembled. After a long while, Li Jinshui regained his composure, a smile once again on his face. Enough of the melancholy, let me see what kind of coffin you've prepared for me. Facing Li Jinshui's urging, Chen Changsheng took out a brand new coffin from his system space. Senior brother, I've prepared a top-quality golden thread Namu coffin for you. Golden thread Namu can preserve a body for 1,000 years. Feel it. Saying this, Chen Changsheng helped Li Jinshui to the coffin. Touching the grain of the wood, Li Jinshui nodded in satisfaction. Good, I didn't spoil you for nothing. Have you prepared Grandmaster's coffin? I have. 1,000-year lightning-struck peach wood inscribed with all the formations I've learned, ensuring Grandmaster will never rise from the dead. I'll bury Grandmaster alongside you all so you can slowly discuss the past with him. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chen Changsheng's answer, Li Jinshui burst into laughter. Little junior brother, you've thought of everything. After speaking, Li Jinshui stood straight, smoothed his wrinkled clothes, and then froze in that posture forever. Seeing Li Jinshui completely lifeless, Chen Changsheng calmly began handling his funeral arrangements. Once done, he buried the coffin in the grave Li Jinshui had dug and erected a tombstone. The inscription on the tombstone read simply, "The Undertaker." Gazing at the tombstone, he had set, Chen Changsheng silently took out a jar of wine. Senior brother, this is a 100-flower wine I brewed using an ancient recipe. In the Wuliang secret realm, I held back Yuan Shan from fighting others. As usual, I'd be scolded by Master. To avoid punishment, I brewed this wine. Part to offer Master, hoping he'd show mercy, and the other part to bribe you into putting in a good word for me. But who knew after leaving the Wuliang secret realm, one thing after another kept coming, and you only get to taste this wine today. Still, it's not a bad thing. 70 years of aging have made the 100-flower wine even finer. You and Master will surely love it. Saying this, Chen Changsheng poured the 100-flower wine before the graves of his third senior brother and Yuan Shinshanren. After finishing, he spoke. 1 jar for 2 people is rather stingy, but I only have 10 jars in total. I want to drink the rest myself, so you'll have to make do. After all, you can't jump out from beneath the ground and hit me. With that, Chen Changsheng turned and left the dilapidated Changsheng Temple. But as he walked away, he raised a hand in farewell to the 9 graves. Master and senior brothers, I still need to bring Grandmaster to see you. I'll take my leave first. There was no trace of sorrow in his voice, as if this were merely a brief parting from old friends. The horns of war from Xuanwu Kingdom soon sounded. Although Yuya Kingdom had swallowed the great Qin dynasty, both nations had depleted much of their original strength in the process. Now facing the formidable Xuanwu Kingdom, Yuya could only retreat step by step. No reasons, no superfluous words. Zhua Huang ignored any negotiations from Yuya, simply crushing everything with sheer power. Within a single month, he shattered Yuya Kingdom. At the same time, the 2 bronze ancient halls were encircled by Zhua Huang's forces. Father, the Wuliang secret realm is under our control. Only the forbidden land of Yuya occupied by Yuhua Jinren remains. Also, the people from Tianfu Temple wish to see you. Zhua Xinghe reported the battle situation. Zhua Huang replied calmly, besiege the Yuya forbidden land without attacking. Let the Tianfu people wait. Things must be done properly from start to finish. This matter began with Chen Changsheng, so it should end with him. He paused, then looked into the distance. What a coincidence. Speak of him, and he appears. A dot of light appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging until it landed on the deck. Your Majesty, forgive my lateness. I was handling some personal affairs. Seeing Chen Changsheng bow with clasped hands, Zhua Huang smiled and said, Not late at all, just in time. Your Grandmaster is trapped in the Forbidden Land waiting for you to bury him. I must say your Grandmaster has some skill. It took me 2 moves to destroy his clone. Also, it seems an old acquaintance of yours knows your back. So do you want to bury your Grandmaster first or meet your old acquaintance? Faced with Zhua Huang's choice, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, I'll meet the old acquaintance first. Though my Grandmaster is nothing in your Majesty's eyes, I'm no match for him. If he lashes out in his dying breath, I can't handle it. So it's better if your Majesty and I split our forces. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zhua Huang laughingly pointed at Chen Changsheng. I admire your steady approach to things. Very well, I'll leave your Grandmaster some breath, so you two can reminisce. With that, Zhua Huang instantly appeared above the forbidden land, clenched his right fist, and struck. Boom. A massive fist imprint appeared on the earth, shattering mountains for 100 li into dust. Chen Changsheng was dumbfounded. Is he really that fierce? As Zhua Huang's punch landed, a colossal cauldron flew out from the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, hurtling toward him. Watching the earth-shattering battle, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue in awe. The cultivation world is truly dangerous. Good thing I don't enjoy fighting. Having voiced his thoughts, Chen Changsheng immediately flew toward Ishio and the others in the distance. Seeing Chen Changsheng reappear after 50 years, a surge of joy from their long-awaited reunion filled everyone's hearts. Brother Changsheng, I knew you would come back. Song Yuanshan stepped forward excitedly to greet him. Chen Changsheng looked over the Taoist-robed Song Yuanshan and smiled. It's been decades, and the little shadow who used to follow me around has finally grown up. Well done. Your third senior brother's devoted teaching wasn't in vain. Watching the exchange between Chen Changsheng and Song Yuanshan, a strikingly beautiful woman with a hint of wildness seemed to want to speak, but held back. She was none other than Wanyan Yue, the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom. What do you plan to do next? Wanyan Yue finally couldn't help but ask. Reading the look in Wanyan Yue's eyes, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, what else? I'll just walk my own path. Hearing this, Wanyan Yue glanced at the army of the Black Tortoise Kingdom and said solemnly, you're still leaving? Though Wanyan Yue hadn't said it explicitly, Chen Changsheng could still sense a trace of reluctance in her tone. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled. It's not exactly leaving. Everyone has things they must do and a place they truly belong. I'm simply going where I need to go and doing what I need to do. Why, oi? Song Yuanshan asked, puzzled. The troubles are resolved and Shangqing Temple is in ruins waiting to be rebuilt. Brother Changsheng, are you really going to just wash your hands of it? Facing Song Yuanshan's slightly agitated expression, Chen Changsheng patted him on the shoulder and said, rebuilding Shangqing Temple is your mission, not mine. People's destinies differ. Some are meant to take root in one place while others are meant to wander the world. The Taoist path values the principle of fate. Our bond of fate has run its course, and it's time to say goodbye. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Song Yuanshan clenched his fists. In truth, ever since Chen Changsheng had joined the temple, everyone at Shangqing Temple had already anticipated his departure. Though Chen Changsheng had done exceptionally well, they could never sense any intention in him to stay. Put more precisely, Song Yuanshan regarded Shangqing Temple as his home, while Chen Changsheng merely saw it as a place to rest his feet. A person passes through many places in life, and may linger fondly in some. But the only place that truly makes one stop is home. Chen Changsheng didn't regard Shangqing Temple as home, so no matter how much he cherished it, he would ultimately leave. With that, he turned to look at the calm-faced Ishio. Little monk, I've known you the longest. I'm about to leave. Aren't you going to try to stop me? Hearing this, Ishio rolled his eyes at him and said disdainfully, if you Chen Changsheng want to leave, who could ever hold you back? We are the flowers and trees of this land, while you are a bird that merely passes by. No matter how long a bird stays, it will eventually fly away. I've long known this day would come. As Ishio spoke, the battle on Zhuahuang's side had also come to an end. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled. Decades have passed, and your Buddhist insight has indeed improved. Keep at it. Strive to become a great master one day. Things are settled over there. I need to go collect the remains of an old acquaintance. With that, Chen Changsheng turned and walked toward the forbidden grounds. Watching Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, deep reluctance filled the eyes of the three. Yet within Wanyan Yu's gaze there was also a subtle different emotion. Seeing this, Ishio sighed. Stop looking. He's not the type to stay for anyone. Besides, for the past 50 years you've been shouting about how you beat Chen Changsheng to a pulp and avenged the humiliation he once brought you. Now that he's here, why haven't you made a move? Hearing Ishio's words, Wanyan Yu said coldly, he's formidable now. I'm no match for him at the moment. I can help you. He's actually not good at fighting. If the two of us join forces, we might just have a chance to give him a good beating. Facing Ishio's sabotage, Wanyan Yu retorted angrily, Buddhism preaches compassion, yet you're full of hostility. I'd say you're not far from falling into demonic ways. With that, she turned and walked away. But halfway, Wanyan Yu paused. Will I ever see him again? Hard to say, but if you live long enough, there's still a chance. Having received Ishio's answer, Wanyan Yu disappeared completely. Perhaps from the moment her hair was dyed black by him, this interesting man had already left an indelible mark in her heart. The forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. Chen Changsheng carried an ornate coffin on his shoulder, carefully navigating around the various craters before arriving before the ancient bronze hall. Thud! The heavy coffin hit the ground. Chen Changsheng looked at Yuhua Jinren, who was suppressed beneath the bronze hall, and said with a smile, Grandmaster, what do you think of this coffin your grand disciple crafted for you? Hearing this, Yuhua Jinren examined the coffin and smiled. Not bad. I can see you put thought into it. After you escaped last time, I've had a nagging sense of unease. But I didn't expect you to return so soon, and to have brought such a formidable ally. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng glanced at Zhuahuang, who was studying the bronze hall. What can I do? Grandmaster, you're so powerful. How could I possibly bury you alone? Now that we've come to this point, would Grandmaster be willing to answer a few of my questions? Go ahead. The Wuliang Secret Realm also has a bronze hall. Why did you choose the Night Moon Kingdom for your scheme? The being suppressed beneath the Wuliang Secret Realm was destroyed, so I turned to the Night Moon Kingdom. I see. Then let me ask a second question. When you killed Master and the others, did you ever feel regret? As he posed the question, Chen Changsheng stared intently into Yuhua Zhenren's eyes, trying to discern the truest answer from within them. After a long silence, Yuhua Zhenren sighed softly. Just a touch of frost and wind. For those who cultivate the Tao, some sacrifice is only natural in pursuit of the great path of immortality. If one day I find a way to break free, even eating bitter lotus would taste sweet. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yuhua Zhenren's words, Chen Changsheng laughed with genuine delight. Well said, even eating bitter lotus would taste sweet. Grandmaster, your Tao heart is unwavering, and I admire that. In that case, allow me to send you off on your final journey. The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Huang appeared beside Chen Changsheng. Gazing at Zhao Huang, who had defeated him, Yuhua Zhenren showed not a trace of fear on his face. Had I not been trapped here, killing me would not have been so easy. In response to the words of feather transformation, True Man, Left Emperor nodded and said, if you fellow Taoist could live for another 1,000 years or so, you might be able to contend with me. Unfortunately, you won't live that long. By the way, what does the giant hand in this painting represent? You've studied the bronze ancient hall for so long, you must know something about it. Of course I know, but do you think I would tell you? Even if I did, would you dare to believe it? That's true, I really don't dare to believe your words. Swoosh. A streak of sharp light flew from Left Emperor's hand, and then a tiny bloody hole appeared on Feather Transformation True Man's forehead. As Feather Transformation True Man fell, the massive bronze ancient hall began to sink again. Seeing this, Left Emperor acted instantly, using his supreme divine power to halt the descent of the bronze ancient hall. Chen Changsheng seized this opportunity to quickly retrieve the corpse of Feather Transformation True Man. Boom! The bronze ancient hall descended, completely suppressing the blood pool that contained ominous power. Phew! Letting out a light breath of turbid air, Left Emperor calmed his breathing. Even for Left Emperor, stopping the bronze ancient hall in this manner was extremely strenuous. After placing the corpse into the prepared coffin, Chen Changsheng spoke, Your Majesty, any gains? Indeed, there are some. Each bronze ancient hall should have a teleportation array, and the arrays contain some kind of connection. As for the specific connection, I'm not too clear because the teleportation array here has been destroyed. Now we can only place our hope on the bronze ancient hall in the boundless secret realm. If the teleportation array in that bronze ancient hall still works, it might truly be possible to enter the ancient wasteland, Forbidden Land. As he spoke, a glint of excitement flashed in Left Emperor's eyes. He had originally thought the bronze ancient hall could only provide a slight help, but who would have imagined its effect would be so immense? In this way, his confidence in safely entering the ancient wasteland Forbidden Land had increased by at least 2/10. By the way, this should be yours. I'll return it to you. Boom. A stone coffin was thrown in front of Chen Changsheng. This stone coffin was precisely the key treasure that had helped Chen Changsheng escape danger 50 years ago. Having the item back, Chen Changsheng was naturally delighted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Changsheng put away the stone coffin and then casually asked, the 100 defeat Immortal Venerable is a figure from 2,000 years ago. Has Your Majesty heard of his name? I have heard of him. When I was 10 years old, I already heard legends about him. But at that time, he was already a figure from 2,000 years ago. The writing on this is from a dynasty that existed 2,000 years ago. It had already been extinct for some time when I was born. I can read it because that dynasty hadn't disappeared too long ago. Chen Changsheng. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's face was full of question marks. He had thought the 100 defeat Immortal Venerable was a figure from 2,000 years ago, but Chen Changsheng never expected that Left Emperor had heard of the 100 defeat Immortal Venerable's legends when he was young. Moreover, at that time, the legends of the 100 defeat Immortal Venerable had already been circulating for over 2,000 years. Calculating this way, the 100 defeat Immortal Venerable would be a figure from 4,000 years ago. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng spoke. Your Majesty, if the 100 defeat Immortal Venerable existed 4,000 years ago, how powerful was he? I'm not sure. With just a phantom, he suppressed the ominous here, and Feather Transformation True Man. Such means are beyond me. If not for the bronze ancient hall suppression, I would also like to borrow the power here. Chen Changsheng. Seeing that you never mentioned the ominous power, I thought you disdained to borrow power from here. But it turns out you can't move it. Complaining inwardly about Left Emperor, Chen Changsheng said, Your Majesty, I still need to bury my Grandmaster. I will take my leave now. Go ahead. But hurry up. It won't take much time to retrieve the bronze ancient hall from the boundless secret realm. With Left Emperor's permission, Chen Changsheng turned and left the Night Moon Kingdom's Forbidden Land. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. With the united efforts of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the bronze ancient hall in the boundless secret realm was forcibly excavated. Chen Changsheng stood on the deck, gazing at the land of the Dacian dynasty, feeling a tinge of emotion. He had been on this land for nearly 200 years. 200 years ago, he had never imagined he would leave the Dacian dynasty, nor had he thought he would cross paths with all kinds of great figures in the cultivation world. At that time, he only wanted to live quietly and do some interesting things. But various events like an invisible giant hand forcibly pushed him to his current position. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng looked at his own hand and murmured, To make someone who least wanted to cultivate reach the nascent soul stage, truly life is unpredictable. After saying that, a smile returned to Chen Changsheng's face, and he turned back into the cabin. A journey had ended, and no matter how magnificent or thrilling it had been, it was finally over. The living must always look forward. Roar. 9 demonic beasts, each as large as a small mountain, let out roars. Facing these demonic beasts comparable to the divine transformation stage, all living creatures trembled in fear. Yet even more absurdly, such powerful beasts were only used to pull a carriage. Sitting in that carriage was none other than the Xuanwu Emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Dong dong dong. The sound of war drums rang out, and the million-strong army of Xuanwu Kingdom stood silently in place. Although the number reached a staggering million, there was not a single sound of noise at the scene. Gulp. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Chen Changsheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I'm not very good at things like forcefully entering the ancient wasteland, forbidden land. How about waiting a while before going in? Seeing Chen Changsheng's timid demeanor, the corners of left emperor's mouth lifted slightly. There is another bronze ancient hall in the ancient wasteland, forbidden land. If you don't go in, how can you see it? That's true, but I'm not good at fighting. If I follow your Majesty, I'll only hold you back. Faced with Chen Changsheng's repeated refusals, left emperor was not angry, but patiently explained. There is only one chance to force entry into the ancient wasteland, forbidden land. If you don't stay by my side, you will most likely have no chance to enter. Besides, you oversaw the restoration of the bronze ancient hall. If you don't come with me, do you think I can be at ease? Hearing left emperor's words, the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched. Nianqing had disappeared in the teleportation array of the bronze ancient hall. He had only wanted to thoroughly study the connection between the arrays. He really had no other intentions. With a slight sigh in his heart, Chen Changsheng resignedly looked toward the ancient wasteland, forbidden land ahead. Even if left emperor gave up the idea of living a second life, Chen Changsheng himself would still find a way to enter the ancient wasteland, forbidden land. If not for this, Chen Changsheng would have long fled and wouldn't have foolishly stayed in the Xuanwu Kingdom. The crimson earth stretched endlessly into the distance. In the midst of this scarlet land, a black mountain range stood like a spine, 2 colors forming a stark and striking contrast. The million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom halted at the border of the crimson earth. Even a figure as formidable as Zhuang dared not step onto this land lightly. Before them lay the legendary ancient forbidden land. The specific dangers within it could not be found even in the oldest tomes of the Xuanwu Kingdom. The records of the ancient forbidden land were merely 7 words: great terror, 10 deaths, without a single chance of life. Letting out a slow breath of turbid air, Zhuang waved his right hand, and 3 humanoid puppets were dispatched into the forbidden land. These 3 puppets were forged using the entire resources of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Each puppet could rival a divine transformation stage grandmaster, and their defenses were so formidable that even a full-force assault from a divine transformation cultivator would take time to breach. Using these puppets to explore the ancient forbidden land was undoubtedly the safest and most effective method. Under Zhuang's control, the puppets cautiously stepped into the forbidden territory. Yet when the puppets entered the ancient forbidden land, the anticipated dangers did not occur. They advanced several li without incident. Seeing this, Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. It seems the ancient forbidden land is not as. Before Xinghe could finish, a gentle breeze swept over the 3 humanoid puppets in the distance, and they crumbled into dust. Faced with such an inexplicable occurrence, everyone fell silent. Forcing down a gulp of saliva, Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched. He wanted to ask Zhuang if he had seen what just happened, but the cold expression on Zhuang's face made him abandon the thought. Seeing that the puppet reconnaissance method was futile, Zhuang waved his hand once more. Behind him, the million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom stirred. They arranged themselves into a profound formation, channeling their collective power into a single black spear that spanned over 10 li. This method of converging everyone's strength was one of the Xuanwu Kingdom's trump cards, a key reason for their undefeated record in countless wars. Kill. A single word of slaughter erupted from a million soldiers, the sound waves shattering the clouds in the sky. The spear, capable of annihilating all in its path, hurtled toward the black mountain range of the ancient forbidden land with unstoppable momentum. The spear, condensed by a million soldiers, did not strike the black mountain range. Instead, it slammed solidly into an invisible barrier. In response to the powerful attack, the ancient forbidden land blazed with an intricate array of silver runes covering every inch of the land. Chen Changsheng, well-versed in formations, felt a splitting headache and blackness before his eyes with just a glance. The overwhelming backlash forced him to avert his gaze, daring not to observe the supreme runes within the forbidden land. Kill. Unable to break through the peerless formation of the ancient forbidden land, the Grand General of the Xuanwu Kingdom roared again. Blood began to flow from the 7 orifices of a million soldiers as they burned their life force to forcibly enhance their strength. With the infusion of copious blood energy, the black spear turned blood red, its power multiplied several times over. Under such a desperate boost, the blood red spear achieved some results. The invisible barrier yielded by an inch. Just as the crowd grew excited over this breakthrough, a horse's neigh pierced everyone's ears. Then a skeletal horse emerged from the earth ridden by a suit of bronze armor. At first glance it resembled a human figure, but closer inspection revealed the armor to be utterly empty inside. The bronze armor mounted on the skeletal horse charged toward the crowd. Wielding a rusted war halberd, it struck the spear formed by the collective power of 1,000,000 soldiers, shattering it in a single blow. Witnessing this eerie scene, Chen Changsheng felt his scalp tingle. Just as the bronze armor was about to reach them, 3 white-haired elders suddenly burst forth from the crowd. With a single strike, they shook the mountains and rivers, altering the very color of heaven and earth. These 3 elders were the deepest foundation of the Xuanwu kingdom, each having lived for over 1,500 years. Zhuang, nearing the end of his lifespan, had resolved to forcibly enter the ancient forbidden land. The foundations of the Xuanwu kingdom likewise sought to extend their lives through this opportunity. Seeing the foundations engaged, Zhuang, who had remained still, also moved. Driving his war chariot, he pushed his physical power to its absolute limit, forcibly tearing a crack in the supreme ruins. The furious commotion echoed in Chen Changsheng's ears. Small and weak, he could only curl up in a corner of the war chariot, stealing furtive glances at the chaos around him. Watching Zhuang fight with frenzied abandon, Chen Changsheng could not help but marvel at his overwhelming strength. The cultivation methods on this land were diverse. Some followed internal cultivation, others external. The Daqian dynasty, for instance, was a standard internal cultivation system, with realms Qi, refining foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. The Xuanwu kingdom, by contrast, adhered to external cultivation, emphasizing physical prowess. The realm divisions for external cultivation were simpler, merely referred to by layers. The measurement standard depended on the cultivation technique practiced, but overall the distinctions were not significantly different. Though internal and external cultivation differed in method and nomenclature, their realm strengths corresponded 1-to-1. Body refining layer 1 corresponded to Qi refining, and body refining layer 5 corresponded to divine transformation. When Zhuang had earlier dismissed Yuhua Zhenren as unworthy of his attention, Chen Changsheng had been constantly speculating about Zhuang's true realm. Divine transformation was the 5th cultivation realm. For Zhuang to slay Yuhua Zhenren so effortlessly, he must have at least reached the 6th realm. But now, witnessing Zhuang's full power, Chen Changsheng realized he had underestimated him. Zhuang's strength had already stepped firmly into the 7th cultivation realm. The only slight imperfection was that he had only recently entered this realm. A soft sigh drifted from the Black Mountain range. In an instant, the 3 elders locked in combat with the bronze armor turned into blood mist. Chen Changsheng's eyes widened in shock. As the great terror manifested, Zhuang's aura surged even more fiercely. "Sword, come!" he roared, punching a hole through space and drawing an ancient sword from the void. With no one to restrain it, the bronze armor turned its attack towards Zhuang. A single sword stroke swept out a 1,000-li-long slash that instantly shattered the bronze armor into fragments. This divine weapon was none other than the Xuanwu kingdom's heirloom treasure, the Zhenwu sword. Having vanquished the troublesome bronze armor, left Emperor raised his sword once more, cleaving through the formation patterns of the ancient forbidden land with unparalleled sword chi. Swoosh! The peerless killing formation that had been indomitable moments before turned as fragile as a block of tofu before the might of the true martial sword. Witnessing the tide of battle turn, Chen Changsheng, hidden in the corner of the war chariot, felt a stir of joy in his heart. Yet before his relief could linger, another cold snort echoed from within the Black Mountain range. Oomph! As the sound of the snort faded, a single slender strand of hair drifted in on the wind. Ting! A crisp, ringing crack resounded. The legendary heirloom of the Xuanwu kingdom, a divine weapon capable of severing even the most formidable formation patterns. It was effortlessly split in two by that single strand of hair. The true martial sword left Emperor's body, the million-strong army of the Xuanwu kingdom. Everything was severed in twain. It seemed that strand from the Black Mountain range was the true divine weapon. Even with his body cleaved in half, left Emperor, using his remaining upper torso, roared in frenzied defiance. Buzz! A colossal bronze ancient hull materialized above left Emperor. As he brought forth the bronze ancient hull obtained from the boundless secret realm, a faint ethereal resonance emanated from the Black Mountain range in response. The formations within the bronze ancient hull blazed with dazzling light under left Emperor's desperate activation. Just as the teleportation array was on the verge of activating, another object flew out from the Black Mountain range. More precisely, it was merely a single golden character. Clang! The golden character slammed heavily into the bronze ancient hull, causing it to tremble violently and dissipating all flesh and blood from left Emperor's body into nothingness. And thus left Emperor met his final end. The bronze ancient hull vanished into the air as the array completed its activation. Drip! Blood from Zhuang's face dripped down his chin, staining the ground below. The scattered bronze armor coalesced once more, its hollow visage turning to regards with Xinghe for a moment before it spurred its horse and returned to the depths of the Black Mountain Range. Dead. Everyone was dead. The plan for which the entire might of the Xuanwu kingdom had been mustered had ended in utter failure. Zhuo Xinghe had survived not because of his strength, but because the taboo within the ancient Forbidden Land had willed a single survivor. They wanted Zhuo Xinghe to return and bear witness to tell the world that the ancient Forbidden Land was inviolable. The ancient Forbidden Land. Boom. The bronze ancient hall crashed heavily onto the ground. Nearby another similar bronze ancient hall stood. The two bronze ancient halls sat casually amidst the Black Mountain Range, with left emperor's remains scattered about like discarded refuse. With the death of left emperor and the fall of the bronze ancient hall, the ancient Forbidden Land returned to its eternal silence. Time flowed slowly. All things in the world underwent change, except for the ancient Forbidden Land, which remained immutable. Yet 3 months later, the stillness of the ancient Forbidden Land was broken. A faint scraping sound of stone against stone echoed. A stone coffin half buried in the earth shifted. A crack opened along its lid, and through the gap a pair of eyes peered out, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Indeed, the owner of those eyes was none other than Chen Changsheng. From the moment that strand of hair had appeared, Chen Changsheng had sensed something was profoundly wrong. Faced with such an indescribable, overwhelming terror, Chen Changsheng made a decision that was, in his own words, true to his heart. He dived into the stone coffin left by the 100 Defeats Immortal Venerable, consumed a specially crafted pill, and plunged himself into a state of suspended animation. After confirming repeatedly that there was no danger outside, Chen Changsheng cautiously emerged from the stone coffin. Good heavens! So this is the terror of the ancient Forbidden Land. This world is indeed far too dangerous. Although 3 months had passed, the scene from before still left Chen Changsheng shaken. After venting his emotions, Chen Changsheng began to curiously observe his surroundings. He wasn't sure if his fake death had fooled the ancient Forbidden Land, but he knew one thing for certain: he was still alive. Since he was alive, it proved that the ancient Forbidden Land wasn't going to kill him, at least for now. He could think of several reasons for his survival. Perhaps the ancient Forbidden Land spared him out of respect for the 100 Defeats Immortal Venerable. Or maybe it was because he was so weak that the ancient Forbidden Land considered him beneath its notice. To those great terrors, Chen Changsheng's current cultivation was probably less significant than the air they breathed. Such a feeble existence, even if he accidentally stumbled into the ancient Forbidden Land, would die soon enough on his own. Thus they saw no need to waste their effort. After a full searching of observation, Chen Changsheng still couldn't detect any immediate danger within the ancient Forbidden Land. Yet his inability to perceive any threat only made him more uneasy. Because within the ancient Forbidden Land, the absence of danger was the greatest danger of all. With this thought, Chen Changsheng rummaged through his clothes, finally pulling out a loose thread from a corner of his garment. Chen Changsheng gave a gentle puff, and the feather-light thread left his palm, floating away into the distance. Swoosh! The ordinary thread vanished, and for a moment a flash of golden light flickered across the ground. Though it was brief, Chen Changsheng saw it clearly. Chen Changsheng. This is a disaster, isn't it? Upon seeing the golden flash, Chen Changsheng began pacing in agitation. He had witnessed the formidable formation patterns outside the Black Mountain Range, and he knew he lacked the ability to break them. And those outside were merely silver formations. The ones within the Black Mountain Range were golden. Though he couldn't fathom the full might of these supreme formation patterns, Chen Changsheng was certain that the golden ones were far more powerful than the silver. Realizing he was trapped by the supreme formation patterns, Chen Changsheng stubbornly explored other directions. However, the result was the same. He was surrounded on all sides by golden formation patterns. Chen Changsheng wasn't safe because he was lucky enough to find a gap in the formations. It was because the golden formation pattern beneath his feet was being suppressed by the bronze ancient hall. If not for that, he would have been reduced to nothing the moment he stepped out of the stone coffin. System, what should I do now? Am I trapped here forever? In his desperation, Chen Changsheng turned to the system for guidance. Why does the host believe he will be trapped here forever? Isn't it obvious? Because this formation is too powerful. Then why doesn't the host try to comprehend these formation patterns? Studying formations has always been your hobby. But these patterns are too complex. At my current level, even after 1,000 years, I wouldn't be able to understand them. Then what about 10,000 years? Does time still hold any meaning for the host? Those words struck him like a thunderbolt. Chen Changsheng froze. That's right. Time meant nothing to him. If 1,000 years wasn't enough, then he'd just take 10,000. With his current cultivation, he might not be formidable, but he could easily forego food and drink. He had always been searching for a quiet, secluded place to call his own. And where in this world could be more peaceful and isolated than the ancient Forbidden Land? As long as those great terrors within didn't bother with this little bug, then life here would be absolutely perfect. With this thought, Chen Changsheng's face broke into a wide grin as he said, "Thank you for the reminder, system. I've been around others for so long that I almost forgot my own situation. With that, Chen Changsheng cheerfully walked toward the nearby bronze ancient hall. Zhou Xinghe had given him a copy of all the books from the Xuanwu Pavilion's library, and Chen Changsheng had long been eager for the time to savor them all. As for comprehending the golden formation patterns, he'd get to that in a few decades. The formations weren't going anywhere. Senior, this price is truly not expensive. This is a coffin made of premium golden silk Nanmu for miles around. Everyone knows my reputation for reasonable prices and quality goods. Selling it to you at this price, I barely make any profit. From within the black mountain range of the Huanggu Forbidden Land, the faint sound of haggling drifted through the air. If one looked closely, they would see a young man speaking to himself before a skeleton. This is my final offer. If you have no objections, I'll take that as your agreement. Having said this, the young man waited for a few breaths. Hearing no voice of dissent, he swiftly set about the work of collecting the remains. Indeed, this man was Chen Changsheng, who had been trapped in the Huanggu Forbidden Land for 50 years. After placing the skeleton into the coffin, he began examining the belongings left beside it. 3 items lay quietly beside the skeleton: a pill furnace, a jade slip, and a small porcelain bottle. Crack! The moment Chen Changsheng's hand touched the delicate pill furnace, a hole instantly appeared in its top. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng examined the other 2 relics one by one, but aside from the jade slip, the remaining porcelain bottle also could not escape the fate of crumbling. Tisk. Time truly is the most formidable weapon. Such a fine pill furnace now reduced to waste. What a pity. Muttering to himself, Chen Changsheng examined the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was crafted from 1,000-year-old jade, and even a piece the size of a fingernail could cost 100,000 spirit stones. Yet the jade slip in Chen Changsheng's hand was the size of a palm. Heaven repairing ointment. Reading the pill formula recorded on the jade slip, he tilted his head in thought, but found no corresponding memory in his mind. According to the jade slip's records, the heaven repairing ointment possessed the power to reverse life and death. No matter how grave the injury, no matter how close one's lifespan was to exhaustion, so long as one possessed this ointment, they could extend their life by 7 days. As its name implied, even if the heavenly river were breached, a single dose of this medicine could mend it. After fully understanding the contents of the jade slip, Chen Changsheng tossed it into his system space. Such a miraculous pill naturally tempted Chen Changsheng to refine it. Yet regrettably, his own knowledge base was insufficient, and he had no way to decipher the formula of the heaven repairing ointment. These bones had lain here for untold years, and the information from that era had long ceased to circulate. Chen Changsheng could only roughly recognize the characters on the jade slip, and the names of the herbs mentioned were entirely unfamiliar to him. Time flowed, and the herbs from 1,000 years ago might still exist, but their names had changed countless times. With a pill formula, but no corresponding illustrations, Chen Changsheng was utterly unable to refine the heaven-repairing ointment. After successfully selling another coffin, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward the bronze ancient hall 500 paces away. Behind him stood another bronze ancient hall, though the distance between the two was merely 300 paces. Staring at the distant 500 paces, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue, then lay down on the ground to study the golden array patterns. 500 paces away lay the other bronze ancient hall that Chen Changsheng sought, and the remains of Zhua Huang were also there. When he first arrived in the Huanggu Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng had planned to spend 20 or 30 years in leisure before slowly studying the golden array patterns. Yet the books of the Xuanwu Pavilion were exhausted in less than 10 years. With no other choice, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the golden array patterns. At the start, his progress was excruciatingly slow. In a whole year, he could barely advance an inch, and even that inch of the golden array patterns he had not fully comprehended, only finding a safe way to proceed. Thus, after 20 years, Chen Changsheng had only managed to move 5 paces beyond the safe zone of the bronze ancient hall. It was at this point that he encountered his first customer. Seeing a corpse exposed in the wilderness, Chen Changsheng's occupational instinct immediately kicked in, and he took out a coffin to collect the remains for his customer. Interestingly, many items on the skeleton had decayed, but a single book made of unknown beast hide had survived. Chen Changsheng naturally accepted the price offered by his customer. After studying the book, he discovered that its owner had been a master of formations. Moreover, the beast hide book contained the master's lifelong knowledge. Through studying it, Chen Changsheng not only made rapid progress in his understanding of formations, but also learned the name of the golden array patterns. Ordinary formations typically drew upon the momentum of mountains and rivers, or operated according to specific trajectories to unleash various powerful abilities. However, the array patterns in the Huanggu Forbidden Land were different. They were derived from the great Tao of heaven and earth. To be precise, these golden array patterns were a manifestation of the Tao, also known as Tao patterns. The original text on the beast hide book described them thus. Tao patterns possess the power to reverse mountains and rivers and overturn the sun and moon. None but the Supreme can control them. Still too slow. After successfully taking a step forward, Chen Changsheng looked at the remaining 499 paces and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Though his speed had increased several-fold after obtaining the beast-hide book, the 300 paces had still taken him 40 years. Adding the 10 years spent reading in the Huanggu Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng had already stayed there for 50 years in total. 130 years had passed since his last slumber, and he had less than 30 years before his next sleep. At this thought, Chen Changsheng immediately took out the beast-hide book and began to peruse it. Yet after flipping through it several times, he still could not recognize all the characters. How absurd! Why couldn't they create a language that remained in use forever? If I could recognize all the characters, my speed might multiply several times over. After grumbling a little, he began to retrace his steps back. Through 50 years of experience, he had gained some understanding of the Huanggu Forbidden Land. During the day it was mostly safe, but at night it was not necessarily so. In the first 10 years, Chen Changsheng had seen figures moving outside the Bronze Ancient Hall on more than one night. In this world there had never been any talk of ghosts, but the things that could move in the Huanggu Forbidden Land were most likely not human. Thus, for safety's sake, Chen Changsheng only ever ventured out during the day. At night he would retreat into the Bronze Ancient Hall and climb into the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats Immortal Venerable. After a while the sun set, and Chen Changsheng successfully made his way back to the Bronze Ancient Hall. 7 or 8 coffins lay quietly outside the hall, and under the veil of night, an eerie atmosphere pervaded the surroundings. Zhuang, it is not that I refuse to collect your remains, but my time has truly come. Please bear with me. I shall return after some time to collect your remains. Chen Changsheng called out to the Zhuang, 800 paces away. 30 years in the desolate ancient forbidden land was but a mere blink of an eye. In these final 30 years, Chen Changsheng had advanced another 300 paces, yet he remained 200 paces away from the Bronze Ancient Hall and Zhuang's skeletal remains. Seeing that his slumber was imminent, Chen Changsheng could only make a pact with Zhuang to return for his remains after a century. Having spoken, Chen Changsheng turned and returned to the Bronze Ancient Hall. The 80 years spent in the desolate ancient forbidden land could be said to have been the most tranquil period of his life. Here there were no entanglements of gratitude and resentment, only that endless silence. Chen Changsheng's daily routine was to study Dao patterns and then collect the remains of those who had passed. In the process of collecting the remains of those skeletal corpses, Chen Changsheng often stumbled upon peculiar little trinkets, such as a rusted iron rod, expired pills, and the most outrageous of all, a massive silver bone Chen Changsheng had found. This bone had no other function, but its hardness was second to none. After much deliberation, Chen Changsheng decided to keep it. The Bronze Ancient Hall. Chen Changsheng stored all his collected trinkets into the system space, then laid down in the stone coffin. Facing the darkness within the stone coffin, Chen Changsheng had long grown accustomed. Before entering slumber, he voiced his lingering concern. System, although I have stayed in the desolate ancient forbidden land for so long, I still cannot guarantee my safety. Will anything go wrong during my slumber? Faced with Chen Changsheng's doubts, the system's voice resonated within his mind. In response to the host, there is absolutely no need to worry about this matter. During the slumber period, the host will possess an invincible state. No existence can harm you. Additionally, during slumber, all vitality of the host will cease. At that time, you would be no different from a stone upon the ground. What existence that could threaten the host would attack a stone without reason? Hearing this answer, a sharp gleam flashed across Chen Changsheng's eyes. System, if what you say is true, could I not roam freely through the desolate ancient forbidden land during slumber? The system does not recommend the host do this, for during slumber the invincible state has a time limit. The invincible duration totals merely 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, the host will be forcibly awakened. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's face immediately fell. He had originally hoped to exploit this invincible mechanism to do something such as crafting a giant slingshot to launch himself out. The moment he was launched, he would immediately fall into slumber, thereby allowing him to freely enter and exit the desolate ancient forbidden land. Although the time interval might be somewhat long, this was still an ingenious method. But who would have thought the system's invincible time had restrictions? How stingy. After briefly complaining about the system's parsimony, Chen Changsheng spoke. System, begin slumber. Maximize the slumber time directly. My attribute points are still far too weak. Slumber initiated. Slumber duration 160 years. As the final character reached Chen Changsheng's ears, his consciousness ceased entirely at that moment. Chen Changsheng fell into slumber, and the last trace of living breath in the desolate ancient forbidden land completely vanished. For Chen Changsheng's disappearance, the vast desolate ancient forbidden land underwent no change. What it once was, it remained. Creak. The heavy coffin lid was pushed open, and Chen Changsheng, clad in tattered garments, sat up from within. He stretched his stiff body and surveyed his surroundings. Nothing around him had changed, not even the dust. If not for his decayed clothing and the 160 attribute points added to his system panel, Chen Changsheng would have thought he had merely taken a short rest. This unchanging environment is truly oppressive. No wonder they say 7 days in the mountains equal 1,000 years in the world. Time truly passes too quickly in a place like this. After a brief, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the system panel in his mind. Host Chen Changsheng. Strength 1. Speed 1. Defense 91. Spiritual power 0. Lifespan 320. An hour passed, and Chen Changsheng successfully withdrew from his cultivation state. Feeling his cultivation at the nascent soul late stage, he clicked his tongue and said, "The nascent soul late stage should be sufficient. If I wanted to break through to the divine transformation stage, I estimate it would take 10 years. That's not worth it." With that, Chen Changsheng stepped out of the stone coffin and stretched his stiff body. At the same time, he began pondering the issue of spiritual energy dissipation. When he fell into slumber, all vital functions in his body would cease to operate. As a result, the spiritual energy within his body would slowly evaporate like moisture from meat. Although he could quickly recover it through cultivation, having to recultivate every time he woke up was far too troublesome. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng took out the Beast Hide book and flipped through it, quickly finding a solution. Heaven and Earth Life-Severing Array. That's the one. Chen Changsheng slapped the Beast Hide book, grinning as he selected a formation. The Heaven and Earth Life-Severing Array was one of the 3 great killing formations recorded in the book. According to the description, anyone who entered this array would have their heavenly path severed above and their underworld path severed below, cut off from heaven, earth, and life itself. Such a formidable formation should be able to seal the slow leakage of spiritual energy from his body during slumber. Having chosen the formation, Chen Changsheng cheerfully walked out of the Bronze Ancient Hall and began working on the external Tao patterns. The Heaven and Earth Life-Severing Array was a killing formation. Modifying it to trap without killing was no simple task. However, Chen Changsheng had plenty of time. Such matters could be accomplished gradually. Carefully stepping out the last step, he finally reached the safe zone of another Bronze Ancient Hall. "Your Majesty, it took me a full 90 years to collect your remains. Surely you wouldn't let me toil for nothing." Muttering a few words to Emperor Zhu's bones, Chen Changsheng placed the crystalline bones into the coffin. As for the missing lower half of Emperor Zhu's body, he could not find it, and had no choice but to substitute it with a wooden carving. After completing the burial for Emperor Zhu, Chen Changsheng naturally received 2 rewards. These were the true martial sword, missing its tip, and a gold piece that Emperor Zhu had used as a chest guard. Flipping over the gold piece in his hand, Chen Changsheng frowned and muttered, "Isn't this the 9 revolutions mystic art of the Xuanwu Kingdom? And this thing, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." With that, he rummaged through his system space and finally found another gold piece of the same texture. The gaps of the 2 pieces slowly aligned, merging into a complete, flawless page. Faced with this situation, Chen Changsheng looked speechlessly at Emperor Zhu's coffin. "Your Majesty, this is somewhat unfair of you." So it turns out that an ancestor of the Xuanwu Kingdom had entered the desolate ancient forbidden land long ago and even brought out some things. I've always wondered, since no one from the Xuanwu Kingdom had ever entered the desolate ancient forbidden land, how could they know there was a Bronze Ancient Hall inside? Now with the 9 revolutions mystic art as evidence, this mystery is finally solved. After speaking, Chen Changsheng looked at the gold piece in his hand. He could not recognize a single character on it. He had been able to recognize this as the 9 revolutions mystic art entirely by chance. Among the items Zhu Xinghe had requested his help with, there was a translated version of the 9 revolutions mystic art. And next to the name of the 9 revolutions mystic art, there were 4 strange symbols. At the time, Chen Changsheng had casually asked about them. Zhu Xinghe said that those 4 symbols represented the 9 revolutions mystic art, but as for how to translate that script, no one in the entire Xuanwu Kingdom knew. At that time, Chen Changsheng paid no attention to the matter. After arriving at the desolate ancient forbidden land, one day, he picked up the lower half of the gold piece from the soil. This gold piece was indestructible and extremely sharp at the edges. Although he could not recognize the symbols on it, he kept it as a collectible. If he hadn't found the upper half of the 9 revolutions mystic art from Emperor Zhu, Chen Changsheng would probably live another 10,000 years without ever knowing that this was the other part of the art. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng patted Emperor Zhu's coffin and sighed. "Your Majesty, the unsolved mysteries in this world are probably all born this way. An ancestor of the Xuanwu Kingdom entered the desolate ancient forbidden land. How much did that ancestor know about the forbidden land? Only you know the answer. Moreover, the ancestor brought out a fragment of the 9 revolutions mystic art from the desolate ancient forbidden land. Bringing something out from such a dangerous place proves that it is extraordinary. Now that you are dead, these secrets have been buried with you in the coffin. A bit of a pity." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and walked toward the Bronze Ancient Hall. Ever since he learned that Nianxing had disappeared in the teleportation array of the Bronze Ancient Hall, Chen Changsheng had been investigating the hall. It took a full 290 years before he finally got his wish. Now what Chen Changsheng needed to do was naturally to figure out the matters of the Bronze Ancient Hall. Inside the Bronze Ancient Hall, countless patterns were rearranging and combining, finally forming a partially incomplete scroll. Unlike the bronze ancient halls in the boundless secret realm and the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden land, the one in the desolate ancient forbidden land was relatively well preserved. Thus Chen Changsheng obtained a scroll with more content. Back then, all living beings borrowed the power of this ominous force to escape the capture of the giant hand. At first they indeed repelled the giant hand. However, later on all living beings discovered that the ominous force was actually corroding the world. Faced with this situation, they allied with the giant hand once more and successfully drove back the ominous force. Although the ominous force was driven back, a portion of its power remained. To prevent the ominous force from returning, all living beings joined forces with the giant hand to create these 18 bronze ancient halls, entrusting them to 18 races for guardianship. 9 of the bronze ancient halls were entrusted to the giant hand for guardianship, and to enable communication among them, they incorporated the power of heaven and earth into the construction, carving 3-color teleportation arrays within. These 3-color teleportation arrays not only covered vast distances, but also could not be interrupted by external influences. Logically, after sharing hardships, all living beings should have been able to coexist peacefully with the giant hand. But unexpectedly they fought again. The story had a clear stratification at this point. The patterns before and after were obviously carved at different times. After reading the entire story, Chen Changsheng was utterly speechless. The 3-color teleportation arrays were originally capable of directional transmission, but after the ravages of war and time, the 18 bronze ancient halls had most likely shifted from their original positions. As a result, the 3-color teleportation arrays could only perform random teleportation. With a 1 in 17 chance, could he really find Nianqing smoothly? Facing such uncertain circumstances, Chen Changsheng was deeply reluctant. Yet without confirming Nianqing's safety, he could not rest easy. In the end, Chen Changsheng glanced at the 3-colored teleportation array within the ancient bronze hall and sighed. Girl, you really know how to make things difficult for me. Some of the patterns here have been deliberately erased, clearly meant to keep certain matters hidden. If I wish to find you now, I must first discern which races guard the 18 ancient bronze halls. You had better not have been transported to the giant hand. Otherwise I'll have a real headache on my hands. With that, Chen Changsheng began to study the 3-colored teleportation array within the hall. The patterns in this ancient bronze hall were similarly incomplete, missing precisely 2 pieces of critical information: the identities of the 18 races guarding the halls and the origin of the giant hand. Back in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, he had already noticed that information about these 18 races had been partially erased. At the time, he assumed it was simply Yuhua the Immortal's attempt to limit knowledge. Now, however, he realized the situation was far more complex. Whatever being had managed to erase the patterns within the primeval forbidden ground must be unimaginably powerful. Alternatively, perhaps these very patterns were deliberately erased by some great terror residing within the primeval forbidden ground. Moreover, with the 18 bronze halls having shifted from their positions, logic dictated that the entities sealed beneath should have long since escaped. Yet that was not the case. The malevolent forces within the boundless mystic realm had been cleansed. This suggested that some being had been silently eradicating these threats. Whichever of these speculations held true, the powers behind them were not something Chen Changsheng could provoke in his current state. Time passed, and after 2 months of meticulous effort, Chen Changsheng finally unraveled the workings of the 3-colored teleportation array. His rapid progress was due to 2 factors. First, his mastery over formations had grown tremendously. Second, during his repairs of the bronze hall in the boundless mystic realm, he had gained valuable familiarity with the 3-colored teleportation array. Though that earlier array had been badly damaged, Chen Changsheng had still amassed considerable experience from it. Now he drew spiritual power from spirit stones and channeled it into the 3-colored teleportation array. As the spiritual energy poured in, the array began to glow. Based on his understanding, he filled in the minor gaps and adjusted the 3-colored runes that appeared misaligned. Finally, the 3-colored teleportation array hummed to life. Gazing at the activated array, Chen Changsheng swallowed hard, then produced the stone coffin of 100 defeats, immortal venerable. Lying down inside the stone coffin, he formed a hand seal and swiftly closed the lid. He had never fully comprehended this 3-colored teleportation array. Barely managing to activate, it was already pushing the limits. Who knew what kind of accidents his modified array might cause? For such an uncertain venture, he would never risk transporting his bare physical body. The 3-colored teleportation array activated, and in an instant the stone coffin vanished from within. Clang, clang, clang. An unending series of impacts echoed inside the coffin as Chen Changsheng, drenched in cold sweat, clamped his hands over his ears. With his mastery of formations, Chen Changsheng easily deduced what was happening outside. Countless spatial tears were currently slicing against the stone coffin. This situation meant the teleportation arrays at both ends were misaligned. The mismatch had generated these countless spatial fractures. Good thing I was careful. If I had transported my body directly, I'd be nothing but dust right now. Breathing a sigh of lingering relief, Chen Changsheng began his patient wait. Who? Hey, Hundreds of burly men draped in animal hides, their skin bronze-toned, were dancing around a bonfire, seemingly performing some kind of ritual. Not far from the fire stood a towering bronze altar where an elderly high priest was repeatedly prostrating himself while murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly the long-dormant altar emitted a dazzling three-colored radiance. This spectacle left the gathered crowd below utterly stunned, and even the high priest standing beside the altar was rendered speechless. This ritual was held once every 10 years merely as a formality. Why was it suddenly reacting now? Boom. A heavy stone coffin slammed down onto the altar, shattering the already faint three-colored runes into fragments. Confronted with this bizarre occurrence, everyone present fell into silence. Creak. A sound emanated from the stone coffin on the altar, causing the worshippers to instinctively step back in alarm. The coffin lid was pushed open and a creature clad in peculiar garments with delicate fair skin sat up. The moment this creature rose, several thousand pairs of eyes locked onto him. Chen Changsheng. Seriously, I haven't even landed properly, and I'm already facing such a grand spectacle. Can I even survive this? Indeed, the figure who appeared on the altar was none other than Chen Changsheng, who had escaped the primeval forbidden ground via the three-colored teleportation array. He glanced at the shattered array, then surveyed the dense encirclement around him. After a mere second of deliberation, Chen Changsheng decided to attempt a peaceful conversation with these people. Where is this? He tested with a question. Seeing no reaction, he switched to another language. Having devoured countless books, Chen Changsheng was fluent in dozens of languages. The language these people used was likely not the common tongue of the Great Qian Empire or the Xuanwu Kingdom. To understand where he was, he first needed to bridge the communication gap. And so Chen Changsheng cycled through 28 different languages in succession. Finally, when he employed a fragmentary ancient language, the high priest reacted at last. This is the 100,000 mountains. Who are you? Having resolved the communication barrier, Chen Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. I am a foreigner unfamiliar with your language. May we communicate through divine sense? At this, the high priest nodded and extended a wisp of divine sense to make contact with Chen Changsheng. Oddly enough, though the high priest exuded an imposing aura, his divine sense was pathetically weak. This level of spiritual sense couldn't even compare to that of a golden core stage cultivator. Though the situation was strange, Chen Changsheng didn't dwell on it. His only concern now was repairing the three-color teleportation array and leaving this place. However, the moment Chen Changsheng's divine sense touched the high priest, the latter was instantly overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground, trembling before Chen Changsheng's terrifying spiritual power. The high priest immediately prostrated himself, fervently kowtowing to Chen Changsheng, then turned to urge his tribesmen to do the same. Because the high priest spoke rapidly, and in that unfamiliar fragmentary language, Chen Changsheng couldn't grasp what they were saying. Yet straining his ears, he managed to pick out a few intelligible words from the high priest's speech. Heavenly God, gratitude, white shaman. Chen Changsheng. They couldn't possibly be mistaking me for some kind of exalted being, could they? And judging by this situation, it seems I won't be leaving anytime soon. Envoy, please take your time. The high priest left the room with utmost respect. Before Chen Changsheng lay an assortment of unfamiliar meats and fresh spirit fruits. Looking at the spread before him, Chen Changsheng gave a helpless smile, then spoke to the young woman beside him through his divine sense. I cannot possibly eat all this alone. You should join me. At his words, the woman quickly shook her head, then rattled off a long string of gibberish. Though he couldn't understand her language, Chen Changsheng could roughly guess her meaning. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng laughed and said, Since you won't eat, why don't you teach me the language of this place? Your tongue is quite difficult for me to follow. To his request, the woman nodded with great joy. She then began instructing him in the local language. The long night passed swiftly. After a night of study, Chen Changsheng could finally grasp the local speech with reasonable proficiency. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng also learned about the region from the woman. This land had no proper name. It was simply called the 10,000 Mountains. As for how vast this mountain range truly was, no consensus had ever been reached since ancient times, for no one had ever walked out of these mountains. The cultivation system here was also intriguing. The locals did not refine the body or cultivate inner cores, but instead focused exclusively on raising goo worms. These goo worms served all manner of purposes, capable of killing foes or healing the wounded alike. However, this singular focus on goo worms bore a fatal flaw. It could not effectively strengthen one's divine sense. Chen Changsheng had little interest in cultivation, but he was deeply passionate about studying formations. Formation research, however, frequently demanded the use of divine sense. Through years of relentless refinement, Chen Changsheng's divine sense, despite being at the nascent soul stage, rivaled that of some spirit-severing cultivators. It was precisely for this reason that the high priest treated Chen Changsheng with such reverence. All right, let us stop here for now. A man, go and rest. Glancing at the sky brightening with the first light of dawn, Chen Changsheng sent the weary young white witch girl to rest. Obediently, a man rose and quietly took her leave. Yet halfway to the door, a man suddenly knelt down and pleaded urgently. "Envoy, I beg you to save the White Witch clan. If this continues, the Black Witches will surely drive us to our doom." Hearing a man's desperate plea, Chen Changsheng's face was filled with helplessness. He had no desire whatsoever to meddle in the feuds between these tribes. There were countless conflicts across the world. If he were to aid everyone, he would never have a moment's peace. Besides the tensions between the White and Black Witch clans, there was another pressing issue before him: repairing the three-color teleportation array. He had examined the altar himself. It was indeed part of the bronze ancient hall. More precisely, the altar was merely the base of the hall, while the structure that once stood atop it had long since vanished without a trace. Repairing the three-color teleportation array would require many materials, the most critical being the metal that composed the bronze ancient hall. As the indigenous people of this land, the White Witch clan knew this region better than anyone. Without their aid, he would never find the missing bronze ancient hall. Yet if he wished for their help, he would first have to lend them his own, for they would likely refuse otherwise. With this in mind, Chen Changsheng spoke. "I am not familiar with the details of your conflict with the Black Witch clan, but I can attempt to mediate between you. As for whether it will succeed, that depends on fate. I can make no promises." Hearing his answer, a man joyfully thanked him before darting out of the room. Watching a man's receding figure, Chen Changsheng smiled and shook his head. "The people here are truly innocent. If this were anywhere else, I would likely have been captured and dissected for study by now." With that, he resumed familiarizing himself with the White Witch language, all the while pondering how to mediate the conflict between the two tribes. "Envoy, ahead lies the Black Witch clan's stronghold." The high priest pointed at the distant stockade, his tone tinged with excitement, rather like a child eagerly tattling to a parent. Gazing at the Black Witch clan settlement in the distance, Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. The two clan stockades were not far apart. A mere 2 or 3 li separated them. Such proximity was clearly unusual. Given the present circumstances, the enmity between the two tribes was evidently no simple matter. With them this close, why had they not yet come to blows? Just as Chen Changsheng was pondering the reason, the high priest shouted at the Black Witch guards in the distance. "Go and summon your chieftain. Tell him the divine envoy has arrived." Upon hearing the high priest's words, the two young Black Witch sentinels dutifully turned back to fetch their leader. "Chen Changsheng, wait, what exactly is going on here? You're standing on enemy ground, and you speak with such an audacious tone. And why on earth would the Black Witches heed your words so readily? Don't tell me you've spun me some elaborate tale." Before Chen Changsheng could make sense of it, the Black Witch clansmen poured out in a great crowd. At their head was a middle-aged man with dark weathered skin. Eyeing Chen Changsheng's distinctly foreign attire, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then probed him with his divine sense. To such a feeble attempt, Chen Changsheng merely delivered a light counterstrike with his own. With a sudden spit of blood, the middle-aged man reeled from the backlash. Seeing their chieftain wounded, the Black Witch clansmen immediately summoned countless venomous insects surrounding Chen Changsheng in a dense swarm. Chen Changsheng was utterly speechless at the insects encircling him. For the high priest of the White Witch clan was not targeted at all. Only he alone bore the brunt of their hostility. "Chen Changsheng, this was going a bit far. Weren't your two clans supposed to be enemies? Why am I the only one being singled out? And another thing, I only used the faintest wisp of my divine sense just now. Why did he cough up blood? He appears to be your leader, so surely he can't be that weak. You're not trying to pull some sort of scam on me, are you?" Just as Chen Changsheng was considering whether to knock everyone down and make his escape, the bleeding middle-aged man scrambled back to his feet and bellowed. "All of you withdraw your goo worms at once. Show the divine envoy proper respect." After restraining his tribesmen, the middle-aged man spoke with utmost deference. "I have offended you, divine envoy. Please forgive my transgression. The Black Witch clan bears no ill will toward you whatsoever." "Hold on." Chen Changsheng cut the middle-aged man off mid-sentence. "Why do you assume I am the divine envoy?" "Because the high priest says you are, and you have just proven your identity through your divine sense." "But as far as I know, the Black Witch and White Witch clans are sworn enemies, are they not?" "That is correct. And yet you believe what he says, eh?" "I do." "Chen Changsheng, this logic seems rather off. Your situation here has left me thoroughly bewildered." The subtle hostility between the White Shaman and Black Shaman clans left Chen Changsheng somewhat puzzled. To uncover the truth, Chen Changsheng immediately requested the high priest and the Black Shaman clan leader to explain the entire matter. After fully understanding the truth of the matter, Chen Changsheng spoke up. "The Black Shaman and White Shaman were originally one family. It was only because you could no longer survive that you drove some of your clansmen away. Yes, it is the final decree left by our shaman ancestors. Whenever the shaman clan encounters difficulties it cannot overcome, the clansmen must split into 2 parts, one strong and one weak, their lives and deaths having nothing to do with each other." Faced with the Black Shaman clan leader's answer, Chen Changsheng momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Such a practice was undoubtedly the most effective way to preserve the flames of the race. Yet such a practice was also the most inhumane. Watching one's own kin and friends perish alive was simply the cruelest punishment in this world. Thinking this over, Chen Changsheng asked, "Judging by your appearance, you must have split not long ago. What exactly happened that led you to make such a choice? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the Black Shaman clan leader hesitated before speaking. Although life in the 100,000 Great Mountains is harsh, our shaman clan can still barely survive. But 3 years ago, a thunder beast arrived in our territory and has been continuously compressing our living space. If we had not been driven to the brink of extinction, would we have ever cast out our own clansmen? Thunder beast. Hearing this name, Chen Changsheng immediately began to ponder. He soon recalled information about thunder beasts. Thunder beasts were among the powerful ones in the beast tribe. Although the beast tribe and the demon tribe shared certain similarities at their core, they were not entirely the same. The demon tribe consisted of ordinary beasts that had taken human form, whereas the beast tribe was a race that had survived since ancient times. They possessed bloodlines far more powerful than those of the demon tribe, and from birth, they held various incredible innate talents and supernatural abilities. Unlike the demon tribe, which was friendly toward humans, the beast tribe harbored deep hatred for mankind and regarded the demon tribe as a disgrace among all beastly beings. Because they believed that the beast form was the strongest manifestation in this world, and that abandoning it to become human was a betrayal of their race. After organizing his thoughts about the beast tribe, Chen Changsheng said, "The power of the beast tribe is beyond question. Judging by your situation, it would be extremely difficult for the shaman clan to resist them alone. How about this? I will help you find a new habitat, and in return you do me a favor. How does that sound?" "Thank you, honored envoy." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the high priest agreed with a beaming smile. Given the current situation, the White Shaman clan would inevitably be the first to perish, so the opportunity to survive filled him with joy. However, upon hearing this news, the Black Shaman clan leader was far from pleased. "Honored envoy, you may not fully understand the 100,000 Great Mountains. Miasma runs rampant here, and poisonous insects and ferocious beasts are everywhere. Finding a suitable habitat is harder than reaching the heavens. Where there is a will, there is a way. We will search first and see what comes of it. If we truly cannot find one, you can always follow the ancestral decree as before." Seeing that Chen Changsheng had spoken so firmly, the Black Shaman clan leader could only nod in agreement. After all, he too did not wish to see the White Shaman clan perish. "May I ask, honored envoy, what else do you need? Our shaman clan will assist with all our might." "Nothing much. I am looking for something, an ancient bronze hall. Have you seen such a thing?" At these words, the faces of the shaman clan members instantly changed. Noticing this, Chen Changsheng asked, "What is wrong with this bronze hall?" "Honored envoy, we know the bronze hall you speak of. It was originally the sacrificial grounds of our shaman clan. But 3 years ago, the Thunder Beast seized it. We are no match for the Thunder Beast." Seeing the troubled expression on the clan leader's face, he immediately understood their thoughts. They must have thought he intended to send them to retrieve the bronze hall. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "I only need to know where the bronze hall is. As for the rest, I will figure it out. Does anyone here know where the Thunder Beast is? I wish to go and talk to it. After all, not all members of the beast tribe are stubborn and unyielding. I know where the Thunder Beast is. I will take you." No sooner had Chen Changsheng finished speaking than a stout-faced youth stepped forward. Seeing the youth step forward, the Black Shaman clan leader immediately rebuked him. "Illy, go back. Adults are speaking. What business is it of a child's?" Facing the clan leader's reprimand, the youth did not retreat, but shouted loudly, "Father, I am already 16 years old. I underwent my coming-of-age ceremony just last month. I am no longer a child. I want to contribute to our shaman clan. I cannot bear to watch Grandpa sacrifice her and the others die. Only I know the situation at Shueyue Cave Heaven. I am the best guide." Hearing Ailey's words, the clan leader's lips trembled, but he ultimately spoke his objections once more. Meeting a Thunder Beast was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Although he was a father, he was also the clan leader, and he had to treat all clansmen equally. Thinking this over, the clan leader gritted his teeth and said, "Since you insist so strongly, then you shall lead the honored envoy to Shueyue Cave Heaven. But remember this, the honored envoy is unfamiliar with the 100,000 Great Mountains. You must protect him. Father, rest assured, I will never let anything happen to the honored envoy." With that, Ailey eagerly approached Chen Changsheng. "Honored envoy, I am ready. When shall we depart?" "Right now." Saying this, Chen Changsheng grabbed Ailey and both vanished from the spot. "Honored envoy, we should not fly too high, or we will attract attacks from ferocious beasts." Ailey guided Chen Changsheng along the way while also teaching him how to avoid various dangers. It must be said that Ailey's advice was quite useful. Along the journey, Chen Changsheng encountered many formidable ferocious beasts, some so powerful that even he found them troublesome. The surrounding scenery flashed by rapidly. Ailey naturally envied Chen Changsheng's extraordinary strength. "Honored envoy, you can help our shaman clan escape this predicament, can't you?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "I can only help you in certain aspects. Whether you can break free from this predicament depends on your own efforts. In this world, relying on others is never as reliable as relying on oneself. Moreover, to you, I am merely a passerby. I will not remain here forever. In the days to come, you must rely on yourselves." With that, Chen Changsheng stopped before a massive cave. Adjusting his robes, he cupped his fists and said, "Mortal cultivator Chen Changsheng requests an audience." Swish. Splash. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blob of unknown liquid drenched Chen Changsheng from head to toe. Immediately after, a colossal head emerged from within the cave. Looking at the unknown liquid on his body, Chen Changsheng was momentarily stunned. If his guess was correct, this must be saliva. Worthless ants, be gone. Splash. Another massive glob of saliva descended, and Chen Changsheng received another drenching. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Changsheng silently wiped the saliva from his face and led Ailey away. Seeing Chen Changsheng's expressionless face, Ailey cautiously asked, "Honored envoy, are you all right?" "I'm fine. But there is something I need to tell you. I do not plan to leave for now. Only when I have dealt with this thunder beast will I depart from the 100,000 great mountains." Racing through the dense forest with Ollie, Chen Changsheng's face remained expressionless. Yet this was the first time in centuries that he had been angered. Since attaining immortality, Chen Changsheng had always adhered to the principle of kindness to others. Moreover, in these centuries he had never killed a single person. Even Yuhua Chen Changsheng had not personally killed him. But now the one who always treated others kindly had been spat upon, and twice at that. Why did it do this? I neither went to provoke it nor to seek revenge, so it had no reason to act like this. And what right did it have to do this? It is merely a thunder beast at the spirit transformation stage. I have encountered many cultivators at the spirit transformation stage, and they were all renowned figures. The Wolf King of the Night Moon Kingdom, Wanyan Agujuo, the ancestor of Shangqing Temple, Yuhua. Besides these spirit transformation stage masters, I have also encountered many powerful beings far beyond the spirit transformation stage. For instance, the Xuanwu Emperor who stepped into the seventh realm, and the indescribable terror of the Huanggu Forbidden Land. Even beings as powerful as these never spat on me. I am a true disciple of Shangqing Temple, a distinguished guest of the Xuanwu Kingdom, and a mourner who strolls through the long river of history. Countless prodigies are my friends and mighty beings who can move mountains and fill seas, converse with me cheerfully. With all that, why should I be spat on by a mere little thunder beast? Fueled by anger, Chen Changsheng's speed increased considerably, and soon he returned to the Wu tribe stockade. The two landed, and the high priest and the chief immediately wanted to step forward to ask about the situation. But before they could speak, Chen Changsheng spoke first. "You believe I am the divine envoy, so you should also trust my abilities. I will kill that thunder beast of Shuiwe Dantian within 10 years. If you believe I can win, then come and help me. If you think I can't win, then leave quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire." After saying this, Chen Changsheng turned and left, leaving the high priest and the chief utterly bewildered. Inside the wooden hut, Chen Changsheng was writing and drawing on bark, seemingly plotting something. At that moment, a man entered carrying a plate of fresh spirit fruits. "Divine envoy, please have some spirit fruits to calm your anger." In response to a man's persuasion, Chen Changsheng didn't even lift his head and said, "I know your tribe has an ancestral rule that you must not provoke those who come from the altar. Although the ancestral rule is correct, things are not immutable. I am not the person mentioned in your ancestral rule, so there's no need to call me divine envoy. If you like, you can call me Brother Changsheng. As for the thunder beast, it's a private matter between it and me, but won't involve the Wu tribe, so rest assured." Hearing this, a man said, "God, Brother Changsheng, that's not what I meant." At that, Chen Changsheng looked up at a man and asked in confusion, "If not that, then what do you want to say?" Facing Chen Changsheng's question, a trace of longing flickered in a man's bright big eyes. "Brother Changsheng, when I was very young, I heard that beyond the mountains there is another world. But in the entire Wu tribe, no one knows what the outside world is like. You must have come from outside. Can you tell me what the outside world is like?" Looking at the longing in a man's eyes, Chen Changsheng thought for a moment and said, "Beyond the mountains is a wondrous world, but I don't advise you to learn about it." "Why?" "Because the outside world is more dangerous than the poisonous insects and fierce beasts in these 10,000 mountains. In the outside world, death is sometimes a release." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng untied the wooden carving from his waist and handed it over along with the bark in his hand. "Give the bark to Chief Gully and have him arrange according to what's on it. If I'm not mistaken, you will choose to join me against the thunder beast. As for this wooden carving, I'll give it to you. Ever since I arrived, you've been staring at it, making me feel embarrassed." At these words, a man's face instantly turned red. "Brother Changsheng, I didn't. Can't I tell whether you did or not? It's just an ordinary wooden carving, nothing significant. If you want to take it and play with it." The wooden carving at Chen Changsheng's waist was a chubby, adorable sheep. Being often engaged in carpentry, Chen Changsheng's carving skills were naturally impeccable. A man had grown up in these isolated mountains, so it was only natural that she was attracted to the novel trinkets carved by Chen Changsheng. "Thank you, Brother Changsheng." A man happily thanked Chen Changsheng and then left the room cheerfully. Watching a man's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng smiled and then turned his thoughts back to the thunder beast matter. Beasts usually live in groups, and Chen Changsheng was not too worried about that spirit transformation stage thunder beast of Shuiwe Dantian. What he truly worried about was the race behind the thunder beast. "Strike the young and the old comes, strike the old and the elder comes." Such is the norm in the cultivation world. That is precisely why Chen Changsheng spent considerable effort on planning. After all, annihilating a race is not a simple matter. It's true that I treat others kindly, but I have never been a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. The hatred of these two spits cannot be let go so easily. Under Chen Changsheng's arrangements, the Wu tribe quickly started working with great enthusiasm. Towering trees were felled one by one, and many strange patterns were carved out by the Wu tribe using tools. Chen Changsheng inspected the progress of the formation while reminding everyone where mistakes had been made. At this moment, Chief Guli approached. Divine Envoy, can these things drive away the Thunder Beast? No, it can't. This is just a modified spirit-gathering formation I improved. Not only can it gather spiritual energy, but it can also shield against the miasma of the mountains. I've observed the Wu tribe's way of goo worms. The goo worms are quite powerful, but unfortunately you've encountered their natural enemy, the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast's hard scales can resist most goo worms, and its innate divine ability completely suppresses all goo worms. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Hearing Chen Changsheng's analysis, Guli smiled wryly and said, "The Divine Envoy is right. Our Wu tribe has survived in the mountains, so naturally we have ways to deal with danger. Unfortunately, our tribe's golden silkworm, goo, has been lost, otherwise we might not be unable to deal with the Thunder Beast." Golden silkworm goo. What is that? It is the most powerful goo of our tribe. To be precise, it should be called the goo god. According to legend, the golden silkworm goo can devour everything in the world. Even the scales of the Thunder Beast cannot stop it. Listening to Guli's description, Chen Changsheng nodded and said, "It's indeed a good thing, but it's already lost. Since your methods can't handle the Thunder Beast, why not try mine? I see that all the Wu tribe members have strong physiques, making them very suitable for practicing body tempering arts. Take these two arts first. Once you've improved the strength of your people, we can make further plans. Also, you might not understand the characters I've written. I've already explained the meaning to Amon. Ask her for the details." Taking the two pieces of bark handed over by Chen Changsheng, Chief Guli's smile nearly split his face. "Thank you, Divine Envoy. We will not disappoint your expectations." With that, Guli left with the arts. After Guli's departure, Chen Changsheng did not linger in the Wu tribe. Instead, he sought a secluded spot to study the 9 revolutions mystic art. He had never been fond of cultivation because he had no need for combat. But now, with battle looming, Chen Changsheng naturally felt compelled to engage in a little cultivation. It doesn't make sense. Why can't I cultivate the 9 revolutions mystic art? Chen Changsheng stared at the art in his hands, utterly baffled. Zhuoxinghe had long ago gifted Chen Changsheng a translated version of the first half of the 9 revolutions mystic art. Using that translation, Chen Changsheng had deduced the complete translation of the art. Yet after the translation was complete, the art became impossible to cultivate. Turning the golden page over and over in his hands, Chen Changsheng pondered where the error lay. Just then, Ali approached hesitantly from the side. "Divine Envoy, what are you doing?" Glancing at the honest-faced Ali, Chen Changsheng said calmly, "Nothing much. Studying something. What do you want?" As he spoke, Chen Changsheng casually set the golden page aside. The script on it was unknown to anyone, so he had no fear of Ali stealing its secrets. Hearing this, Ali's face flushed red as he rubbed his hands together. "Divine Envoy, you're so powerful. I want to become your disciple." "Forget about becoming my disciple. I never take students. The 2 arts I gave Chief Guli are not inferior. Practice them diligently, and your future achievements will be considerable." Seeing Chen Changsheng's blunt refusal, disappointment flickered in Ali's eyes. Yet just as he was about to leave, he noticed the golden page beside Chen Changsheng and made a casual remark. "The Divine Envoy is truly remarkable. The 8-9 mystic art sounds like a very powerful art." Wait. Ali had only intended to ease the awkwardness, but Chen Changsheng, dumbfounded, called him back. "Divine Envoy, is there something else?" "What did you just say?" 8-9 what?" "The 8-9 mystic art." Seeing Ali unhesitatingly utter a name that was both unfamiliar and known, Chen Changsheng immediately picked up the golden page and asked, "Can you read the characters on this?" "What's so hard about that? Among the young people in the tribe, I know the most characters." "That's not what I mean. I'm asking how you recognize the script on this page." "Divine Envoy, what's wrong with you? This is the Wu tribe script. Why wouldn't I recognize it?" Hearing Ali's answer, Chen Changsheng was speechless, never expecting such a coincidence. He had indeed learned the Wu tribe's language, but only the spoken form from Amon. He had never seen the written script. Moreover, although Chen Changsheng had encountered fragments of the Wu language in ancient texts, those texts only described it as a very ancient tongue and recorded some pronunciations. He had never encountered the Wu written script. Thus, he had subconsciously assumed that the Wu language had no writing system and was merely an oral niche language. After all, such situations were not uncommon. Thinking this, the corner of Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched. He waved his hand and said, "Ali, come and help me translate the text on this page." Seeing Chen Changsheng ask for his help, Ali was naturally delighted. In about a quarter of an hour, he had translated all the characters. After listening to Ali's translation, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. As the second strongest art of the Xuanwu kingdom, the 9 revolutions mystic art had been cultivated by few over the millennia, and even those who succeeded found its power far less than the legends claimed. Now Chen Changsheng finally understood why. The ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom had gotten the translation wrong from the very beginning. 8-9 mystic art had been translated as 9 revolutions mystic art. 2 out of 4 characters were wrong, and the rest needed no further mention. After a brief mental grumble about the Xuanwu kingdom's ancestors, Chen Changsheng looked at Ali and said, "Ali, it seems you are destined for this opportunity. Since you have translated the 8-9 mystic art, I will pass this art on to you." Upon hearing this, Ali immediately knelt to kowtow and become a disciple. But a surge of spiritual energy stopped Ali's movement. "Don't be hasty. I'm teaching you the art because you have this karmic connection, but it doesn't mean I'm taking you as a disciple. Moreover, after learning the 8-9 mystic art, you must never tell anyone, not even your tribesmen. This art has a great origin. If you reveal it carelessly, you might bring disaster upon the Wu tribe." Facing Chen Changsheng's instructions, Ali nodded gravely. "Divine Envoy, rest assured. I won't tell anyone." "Good. And don't call me Divine Envoy anymore. Call me Master." "Yes, Master." With that, Chen Changsheng began teaching Ali the fundamental essentials of cultivation. Although the 8-9 mystic art was excellent, it was a profound technique. Without any cultivation foundation, Ali could not directly practice it. An hour passed, and Chen Changsheng had imparted the basic cultivation knowledge to Ali. "All right, that's enough for today's lesson. Go back and familiarize yourself well." Ali remembers. After Ali left, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the 8-9 mystic art in his hands. "I thought you were just a body-tempering art, but it turns out I was mistaken. The number of yin reaches its maximum at 8 and yang at 9. 8 times 9 equals the greatest number of the Taoist path. When the art is perfected through 9 revolutions, all acquired yin is stripped away, revealing the innate true yang. The 3 souls merge into one. The 7 spirits fuse with the body. The primordial spirit gathers eternally, without dispersing, and the cultivation body remains indestructible through countless kalpas." Having spoken, the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth curled up wildly. For the 8-9 mystic art was in theory an art of longevity. Whether it could truly grant immortality remained uncertain. But its power was beyond Chen Changsheng's imagination. It cultivated both internal and external aspects and recorded all kinds of incredible divine abilities. Though Chen Changsheng possessed only a single golden page at the moment, this item alone surpassed the combined value of everything else he owned. Chen Changsheng's swift golden light heavenly giant form. These names sound formidable. "I've struck gold. Master, any gains today?" A robust young man in coarse linen approached Chen Changsheng. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng put away his paper and brush, saying, "Same as always. That thunder beast rarely comes out." The young man replied, "Master, are you no match for that thunder beast either?" "I'm not sure. You know me, I don't relish fighting. By the way, how is your practice of the 8-9 mystic art coming along?" "Thanks for your concern, Master. I've reached the 7th layer of the 8-9 mystic art. Soon I'll be able to cultivate the ground-spanning golden light divine ability." Chen Changsheng nodded with satisfaction at the young man's reply. "Reaching the 7th layer of the 8-9 mystic art in 10 years. I must say you were born to cultivate this art. What a pity that I only possess the first 9 layers of the 8-9 mystic art. The remaining 63 layers may never be gathered. Wait a few more months. Once you've mastered the ground-spanning golden light, we can deal with the thunder beast." Indeed, the young man before him was Ali, the rustic lad from 10 years ago. When they learned of Chen Changsheng's intention to retaliate against the thunder beast, the entire Wu clan had expected him to launch a war swiftly. But none anticipated a full decade of waiting. During those 10 years, aside from instructing Ali and a man, Chen Changsheng spent all his time observing the thunder beast. Hearing that Chen Changsheng was finally preparing to act against the thunder beast, Ali's heart grew tense. After all, it was a divine transformation stage beast, and though Chen Changsheng had advanced to the same stage 3 years ago, he was still a recent breakthrough. Against a veteran divine transformation beast, his chances were far from certain. With this in mind, Ali spoke. "Master, since the cultivation systems are so complex, if one day I leave the Shirwan Dashin, how would I judge the strength of future opponents?" "There's no way. You can only rely on your instincts. Internal cultivation and external cultivation each have their own merits. Though roughly divided, the realms are not far apart, but upon closer inspection, differences emerge. In a life-or-death battle, victory often hinges on the slenderest margin. A single subtle difference can decide life and death." Hearing this, Ali laughed. "That's too troublesome. Why can't there be a unified cultivation method? Internal and external cultivation both have strengths. Why not combine them? Theoretically, it's possible, but no one has achieved it so far. The 8-9 mystic art can cultivate soul power through the physical body, but it's still essentially external cultivation. You are versed in both internal and external methods, and the theories you've proposed are intriguing. But there remain many problems that you must solve yourself. Perhaps in 1,000 years you will unify the entire cultivation world and create a brand new system. Facing Chen Changsheng's eloquent discourse, Ali smiled and didn't take it to heart. The theory of combining internal and external cultivation was merely a topic they discussed in idle moments. Even the one who raised the topic never believed it would come true. What are you two chatting about? Can I hear it? As they spoke, a simply dressed woman approached carrying a food box. Though her attire was plain, it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Her eyes were bright and spirited like black grapes, and her cherry-red lips were tempting. Her fair skin seemed fragile enough to break, and her jet-black hair was casually pinned up with a single hairpin. Yet such a simple adornment fully revealed her natural beauty. Seeing her approach, Ali grinned. "A man, you're getting prettier every day. I remember you used to be dark and scrawny. Besides, Master has long transcended the need for food. Why do you still insist on bringing meals?" At these words, a man shot Ali a cold glare. "You've studied under Brother Changsheng for so long, yet you still can't control that mouth of yours. Since you've transcended the need for food, then skip the meal later." A man's glare made Ali shrink back in fear. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. Though cultivators can transcend the need for food, it's still fine to eat more. Curious, Ali asked, "Why?" "Because people always need to eat. A bit of earthly flavor keeps us human, no. Besides, a man's cooking is delicious. Don't you want to eat?" "Exactly. Brother Changsheng understands reason, unlike some people whose cultivation has addled their brains." Ali rolled his eyes dramatically. "It's not that I don't want to eat. It's that you're biased. Master's meal always has a chicken leg, while mine is nothing but endless greens. If you gave me a chicken leg, I'd gladly eat. Eat if you want. If not, get lost. If you want chicken legs, go get them yourself. You're so picky when given food. Today you eat nothing." With that, a man shoved Ali aside and laid out the food from the box in front of Chen Changsheng. Faced with such favoritism, Ali could only squat in a corner and mutter quietly. Unlike her roughness, with Ali, a man was all gentleness toward Chen Changsheng, exuding an almost wifely warmth. "Brother Changsheng, you've observed the Thunder Beast for 10 years. Have you found its weakness?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng swallowed the chicken leg meat and smacked his lips. "I didn't find any weakness, but I did find a host of problems. The Shuiwei Cave Heaven is one of the Wu clan's habitats. In terms of spiritual energy, it's not particularly good. So there's no reason for a divine transformation stage beast to be drawn here. Yet the Thunder Beast came and stubbornly stayed. What's more interesting is that it could easily annihilate the Wu clan, but it didn't. It merely scared you away. Such behavior is hardly that of a ferocious beast. Moreover, I noticed that after every meal the Thunder Beast becomes extremely drowsy, highly unnatural. A cultivator at the divine transformation stage could stay awake for 10 years without any issue." Hearing Chen Changsheng's list of anomalies, a man pondered and said, "Do these problems help in defeating the Thunder Beast?" "In others' hands, no. But in mine, that's a different story." Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, a man had no idea what he was scheming. Yet such matters rarely concerned her, for she had always cared about only one thing. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 to 5 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. One day, just as Ali was slowly finishing his cultivation session, Chen Changsheng approached mysteriously, carrying something in his arms. "Have you mastered the earth-skimming golden light?" Facing Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Ali answered honestly, "Master, I have already grasped the earth-skimming golden light." "Good. Then follow me." With that, Chen Changsheng beckoned for Ali to follow. Though puzzled, Ali trailed behind Chen Changsheng's footsteps. But as the journey progressed, Ali gradually sensed something amiss. "Master, are you planning to head to the Water Moon Cave Heaven?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's candid admission, Ali immediately grew excited. "Master, are you finally making a move against the Thunder Beast?" "If so, I will immediately return to rally our people. The Wu clan has been preparing for a decade, all for this very day." With that, Ali turned to leave, but Chen Changsheng grabbed hold of him. "Why summon anyone? This matter requires only the two of us." "Ali." Chen Changsheng's words left question marks written all over Ali's face. Over the past 10 years, Chen Changsheng had tirelessly aided the Wu clan's cultivation and taught them numerous battle formation techniques. Everyone had assumed he intended to pool the entire strength of the Wu clan for a final showdown with the Thunder Beast. Yet now Chen Changsheng claimed that only 2 people were needed. Then what was the purpose of the Wu clan's decade of effort? Seeing the reluctance written all over Ali's face, Chen Changsheng knew exactly what was running through his mind. "Don't look so reluctant. The decade of preparation I assigned the Wu clan serves a far greater purpose. Why would I waste my trump card on a single Thunder Beast?" At these words, a glimmer of delight finally appeared on Ali's face. "Master, you have an even grander scheme. Of course, once we slay that Thunder Beast in the Water Moon Cave Heaven, do you think its kindred race will simply let us go?" Today's actions are not merely the beginning of the entire plan. They are also its most crucial link. If things don't go as I anticipate, then we'd best prepare to run. Hearing this, Ali immediately thumped his chest and declared, "Master, rest assured. For this operation, I, Ali, will give my very life to support you. No need to risk your life. All you have to do is keep your mouth shut." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and strode toward the Water Moon Cave Heaven. At the Water Moon Cave Heaven, Arriving at the spot where he had been spat upon 10 years ago, Chen Changsheng steadied his nerves, then arranged his face into a fawning expression. Chen Changsheng of the human race presents a precious treasure. His resonant voice echoed through the cavern as an enormous head poked out from within. Recognizing the human cultivator from a decade ago, the thunder beast immediately snarled. Human, you dare return here. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Facing the thunder beast's roar, Chen Changsheng hastily assumed a look of terror. Great thunder beast, please forgive me. I have come to express my gratitude for sparing my life 10 years ago. 3 years ago I chanced upon an immortal stone. Unfortunately, my fortune is too shallow to comprehend its mysteries, so I have come especially to present it to you, great thunder beast. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng pulled away the black cloth, revealing a millstone-sized rock. Thunder beast, gazing at the stone in Chen Changsheng's hand, the beast's large eyes were filled with bewilderment. For no matter how one looked at it, the stone appeared utterly ordinary. Yet if it truly were ordinary, what could he possibly hope to accomplish? Humiliate him to the point of dying from shame. Unable to fathom the human's game, the thunder beast instinctively lowered its head to sniff the stone, even giving it a tentative lick. Thunder beast, this is just a plain stone. No poison, no peculiar sensation. It even tasted faintly of wild grass and earth. How dare you? This is clearly an ordinary stone. You dare mock me. The overwhelming pressure made Chen Changsheng tremble, and the stone in his hands crashed heavily to the ground. Great thunder beast, please see the truth. When I first encountered this stone, it radiated a 5-colored glow, and within it vaguely lay a piece of immortal metal. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too weak to crack it open, so I came to offer it to you. Still making excuses? Get lost. A violent blast of breath sent Chen Changsheng tumbling backward. Seeing the thunder beast's fury, he hastily dragged Ali away. After they had gone a fair distance, the thunder beast eyed the ordinary stone on the ground with hesitation. Then with a flick of its tongue, it scooped the stone into its mouth. After chewing carefully, it tasted no immortal metal at all. Gulp. Swallowing the crushed stone, the thunder beast glanced at the direction of Chen Changsheng's departure and sneered, foolish humans. My thunder beast clan feeds on metal and ore, and our bodies are impervious to all poisons. Whatever you're plotting, you cannot possibly harm me in the slightest. Once I finish my business here, I shall slaughter every last one of you. Having said that, the thunder beast turned to retreat into its cave. But at that very moment it realized its body could no longer move. Boom. Its massive frame collapsed to the ground, and 2 sneaking figures returned. They were none other than Chen Changsheng and Ali. Great thunder beast, are you alright? How dare you return? Believe me, I'll kill you. The thunder beast blustered while lying on the ground, but Chen Changsheng merely produced a broken sword and cast it forth. Uft. The sharp black tortoise sword pierced directly into the thunder beast's body, yet the beast felt no pain at all. Seeing no retaliation, Chen Changsheng patted his chest and chuckled. Seems you truly can't move after all. That puts my mind at ease. With that, Chen Changsheng swaggered over to the thunder beast, occasionally stroking its scales, then tapping its teeth. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but how could the noble thunder beast endure such humiliation? Human, touch me again, and I'll kill your entire slap. Before the thunder beast could finish its threat, a resounding slap landed across its face. Though Chen Changsheng hadn't used much force, the humiliation was absolutely maximal. What are you yelling about? Can't you see I'm thinking about how to make your death as miserable as possible? Your shouting is disrupting my train of thought. Thunder beast. How do you have the nerve to say such a thing? Chen Changsheng's righteous indignation instantly rendered the thunder beast speechless. Ali, however, gazed curiously at the thunder beast lying collapsed on the ground and spoke. Sir, how did you render this divine transformation stage, thunder beast, immobile? In response to Ali's question, Chen Changsheng produced an ordinary dagger and began to cut across the thunder beast's body, speaking as he did so. The thunder beast feeds on metal and various ores, and its scales are virtually indestructible. Its body is also immune to most poisons, a species truly favored by heaven. I have observed it for a full 10 years, and during this decade I have pondered a single question when encountering such a formidable race: what method could be used to bring about their extinction? At these words, the completely immobilized thunder beast immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you think you can wipe out my thunder beast clan? That's nothing but a fool's dream. Though I don't know how you've paralyzed me, my clan will surely avenge me. Watching the thunder beast's arrogant demeanor, Chen Changsheng calmly nodded. You're right. From common sense, one truly cannot conceive of a way to annihilate your entire clan. But these 10 years haven't been wasted. I've discovered a little secret about your thunder beast clan. This little secret, I'm afraid, is something even you yourselves are unaware of. Hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed the thunder beast's eyes. What secret? In these 10 years you have fed 20 times on average, twice a year. During the observation of the first 6 feedings, I noticed that after 2 of those feedings you were particularly prone to drowsiness. Regarding this issue, I became puzzled. I wondered what caused you to become drowsy. The first 2 times you grew drowsy, I recorded all the plants and ores in the area you had devoured, and then compared them one by one. But each time you fed you would swallow nearly half a vein, and such a vast area contained too many things. So I had to spend another 7 years continuing to filter. During these 7 years, every place you fed was carefully chosen by me. Haven't you noticed that the frequency of your drowsiness has increased over these 7 years? Looking at the smiling face of this human before him, a trace of panic finally appeared in the Thunder Beast's eyes. Impossible. Our race is immune to all poisons. The Thunder Beast is indeed immune to all poisons, but what if that substance is not poison? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng took out a wildflower and a weed from his bosom. This is the fire-red flower and the flax grass, names I gave them. They generally grow on some mineral veins, neither too rare nor too common. Whether consumed together or separately, these two substances produce no toxins. However, they have a very peculiar effect. They induce total paralysis in your Thunder Beast body. Of course, this hypothesis I have only now confirmed. The initial 2 episodes of drowsiness occurred because you accidentally ingested these 2 substances while devouring the mineral vein. However, the amount you ingested was too small, so you didn't become fully paralyzed. Therefore, to test this hypothesis, I smeared the concentrated juice of these 2 weeds on that stone. Then how could you be sure I would eat that stone? The Thunder Beast's tone was agitated, for if these 2 weeds were truly naturally antagonistic to the Thunder Beast clan, the clan would face extinction. Of course I wasn't sure, so I added something to it, making the juice of these 2 weeds highly volatile. Beasts are always beasts. Some bad habits are ingrained in their bones. When encountering something unfamiliar, you sniff it with your nose and lick it with your tongue. Thus my goal was achieved, but I truly didn't expect you to be foolish enough to swallow it. Crack. Just as he spoke, the dagger in Chen Changsheng's hand caught on a certain scale of the Thunder Beast. Seeing Chen Changsheng touch that special scale, a flash of terror crossed the Thunder Beast's eyes. A slow smile crept across Chen Changsheng's lips. The scales of the Thunder Beast are extremely hard. Even some divine weapons can only scratch the surface. I have just verified this, but I have never believed that there is a perfect species in this world. The scales of your Thunder Beast must have some weakness. Thud. The sharp dagger plunged deep beneath the Thunder Beast's scales. The pain reaching into the marrow made even the anesthetized Thunder Beast tremble uncontrollably. Tisk tisk. Watching the Thunder Beast's trembling body, Chen Changsheng said with a look of regret, I never expected your scales to actually have a weakness, but what's more troublesome is that it seems I have found it. Chen Changsheng spoke casually, but his hands moved with increasing speed. The Thunder Beast's indestructible scales were peeled off one by Chen Changsheng in a certain special order. Kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. The Thunder Beast roared incessantly, but its body couldn't move an inch. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, What are you thinking? Why would I let you die so easily? I want you to watch with your own eyes as I dismember you piece by piece. Then I will thoroughly study every part of your body and find the weaknesses within. And these weaknesses will become the death warrant for your race. Boundless wails and curses echoed in the Shueyue cave heaven. As time passed, the medicinal effect within the Thunder Beast had faded, yet it still could not move. For Chen Changsheng had taken away the Thunder Beast's source of power, the Thunder Core. He had also severed all its meridians, so the dissipation of the drug only doubled its agony. Swish! The enormous heart was removed, and the Thunder Beast, with only a breath left, finally died. Staring at the jade-white skeleton before him, Ali swallowed hard. Sir, isn't this somewhat cruel? Hearing Ali's words, Chen Changsheng, covered in blood, turned and smiled. Cruel? Not really. The outside world is 100 times more cruel than this. Besides, you've encountered ferocious beasts devouring humans before. Half a human body chewed up, the other half wailing and struggling on the ground. Did you find that cruel? Would a ferocious beast let go of its prey just because you think it's cruel? You grew up in the 10,000 mountains, you should understand. Talking about feelings is fine with humans, but discussing feelings with other species is utterly laughable. Having answered Ali's doubts, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, Go back and call the others. The 2 of us can't finish all this meat. It's a good chance to improve everyone's diet. Soon, Ali summoned all the members of the Wu tribe. Gazing upon the mountain of meat before them, shock filled every onlooker's eyes. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and said, The flesh of the Thunder Beast is exceptionally delicate. You should all savor it while it's fresh. However, there is something I must tell you all. The olfactory senses of beasts are extremely acute. Once you consume the Thunder Beast's meat, other Thunder Beasts are certain to catch the scent. In other words, once we take this step, there is no turning back. Having said this, Chen Changsheng smiled warmly as he observed the Wu tribe members. To them, a decade was an exceedingly long span of time. Long enough for them to forget their original purpose. Confronting the Thunder tribe was no trivial matter. Chen Changsheng could tolerate having no allies, but he absolutely would not tolerate betrayal at a critical moment. Facing Chen Changsheng's words, Chief Gully instantly grasped the underlying meaning. Without a moment's hesitation, Gully declared, What are you all waiting for? Light the fires and roast the meat. This is a gift bestowed upon us by the divine envoy. Spurred by Gully's call, the Wu tribe members mobilized at once. Seeing the Wu tribe had made their choice, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, then turned and departed from the cave entrance. Atop the mountain peak, Chen Changsheng sat alone upon a massive boulder, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. At that moment a man approached, carrying a portion of roasted meat wrapped in clean leaves. "Brother Changsheng, please have a taste. I just finished roasting this." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, "Our man truly has a kind heart, unlike that rascal, Li. He only thinks about stuffing his own face when it comes to good food." After complimenting a man, Chen Changsheng leisurely savored the roasted meat. Meanwhile, a man propped her chin on her hands, gazing at Chen Changsheng with eyes brimming with happiness. "Brother Changsheng, after you've dealt with the Thunder Beast problem, what do you plan to do?" "Naturally, I'll leave this place and continue what I was doing before." Hearing of Chen Changsheng's intention to leave, a man felt a pang of disappointment despite having anticipated it. "Brother Changsheng, what is it that keeps weighing so heavily on your heart?" "It's nothing. I'm searching for someone. She's wandered quite far. I've spent nearly a century searching without finding her yet. Who knows how much longer it will take." At these words, a man's eyes instantly reddened. "She's a woman, isn't she?" "Yes." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's affirmative answer, a man fell into silence. After a long while, a man's lips trembled as she forced a bitter smile and said, "A woman worthy of Brother Changsheng's search for so long. You must truly love her deeply, Brother Changsheng." "Ha ha ha." Seeing her tearful eyes, Chen Changsheng laughed and gently ruffled a man's hair. "You're still so young, girl. Why do you always have such things on your mind? Who said that searching for a woman for a long time necessarily means you love her?" At this, confusion flickered in a man's eyes. "If it's not an unforgettable love, then what could possibly sustain you for so many years, Brother Changsheng? Love does bring happiness, but it's not the only thing that keeps one going. The person I'm searching for was entrusted to me by a dear friend before his passing. So I need to confirm her safety. Even if she's already dead, I must bring her remains back for a proper burial. It's a promise and also a way to cherish what once was." Hearing this answer, a man wiped away the tears welling in her eyes and said, "Brother Changsheng, could you tell me the story of your past?" "Of course." Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, then began recounting that ordinary tale from long ago. A gentle breeze swept by, and the bright moon remained unchanged. A man clenched her teeth, glaring furiously at Chen Changsheng. "She loved you." "Yes. But you rejected her." "That's correct. I knew everything, including Niansheng's feelings for me." At these words, a man sprang to her feet in agitation. "What about me then? Will you reject me just as you rejected her?" Gazing into a man's reddened eyes, Chen Changsheng said calmly, "Yes." "Why? You don't cling to cultivation and you do everything following your heart. If that's the case, why do you keep rejecting others time and time again? If you intended to reject from the very beginning, then why be so kind to the people around you, eh? Why not harden your heart from the start?" Hearing this question, Chen Changsheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked up at the bright moon in the sky over the mountains and said, "People of today cannot see the moon of ancient times, yet the moon of today once shone upon the ancients. There's a saying, people only come to cherish something after they've lost it. But if you knew in advance that something was destined to be lost, would you be able to restrain yourself from cherishing it? That's just sophistry. How could anyone possibly know what the future holds? What makes you so certain you'll lose it? Why not? You can possess this foresight as well. For instance, the members of your Wu tribe will slowly pass away. That is an unchangeable fact, a future already foretold." At these words, a man was instantly stunned. Though Chen Changsheng hadn't explicitly stated it, a man had already deduced the answer from his words. Trembling, she asked, "Brother Changsheng, can you truly see everyone's future?" "Yes." Receiving Chen Changsheng's confirmation, a man slowly raised her right hand and gently caressed his face. Gazing upon Chen Changsheng's handsome, youthful countenance, a man said with a pang of sorrow, "Having endured so much, your heart must be in so much pain. Pain becomes numbness once you're used to it. That's also why I'm so fond of giving people a proper burial. Because by burying my departed friends, I can hold their memories in my heart, and at the same time bury them within me." Listening to Chen Changsheng's answer, a man remained silent throughout, holding hands and growing old together. This is the greatest blessing for those in love. But if such a blessing were placed upon Brother Changsheng, it would become the cruelest curse under heaven. Watching the one you love age bit by bit, die bit by bit, and finally turn into a handful of dust. Is there any curse more merciless than this? The Thunder Beast Gathering Ground. Rumble. Thunderbolts as thick as water barrels slammed violently into a metallic mountain range as a colossal figure soared out from within the peaks. Who killed my son? A massive thunder beast hovered in midair, its scales distinct from the others, tinged with a faint, ethereal purple. Boundless fury consumed its heart, for just moments ago it had sensed the death of its offspring. At that moment, other thunder beasts emerged from the mountain range. Surveying the surrounding tribesmen, the purple-scaled thunder beast roared, "My son Lei Shan, the pride of the Thunder tribe, has fallen. Whoever killed him, the Thunder tribe, shall make them pay with blood." At that, countless powerful roars pierced the heavens. Clearly the Thunder Tribe intended to unleash their full might. Two colossal figures materialized above the Shueyue heavenly spring. Upon sensing the aura of their fallen kin, the two Thunder Beasts immediately reared their heads and roared at the heavens. "TSK, TSK, don't be in such a hurry to shout. Wait a moment, and you'll meet the same fate." Chen Changsheng appeared atop the mountain peak, his golden scale armor shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Seeing their kin's scales forged into an enemy's armor, one of the Thunder Beasts roared in fury. "Human, you have incredible audacity to so boldly offend the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan shall wash away this humiliation with 1,000,000 drops of human blood." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and replied, "1,000,000 bloods? Do you even have the ability? One Thunder Beast was barely enough for a single bite, and now you two have arrived. How convenient." "Insolence!" The Thunder Beast bellowed, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket straight at Chen Changsheng. The tremendous impact sent Chen Changsheng flying more than 100 zhang backward, yet the devastating lightning failed to harm him in the slightest. Watching the lightning coils encircle his armor, Chen Changsheng exclaimed in admiration, "I never expected your Thunder Beast scales to not only be incredibly tough, but also resist lightning. What a delightful surprise." With that said, Chen Changsheng unleashed a ray of golden light from his left hand and swung his right hand with all his might. The golden light pierced straight through one Thunder Beast's body, while the sword intent from his right severed the other's claw in an instant. Both nascent soul early-stage Thunder Beasts were instantly killed and wounded. Such a scene left the Thunder Beasts utterly dumbfounded, and even Chen Changsheng himself was taken aback. After all, Chen Changsheng's current cultivation was merely at the early nascent soul stage. To slay enemies within the same realm as effortlessly as chopping vegetables was a privilege reserved only for prodigious geniuses. Retrieving the golden light, Chen Changsheng gazed at his hands and mused, "I haven't fought in centuries, and I didn't realize I was this formidable." Before the words had fully faded, Chen Changsheng was already in pursuit of the wounded Thunder Beast. The surviving beast, realizing it was the vanguard, poured every ounce of its strength into fleeing for its life. Terrifying. Chen Changsheng's overwhelming power had stripped the nascent soul Thunder Beast of any courage to fight. The Thunder Clan's pride, their impenetrable scales, proved more fragile than paper before that golden light. Aside from that golden light, the broken sword in the human's grip radiated an equally dreadful aura. What kind of peerless divine weapon was this, and by what right did a mere nascent soul human possess such a treasure? "Why are you running?" Chen Changsheng, shrouded in golden light, erupted from the ground and blocked the Thunder Beast's escape route. "Spare me, or I'll self-destruct." Swish! The golden light disregarded every defense the Thunder Beast possessed, slicing through its heart as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Gazing at the hairline wound on its body, the Thunder Beast's eyes filled with bewilderment before it slowly plummeted from the sky. It simply could not fathom what weapon the human before it wielded, something capable of ignoring all its defenses. Moreover, why could he always pinpoint its vital weakness? With every question unanswered, the nascent soul Thunder Beast slowly closed its eyes. Having successfully eliminated the two vanguard beasts sent to scout, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows. This makes no sense. According to records, Thunder Beasts are descendants of the ancient bloodline of the Beast Clan, possessing tremendous strength. How could they be so utterly weak? Muttering to himself, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the two weapons in his hands, the Jinwu sword missing its tip and the golden page inscribed with the Nanyang sacred art. After pondering for a moment, Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, "It probably has nothing to do with the weapons. I suppose these two were simply too weak. Even at their weakest, Thunder Beasts shouldn't be so easily defeated by trash I picked up from the desolate ancient forbidden land." With that, Chen Changsheng carried away the corpses of the two Thunder Beasts. However, if those words had reached Zhua Huang, who lay entombed in the desolate ancient forbidden land, he would have likely leapt straight out of his coffin and delivered two sharp slaps. Then, seizing Chen Changsheng by his collar, he would demand fiercely, "Trash! How dare you call these two items trash? The Jinwu sword is a weapon wielded by a 7th realm expert, and the golden page in your hands was nothing short of my heart protective mirror. Items I, a 7th realm powerhouse, regarded as my ultimate trump card. Yet you dismiss them as garbage." Granted, the Jinwu sword was severed by a single hair from an existence within the desolate ancient forbidden land, and the golden page of the Nanyang sacred art was casually discarded there as well. But how many desolate ancient forbidden lands exist in this world? As for the Thunder Beast race, they aren't even worthy of being watchdogs for the desolate ancient forbidden land. Thunder Clan. Crack. Two scales shattered. The Thunder Clan patriarch stared at the broken fragments, his brows tightening in alarm. Two nascent soul experts had fallen in such a brief span. What manner of powerhouse had the Thunder Mountain provoked? Without hesitation, he issued his command. "By my order, advance at full speed." Instantly, over 1,000 Thunder Beasts took to the sky at blazing velocity. Gazing toward the horizon, Patriarch Lei Yun whispered softly, "Whoever you are, I, Lei Yun, will kill you and avenge my son." With those words, his speed increased by another measure. The Thunder Clan's full mobilization inevitably stirred the other races of the 100,000 Great Mountains. Upon learning that the young patriarch of the Thunder Clan had been slain, countless species were first astonished, then settled into eager spectators. Only a formidable opponent would dare provoke the Thunder Clan. When two tigers clash, one must inevitably be wounded. And what a rare spectacle to witness. Phew! The fierce wind snapped countless tree branches as the Thunder Clan, pushing themselves to their limits, soon arrived at the site where the Thunder Mountain vanguard had fallen. Centered on the Shueihua Heavenly Spring, a radius of 500 li lay eerily silent. Confronted with this unsettling scene, the gathering blood beasts beyond the 500 li mark erupted into discussion. This situation doesn't look right. Does anyone know which clan's territory lies ahead? At this question, the myriad blood beasts immediately erupted into debate. At that moment, a man-faced spider the size of a small hill spoke up. It appears to be the territory of the Wu clan. The Wu clan. Have they lost their minds? To provoke that madman Lei Yun. Besides, by their strength alone, the Wu clan certainly lacks the capacity to slay Lei Shan. Whether or not the Wu clan is responsible, we'll know soon enough. But I suspect some powerhouse is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Indeed, a lone Wu clan wouldn't have the capability to accomplish this. While the blood beasts debated, Lei Yun finally located his son. Alas, what was once a vibrant, lively thunder beast had been reduced to a pristine white skull. Even more brazenly, several lines of text had been carved beside Lei Shan's skull. I took the skeleton to make soup, leaving you this skull for remembrance. Also, don't any of you come any further. There are far too many of us, and we simply cannot finish eating you all. Alo. Torrential thunderbolts enveloped 1,000 miles in every direction. The wild beasts spectating from 500 miles away were also caught in the crossfire. Fury. In that moment, Lei Yun was consumed by a single emotion. Since the birth of the Thunder Clan, no creature had ever dared to regard thunder beasts as prey. Yet now some beings viewed thunder beasts as mere livestock to be slaughtered at will. This was not only an insult to himself, but a disgrace to the entire Thunder Clan. What the hell? Has Lei Yun lost his mind? Does he truly believe the Thunder Clan is invincible? The beasts trapped within the lightning began retreating, curses spilling from their mouths. After all, being struck by lightning for no reason was intolerable to anyone. The boundless sea of thunder raged for a full quarter hour. When it finally subsided, the forests within 1,000 miles had been reduced to scorched earth. Get out here! Lei Yun bellowed, causing the very earth to tremble. Though his divine abilities had failed to locate the creature that had provoked the Thunder Clan, Lei Yun was certain his enemy was still nearby. No need to panic. Here I am. As the words fell, figures emerged from tunnels one after another. Over 30,000 members of the Wu clan surrounded the Thunder Clan from all directions. Gazing down at the insignificant figures below, Lei Yun snarled, "Tell the one behind you to come out. Wretches like you aren't qualified to have killed my son." Ha ha ha. That's quite a claim. Thunder beasts aren't invincible, so why couldn't we kill one? Given your cultivation, you should easily sense the lingering aura of your son upon us. You guessed right. Your son has already been devoured by us. At Chen Changsheng's words, Lei Yun's gaze turned frigid, colder than ice itself. Sharp-tongued fool. When I unleash my soul-searching art, I hope you can still keep up that bravado. Indeed, Lei Yun refused to believe that these beings before him had slain Lei Shan. The human cultivator before him possessed only early deity transformation stage cultivation. Lei Shan had already reached mid-stage deity transformation, and with his innate divine ability, even a late-stage deity transformation cultivator would struggle to kill him. Thus, the true murderer must surely be someone else. Seeing that Lei Yun did not believe he was the killer, Chen Changsheng shook his head helplessly and spoke. Innate divine abilities are indeed formidable, but they are not omnipotent. There is a reason the human race has come to stand tall upon this land. Today, let me show you the innate divine ability of humanity. With that, Chen Changsheng slammed his palm against the ground, and the topography of the surrounding 1,000 miles began to shift. Immediately, the sky was swallowed by an absolute profound darkness. As the formation slowly activated, a flicker of unease stirred within Lei Yun's heart. But when he tried to summon lightning to shatter the formation, he found himself unable to resonate with the laws of heaven. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, "What's the matter? Realize you can no longer command the forces of heaven and earth. Allow me to introduce this formation, the Heaven-Earth Absolute Life Formation. It severs heaven, severs earth, and severs life itself." At this, Lei Yun cast a glance at Chen Changsheng and said coolly, "A fine formation, but you lack the fortune to fully activate it." Boom. Before the words even faded, Chen Changsheng was sent flying. The immense force blasted Chen Changsheng through 3 mountain peaks. Puffed. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he crawled out from the rubble. Lei Yun now stood where Chen Changsheng had been moments before. Using the raw power of his physical body, Lei Yun had struck Chen Changsheng with the sharp horn atop his head. Had Chen Changsheng not sensed the danger in advance and shielded himself with a golden page, he would have been reduced to minced meat. Seeing the human still alive, Lei Yun remarked with slight surprise, "You withstood my strike. Impressive. Now I believe you killed Lei Shan. Pot. Spitting out the blood in his mouth and discarding the shattered scales clinging to him, Chen Changsheng spoke. Your cultivation should have reached the 6th realm. My heritage is a bit unconventional, so I'm not entirely familiar with the name of the 6th realm. Could you enlighten me? Void refinement. Hearing this answer, Chen Changsheng nodded and said, thank you. Now will you come at me one by one or all at once? I won't grant you an easy death. Every single one of you here will live, but your screams will echo across the heavens and earth. Understood. Attack, Chen Changsheng roared, and the Wu clan warriors formed battle formations in groups of 500 beginning to slaughter the weaker thunder beasts. The battle formation arts of the Xuanwu kingdom were renowned throughout the world, and Chen Changsheng, having devoured the entirety of the Xuanwu pavilion's collection, was well versed in them. A decade of preparation had led to this very moment. In an instant the cries of battle filled the battlefield. Seeing that his kin were suffering casualties, Lei Yun was taken aback. After all, even though the Thunder Clan couldn't harness the power of heaven and earth within the formation, they still possessed boundless thunderous energy within their bodies. Yet some of the humans down on the battlefield seemed completely immune to the power of thunder. Furthermore, every strike they made found the Thunder Clan's fatal weak points with uncanny accuracy. While Lei Yun was distracted, Chen Changsheng's voice rang out from the side. Heaven-Earth manifestation. His body began to expand rapidly, finally becoming as colossal as Lei Yun himself. Indeed, Chen Changsheng unleashed his ultimate trump card, the divine ability from the 8-9 mystic art Heaven-Earth manifestation. This technique was a peerless divine art recorded within the 8-9 mystic art. Its meaning was to emulate the ways of heaven and earth. Although Chen Changsheng couldn't borrow the power of heaven and earth within the Heaven-Earth Absolute Life formation, as the master of the formation, he could channel the formation's own power. The black energy of the Heaven-Earth Absolute Life formation surged into Chen Changsheng's colossal form, staining his manifested avatar black. His power skyrocketed to the peak of deity transformation stage. Prepare to die. Chen Changsheng bellowed, unleashing the nameless fist technique of the 100 defeats Immortal Venerable against Lei Yun. Seeing the human's arsenal of techniques, Lei Yun was forced to take him seriously. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as the battle between Lei Yun and Chen Changsheng shattered countless mountains and rivers. The clash of these two titans left even the wild beasts watching from 1,000 miles away in awe. They had never imagined that a human within the 10,000 mountains could possess such power. Since mastering the nameless fist technique of the 100 defeats, Immortal Venerable Chen Changsheng had practiced it daily, without fail, rain or shine. After a century of training, his fist technique had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Moreover, the 100 defeats Immortal Venerable's fist technique grew stronger with each exchange. Chen Changsheng, initially on the defensive, gradually managed to hold his own against Lei Yun. As time wore on, the Heaven-Earth Absolute Life formation slowly contracted. The moment the formation closed in, Chen Changsheng whipped out a massive bone and smashed it down onto Lei Yun's head. Clang! The metallic ring halted every thunder beast in its tracks. Chen Changsheng's face was a mask of confusion. Chen Changsheng. He could have easily dodged that. Why didn't he? Whatever. Might as well land a few more strikes. Clang! 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 Taking advantage of Lei Yun's moment of daze, Chen Changsheng struck Lei Yun's head several times in rapid succession. Crack! The sharp horn on Lei Yun's head was actually broken off a section by Chen Changsheng, and the intense pain also brought Lei Yun to his senses. However, instead of continuing to attack, Chen Changsheng, the now aware Lei Yun, quickly distanced himself from him. That's a Taotai bone. Where did you get it? Hearing Lei Yun's words, Chen Changsheng looked curiously at the large bone in his hand. This bone was dug out from the soil of the Huanggu Forbidden Land. If not for the fact that the bone was quite hard, Chen Changsheng would have thrown it away long ago. Now that Lei Yun mentioned it, Chen Changsheng understood why all the thunder beasts had paused when he took out this bone. Because it was a suppression of bloodline. Understanding the reason, Chen Changsheng said nothing more, directly deactivated the Dharma appearance of heaven and earth and started to flee at full speed. Lei Yun, now you run what? Now you have a divine weapon, how can you run? After mentally cursing Chen Changsheng's decisive action, Lei Yun also began to chase after Chen Changsheng with all his might. At the same time, the 7 or 8 thunder beasts that had been standing by also joined the encirclement. The reason the Lei clan had mobilized all their forces was twofold: first, for revenge, and second, to temper the younger generation of the clan. It was precisely because of this that the Huashan-level experts of the Lei clan had not taken action. But now the situation was different. Chen Changsheng held a treasure that the beast clans dreamed of, and the Lei clan's experts would no longer stand idly by. The Taotai bone indeed suppressed the bloodline of beast clans, but the Thunder Beast clan was too powerful. Not to mention Lei Yun. At the Lianshu realm, there were 7 or 8 experts at the peak of Huashan. If you counted those at the early and middle stages of Huashan, the number of experts reached a terrifying 28. With so many opponents, even if each beast attacked Chen Changsheng once, he would be turned into a meat patty. Thus, the originally desperate battle turned into a chase. Although Chen Changsheng's strength was inferior to Lei Shan's, his escape techniques were in no way inferior. You see, among all the various techniques in the world, Chen Changsheng favored escape arts the most. Now, having learned the divine ability from the 8-9 mystic art, the earth-soaring golden light, more than 20 experts could not capture Chen Changsheng, who was only at the early Huashan stage. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lei Yun stopped, and Chen Changsheng also halted in the distance. Human, you are now at the end of your rope. Hand over the Taotai bone, and I will spare your lives. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng glanced at the battlefield below. The Wu clan fought fearlessly, but their strength was ultimately no match for the Lei clan. Of the 30,000-strong force, half had already been lost. Although they had managed to kill some nascent soul-level thunder beasts, this had not yet dealt a fatal blow to the entire Lei clan. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. You cannot break my grand formation. Seeing Chen Changsheng still being stubborn, Lei Yun sneered. I do not deny the power of your killing formation. But unfortunately, you have entered the formation yourself. You are inside the formation being chased and intercepted by us and cannot control the array. Relying solely on the array's automatic operation, it will not be able to do anything to us for a while. During this time, I can kill all the humans, including you. Every word of Lei Yun struck Chen Changsheng's pain points. The heaven and earth life-destroying array was indeed powerful, but Chen Changsheng lacked sufficient materials and had not yet fully mastered it. As a result, trapping the entire Lei clan was already a stretch. To kill them all was simply a pipe dream. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng said with a grave expression, if I give you the Taotai bone, will you really let us go? Hearing this, Lei Yun's heart leaped with joy, but on the surface he remained impassive and said, I never make any guarantees, but if you don't hand over the Taotai bone, I will kill them all now. As he spoke, a massive thunderbolt began to coalesce within the formation. Although the heaven and earth life-destroying array cut off the thunder beast connection with the heavenly Tao, Lei Shan's own cultivation had not disappeared. With his Lianshu level strength, he could easily kill Chen Changsheng and the others 3 times over. Wait! Seeing Lei Shan was about to strike, Chen Changsheng grew anxious. If I give you the Taotai bone, will you really let us go? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, a Li who was fighting fiercely below shouted, Master, don't believe. Bang! Before Li could finish, he was sent flying by a Huashan-level thunder beast. This human's escape technique was exceptionally formidable. If he single-mindedly fled, the Lei clan might not be able to catch him. So to obtain the Taotai bone, they had to make him willingly hand it over. I will say it again, I will not make any guarantees. You can choose not to hand it over, but then I will kill them all. Facing Lei Yun's words, Chen Changsheng's eyes were filled with unwillingness, yet his steps marched one by one toward Lei Yun. Seeing Chen Changsheng give up, the Lei clan and the Wu clan also stopped fighting. Every step Chen Changsheng took was so difficult, and with each step, Lei Shan's heart pounded. The Taotai bone. This was a legendary treasure. Now he had obtained it without any effort. Truly the heavens blessed the Lei clan. A distance of 200 zhang, Chen Changsheng took the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to cover. Then when he was still 100 steps away from Lei Shan, Chen Changsheng suddenly looked up and said, Can you tell me one question? After answering this question, I will hand over the Taotai bone. Speak. Lei Shan uttered a single word, his patience nearly exhausted. What flavor do you want to be made into later? Lei Shan. Chen Changsheng's words left Lei Shan baffled, but an unexpected situation occurred. The thunder beasts hovering in the air began to fall uncontrollably. Golden core nascent soul, even Huashan great cultivators were no exception. Seeing this combined with the sly smile on Chen Changsheng's face, Lei Shan immediately had a bad premonition. I'll kill you. Boom. A powerful bolt of lightning flew toward Chen Changsheng, but its aim was far off. It merely grazed Chen Changsheng's body. Whoosh! Seeing that Lei Shan was already somewhat out of control, Chen Changsheng immediately threw a dark object at him. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Lei Shan naturally dared not catch it and dodged with all his might. Bang! The hidden weapon exploded when it reached Lei Shan's side. The force of the explosion was not great, but the dust within enveloped Lei Shan. Huff! Lei Shan blew a gust of wind to disperse the dust while his body became increasingly uncontrollable. Boom! Lei Shan's massive body plummeted straight to the ground. What have you done? Lei Shan roared at Chen Changsheng, his eyes filled with terror. Do you even need to ask what I've done? Naturally, I'm wiping out your entire clan. Chen Changsheng walked over with a chuckle, pulled out a vial of pills, and forced them into Lei Shan's mouth. After confirming that Lei Shan had swallowed the specially formulated anesthetic he had developed, Chen Changsheng finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, among the entire Lei clan, you were the one I worried about the most. Although this medicine is highly effective against Lei beast, your cultivation level is too high. If the drug fails, everyone here except me will likely die. But as it turns out, my worries were unnecessary. Even a Lei beast at the void refining realm cannot resist the flaws inherent in its bloodline. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Lei Shan exclaimed agitatedly, When did you administer the poison? How did I not notice? Moreover, our Lei clan is immune to all poisons. Even if there were a poison that could incapacitate us, why are they unharmed? I don't believe the human body can compare to the Lei clan. Seeing that Lei Shan was still obsessed with his bloodline, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and said, "The bloodline of the Lei Beast clan is indeed formidable, but do you truly understand your own bloodline? Everything has its counterpart. You can't be ignorant of this principle. Heaven created a mighty race like yours, but it naturally left you with certain flaws. The medicine I used is not poison, it's an anesthetic specifically prepared for the Lei clan. Once a Lei clan member comes into contact with this drug, they become completely weak and defenseless." "You're lying." Lei Shan roared in agitation, and the deafening sound startled Chen Changsheng. Annoyed, Chen Changsheng slapped Lei Shan's body and said, "Can't you see I'm looking for your vital point? Stop bothering me. You scared me." After chiding Lei Shan, Chen Changsheng resumed counting the scales. Seeing Chen Changsheng engage with him, Lei Shan became even more agitated, for he could not accept that a situation that was supposed to be a sure victory had turned into this. "When did you administer the poison? With my cultivation, there's no way I wouldn't have detected it." Facing Lei Shan's confusion, Chen Changsheng continued counting scales while saying, "When you first arrived, didn't you see us emerge from the tunnels? I didn't drug you directly, instead I mixed the drug into the soil within a radius of 500 li. Besides that, I set up countless large iron cauldrons beneath the tunnels. As the fire blazed, the medicinal liquid in the cauldrons seeped up through the soil, allowing me to administer the drugs silently and without trace." Swish! As he spoke, Chen Changsheng peeled off a scale as large as a wash basin. With the removal of this special scale, all the tightly closed scales on Lei Shan's body loosened, leaving gaps. Then the sound of a blade cutting flesh echoed continuously. Drenched in blood, Chen Changsheng retrieved a thunder core the size of a human head from Lei Shan's abdomen. After taking away Lei Shan's source of power, Chen Changsheng severed all the meridians in Lei Shan's body. Having completely crippled Lei Shan, Chen Changsheng let out a long breath and leaned against Lei Shan's massive head. "Tisk tisk. You're a tough one. The thunder core is the lifeblood of your Lei Beast kind. This pain comes from the depths of the soul, and the anesthetic cannot numb it. When I flayed your son alive, his screams echoed through heaven and earth. Yet you managed to remain silent. Truly impressive." Seeing Chen Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, Lei Shan's eyes turned red. "You set this trap long ago. The killing array here was merely a tool to draw attention." "That's right. The Heaven-Earth Absolute Life Array was just a supporting tool. The Lei clan is too numerous. If even a single soul transformation perfection expert escapes my side, would face total annihilation. So even though I knew the fatal weakness of your Lei Beasts, I still didn't dare act rashly. The Heaven-Earth Absolute Life Array is just a cover. I needed to enclose this area to prevent the drug from dispersing too much. What I had to do next was to keep stalling. A powerful clan like yours, when facing small fry like us, would certainly adopt a cat-and-mouse attitude and toy with us slowly. Now it seems none of my steps went wrong." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Lei Shan wished he could self-destruct. Unfortunately, with his thunder core taken by Chen Changsheng, he couldn't even self-destruct. After speaking, Chen Changsheng stood up, stretched his body, and swallowed a healing pill. "All right, just watch slowly. I'll kill you last. I want you to witness your clansmen die in agony." Staring at Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, Lei Shan howled, "I won't let you go. Even if I die, I will return for revenge." "Ha ha ha. A good thought, but reality is cruel. You won't have a chance for revenge. Your scales will be made into armor, your flesh will be devoured, your blood will be refined into pills. Even your bones will be ground into weapons. After everything is done, I will chant sutras to release your grudges, ensuring no loose ends. But I'm not entirely heartless. I'll choose a burial ground for you, ensuring your souls rest in peace. But it will only be a cenotaph, since I've made full use of your bodies." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng paused, then a sly smile appeared on his face. "After fighting for so long, I almost forgot to tell you why I killed your son. When I met your son, it spat 2 globs of saliva at me. So the reason for the Lei clan's annihilation can be blamed on those 2 globs of spit." With that, Chen Changsheng walked away slowly with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Lei Shan's resentment and bitterness had reached its peak. The mighty Lei clan annihilated by a group of ants. What a colossal joke. After all, on the Wu clan side, aside from Chen Changsheng, the strongest cultivator was only a Li. And a Li's cultivation barely touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm. The clan's powerful experts had not even lifted a finger. Countless mighty artifacts had not been brought out. Having been annihilated so absurdly, how could Lei Shan ever accept it? Time passed. Outside the Heaven-Earth Absolute Life Array, the ferocious beasts that had been watching the show were growing impatient. What is the Lei clan doing? Just killing some 2-legged sheep. Why waste so much time? Hearing this, a giant python coiled around a mountain peak hissed. "What's the rush? Who knows, maybe there's a strong one among the Wu clan. Get real. Don't I know the Wu clan well enough? They practice the way of goo insects, which might be a threat to other creatures, but the Lei Beast clan is naturally immune to goo." As they were speaking, the tightly sealed Heaven-Earth Absolute Life Array slowly opened. Then the countless ferocious beasts witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Corpses. A mountain of corpses piled high, the blood soaking through the earth. Lei Shan, the strongest warrior among the Beast clan, lay at the very peak of this mound of dead. Standing upon Lei Shan's corpse was a slight figure. His pure white robes had turned crimson, and he simply stood there. Yet none of the myriad fierce beasts dared meet his gaze. That one man could annihilate an entire clan had always been mere hyperbole, yet now it had become terrible reality. No one could fathom how this human had accomplished such devastation even with the Wuzhu tribe's involvement. To the Lei clan, the Wuzhu meant little more than air itself. Only this mortal standing before them had destroyed the Lei clan. As if sensing the predatory stares of the beasts, Chen Changsheng instinctively turned his head to look back. Confronted by that piercing glance, the vicious beasts scattered in terror. The Lei clan, once among the most formidable of all tribes, had been utterly annihilated. How could the rest possibly dare face Chen Changsheng's gaze? The conflict between the Wuzhu and the Lei clan drew to its close. Any surviving thunder beasts within the Lei clan stronghold were systematically eradicated by Chen Changsheng and his companion Ali. From that moment onward, the Wuzhu name echoed throughout the 100,000 mountains. Within a radius of 3,000 li from Wuzhu territory, no beast at the nascent Soul realm would dare tread. They feared the mysterious figure known as the Undertaker. After the battle concluded, some beast had summoned the courage to investigate. The Thunder Beast corpses had long since been cleared away, leaving only a stone formation rising 100 zhang high. Upon it, someone had carved a poem and a line of text with a sharp blade. The inscription read, 3,821 lives of the Lei clan are buried here. The Undertaker stands. Beside those words, another poem had been etched. With head raised I climb the southern dipper, turning I rely upon the northern star, gazing beyond heaven's edge. There exists none like me. Thus began when the name Undertaker became forbidden throughout the 100,000 mountains. Water Moon Heavenly Cave. Having annihilated the Lei clan, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the ancient bronze temple that Lei Shan had seized. The critical information inscribed upon this bronze structure had likewise been erased. Yet curiously, the being who removed those words had left traces behind within the temple. On the hardened bronze wall remained a palm imprint beside which 2 lines of small script were written, having removed a great calamity the world should celebrate, and having chanced upon an object, I leave it here for one fated to receive it. After reading what remained on the wall, Chen Changsheng shifted his gaze toward a stone lump lying nearby. This object was likely left by that mysterious presence. After thorough examination, Chen Changsheng ultimately confirmed it to be an egg. Alas, the egg had perished. Lei Shan's seizure of Water Moon Heavenly Cave was presumably driven by the hope that the spiritual spring within might restore it to life. The spiritual spring of Water Moon Heavenly Cave possessed remarkable properties for nurturing various spirit beasts and goo insects. It was precisely because Lei Shan had occupied this place that the Wuzhu gradually grew weaker. As Chen Changsheng pondered the full sequence of events, Elder Guli entered. Divine Envoy, the Lei clan's resources have been fully catalogued. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to the bowed elder. I shall take half of the Lei clan's resources, leaving the remainder for you. For 100 years the beasts of these 100,000 mountains will likely refrain from provoking you. Use this time to develop rapidly. Moreover, everything you possess today stems from my giving. You owe me a debt, one that must be repaid regardless of how many ages pass. If unpaid, I shall reclaim what I have granted you. Hearing these words, Guli immediately replied, Divine Envoy need not worry. Even after countless millennia, the Wuzhu will never forget your grace. Yet I ask that the Divine Envoy leave behind tokens for future recognition. Considering this request, Chen Changsheng contemplated before handing over the lower golden page of the 99 Profound Arts. The 99 Profound Arts held infinite profundity. Without the first half, cultivation was impossible. Using this as a token proved ideal. The other half of the golden page represents me. When it appears someday, it will signal that you have fulfilled your debt. Repairing the tricolor transmission array still requires time. During this period, I will not appear among the Wuzhu. Also, after I depart, I do not wish for my name to endure. Do you understand? Guli understands. With that, Guli turned and departed Water Moon Heavenly Cave. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and returned to studying the dead egg. His reasons for remaining in the 100,000 mountains were twofold. The tricolor transmission array could not yet be completed, and Chen Changsheng intended to attempt reviving the lifeless egg. The spiritual spring of Water Moon Heavenly Cave alone could not revive this egg, but combined with heavenly mending paste, perhaps there was hope. Though perilous, the 100,000 mountains held abundant resources. Having annihilated the Lei clan and established fearsome renown that deterred the beasts, Chen Changsheng naturally took this opportunity to plunder extensively. After all, spirit herbs for alchemy were scarce outside. And so Chen Changsheng retreated into seclusion at Water Moon Heavenly Cave. He had anticipated only a brief stay of 2 or 3 years, yet never expected this delay to span a full decade. The tricolor transmission array's complexity far exceeded Chen Changsheng's imagination. Even with the Lei clan's substantial resources, he wasted countless top-tier formation materials. Additionally, progress on the heavenly mending pace stalled at one stage. Certain characters within the formula's text remained incomprehensible to Chen Changsheng. Attempts to substitute alternative herbs all failed. Throughout this decade, only Ali and a man could see Chen Changsheng. The rest of the Wuzu were barred from his presence. With Elder Guli's prohibition in place, Chen Changsheng's name had gradually faded from Wusa memory. Brother Changsheng, the tricolor transmission array has been repaired. A man came bounding forward, beaming with joy to share the news. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng, who was tending his alchemy furnace, raised his head. Finally repaired. It is time for me to depart. As he gathered his belongings, a man stepped forward with arms outstretched to block his path. Brother Changsheng, I wish to accompany you. Observing her determined expression, Chen Changsheng said, A man, you know me well. You are aware of my choices. Hearing his words, a man smiled radiantly. Brother Changsheng, I know you will not stay for anyone. Nian Sheng was the same, and I am no different. You tread a path both endless and unyielding, but you cannot reject those who walk beside you because of it. A man wishes to walk alongside you even if but a fleeting moment in your journey. Faced with this plea, Chen Changsheng fell silent. After a long pause, a smile emerged on Chen Changsheng's face. Very well. Ali, you're crowding Brother Changsheng. Move over there. Ali's face was being pushed repeatedly, already pressed intimately against the coffin. Ali. No need, really no need. This stone coffin was spacious enough for 3 people to lie down comfortably. It wasn't like they were going to have a wedding night in here, was it? Yes, upon learning that Chen Changsheng was leaving, Ali had also begged to be taken out of the 10,000 mountains. His reason was simple: the world was vast, and he wanted to see it. Although he hadn't taken Ali as a formal disciple, Ali could still be considered his half-apprentice. Faced with this small request, Chen Changsheng naturally did not refuse. And so the above situation occurred. The stone coffin of the 100 Defeats Immortal Venerable was indeed spacious, but lying 3 people was still a bit cramped. Chen Changsheng lay in the middle with Ali and a man on either side. A man found Ali's bulky frame too close to Chen Changsheng, so Ali's face was pressed against the coffin wall. After an unknown stretch of time, the commotion outside finally ceased. Feeling greatly wronged, Ali lifted the coffin lid. Master, couldn't we have used another method? What decent person sleeps in a coffin every day? Ignoring Ali's complaints, Chen Changsheng rose and surveyed their surroundings. The bronze ancient hall here was utterly dilapidated. Most of its main structure had long vanished. After confirming there was no danger, Chen Changsheng and the others stepped out of the stone coffin. Gazing at the outside world, Ali's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Master, where are we? Faced with Ali's incessant chatter, Chen Changsheng gave him a glare and said, Asking me everything, do you really think I'm a god? Let's take a look first. With that, Chen Changsheng walked out of the bronze hall to observe the environment. After a thorough inspection, apart from a withered old tree, all Chen Changsheng and the others saw were dense forests stretching in every direction. Seeing this, Ali scratched his head and said, Maybe we should teleport again. This place probably doesn't have the person you're looking for. I'm quite experienced in repairing the 3-color teleportation array. I guarantee it'll be usable within 3 to 5 years. Hearing Ali's words, Chen Changsheng didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at the withered tree outside the bronze hall. Gently stroking the bark, Chen Changsheng mumbled a nursery rhyme under his breath. Malin blossoms on the 21st, 28256, 28257. Following the numbers in the rhyme, Chen Changsheng's fingers slid rhythmically along the withered tree. As the last word of the rhyme ended, a formation suddenly materialized on the withered tree. Slap! An object fell into Chen Changsheng's hand. Looking at the tiger wood carving in his hand, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. After a few breaths, he said, Found it. Now it's time to attend to our own matters. At these words, Ali's face was filled with question marks. Found what? The person I've been searching for, of course. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng waved the wood carving. This wood carving is the person you're looking for. Yes. This carving was a gift I once gave to an old friend. Now that she's left it here, it means she's still alive and living well. Now that I know she's alive, my purpose is fulfilled. Chen Changsheng's words left Ali utterly bewildered, but a man understood their meaning. Nianqing, in order to stay by Brother Changsheng's side forever, had strived with all her might to pursue eternity. The reason Brother Changsheng had spent hundreds of years searching for Nianqing was simply to confirm her safety. Until she attained eternity, Nianqing would not see Brother Changsheng. For the situation back then and the situation now had not changed. After pondering for a moment, Ali found he couldn't grasp Chen Changsheng's words and soon put the matter aside. Master, since you found who you were looking for, where should we go next? An excellent question. It's time to showcase my grand divination art. With a solemn expression, Chen Changsheng took out a stick and stood it upright on the ground. Slowly releasing his right hand, the stick paused for a moment, then fell in a certain direction. Got it. We go that way. Chen Changsheng pointed in the direction the stick had fallen, his face the picture of earnestness. Ali, when you mentioned the grand divination art, I was hoping to witness something remarkable. But it's just blind guessing. After silently mocking Chen Changsheng's absurd method, Ali ventured tentatively. Master, isn't this way of choosing a direction a bit inappropriate? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. Not just inappropriate, it's utterly absurd. Since you've questioned this absurd method, why don't you choose a direction for us? Looking at Chen Changsheng's serious expression, then at the unfamiliar surroundings, Ali said without hesitation, Master's grand divination art is truly profound and divine. I am more than happy to follow the direction you've chosen. Seeing that Ali knew when to yield, Chen Changsheng gave him a glare and walked off in one direction. For an eternal being without a home anywhere in the world could be his home. As the saying goes, nowhere to call home, yet everywhere is home. Dear sir, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. Though losing a loved one is deeply sorrowful, the living must still carry on. This is our shop's latest red sandalwood coffin. Not 9,998, not 3,998. Only 998, and you can take it home today. And if you purchase this red sandalwood coffin with an extra 398, your loved one will enjoy a full funeral service. Additionally, I, the shop owner, will personally select a prime feng shui burial site for you. A young man was energetically peddling a coffin. Ordinarily, coffins were not something one could hawk, as it often led to a beating. But this shop owner had real skills, so people endured it. 3 years ago, word had it that a corpse had reanimated in a certain family. Somehow they had called the shop owner. Everyone expected him to be scared out of his wits. But to everyone's surprise, upon arrival, the shop owner sat cross-legged and began chanting sutras. In that moment, golden lotuses sprang from the ground and miraculous visions appeared. The reanimated corpse was actually exorcised. Ever since then, this nameless coffin shop had become wildly popular. After seeing off the last customer of the day, the young man collapsed into a chair and complained. Man, what's been going on with the Kunlun Holy Land people lately? They keep coming to buy coffins one after another. I'm nearly worked to death. Hearing the complaint, a woman walked out from behind. Brother Changsheng, your temper is quite strange. When business is slow, you complain there are no customers. When business is good, you complain again. So do you want business to be good or not? Facing a man's words, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, as for a coffin shop business, I don't want it to be too good nor too bad. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the cycle of heaven's way. If too many people die, problems arise. If too few die, problems also arise. In short, it should be kept at a proper level. By the way, where has that kid, Ali, run off to? Hearing this, a man placed the dishes on the table and said, he's probably gone with the people from the Kunlun Holy Land to search for spiritual sources. 40 years ago we came here, and you made him stay in the shop for a full 20 years. 20 years ago you let him out so naturally he wants to have a good spree. Listening to a man's report, Chen Changsheng ate the delicious meal and said leisurely, keeping him for 20 years served two purposes. First, to let him familiarize himself with the environment here. Second, to cultivate properly, at least to have some ability to protect himself. Once he has the ability to protect himself, I will naturally let him go. Also, pack up recently. We should leave this place. I have a feeling that things here are about to become unsettled. Hearing this, a man was taken aback and asked in confusion, then what about Ali? He shouldn't be able to return within a short time. That's exactly why we leave while he can't come back. Ali's dream is the vast world, not my little coffin shop. If he stays by my side, it will only limit his growth. Away from me, he will achieve more. Hearing Chen Changsheng's reply, a man smiled slightly and said, Brother Changsheng, I will always support your decisions. I'll go pack up now. Oh, take your time with those things. I'm not leaving right now. Come sit down and eat. Hearing this, a man smiled and then had dinner with Chen Changsheng. The two got along calmly and familiarly. They had lived like this for 40 years. A man enjoyed this peaceful life of companionship. For her, having such company was more than enough. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Kunlun Holy Land, Jiang Bufan requests an audience. Hearing that it was the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land, a man immediately rose to her feet. But Chen Changsheng beside her stopped. A man. No need to bother, he's nothing but trouble. Hearing this, a man glanced at the young man outside and finally sat back down obediently. Seeing that Chen Changsheng ignored him, Jiang Bufan outside the door didn't get angry. He just stood quietly outside. Time passed bit by bit. A man cleared the bowls and chopsticks from the table while Chen Changsheng lay in a rocking chair flipping through an ancient book. After a long while, Chen Changsheng beckoned and said, come in. With you, the prospective holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land, standing at my door, how can I do business? Hearing this, Jiang Bufan outside immediately bowed and said, thank you, sir. Today I have come to ask a favor. I would like to request that you stop. Before Jiang Bufan could finish, Chen Changsheng raised his hand to stop him. Letting you in doesn't mean I agree to help you. I called you in to deliver a message to Ali. Tell him that all good things come to an end, and he must walk his own path from now on. Moreover, I am of limited ability and cannot be of much help to the Kunlun Holy Land. You'd better find someone more capable. Facing Chen Changsheng's refusal, Jiang Bufan smiled slightly and said, you are too modest, sir. Your abilities are unmatched by few in this world. If even you cannot accomplish something, then no one else in the world could. I have heard that you have always wished to use the Kunlun Holy Land's super teleportation array. As long as you are willing to help, I am willing to persuade the Holy Land to let you use it. At these words, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes. It seems you've investigated me quite thoroughly. Ha. If I want you to act, I must offer a suitable price. I just wonder, is this price satisfactory to you? Seeing Jiang Bufan's confident look, Chen Changsheng said coldly, you indeed have offered something that tempts me. I really can't refuse you. Come find me in 3 days. I need to prepare some things. No problem. I will visit you again in 3 days. Having said that, Jiang Bufan turned and left the coffin shop. Watching his retreating figure, a man asked worriedly, Sir, are you really going to help him? She had expected Chen Changsheng to give a detailed analysis of reasons why he had to go, but Chen Changsheng simply waved his hand and said, Help? I was just fooling him. A man. Brother Changsheng, didn't you agree to meet him in 3 days? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng stood up, stretched, and said, If I hadn't agreed to meet him in 3 days, how would I have time to prepare for a getaway? The reason I stayed here at the Kunlun Holy Land in the first place was that I was interested in the unique spiritual source here. Spirit stones are mined from veins, but spiritual source is a resource even more precious than spirit stones. Not only does it contain extremely pure spiritual energy, but it also seals all kinds of ancient artifacts. However, after learning the origin of the spiritual source, I lost interest in it. Because the places where spiritual sources are born are all ominous. Now the Kunlun Holy Land has even begun to explore the sacred ruins of Forbidden Land among forbidden lands. I'd have to be out of my mind to help them. Hearing this, a man thought for a moment and said, But Brother Changsheng, without the super teleportation array, how can you return to the Eastern Wasteland? We are now in the Central Court, and the two places are millions of miles apart. What does millions of miles matter? As long as I walk slowly, I'll get there eventually. I had planned to trade spirit stones for a chance to use the super teleportation array, but now it seems that won't work. Well, man, you pack up first. I'm going to Butterfly Valley. Having said that, Chen Changsheng left the small coffin shop. Butterfly Valley. Yao Lao, I've come to see you again. Chen Changsheng's voice echoed through an elegant valley. After a moment, an old man with a kind face, white hair, and a white beard walked out of a thatched hut. You came at the right time. I only translated the heaven repairing paste the day before yesterday. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, I knew you could do it, Elder Yao. It was worth waiting 40 years for you. Spare me the flattery. Without your help, I would never have deciphered this heaven-repairing paste, even in 400 years. Chen Changsheng exchanged a few pleasantries with Yao Lao, and then they entered the thatched cottage together. Looking at the prescription translated on the table, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. Back then in the Shirwan Dashin, Chen Changsheng had exhausted every means, but failed to decipher the complete heaven-repairing ointment. After leaving the Shirwan Dashin, he naturally did not give up on decoding it. However, by a stroke of serendipity, Chen Changsheng encountered Yao Lao, the medicine immortal of Butterfly Valley. Chen Changsheng was a master of alchemy, while Yao Lao was an eminent physician. Although their paths of study differed, they ultimately shared some common ground. Through his exchanges with Yao Lao, Chen Changsheng finally understood why he had been unable to crack the heaven-repairing ointment. Because the heaven-repairing ointment was not an alchemical formula, but a medical prescription. Alchemists excelled in refining pills which could enhance cultivation, fortify the body, and heal wounds, among other effects. However, the path of alchemy focused on elevating cultivation, and in terms of curing ailments and healing injuries, it fell short of the physician's art. For the physician's path not only used medicines to treat and heal cultivators, but also employed various techniques, something alchemists were not adept at. I never expected the ingredients for the heaven-repairing ointment to be so simple, truly surprising. After browsing through the prescription, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim. Yao Lao stroked his beard and said, Naturally, to enhance cultivation, one must use precious spiritual herbs, for they contain immense energy. But when it comes to healing and treating illnesses, spiritual herbs are sometimes inferior to common medicinal ingredients. The senior who created the heaven-repairing ointment managed to refine a life-saving elixir from such ordinary herbs. His talent is truly unprecedented. Hearing Yao Lao's words, Chen Changsheng put away the jade slip and the translated prescription. You translated the prescription for the heaven-repairing ointment. You must have committed it all to memory. As a friend, I advise you, even if you are capable of refining the heaven-repairing ointment, do not let it be seen for 100 years. The Kunlun Holy Land is planning to explore the sacred ruins, and many have already died recently. If they learn that you possess the heaven-repairing ointment, you will encounter endless trouble. Hearing this, Yao Lao looked at Chen Changsheng and smiled. Are you leaving? In the next few days. I had planned to use the Kunlun Holy Land's teleportation array, but under these circumstances I'll have to travel on foot. Shizhou Donghuang Beimon Nanyuan Zhongding. I never knew the world was so vast. Walking from Zhongding to Donghuang. Who knows how many centuries that would take? Facing Chen Changsheng's complaint, Yao Lao smiled, and then took out a jade slip from his bosom, handing it over. Since you are leaving, let me give you a gift as a token of thanks for the heaven-repairing ointment. After examining the contents of the jade slip, Chen Changsheng looked at Yao Lao with confusion. You have imparted your lifetime's knowledge to me. You don't intend to take me as a disciple, do you? That won't do. I'm not inclined to apprentice myself to anyone right now. With your abilities, Chen Changsheng, it would be more fitting for me to be your disciple. How dare I take you as mine? I have yet to find an heir for my medical arts. With turmoil on the horizon, I'm not sure I can emerge unscathed. If I fail to pass on my legacy, I may have to ask for your help. Find a worthy person and give him this jade slip. After hearing Yao Lao's request, Chen Changsheng thought for a moment and said, all right, that's not a troublesome task. I will hand it to a worthy person if I encounter one, but you should find your own successor yourself. With that, Chen Changsheng turned and left Butterfly Valley. Watching his carefree back, Yao Lao smiled and then returned to his thatched cottage. Chen Changsheng left, taking a man with him away from this place where he had lived for 40 years. When news of his departure spread, two people were the most agitated. One of them was none other than Zhang Bufan, the quasi-holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land. Ungrateful. Chen Changsheng, you'd better not let me run into you again, or I, Zhang Bufan, will make you regret it. In a rage, Zhang Bufan smashed everything in the room to pieces and also bore a grudge against the Li who was associated with Chen Changsheng. Before the coffin shop, a figure stood silently in front of the store, gazing at the empty shop, and murmured to himself, Master, are you truly abandoning a Li? Did a Li do something wrong? After a long while, a Li left the coffin shop. From that moment on, the young shaman, who had emerged from the Shirwan Dashan, matured. It was also from this time that he learned to face things alone. Yet that figure was firmly etched in his heart. 3,000 li away, Chen Changsheng and a man appeared on a mountain peak. Seeing that they had left the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land, Chen Changsheng stopped using the teleportation array. Elder brother Changsheng, are we going back to your hometown now? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng looked up and thought for a moment. I suppose it's my hometown. Dongwang holds too many memories for me. Staying there gives me a sense of home. And we can take this opportunity to see the vastness of the world. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, a man took his arm and said softly, as long as I can stay by your side, elder brother Changsheng, I am willing to go anywhere. Although a man's words were sweet, her tone carried a hint of melancholy. Back then, Chen Changsheng had said that everyone could foresee the future. At that time, a man had not fully grasped Chen Changsheng's meaning, nor could she understand his feelings. But as time passed, she came to understand and realize. Cultivators' lifespans increase with their cultivation level. The Qi refining stage has a lifespan similar to mortals. Foundation establishment grants 200 years, golden core grants 500 years, and nascent soul can reach 800 years. The divine transformation stage's lifespan exceeds 1,000 years. These spans are extremely long for anyone. Yet even 1,000 years is but an insignificant second in elder brother Changsheng's life. She did not have a Li's cultivation talent. Despite elder brother Changsheng's best efforts, she had only reached the foundation establishment stage. This was the foreseeable future elder brother Changsheng spoke of. She could not accompany him forever. Thinking of this, a man buried her emotions deep in her heart and said with a bright smile, elder brother Changsheng, this time, you must take me to have a good time. I've been your servant and maid for 40 years. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and said, no problem. I'll take you to see the splendor of the world and also to watch the sunrise and sunset. Whatever you wish to see, I will take you there. Chen Changsheng departed. He left the mighty Kunlun sacred land and the bustling Zhongting region. He took with him the girl who had accompanied him out of the 10,000 mountains. Over the long centuries, Chen Changsheng had encountered many beings. There were prodigies of unparalleled talent, noble-born scions of prestigious families, and ineffable powerhouses. Yet among all these beings, only the girl from the 10,000 mountains was willing to trade her entire life for a fleeting moment with Chen Changsheng. The Kunlun sacred land did not change much due to Chen Changsheng's departure. The entire world did not change much either, if there was any change at all. Perhaps it meant that the world had gained an inseparable pair. The distance from Zhongting to the eastern wasteland was tens of millions of miles, a journey that most would consider impossible to complete in a lifetime. But in some eyes, tens of millions of miles was merely a fleeting instant. No one had ever measured the exact distance from Zhongting to the eastern wasteland. Yet Chen Changsheng, together with a man, calculated it step by step. The distance from the Kunlun sacred land to the Dacian dynasty was exactly 13,280,000 miles. This journey of 13,280,000 miles took Chen Changsheng and a man a full 240 years. At some point, Chen Changsheng fervently wished that the road from Kunlun's sacred land to the eastern wasteland would never end. But all roads eventually come to an end, just like human lifespans. Brother Changsheng, is this where you began? A man curiously surveyed the desolate surroundings, as if trying to envision what this place once looked like. Time passed, years flowed, and the small town that once stood had completely vanished. Even Chen Changsheng could only locate a rough spot. Watching a man's joyful expression, he calmly asked, "A man, what kind of coffin do you want?" Hearing this, a man turned to Chen Changsheng and smiled. "I want brother Changsheng's finest coffin. Also, you must dress me up beautifully." I don't want to leave a bad impression in your heart. Faced with a man's request, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. All right, everything as you wish. Her tsundere mood dissipated, and a man gently caressed Chen Changsheng's face with concern. Brother Changsheng, please don't be sad, okay? I know you can't bear to see me die, otherwise how could I have lived this long? Since I met you, I have lived a full 300 years. I am merely a cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm. Granting me an extra 100 years is already the limit. 300 years is enough, though I lived happily. Without you, even 300 more years would bring me no joy. Taking her hand, Chen Changsheng said softly, as I said before, everything as you wish. I won't be sad. Is there anything else you want to see? I want to see the sunrise. All right. With that, Chen Changsheng took a man to the highest peak, and they quietly leaned against each other. Watching the faint light of dawn in the east, a man pouted and said, Brother Changsheng, I am actually very selfish. I know this will cause you pain, but only this way will you remember me. Please don't blame me, okay? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said softly, I am your brother Changsheng. How could I ever blame you? Hearing his words, a man's lips curled into a brilliant smile. Brother Changsheng is so kind. A man truly wishes she could watch every sunrise and sunset with you. But a man is a little tired. She wants to sleep first. This time she won't accompany you for the sunrise. Before she could finish the last word, her hand fell limp. The first rays of morning light also fell upon the two. Silence. In the face of a man's death, Chen Changsheng displayed only endless silence. For these 240 years, Chen Changsheng had exhausted every means to extend a man's life. Her ability to hold on until now was entirely due to the obsession in her heart. When the road reached its end, the obsession naturally dissipated. After an unknown length of time, Chen Changsheng, still holding a man, slowly rose to his feet. He took out an ordinary coffin, applied the most exquisite makeup on a man, and looked at her in the coffin, whispering, "A man, I've changed my mind. I cannot give you the best coffin, because that would keep you in this world for a long time as a corpse. I don't want you to find no peace even in death, and I fear that one day I might disturb your tranquility. So sleep for a while I'll come to accompany you after some time." With that, Chen Changsheng closed the coffin lid. Gently stroking the coffin, he sighed, "System, the next slumber should be approaching, shouldn't it?" In response to Chen Changsheng's question, the system's electronic voice said, "Answering host, after your last awakening, you spent 18 years in the ancient Forbidden Land. Then you spent 20 years in the 10,000 mountains, 40 years researching spiritual sources and the sky-mending paste, and 240 years traveling from the Kunlun sacred land to here. Total survival time 318 years. 2 years remain until the next slumber." After hearing the system's words, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "When I met a man, she was only 18. That means she was born right after my last awakening. Do you think she came specifically to accompany me through this period?" Answering host, "This is merely a coincidence. If the host wishes to add some romance to this coincidence, this system has no objection." "Huh. System, oh system, you really are devoid of romance. Perhaps if I live long enough, I'll become like you. But that's a long way off. For now, while I still have a bit of humanity left, I want to go see my old friends. This slumber will be even longer. I'm afraid if I wake up, I won't see them anymore." With that, Chen Changsheng flew directly toward a certain direction. Tianfu Temple. "Abbot, what is it that you still can't let go of?" Inside Tianfu Temple, a group of monks knelt before an old monk whose life force was nearly exhausted. This was the abbot of Tianfu Temple, Master Ishio. Facing the inquiries of his many disciples, Ishio's cloudy eyes shifted. "I am waiting for someone." "Abbot, who are you waiting for? Let your disciples invite him here." A monk proposed a solution, but Ishio shook his head and said, "The undertaker cannot be invited. When it's time for him to come, he will come naturally." Hearing the abbot's words, everyone was baffled. Seeing that persuasion was futile, they had no choice but to withdraw from the meditation room. After an unknown time, the closed door was pushed open again, and a figure appeared beside Ishio. Casually rubbing his bald head, the figure sat down beside Ishio. "Little monk, it's only been a few hundred years. How did you end up like this, eh?" Hearing the familiar voice, a sharp light lit up in Ishio's cloudy eyes. "Is that you?" "Of course, who else would come to see a dying old monk like you?" Confirming the visitor's identity, Ishio immediately pulled out the 18 silver needles from his body. His aged flesh visibly transformed back to a youthful state. "Chen Changsheng, you damned bastard, why aren't you dead yet?" Watching Ishio's furious reaction, Chen Changsheng casually took out an orange and began to eat it. "How can a monk use such foul language? You're a renowned high monk of the Yue kingdom, have some dignity." Facing Chen Changsheng's calm expression, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically, then reached out to grab the orange from Chen Changsheng's hand. However, Chen Changsheng pulled his hands back, refusing Ishio. "Come on, I'm dying here, can't I even have one of your oranges?" "Of course not. I'm eating this orange to use its peel to suppress the stench of death. I'm curious, how did you end up in this state? Although the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is only 800 years, you could extend your life by another 1 or 200 years with some longevity pills. But from my memory, you haven't even reached 800 yet." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Ishio curled his lips and said helplessly, "I'd love to live a few more centuries too, but circumstances didn't allow it. Do you remember when I was trapped in the forbidden land of Yue Kingdom?" "Yes, and then. At that time I was being hunted by the Wolf King and had no choice but to block myself in the crack of the seal. Over time my body was eroded by an ominous force. This force made me incredibly powerful, but it came at a cost. To prevent the situation from worsening, I severed a part of my cultivation and retreated back to the nascent soul realm." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's brows furrowed, and his right hand rested on Ishio's wrist. After a careful diagnosis, Chen Changsheng spoke, "There's a force inside you devouring your body, and you're nearly a hollow shell. The cost you mentioned is at lifespan. Yes, but more precisely its vitality. The ominous force devours the host's vitality and converts it into power to feed back to the host. That's the truth behind how it makes one stronger. To prevent it from harming me, I have no choice but to use others' lives to sustain my own. The higher the cultivation realm, the more lives I must take. When I can no longer satisfy it, it will drain me dry and seek out its next host. Now you understand why I've become like this, right?" After speaking, Ishio looked quietly at Chen Changsheng. Meeting Ishio's gaze, Chen Changsheng fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Have you ever thought about destroying it?" "Of course I have. I've tried many methods, but none succeeded. Unless I die, it won't disappear. And based on my estimation, if I die naturally, it will definitely leap out of my body and seek its next host. That's why I've been holding on, waiting for you to return. The feeling of growing stronger is too alluring. A few in this world can resist that temptation. I don't want this curse to spread." As he spoke, Ishio produced an exquisite urn and handed it to Chen Changsheng. "The best way to eradicate this force is to cremate me. I've already prepared the urn, the rest is up to you. Also, given my cultivation level, I should leave behind a few relics after death. Consider those as payment for your help. I know your nature too well. Asking you to work for nothing would be worse than killing you." Looking at the urn in his hands, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "Where should I bury your ashes? Should I hand them over to your disciples?" "Forget it. The Tianfui temple has declined with each generation. Those little baldies aren't good people. If I leave my ashes with them, they might end up scattered one day. Choose any burial place you like. I won't be around to care anyway." With that, Ishio sat cross-legged once more, and in an instant his vital signs ceased. As Ishio passed into nirvana, countless golden scriptures emerged on his body, forming a massive net that firmly sealed his remains. Looking at Ishio's body, Chen Changsheng shook his head and sighed. Little monk, you're as kind-hearted as ever. If it were anyone else, they'd have gone on a killing spree by now." As his words faded, Chen Changsheng's figure vanished, and Ishio's body disappeared along with him from the meditation room. But on the wall, 3 large characters were left behind. The Undertaker. In the forbidden land of the Yue Kingdom, a stunning woman stood quietly before 3 withered trees. Suddenly, a flippant voice sounded from nearby. "Xiaobai, how have you been lately?" Boom. Without any hesitation, the woman struck instantly at the source of the voice. "Hold on. It's me." Chen Changsheng dodged the attack and quickly revealed his identity. But upon recognizing him, the woman's attacks became even more ferocious. Seeing the woman refuse to stop, Chen Changsheng shook his head helplessly and summoned his Dharma form. Boom. With a single punch of his nameless fist technique, the woman was sent flying. Quickly, Chen Changsheng traced mysterious array patterns in the air, binding the woman tightly. After finishing, he set up a temporary barrier to keep outsiders from disturbing them. Wang Yin Yue were old acquaintances. Did you have to go that hard? Staring at the man before her, even though she was bound, the hatred in Wang Yin Yu's eyes remained undiminished. "That's exactly why I'm hitting you. Not only will I hit you, I'll kill you. If you have the ability, trap me forever. Otherwise, I'll make you pay." Facing Wang Yin Yu's fury, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "Can we talk nicely? If not, I might have to give you a trendy new hairstyle." At his words, Wang Yin Yu trembled, the humiliation buried deep in her memories resurfacing. "You wouldn't dare." "I dare anything. I can prove it to you right now." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng produced a razor and walked toward her. Faced with the gleaming blade, Wang Yin Yu finally relented. "Stay back. I won't be your enemy anymore." "That's better. Old friends shouldn't be so hot-headed." Having freed herself from the restraints, Wang Yin Yu said coldly, "You've been gone for so long. Why come back now? That's not fair. What you said makes no sense. What does the length of my absence have to do with whether I return?" Faced with Chen Changsheng's words, Wang Yin Yu did not reply. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the tomb of Wang Yinagudu. After a long pause, Wang Yin Yu spoke, "I did my best for Ishio's matter. I know. Ishio's troubles are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Have you been to the Shangqing Temple?" "Yes, I have. That fellow Yuan Shan managed to break through to the spirit transformation stage." "You've been to both places. Then why are you here?" "I came to check whether the thing beneath the bronze ancient hall is still stable. As soon as I greeted you, you attacked me." After questioning, Wang Yin Yu fell silent for a moment, then continued. "Where have you been all these years?" "Roaming around, stopping and going. I've been to many places, too many to explain in a short while." "How long do you plan to stay this time?" "I don't know. I might leave tomorrow." "What if I force you to stay?" "You can't defeat me. You. Faced with Chen Changsheng's blunt reply, Wang Yanyu finally lost her composure. She grabbed Chen Changsheng by the collar, disregarding any royal dignity, and demanded loudly, "All these years I've been cultivating relentlessly. Why are you still stronger than me?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng spread his hands innocently. "I honestly don't know. In all these years, I only seriously cultivated for 10. The rest of the time, I never even thought about it. I don't know why I keep getting stronger, even stronger than those who cultivate diligently." "Wang Yanyu, your words are too provocative. If I could beat you, I'd give you a thrashing right now." Releasing his collar, Wang Yanyu turned away coldly. "The bronze ancient hall is under my watch. Nothing will go wrong. You can get lost now." Seeing this, Chen Changsheng tilted his head to gauge her expression and tentatively asked, "You're not falling in love with me, are you? Did you ever give me that chance?" "No." "Then that's settled. Now scram." Seeing Wang Yanyu start driving him away again, Chen Changsheng forced a smile. "Actually, it's not surprising if you fell for me. After all, I'm this outstanding and handsome. But nothing can come of it. You're a wolf and I'm human. The child we'd have might turn into a wolf. I'll kill you." Enraged, Wang Yanyu attacked Chen Changsheng once more. Facing the desperate Wang Yanyu, Chen Changsheng vanished on the horizon at his fastest speed. Watching where he disappeared, Wang Yanyu's chest heaved violently. She was clearly furious. After a while, Wang Yanyu calmed down and turned away. She walked toward the cold, lonely royal hall. They met when young. The process was absurd yet unforgettable. Because of him, she survived. Because of him, her father was not left to rot in the wild. And because of him, the Night Moon Kingdom's great vengeance was avenged. To be precise, her meeting with Chen Changsheng was full of fate. But in this world, fate runs deep or shallow, long or short. From the moment Yuhua Jinren died, the bond between her and Chen Changsheng was severed. She could not abandon the Night Moon Kingdom, and Chen Changsheng would not stay for anyone. Chen Changsheng could be her confidant friend, old acquaintance, but never her Tao companion. "Little girl, I've gone to see all the old friends. That little bald monk is still as kind-hearted as ever. And my little senior brother actually managed to break through to the spirit transformation stage. That way I won't have to worry about waking up and not seeing him." Chen Changsheng leaned against Amon's tombstone, chatting idly. Beside the tombstone, there was a freshly dug pit, one Chen Changsheng had prepared for himself. After speaking, he took out the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats Immortal Venerable. Placing the stone coffin into the pit, Chen Changsheng laid down in it with practiced ease. Gazing at Amon's grave, he murmured, "People often say, if we cannot sleep together in life, at least let us share the same grave in death. I failed you in this life. If there is a next life, don't meet me again." With that, Chen Changsheng closed the coffin lid, and the array he had set up outside activated. A great amount of earth buried the stone coffin underground. Chen Changsheng began his third slumber. This time, even longer, a full 320 years. Suns rose and set, springs passed, and autumns came. Time which countless people treasured as precious slipped away silently. 320 years is an eternity, long enough to change mountains and rivers. The two tombs Chen Changsheng had built with his own hands had long since vanished without a trace. Crash! A towering tree trembled, and then a tremendous force uprooted it. Huh! Huh! Spitting out the dirt that had accidentally gotten into his mouth, Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. The memories before his slumber no longer matched the present environment. After glancing around, Chen Changsheng looked at the system panel. Host Chen Changsheng. Strength 200 nascent soul mid-stage. Speed 260 nascent soul late stage. Defense 280 nascent soul peak. Spiritual power 200 nascent soul mid-stage. Lifespan 640. Looking at the data on the panel, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he discovered that during his slumber his spiritual energy would diffuse outward, Chen Changsheng had been searching for a solution. In the end, he decided to use the heaven and earth life-severing array to create a sealed environment, thereby curbing the leakage of his spiritual energy. Now, although it wasn't completely successful, the effect was still quite good. As per his usual rule, Chen Changsheng directly allocated the 320 attribute points to defense. However, the label for the defense attribute left him somewhat bewildered, because the label did not change to spirit transformation or void refinement. Instead, it simply read fifth realm. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng asked in confusion, "System, what's going on?" To his query, the system replied, "The label is merely a standard for measuring the host's strength. When the standard changes, the label naturally changes as well. Due to the current special circumstances, only a vague label is being used." Chen Changsheng. The system's explanation did not clarify matters, instead it left him even more perplexed. "System, what do you mean by the standard has changed and special circumstances? The current situation is too complex. Once the host recovers his cultivation, he will naturally understand everything." Chen Changsheng was filled with question marks at the system's words. Yet he obediently began to restore his cultivation. An hour later. Cough, cough. Chen Changsheng, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly coughed violently. His cultivation had also stalled at the early stage of transformation god. Chen Changsheng. Confronted with this situation, he was utterly bewildered, because if he remembered correctly, before his slumber, he had already reached the late stage of transformation god. Yet when he had just been restoring his cultivation, he felt a tremendous resistance. Although the accumulation of spiritual energy had reached its original level, his realm stubbornly refused to advance. To describe this feeling precisely, it was as if the heavenly Tao forbade his existence. After some thought, Chen Changsheng suddenly conceived a possibility. System, the laws of heaven and earth are about to change, aren't they? The host conjecture is entirely correct. The path of cultivation is very similar to the growth of plants. Plants can only and will only grow in a suitable environment. When the environment changes, another kind of plant will replace the original one. The host can also understand that this current cultivation system is already outdated. Hearing the system's words, a sharp light suddenly flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Because the current cultivation system was not entirely suitable for him, his spiritual root was artificial. Although theoretically artificial and natural spiritual roots had no different, subtle distinctions still existed. This was also the important reason why he had never been able to reach the spirit-severing stage. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng said, System, if the situation is as you say, then the laws of heaven and earth are changing too fast. How many years have I lived? The laws of heaven and earth are already beginning to change. Host, why do you think the laws of heaven and earth are changing quickly? You haven't been in this world for very long. Do you know how many years this current cultivation system has lasted? The reason the host hasn't noticed the change in the laws of heaven and earth is that since you arrived here, you have already become accustomed to this situation. If the host had arrived in this world 10,000 years earlier, or even more, would you still have this doubt? At these words, Chen Changsheng was stunned. He realized that his cognition was still too limited. In his original world, there was a wondrous book called the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It recorded all kinds of bizarre creatures, but everyone considered the records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas to be mere fantasies of the ancients. But if the timeline were extended, would humans thousands or tens of thousands of years later looking at present-day literature also think it was imagined by the ancients? For example, the parrot. In Chen Changsheng's cognition, it was a very familiar bird. Not to say it was ubiquitous, but at least it was widely known. But after millions of years, if parrots became extinct, how would future generations react when they read descriptions of parrots in ancient texts? There is a bird adorned with colorful feathers, 2 feet, a sharp beak, and able to speak human words. Its name is the parrot. Faced with this description, those future generations would probably laugh it off and marvel at the ancients' rich imagination. After all, how could a bird speak? It must have been fabricated by the ancients. Similarly, the current cultivation system is the same. Chen Changsheng had many techniques in his mind, many of which described the power upon reaching great mastery. He had also cultivated those techniques to full mastery, but the power displayed was not as formidable as described. He had never found this strange. He had assumed that the predecessors who created these techniques had merely exaggerated. Now it seemed that these techniques might indeed have such power. It was just that the current laws of heaven and earth were different from the previous ones. Chen Changsheng's instinctive assumption was entirely because he was only familiar with the present environment. Thinking of this, he asked, System, since a new cultivation system is emerging, what is the origin of this cultivation system? Is it directly decreed by the heavenly Tao, or does it come from another source? To answer the host, the heavenly Tao does not intervene in specific cultivation systems, it only creates an environment. The specific cultivation system is created by living beings. Whoever creates the system most suitable for this environment will become the master of this era. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng was almost drooling with greed. System, according to you, I can do it too. Theoretically, this method is feasible. Receiving the system's affirmative answer, Chen Changsheng immediately laughed loudly. Heaven helps me. With such a golden opportunity, Chen Changsheng will surely go into seclusion for 1,000 or 800 years. System, did I hear that right? Host, according to analysis, to create a technique that suits the era, the success rate of closed-door research is not high. Only by fighting a bloody path in this golden age can you have a chance to create a suitable technique. System, don't joke. Do I look like a fighter? I'll just watch this golden age from the sidelines. I want to be a witness to the golden age, not its creator. Once the new master of the era appears, I'll first go and get on familiar terms with him. After I outlive him, I'll be a friend of the master of the era. That status would be incredible. System. Faced with Chen Changsheng's way of thinking, the system fell silent. As for what the system was thinking, no one knew. However, compared to the system's silence, Chen Changsheng was much more excited. He was currently surveying the terrain, planning to set up a supreme grand formation to incubate an egg. Chen Changsheng had already successfully refined the heaven-mending ointment. If it hadn't been for the ointment sustaining Amon's life, Amon might not have made it to the end. Now that everything was almost settled, Chen Changsheng naturally prepared to start incubating the egg. Though he didn't know if it would work, it was at least a good way to pass the time. Within a radius of 500 li, Chen Changsheng had covered the ground with array patterns. In carving this grand formation, he had poured in all his lifetime learning. In addition, he also inscribed the Tao patterns he had learned from the desolate ancient forbidden land into the formation. After everything was arranged, he placed the dead egg at the very center of the formation. The grand formation activated and the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth slowly converged, gently nourishing the long-dead egg. Watching the formation operate, Chen Changsheng nodded with satisfaction, then took out the heaven-mending ointment and the spiritual spring from the water-moon cave heaven. Mixing the two in a certain proportion, Chen Changsheng carefully poured the mixture onto the egg. Others water flowers, Chen Changsheng watered the egg. And so this egg watering continued for 200 years. But one day, 2 centuries later, the arrival of a person shattered this peaceful egg-watering life. Junior Yi Hensheng pays respects to the elder. Before the vast green mountain stood a young man in a Taoist robe with sharp brows and starry eyes. He cupped his hands in salute, seemingly visiting someone. Yet in response to the young man's visit, the vast green mountains gave no reply. Seeing no response from the mountains, the young man appeared somewhat anxious. However, when he attempted to step into the area ahead, he was blocked by a powerful formation. Just as the young man was pondering a solution, a youth of about 18 or 19 emerged from the distant green mountains. The youth carried a hoe on his shoulder, walked barefoot, and wore a bamboo hat, strolling leisurely toward a thatched cottage not far away. Seeing someone emerge from the grand formation, Yi Hensheng hurried forward and said, "Esteemed brother, would you trouble yourself to announce my arrival?" The youth looked puzzled. "Announce what? It's like this, my master shares a connection with the elder here. I've come to invite the elder to leave the mountain." Hearing this, the youth scratched his head and looked the stranger up and down. "Do you know the elder's name?" "No, I only know the elder is called the Undertaker." The youth was utterly bewildered, for the Undertaker was none other than himself. Indeed, the youth before him was Chen Changsheng, who had spent over 200 years of egg-nurturing life. Chen Changsheng had set up a grand formation, drawing on the essence of heaven and earth, intending to resurrect that once dead egg. During this time, Chen Changsheng constantly watered it with spring water and heaven-mending paste. Over time, Chen Changsheng, situated within the formation, was also imbued with these celestial essences, leading to his rejuvenation. Though this was insufficient to extend a cultivator's lifespan, it was more than capable of making the body appear younger. Faced with his increasingly youthful body, Chen Changsheng was quite troubled, as he had no desire to inhabit a child's form. Thus, in recent days, Chen Changsheng had built a thatched cottage outside the grand formation, intending to resolve this minor annoyance. Yet as soon as he stepped out, he heard someone seeking an audience outside the formation, and that someone was looking for him. Strangely, the visitor didn't recognize him. Chen Changsheng pondered this. Few knew of his hiding place, and most were old acquaintances. If it were an old friend seeking help, there was no reason this person wouldn't know his true name. "May I ask your noble surname?" Chen Changsheng probed. Yi Hensheng cupped his hands and said, "My surname is Yi, given name Hensheng." Yi Hensheng thought to himself, "This name always feels filled with malice toward me. But it must be a coincidence. Surely no one would purposely name themselves to curse me. So it's Brother Yi. My apologies for not recognizing you. May I ask who your master is? I've been living in these mountains for a while, and am not familiar with the outside world." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng grew serious. In truth, he had noticed the youth from the start. The grand formation here was no ordinary barrier. That this youth could freely enter and exit meant only one thing. Seeing that Yi Hensheng had already guessed his identity, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, ready to reveal himself. This was likely an old friend seeking rescue. Whether to help or not could be decided later, but he needed to understand the situation first. "Brother, I see you have an extraordinary aura. Surely you are." Chen Changsheng nodded and smiled. "Indeed I am. The Undertaker's disciple." Before Chen Changsheng could finish saying, "The Undertaker," Yi Hensheng interrupted him. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Faced with this absurd situation, he hesitated only a second before declaring firmly, "That's right, I am the Undertaker's disciple, Chen Changsheng." "So you are the elder's esteemed disciple. I've long admired you. Please, Brother Chen, announce me, so I may meet the elder." Learning that the youth before him was the legendary Undertaker's disciple, Yi Hensheng was overjoyed. But Chen Changsheng himself said casually, "Announcing you is not impossible. However, my master has ordered that no idle persons be received. You haven't told me who your master is, so it's hard for me to announce you." Hearing Chen Changsheng's doubt, Yi Hensheng hurriedly said, "My master is the Wolf Emperor of the Night Moon Kingdom." Upon learning it was Wan Yu's disciple, Chen Changsheng immediately understood the origin of the name Yi Hensheng. "So it's the Wolf Emperor. My master indeed has ties with the Wolf King. But I wonder, why does the Wolf Emperor wish to invite my master out of the mountain?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Yi Hensheng hesitated and said, "My master instructed that this matter must be discussed with the elder in person." "I see. Then you'll have to wait. I don't know when my master will come out." With that, Chen Changsheng shouldered his hoe and headed toward his thatched cottage. Seeing this, Yi Hensheng grew anxious. "Brother Chen, this is a matter of utmost urgency. Please announce me." But Chen Changsheng turned a deaf ear to Yi Hensheng's calls and continued toward the cottage. The Prodigy Assembly. A grand assembly of prodigies is about to be held in Zhongting, and this matter requires the elder's presence. At the mention of Zhongting, Chen Changsheng finally stopped. "What Prodigy Assembly?" The Prodigy Assembly is a grand event hosted by the Kunlun Sacred Land in Zhongting. This assembly brings together the foremost prodigies from Zhongting Shizhou, Donghuang Beima, and Nanyuan. The assembly has two purposes: first, to identify the divine source ores retrieved from the Shengshu Forbidden Land; second, to jointly discuss the encirclement of the villain Wu Li of Zhongting. After hearing Yi Hensheng's purpose, Chen Changsheng turned around and said, "Shouldn't your master be coming to my master for this?" The prodigy assembly sounds like an event for the young. Your master and my master are of the same generation. How could they participate in such a thing? Moreover, your master is not weak. Even if there's a need to encircle a Zhongting villain, it shouldn't require my master's intervention. Yi Hensheng gave a bitter smile and said, "Logically, that should be the case. However, my master is currently in a death seclusion, and the state preceptor, the undefeated Taoist, is as well. Before entering seclusion, my master gave me this address and told me to invite the elder. I don't know the specifics." After hearing this, Chen Changsheng curled his lips, finally understanding the situation. Clearly Wang Yanyu and Song Yuanshan wanted to slack off and have him act as the guardian. After ascertaining Yi Hensheng's purpose for this visit, Chen Changsheng harbored 100 reservations in his heart. What kind of prodigy gathering was this? Clearly a source of trouble, and by his nature, Chen Changsheng naturally had no inclination to attend. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to find an excuse to brush off, Yi Hensheng the latter spoke again. "Brother Chen, this prodigy gathering is unprecedentedly grand. Given your strength, would you not like to see it for yourself?" With those words, Chen Changsheng froze for a moment. In terms of age alone, Chen Changsheng did not qualify to participate in any prodigy gathering, for he had already lived for nearly 1,000 years at this point. However, unlike others, Chen Changsheng possessed a system that permanently fixed his bone age at 20. Therefore, on paper, Chen Changsheng could be considered a prodigy. Thinking this over, Chen Changsheng's eyes instantly lit up. He might not necessarily prevail against the great masters and powerhouses of this world, but against those youngsters who had only recently begun their cultivation journeys, Chen Changsheng was confident he would have no difficulties. The prospect of thrashing about junior brats was inherently thrilling. Additionally, if he recalled correctly, Ali's original name was Wu Li. After hundreds of years of separation, Chen Changsheng was genuinely eager to see that young man once more. With this thought, Chen Changsheng feigned deep deliberation and spoke. "Brother Yi, I confess that my master has long mentioned this matter." "Is that so? Then when will your esteemed master venture out?" "It goes like this. My master said that such a trivial affair does not warrant his personal involvement. I shall accompany you instead." Yi Hensheng. Hearing these words, doubt filled Yi Hensheng's eyes. The prodigy gathering attracted warriors as numerous as clouds, while guardians were as countless as stars. Without a mighty protector, this journey would surely be fraught with peril. "Brother Chen, did your venerable master truly say such a thing?" "Indeed. My master declared that true geniuses require no guardians. With merely a pair of iron fists, one can carve a bloody path through the world. In his eyes, those who rely on guardians are nothing but pathetic cowards." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng felt his head spinning. Anyone could speak such grand words, but the reality was far different. Participating in the prodigy gathering without a guardian would indeed cost one's life. Regarding this unreliable conduct, Yi Hensheng said, "Brother Chen, perhaps you could speak with your master again. This matter is truly dangerous. Brother Yi, a grown man, should not behave so vacillatingly. What my master has decreed shall never be altered. Do not waste your efforts." Additionally, he stated that he has arrangements for critical moments. "You need not worry." With words spoken to this extent, Yi Hensheng found himself at a loss for what to say. Other sect disciples who participated in the prodigy gathering saw their masters and ancestral teachers mobilized simultaneously, terrified of suffering even the slightest harm. But as for himself, his master had entered deep seclusion. The state preceptor had likewise retreated into seclusion, and they had simply tossed him onto some inexplicable funeral bearer. This funeral bearer was no ordinary oddity, actually allowing his disciple to participate in the prodigy gathering completely alone. Since when had this world become so absurd? As Yi Hensheng was internalizing his grievances, Chen Changsheng returned to the main formation, then embraced a tiny white puppy. Observing the sickly little dog in Chen Changsheng's arms, Yi Hensheng inquired, "Brother Chen, what is this?" "My little dog has been unwell lately, and I plan to take it to the central court to consult a physician. Let me tell you, do not judge by its current frail appearance, for it is actually remarkably intelligent. Once its illness is cured, you will be absolutely astonished." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng subconsciously probed the puppy in his arms. Only after discovering that it was indeed an ordinary canine did Yi Hensheng fall speechless. "Yi Hensheng, what sin did I commit in my previous life? Why must I encounter so many extraordinary eccentrics?" "Brother Yi, we will not simply fly there, will we? The central court lies extremely distant from the eastern wasteland." "Brother Yi, where exactly are we heading?" "It does not seem to be in the direction of the central court." "Brother Yi, your cultivation method appears quite unique. Did your master teach it to you?" Yi Hensheng's eyes twitched continuously, for since boarding the flying vessel, Chen Changsheng had chattered incessantly. At this moment, Yi Hensheng felt as though a million insects were buzzing within his ears. Feeling his emotions approaching a breaking point, Yi Hensheng drew a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Brother Chen, we are currently heading to Xuanwu Kingdom. The two greatest powers in the Eastern Wasteland today are Xuanwu Kingdom and Yiyue Kingdom. To reach the Central Court, one must utilize a super transmission array which is located within Xuanwu Kingdom. Additionally, besides myself, there is another cultivator from Yiyue Kingdom who shall participate in the prodigy gathering. Brother Chen, if you are bored, you may explore the flying vessel at your leisure. Upon finishing his words, Yi Hensheng slipped into the cabin, then firmly closed the door, apparently having no intention of seeing Chen Changsheng for the foreseeable future. Watching Yi Hensheng flee in panic, Chen Changsheng's lips curved upward slightly as he continued to stroke the puppy in his arms. Indeed, this little creature before him was the being that had hatched from that dead egg. Although Chen Changsheng had exhausted every effort to incubate it, that egg had been necrotic for ages, and the being within had suffered foundational injuries. Therefore, this being was currently extremely frail and could perish at any moment. The reason Chen Changsheng was willing to travel to the Central Court was partly because he intended to utilize the spiritual treasures of the Central Court to treat these injuries. The Central Court serves as the central region of the 5 continents, and its cultivation resources are exceptionally abundant. Xuanwu Kingdom. Brother Yi, long overdue, our meeting. A young man clad in a python robe stepped forward to welcome Yi Hensheng. Observing their familiarity, it was evident they had known each other for many years. After the customary greetings, the python-robed young man glanced at Chen Changsheng beside Yi Hensheng and inquired, Brother Yi, and who is this? I am Chen Changsheng, a helper invited by Yiyue Kingdom. By the way, are we not attending the prodigy gathering? When shall we depart? Observing Chen Changsheng's blank expression and weak aura, the python-robed young man furrowed his brows, then pulled Yi Hensheng aside. Brother Yi, what is the situation here? This person appears to have only recently emerged from seclusion. Furthermore, where is your guardian for this journey? Facing the inquiries of the python-robed young man, Yi Hensheng's lip twitched slightly. Brother Su, this matter is difficult to explain in a single word. Listen as I recount it slowly. Then Yi Hensheng began pouring out the bitterness in his heart. After 15 minutes, the corner of the python-robed young man's mouth also began to twitch. For this matter, no matter how one viewed it, it appeared utterly absurd. Brother Yi, I truly sympathize with your plight. After a brief discussion, Yi Hensheng and the young man in the python robe finally decided on their attitude towards Chen Changsheng. They would simply leave him alone. After all, the Undertaker was an old acquaintance of the Wolf King, and his strength was surely not to be underestimated. As his disciple, even if Chen Changsheng lacked skill and experience, they had to show him some respect. Although the prodigy assembly was fraught with danger, as long as one didn't stir up trouble, there shouldn't be any major problems. They might as well take him along to see the world. With this in mind, the young man in the python robe immediately walked over to Chen Changsheng with a smile and said, So Brother Chen is the Undertaker's esteemed disciple. I've heard so much about you. The Undertaker has always been a mysterious figure. If I ever get the chance, I, Su Tian, would definitely like to pay my respects to the senior. Seeing the young man come over to greet him, Chen Changsheng also replied with a smile. My master has always preferred a reclusive life, but since Brother Su wishes to meet him, I'm sure he would be willing to see you. After all, my master does have some ties with the Xuanwu nation. Oh, is that so? Yes, I've heard my master mention it a few times, but I'm not sure of the details. In that case, I must find an opportunity to visit the senior. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Tian arranged for Chen Changsheng to rest. Though the formalities were impeccable, Su Tian had no intention of including Chen Changsheng in their inner circle. In the face of this, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. He wasn't going to the Central Court to compete for the title of the foremost prodigy anyway. Avoiding trouble was for the best. After a few days' stay in the Xuanwu nation, the super teleportation array was finally ready. The prodigies of the Yiyue nation and the Xuanwu nation gathered within the super teleportation array. Interestingly, the top prodigies of both nations were not of direct royal descent. The leader of the Yiyue nation, known as the Demon Clan's imperial dynasty, was Yi Hensheng, a bona fide human. The leader of the Xuanwu nation was Su Tian, but he was not of the royal bloodline. Due to his extraordinary talent, he was adopted as a son by the left emperor of Xuanwu and granted the title of co-king. As they were about to depart for the Central Court, the left emperor, Zui Xinghe, the current sovereign, who had been in seclusion, made a rare appearance. Gazing upon the prodigies within the arrays, Zui Xinghe gave a customary speech to boost morale, then activated the super teleportation array. Though the prodigies of the two nations were commendable, they still fell short when compared to the prodigies of the Central Court and other regions. The purpose of this assembly was merely to broaden their horizons. As for making a name for themselves, Zui Xinghe harbored no such expectations. Watching the array emit its radiant light, he turned to leave. But just as he was about to go, he spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Though their aura had changed and they appeared younger, Zui Xinghe would never forget that face. At the same moment, Chen Changsheng, hidden among the crowd, noticed Zui Xinghe's gaze. Meeting the eyes of an old acquaintance, a corner of his mouth lifted into a brilliant smile. Whoosh! Before Zui Xinghe could speak, the super teleportation array activated, and over a dozen prodigies vanished from the spot. Gulping! Struggling to swallow Zhui Xinghe, the sovereign of a nation, began to tremble. He was alive. He had truly emerged alive from the ancient forbidden land. Though his appearance had changed slightly, that demeanor and gaze were unmistakable. The undertaker Chen Changsheng, the fleeting state preceptor of Xuanwu, had returned. With this realization, Zhui Xinghe immediately commanded someone, "Reactivate the super teleportation array. I must go to the central court in person." Hearing the order, an old man stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the super teleportation array has encountered a problem. It may take 2 months to reactivate." As he spoke, beads of cold sweat formed on the old man's forehead, for he had no idea why the array, which had been functioning perfectly, was now malfunctioning. Fortunately, the prodigies had been transported safely. If anything had gone wrong with them, not even 100 lives would have been enough to atone. Yet Zhui Xinghe did not blame the overseer of the array. He knew that this was undoubtedly the work of Chen Changsheng. With his mastery of formations, pulling off such a subtle trick would be child's play. Then repair it quickly. I want to see the array restored as soon as possible. With that, Zhui Xinghe turned and walked away. His heart was in turmoil. The man who was supposed to have died had reappeared, and there were so many questions he longed to ask him. In the spatial passage, a transparent bubble enveloped the group, hurtling swiftly through the void. More than a dozen prodigies stood with hands clasped behind their backs, silently gazing ahead, as if they had lost the ability to speak. Chen Changsheng found this perfectly understandable. After all, being a prodigy demanded an air of aloofness. Chattering away during the journey would be far too undignified. Ignoring their posturing, Chen Changsheng found a corner to sit down and fed a pill to the listless little white dog in his arms. Stroking the dog's fur, his thoughts began to wander. Since emerging from seclusion, he had noticed that the laws of heaven and earth had a profound impact on cultivators. Most cultivators had resorted to seclusion, and the stronger they were, the more likely they were to enter a death seclusion. At this, Chen Changsheng murmured softly, "Forging a brand new cultivation system is no simple task. It's unexpected that the suppression of the heavenly laws not only diminishes the power of the old system, but also shortens the lifespan of its practitioners. No wonder the Central Court is hosting the Prodigy Assembly. Probably because some old fossils are nearing their limits." As he spoke, he glanced at the dozen or so prodigies nearby. These individuals all emanated various auras, but interestingly, judging by the energy they radiated, their cultivation systems differed significantly from the old ones. To put it bluntly, they were guinea pigs for the great powers exploring new cultivation paths. Success would mean a meteoric rise, of failure would lead to death and destruction. Having pieced together the full picture, a smile crept onto Chen Changsheng's lips. He knew that cultivators could directly verify the correctness of a technique by fighting when, and the technique was proven correct. Lose and it was flawed. With that in mind, this prodigy assembly was bound to be a cataclysmic battle. After a long journey, Chen Changsheng and his companions finally reached their destination, the Kunlun sacred land in the central court. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, the sounds of a battle erupted in the distance. "Holy Maiden of Zifu, today, I, the Golden Light, cave dare to seek your guidance." A young man's blood surged, and a dazzling sun emerged behind him. Facing this, a woman with a thin veil merely cast a faint glance at him. Then, with her right hand forming a flower gesture, her body slowly ascended into the air. Splash! A vast green sea apparition appeared behind the woman. As she slowly pushed her right hand forward, the powerful vision surged forth with her attack. That so-called inheritor of the Golden Light Cave was sent flying with a single blow. Seeing this, everyone furrowed their brows. However, Chen Changsheng's exclamation shattered the atmosphere. "Awesome!" Swish! Hundreds of prodigies present all turned to look at Chen Changsheng, their eyes filled with speechlessness and contempt that almost overflowed. "We know she's impressive, but you can't just say it out loud like that. We are all prodigies here, can't you have at least a little pride? Before even engaging in battle, you're already making a fuss. How embarrassing." Facing everyone's stares, Chen Changsheng blinked and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Isn't she impressive? She conjured an apparition just from fighting. How is that not amazing?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng felt a throbbing at his temples. "Brother Chen, say no more. Now that the world has changed greatly, any cultivation method that is not part of the original system can potentially produce apparitions." "Oh, I see. So does that mean all newly created techniques will produce apparitions?" As soon as he said this, the contempt in the eyes of those around grew even stronger. This guy is clearly a bumpkin. Who knows which corner he crawled out from? Of course not. Only techniques with great potential produce apparitions. The greater the potential, the stronger the apparition. Then she's still very impressive having an apparition. Hearing this, Yi Hensheng almost couldn't resist sewing Chen Changsheng's mouth shut. Because this guy was too embarrassing. "Brother Chen, this is the Prodigy Assembly. A prodigy is one who can do what ordinary people cannot. In other words, everyone here has an apparition. Brother Chen, you should have one too." "I don't know. I haven't fought recently, you didn't tell me, so I wasn't aware of this situation." "Yi Hensheng, why did I bring you out in the first place? I have done many evil deeds in the first half of my life, but meeting you today has settled the score." Because you were sent by heaven to torment me. After explaining the general rules to Chen Changsheng, Yi Hensheng and the others quickly made their escape. As for the prodigies from other places, they smiled faintly, as if they didn't take the bumpkin Chen Changsheng seriously. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and walked off in another direction. Chen Changsheng truly didn't know about those things, and his praise had come from the heart. The reason Yi Hensheng found such behavior embarrassing was that they cared too much about so-called grace and face. In the face of time, everything seems insignificant, let alone laughable grace and face. How could Chen Changsheng with his infinite lifespan care about such things? Here are 300 gene of divine source, sir, please take them. The shopkeeper personally handed a leather pouch to Chen Changsheng. After counting the amount, Chen Changsheng turned and left. In just 200 years, the entire cultivation world had undergone tremendous changes. The former universal currency of the cultivation world had shifted from spirit stones to divine source. Divine source was a new term that had evolved only in the last century. Earlier, it was called spirit source. As the Kunlun sacred land developed, the sacred ruins spirit source began to appear in large quantities. At first, people only regarded spirit source as a new cultivation resource, but as the laws of heaven and earth changed, everyone discovered its importance. The original cultivation system was rejected, and everyone was exploring new systems. Gradually, people found that for exploring new cultivation systems, spirit source was far more effective than spirit stones. Later, the name changed from spirit source to divine source, and divine source became the exclusive cultivation resource for prodigies. Looking at the 300 gene of ordinary divine source in the leather pouch, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "A 1 to 10 exchange rate. I feel like I've lost a lot of money. Looks like I'll have to earn it back from somewhere else." After saying that, Chen Changsheng looked up at the nearby stone gambling house. As the laws of heaven and earth changed, some ordinary divine source began to appear in what were once spirit stone veins. However, some exotic divine sources only appeared in ores mined from forbidden lands. The stone skin that enveloped the divine source blocked all detection. To ensure profit without loss, major powers opened stone gambling houses. In this business, you might make a small profit, but the people behind it never lose. Coincidentally, Chen Changsheng had a deep understanding of divine source, the former spirit source. After all, a few hundred years ago, divine source was not very valuable. As for ores mined from forbidden lands, they could be bought with some spirit stones. To thoroughly study the properties of divine source, Chen Changsheng opened an entire mountain of ore. As for the divine source he extracted, he found it largely useless, so he gave half to Ali. The other half was buried under the grand formation by Chen Changsheng as the foundation of the array. Kunlun Stone Workshop. Countless cultivators were selecting stones of various sizes. For these stones might contain exotic divine source. One cut could make you poor, one cut could make you rich. Such tales were common in the stone gambling house. "Boss, I want to buy this stone." Chen Changsheng's voice echoed through the stone gambling house. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him as if he were a fool. Because the stone Chen Changsheng wanted to buy was the signboard of Kunlun Stone Workshop. "Everyone, have you gone mad from stone gambling? That's just an ordinary stone placed at the entrance as a decoration. What are you thinking?" Soon the manager of Kunlun Stone Workshop arrived. The manager said with a dark expression, "Friend, are you here to cause trouble? Can't you speak properly? I came to gamble on stones. Buying a stone is perfectly normal, isn't it?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the manager's expression remained grim. Because this huge stone, aside from being carved with the words Kunlun Stone Workshop, had nothing special about it. In this situation, if this person wasn't here to cause trouble, he would gouge out his own eyes and stomp on them. Is that so? Fine, this stone requires an equal weight of divine source in exchange. You just need to provide 1,000 gene of divine source. Hearing these words, Chen Changsheng glanced at the stone before him and said, 1,000 gene seems rather cheap, doesn't it? This stone weighs at least 4,000 or 5,000 gene. Upon hearing this, the manager sneered disdainfully and replied, "Oridically speaking, this stone should indeed cost 4,000 or 5,000 gene of spirit source. However, considering how sincerely you've come all this way, I suppose I can offer you a discount." Ignoring the manager's sarcastic tone, Chen Changsheng carefully examined the stone plaque before him once more. After studying it for a while, he nodded and said, "The price is reasonable, but I only have 300 gene of spirit source on me. Could you grant me some leniency? I'll go raise the money, and when I have enough, I'll come back to buy a deal." Hearing this, the manager's face darkened instantly. "Sir, I'm afraid that solution won't work. You have only 2 choices today. The first is to produce 1,000 gene of spirit source and purchase this stone. The second is for us to throw you out." Sensing the tense atmosphere, onlookers quickly gathered around. After all, drama was always entertaining. As for the manager's threats, Chen Changsheng did not take them to heart. He had encountered far greater experts in his time. These minor players couldn't frighten him. The reason he wasn't being too aggressive was simply because he didn't want to cause trouble. Besides, he was the one who came to purchase their stone plaque. That wasn't exactly dignified behavior. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to turn it over to see if he could find anything inexpensive to use as collateral, a voice rang out. I'll pay 1,000 gene of spirit source. Turning his head, he found the newcomer was the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Seeing the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion arrive, the stone workshop manager immediately put on a gracious smile and said, Wang Defa greets the Holy Maiden. May I ask, Holy Maiden, is this man your friend? No. Hearing this, the workshop manager's expression grew complicated. Holy Maiden, the Purple Mansion Sacred Land has always maintained friendly relations with the Kunlun Sacred Land. In that case, why do you intend to assist this troublemaker? Facing Wang Defa's questioning, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden merely replied calmly, a stone workshop is a place that sells stones. As long as the stones are here, they can all be sold. Is there any rule preventing me from buying this stone? Of course not. Since the Holy Maiden wishes to purchase it, 800 gene of spirit source will suffice. The Holy Maiden tossed a beast skin pouch into the manager's hands, but Chen Changsheng beside her was not pleased. Wait, what's going on? I never said I didn't want this stone. This is a bit excessive, isn't it? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Wang Defa turned cold and said, Kid, don't be ungrateful. If the Holy Maiden hadn't intervened on your behalf, you likely wouldn't have walked out of this Kunlun stone workshop today. You'd do well to thank her. Just as Wang Defa was berating Chen Changsheng, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden calmly walked over. This stone is yours. Everyone. Chen Changsheng. This sudden development left not only the gathered onlookers bewildered, but even Chen Changsheng himself was completely clueless. Miss Holy Maiden, if my memory serves correctly, we've never met before. Why are you giving me this stone? 800 gene of spirit source is no small sum. In terms of spirit stones, that would be 8 million spirit stones. Facing Chen Changsheng's confusion, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's bright eyes showed no hesitation. 800 gene of spirit source. Nothing worth noting. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, I'd be willing to offer 8,000 gene of spirit source. At this price, everyone couldn't help but draw in their breath sharply. 8,000 gene of spirit source. A price that could buy the life of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. 8,000 gene is a bit low, that price isn't quite enough. I'll just pay 800 gene to buy this stone from you instead. Speaking, Chen Changsheng directly took the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's hand and placed a beast skin pouch into it. This is 300 gene of spirit source. I'll owe you the remaining 500 for now and give it to you shortly. Chen Changsheng then pulled out a large iron hammer with his other hand and spat into his palm. 80. Boom. A massive stone weighing 4 or 5,000 gene had a corner smashed off with a single strike from Chen Changsheng. Seeing Chen Changsheng's crude actions, Wang Defa's face turned pitch black. This behavior didn't look like opening spirit source at all. While spirit source was tough, it couldn't withstand such force. This guy was deliberately smashing their shop's reputation. When the Holy Maiden leaves, I'll deal with you. Accompanying Chen Changsheng's bizarre chants, the Kunlun Stone Workshop's plaque was already shattered into pieces. In total 9 strikes, and the once complete stone was reduced to the size of a wash basin. By this point, almost everyone concluded that Chen Changsheng had come to cause trouble at the Kunlun Stone Workshop, except for the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden, whose expression remained utterly unchanged. She had seen this man before at the transmission array. At that time, everyone had reacted with surprise to her peculiar aura except him. To be precise, it wasn't that he lacked surprise in his eyes. Such an expression usually only appeared in 2 situations: either he was stronger than herself, or he had encountered someone even stronger. In either case, this person was worth befriending. 800 gene of spirit source. This price wasn't expensive at all. After 9 strikes, Chen Changsheng exerted all his strength and delivered the final blow. 80. As his chant landed, an unusual crimson light erupted from within the stone. Some veterans who frequently gambled at stone workshops shouted excitedly, "It's rising." Seeing Chen Changsheng actually extract spirit source from the stone, not only was Wang Defa dumbfounded, but even the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden showed a hint of surprise. Stones in the workshop were all selected by masters. The odds of finding spirit source were extremely low. This person actually managed to extract spirit source from what appeared to be waste stone. He was clearly no ordinary individual. Smashing away the outer stone crust, Chen Changsheng rummaged through it, and finally produced 2 pieces of fiery red variant spirit source. These 2 spirit sources varied in size. One as large as a man's fist, the other only the size of a bird's egg. Weighing them in his palm, Chen Changsheng turned to the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden and said, "I'm not very familiar with the price of variant spirit sources. Since the Purple Mansion Sacred Land also has stone workshops, perhaps you, Holy Maiden, could appraise them." Hearing this, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden glanced at the variant spirit sources in Chen Changsheng's hand and said, "The Kunlun Sacred Land once brought out a mountain-sized mine from the sacred ruins. From it they extracted a spirit source that was entirely red and resembled a fire dragon, hence this type of variant spirit source was named the Fire Dragon Source. 1 gene of Fire Dragon Source is equivalent to 100 gene of ordinary spirit source. Upon hearing the price the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden provided, Chen Changsheng nodded, then tossed the bird egg-sized fire dragon source to her. Spirit source had extremely high density, so even this tiny piece weighed at least 5 or 6 gene. Converted, this single piece was exactly enough to repay the debt. Having settled his debt to the Purple Mansion Saintess, Chen Changsheng cheerfully placed the fire dragon source into a beast-hide pouch and handed it to Wang Dafa. This beast-hide pouch was specifically crafted for spirit sources. Though its spatial volume was modest, it could counteract the terrifying weight of the spirit source within. Otherwise, with too many spirit sources, their immense weight would crush the storage ring. Steward Wang, if I recall correctly, one needs at least 10,000 caddies of spirit source as collateral to enter the inner courtyard of Kunlun Stone Boutique, correct? My collateral should suffice now. May I enter? Seeing Chen Changsheng truly extract a spirit source from a discarded stone, Wang Dafa's attitude toward him underwent a dramatic shift. The Kunlun Sacred Land was currently hosting the Genius Assembly, drawing countless prodigies from all corners of the land. A person with such skill and insight must come from an extraordinary background. How could Wang Dafa dare to neglect such a person? Of course, you may, honored guest. Please follow me. Under Wang Dafa's enthusiastic invitation, Chen Changsheng entered the inner courtyard of Kunlun Stone Boutique. The Purple Mansion Saintess followed close behind. However, just because these two could enter freely did not mean others could do the same. Soon the entire Kunlun Sacred Land knew that an unknown genius was going to gamble on stones in the inner courtyard of Kunlun Stone Boutique. Such spectacle naturally drew other prodigies to come witness. Kunlun Stone Boutique, inner courtyard. Unlike the outer courtyard, the number of stones available in the inner courtyard was pitifully few. In the vast inner courtyard there were barely more than 10 stones to choose from, yet each one exuded an extraordinary aura. Some stones were shaped like a welcoming pine tree swaying gently whenever a breeze passed. Others were depressingly small, no larger than a fist. Yet this particular stone was exceptionally smooth and round, rolling on its own when placed upon a tray. After carefully observing the stones in the inner courtyard, Chen Changsheng's brows furrowed. The aura atop these stones was remarkably dense. If his guess was correct, they had been extracted from the depths of the sacred ruins Forbidden Land. He was uncertain what such stones might reveal. Young master, might I ask which stone has caught your interest? I believe that welcoming pine stone is quite fine. Between you and me, I actually heard the sound of wind rustling through leaves emanating from within the stone. Rolling his eyes at Wang Dafa's salesmanship, Chen Changsheng replied, I know better than anyone how mysterious the stones of the sacred ruins Forbidden Land can be. But I also know that 9 out of 10 yield nothing. The cheapest stones here cost 5,000 spirit source per caddy. A single stone easily runs into hundreds of thousands, even millions of spirit source. If you allow credit, I might be interested in opening 3 or 5 of them. Upon hearing this, Wang Dafa rubbed his hands together with a sycophantic grin. Honored guest jokes. We operate on modest margins, so credit is unfortunately impossible. However, for someone like you, 100 or 200,000 spirit source is but a trivial matter. Come now, inform your superiors. What I offer is beyond your authority. Dozens or hundreds of thousands of caddies of spirit source. I hardly have that much wealth. I intend to use goods as collateral. Upon hearing this, Wang Dafa immediately laughed. No problem at all, honored guest. Wait a moment, I shall return shortly. Saying this, Wang Dafa ordered spiritual tea to be served, then respectfully withdrew. Seated in the pavilion, Chen Changsheng continued observing the surrounding stones, while savoring his tea, entirely unfazed by the Purple Mansion Saintess's breathtaking beauty. After a while, the silent Purple Mansion Saintess spoke. With your capabilities, the quantity of spirit source should not concern you. You seek something within the spirit source itself. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to look at the Purple Mansion Saintess. Saintess, what makes you say that? As the saying goes, wealth, companions, methods, and land. On the path of cultivation, resources always come first. I came to Kunlun Stone Boutique precisely for spirit source. After all, who would disdain having more spirit source? Facing Chen Changsheng's defense, the Purple Mansion Saintess calmly replied, others may come to the Stone Boutique for spirit source, but you are different. Why? Because your eyes were utterly calm. That fire dragon source weighed at least 50 caddies, equivalent to 25,000 caddies of ordinary spirit source. Such cultivation resources are not easily ignored, even by prodigies. Yet when you saw the fire dragon source, you didn't even blink. This indicates that 25,000 caddies of spirit source means nothing to you. Everyone in Kunlun Sacred Land knows the stones in the inner courtyard command astronomical prices. At such prices, even extracting the highest grade spirit source would not break even. The only opportunity lies in finding spirit sources sealed with something extraordinary. That is why you came, for what lies within the spirit source. After hearing the Purple Mansion Saintess's analysis, Chen Changsheng nodded in approval. Your reasoning is quite sound. Indeed, I came for something within the spirit source. As you know, or from the Forbidden Land has a high probability of yielding spirit source, and within those spirit sources lie sealed treasures of great significance. For instance, certain unknown spiritual herbs that possess the power to revive the dead. I require such herbs, which is why I am here. By the way, after all this talk, I still don't know your name. Zining. 2 words came from beneath the purple mansion saintess's gossamer veil. Zining. A beautiful name. This humble one is Zhuoxinghe. I am grateful for your assistance earlier. Crack. A fracture appeared on Zining's teacup as a formidable aura erupted from her body. Zhuoxinghe is the title of the current left emperor of Xuanwu Nation in the Eastern Wasteland. Though I reside in the central court, I am hardly ignorant of such matters. Do you look down upon Zining, young master? Ha ha ha. Miss Zining is indeed knowledgeable. Su Tian offers his apologies. Boom. Without hesitation, Zining struck. This person before her was still deceiving her. Su Tian was the leader of Xuanwu Nation's prodigy delegation. After first encountering this strange man, she had investigated him thoroughly. It was only after careful investigation that she discovered discrepancies in the Eastern Wastelands roster. More precisely, there was one extra person in the Eastern Wastelands prodigy delegation. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Changsheng and Zining exchanged over 100 blows without utilizing spiritual power, relying solely on their physical strength. The result was that on the 136th strike, Chen Changsheng easily subdued Zining. His left hand grasped her slender arm, while his right hand held her swan-like neck. Chen Changsheng frowned and muttered, "Young lady, why are you always so eager to fight?" Though captured by Chen Changsheng, Zining remained unflustered. Xuanwu Nation emphasizes physical cultivation, yet your physical strength surpasses even the greatest prodigies of Xuanwu Nation. Why is your name absent from the prodigy delegation roster? Who are you really? Just as Zining was questioning Chen Changsheng, the crowd of prodigies who had come to watch arrived. They then witnessed the rather intimate posture between the two. The onlookers were taken aback. Is this really happening? So thrilling. Chen Changsheng and the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's posture left many of the arriving prodigies stunned. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was recognized as one of the 3 great beauties among the younger generation of the Central Court. Such an unexpected occurrence caught many off guard. However, facing this awkward scene, Chen Changsheng calmly released his hold on Zining. Gentlemen, do you not understand the principle of not looking at what is improper? I was merely sparring with Miss Zining. Do you not find it discourteous to stare like this? Hearing this, some prodigies quickly apologized and lowered their heads. However, some others were rather agitated. Miss Zining, did this man harass you? If so, we will make him pay. Hearing this, Zining cast a faint glance at those people and made no response. This mysterious man before her was indeed somewhat shameless and skulking, but she despised these people even more, for they were hypocritical. A true man, whether good or bad, virtuous or evil, should act decisively and not be indecisive. If they truly wished to stand up for her, they should have acted immediately instead of asking for her opinion. The reason they kept asking was simply that they saw this man had gained the upper hand in their exchange and feared his strength. Besides, her own affairs required no one's interference. Although his physical strength was formidable, it did not mean she was no match for him. Seeing that the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden ignored them, those prodigies were quite embarrassed. Interestingly, Chen Changsheng, the instigator of it all, had gone among the crowd of prodigies and started giving a lecture. Gentlemen, how can you pursue a girl with such methods, eh? You just committed a cardinal sin in the art of war. Seeing Chen Changsheng familiarly chatting with everyone, most people sneered at this behavior. But with so many people, there were bound to be 1 or 2 curious fellows. What do you mean? It's simple. To pursue a woman, you need to conquer her with your personal charisma. You all know Miss Zining's situation, extraordinary background and talent. Such a woman does not place much importance on certain conditions. Because across the world there are few men who surpass her, so at this point the importance of personal charisma becomes evident. Take what just happened as an example. You should have attacked me without hesitation. If you hesitate, it makes you appear timid and overcautious. Tell me, how could such a man attract Miss Zining's attention? Chen Changsheng's novel remarks piqued the interest of even those prodigies who had previously dismissed him. Gradually, more people gathered around Chen Changsheng. Now do you understand where you went wrong? After hearing Chen Changsheng's words, many prodigies suddenly realized. One of them casually asked, Brother Chen, in that situation, what if the opponent is very strong? What if they are strong? In the Kunlun sacred land, would your opponent kill you over such a trivial matter? Besides, every one of you here is a prodigy. Although there may be slight differences in strength, it's not that far apart. Do you mean to say you don't even have the confidence to protect yourselves? At these words, many prodigies couldn't help but puff out their chests a bit. They were all prodigies, although they didn't deny that some were stronger and more outstanding. But they were not so weak as to be unable to defend themselves. After all, having cultivated hard for so many years, they had some confidence in their abilities. Seeing that the attention of the prodigies had shifted, the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth lifted slightly. This little girl from the Purple Mansion Holy Land was always paying attention to him, which would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. To solve this problem, Chen Changsheng naturally had to give some guidance to the little girl's suitors. The average age of the prodigies at this gathering was less than 100. Fooling these kids was a piece of cake, wasn't it? Once she was distracted by numerous suitors, she would naturally have no mind to pay attention to him. Chen Changsheng, what are you doing here? Just as Chen Changsheng was thinking about how to continue fooling the crowd, a voice came from the crowd. Turning around, he saw that the newcomer was Zui Jing, a member of the Xuanwu Kingdom's prodigy group. Zui Jing, the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom, had talent that was passable. Among the Xuanwu Kingdom's prodigy group, her strength was at the middle level. So it's the third princess. Greetings, Chen Changsheng. I was here discussing some cultivation matters with fellow Taoists. By the way, didn't Brother Su and the others come? In response to Chen Changsheng's questions, Wu Jing said Su Tian and the others are adjusting their state, preparing for the prodigy assembly 3 days later. I heard that there is an unknown prodigy here who is going to bet on stones, so I came to see. You arrived here early. Do you know who this unknown prodigy is? I don't know. I came to stroll around the Kunlun Stone Workshop, and suddenly the crowd increased. I didn't see any unknown prodigy. After understanding the situations, Wu Jing chatted a bit more with Chen Changsheng, then quietly waited for the appearance of that unknown prodigy. As for those prodigies who had listened to Chen Changsheng's lecture, they did not think he was the one betting on stones. Because his attire was too ordinary, he didn't look like someone with a deep background at all. Although from his exchange with Zi Ning his strength was by no means ordinary. But the stones in the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop would not give you a discount just because you were a prodigy. Thus among the crowd, only Zi Ning knew the truth. But the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden had her pride. How could she take the initiative to explain to these people? At this moment, Wang Defa walked over from a distance with a middle-aged man. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, many prodigies became solemn, even the usually indifferent Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Because the newcomer was Jiang Feng, the second elder of the Kunlun Sacred Land. In the past, when competing for the position of Sacred Lord of Kunlun, Jiang Feng lost to the current Sacred Lord Jiang Bufan by a narrow margin. Although he lost, the Sacred Lord of Kunlun Jiang Bufan once said, "If not for luck, the outcome between him and me would still be uncertain." Apart from this, another event made Jiang Feng even more famous. 600 years ago, the villain Wu Li of the Central Court emerged, suppressing the entire younger generation of the Central Court and bringing shame to them. In the end, Wu Li encountered the equally young Jiang Feng. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights, ending in a draw. But this made the villain Wu Li lie low for a full 100 years. To this day, the only person who has fought the villain Wu Li to a standstill is him. As Jiang Feng approached, the crowd straightened their robes, eager to present their finest selves. Yet his actions left everyone utterly astonished. Without sparing a glance at the assembled prodigies, Jiang Feng walked straight to Chen Changsheng, who was idly chatting with a companion. The Kunlun Stone Workshop offers humble hospitality. I trust you will not think ill of us, young friend. Chen Changsheng paused his conversation and returned the gesture with cupped fists. Elder Jiang, you flatter me. It is my honor to visit the Kunlun Stone Workshop and broaden my horizons. With that, the two walked familiarly toward the pavilion, leaving the assembled prodigies dumbfounded. Though all were hailed as prodigies, they paled in comparison before true figures of stature. Jiang Feng was himself a prodigy, one of the most exceptional from the previous era, and the only one who had survived to this day. Whether in talent, status, seniority, or strength, none present were worthy of standing on equal footing with him. After personally pouring a cup of hot tea for Chen Changsheng, Jiang Feng smiled. I hear you wish to try your luck with a few stones. Have you found a target that interests you? Chen Changsheng smiled in return. I have indeed selected one, but I find myself short on funds and cannot afford the required divine source. So I thought I might offer some odds and ends as collateral. Would the Kunlun Stone Workshop accept such items? Ha ha ha. You jest, young friend. Though divine source is valuable, it is quite cumbersome to carry. I'm embarrassed to admit that even I don't carry 100,000 divine source on my person. Jiang Feng chatted warmly with Chen Changsheng, but in the crowd not far away, one pair of eyes was burning red with fury. That person was none other than Zui Jing, the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Watching Chen Changsheng's figures, Zui Jing clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented humiliation. This man had deliberately concealed his true standing. He had never taken the prodigy's society seriously at all. Recalling how everyone had treated him in recent days, Zui Jing's expression turned incredibly ugly. When the small talk concluded, Chen Changsheng spoke up. Elder Jiang, the day is growing late. Might I now select my stone? Of course. This way, young friend. Jiang Feng personally led the way, and after browsing through the collection, Chen Changsheng finally settled on the stone that was constantly rolling. This stone was only the size of a fist, but its exterior was exceptionally smooth and round. Unlike the other stones that sat still, this one could roll continuously within its jade tray. Seeing that Chen Changsheng had chosen this piece, Jiang Feng took the opportunity to introduce it. This stone is called the Rolling Orb. It was retrieved from deep within the Shengshu Forbidden Land. Interestingly, this stone was originally sealed within another piece of divine source. The Kunlun Sacred Land had intended to cut it open, but due to its peculiar nature, it was instead sent to the stone workshop. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng picked up the rolling orb and asked, "Is that so? What makes this stone so special? Since you dare to bet on stones in the inner courtyard, young friend, you must have studied the ores that encase divine source. Stones containing divine source cannot be penetrated by spiritual energy or divine sense. But this stone is different. Both spiritual energy and divine sense can pass through it. Yet once they do, they vanish without a trace." In response to Jiang Feng's explanation, Chen Changsheng examined the rolling orb in his hand and said, "Among the many types of stones, there is one called charcoal stone. This type of stone also absorbs divine sense and spiritual energy, and its shape shifts endlessly, making it impossible to pin down. But what's even more interesting is that the weight of this stone is remarkably similar to that of divine source. When charcoal stone is wrapped in a thin layer of stone skin, it creates the illusion of containing divine source within. Suppose the stone skin on this rolling orb is very thin, and inside it is wrapped a piece of charcoal stone. That would create the phenomenon of divine sense passing through and then disappearing. It is precisely because the risk is too great that the Kunlun sacred land did not cut this stone open." Hearing Chen Changsheng's analysis, Jiang Feng smiled. "Young friend speaks with great insight. But a stone workshop is a place for betting on stones. If we could be certain of what lies inside, why would our Kunlun sacred land not simply cut it open ourselves? Don't you agree, young friend?" Elder Jiang speaks wisely. "How much divine source would this rolling orb cost?" 2 million divine source. Jiang Feng calmly stated an astronomical figure, then smiled at Chen Changsheng. The stones in the inner courtyard were reserved for great powers and eminent figures. A young man daring to bet on stones here meant his background was certainly extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have come out personally to receive this junior. A sharp gasp rippled through the assembled prodigies at the astronomical number. Even Zining frowned deeply at the price. 2 million divine source. This figure far exceeded the resources she could mobilize. Though she was the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion, her available resources hovered around 300,000 divine source. Even counting her entire personal fortune, she could barely scrape together 500,000 divine source. She had long heard that stones in the inner courtyard fetched astronomical prices, but she had never imagined they could be this exorbitant. 2 million divine source. That price is quite reasonable. As the crowd marveled at the exorbitant cost, Chen Changsheng's calm voice cut through the air. Seeing that Chen Changsheng was unwilling to reveal the origin of this item, Jiang Feng naturally refrained from asking. After confirming the metal on the ground, once more he spoke. "Xianming iron essence, a supplementary material used by supreme masters for forging weapons. Its texture is not particularly hard, but it possesses an unparalleled advantage. It can fuse most different metals together. This metal is priceless, yet unattainable, difficult to find even in 1,000 years, and I cannot offer too generous a price at present." Listening to Jiang Feng's words, Chen Changsheng continued observing the walking disc pearl and spoke. "Elder Jiang, just name your price. The Kunlun sacred land is vast and wealthy and surely would not intentionally lowball us." Hearing this, Jiang Feng carefully scrutinized the young man before him, hesitated, and replied, "Since you insist, I shall venture a bid. For this head-sized Xianming iron essence, the Kunlun Stone Workshop offers 4 million divine sources." At these words, everyone's breathing grew heavier. For such an astronomical sum, even the prodigies present had never encountered anything remotely comparable. 4 million divine sources. Such a sum could only be mustered by a mighty power like the Kunlun sacred land. Hearing Jiang Feng's offer, Chen Changsheng nodded. "The price is somewhat low, yet still fair. After all, this is merely a supplementary material. Including this Xianming iron essence, my collateral valuation at the Kunlun Stone Workshop should reach 4,800,000 divine sources. Precisely speaking, 4,825,000 divine sources. Deducting the price of the walking pearl disc, I would have 2,825,000 divine sources remaining. Let these funds remain as they are. Tomorrow I wish to cut another stone, so let us open this one first." Saying this, Chen Changsheng extended the walking disc pearl toward Jiang Feng. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's composed demeanor, Jiang Feng chuckled. "Your generosity, young friend, rivals even that of some sacred land masters. It is truly a pleasure to cut stones for someone like you." Finishing his words, Jiang Feng took the walking disc pearl from Chen Changsheng. Simultaneously, the Kunlun Stone Workshop's grand formation began to activate. Divine sources occasionally yield strange treasures, so the protective formation prevents unnecessary complications. Moreover, wealth stirs greed. If the inner courtyard's materials yield a peerless treasure, the formation will deter those with covetous intentions. Jiang Feng exhaled slowly, his formidable aura erupting instantly. The cultivation of the sixth realm. Even Chen Changsheng raised his brows slightly. The original golden core system had been suppressed by heavenly and earthly laws, causing many prodigies to forge new paths and develop alternative cultivation methods. 600 years ago, the suppression from the rules gradually intensified. Ali's cultivation foundation rested on the 8-9 mysterious art, a remarkable technique that escaped the constraints of heavenly law. This was partly why he had surpassed the younger generation of the central court 600 years prior. Jiang Feng, matching Ali in combat, proved he had likewise carved his own path. Swish! Sword light surged from Jiang Feng's fingertips, each blade tracing along the surface of the walking disc pearl. With every stroke, a thin layer of stone dust peeled away. The walking disc pearl's crust was exceedingly thin, making this the most prudent method to open it. Other approaches risked damaging what lay within. As the stone husk was continuously worn away, golden light began to emanate from within the walking disc pearl. Judging solely by the radiance, everyone recognized this as the finest grade of golden divine source. 1 caddy of golden divine source equaled 1,000 caddies of ordinary divine source. Such quality represented immense wealth regardless of who possessed it. Yet now all attention fixated elsewhere. The walking disc pearl was far too small. Even yielding golden divine source would scarcely recoup the 2 million divine source price. Their sole hope rested on discovering something within that golden divine source. Swish! With the final sword flash, every trace of stone husk had been stripped from the walking disc pearl. Not a single fragment of the golden divine source within was harmed. There is something inside the divine source, someone shouted from the crowd. Only then did everyone snap back from the spell of Jiang Feng's miraculous technique. Inside the hollow golden divine source, a plump, white silkworm wriggled about. Observing the creature, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a thing himself. As Jiang Feng studied the unknown worm, Chen Changsheng's voice reached him. Elder Jiang, the stone has been cut. May I have my possession now? Chen Changsheng's words brought Jiang Feng back to the present. Of course, for it already belongs to you. Taking the divine source orb from Jiang Feng, Chen Changsheng shook it gently, watching the fat silkworm inside, and smiled. I never expected to encounter you here. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Hearing Chen Changsheng's remark, the always silent Violet Mansion holy maiden became intrigued and spoke. Do you know what this is, eh? I certainly do, though you surely don't. Let me put it this way. Combine the Xianming iron essence and the purple gold copper mother cannot equal even a single foot of this. Enough. It grows late, and I must retire. Let us open the other stone tomorrow. With that, Chen Changsheng stored the divine source orb and strode out with an air of nonchalance. Wait, young friend. Yet the moment Chen Changsheng lifted his foot, Jiang Feng called out to stop him. Does Elder Jiang have further matters? May I inquire, young friend, could the item just unveiled be sold? Certainly, though the price would be beyond your means, Elder Jiang. Oh, those words are quite intriguing. While the Kunlun sacred land dares not claim supremacy in the central court, its strength and depth are undeniable. I am eager to learn what price even the Kunlun sacred land cannot afford. Noticing the pride in Jiang Feng's tone, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and replied, Elder Jiang misunderstands. I did not say the Kunlun sacred land cannot afford it. I said you cannot. If you desire what I hold, you would need to trade 1/3 of the Kunlun sacred land itself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's face darkened instantly. Young friend, I trust you jest. I jest not. Your astonishment stems from ignorance of this item's true worth. Should you comprehend its value, you would find that 1/3 of the Kunlun sacred land is a bargain indeed. However, Elder Jiang, you lack the authority to make such a decision, which is why I say you cannot afford it. Jiang Feng. No sovereign of this price could afford it either. The sacred land was not ruled by any single individual. To exchange 1/3 of the sacred land for a mere worm was madness itself. Seeing Jiang Feng's cold expression and silence, Chen Changsheng chuckled and did not press the matter further. After all, even if Kunlun's sacred land were willing to pay that price, he was not certain he would sell it himself. By the way, Elder Jiang, could such a fine treasure attract unwanted attention? Confronted with Chen Changsheng's words, Jiang Feng composed himself before replying. During the prodigy tournament, no one is permitted to lay hands on any prodigy. Violators shall be deemed as provoking Kunlun's sacred land itself. Kunlun's sacred land will fight to the death with such offenders, but conflicts among prodigies are permitted. That is most reassuring. Given the nature of what I unveiled, I too fear being targeted by malicious actors. With Elder Jiang's assurance, this humble one can rest easy. Additionally, will the stones in the inner courtyard not be replaced tomorrow? I have my sights set upon another stone in particular. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eye twitched involuntarily. A divine source ball yielding living beings was opened. Though its origin remained unknown, only peerless artifacts could be sealed within a divine source. It was only natural that Jiang Feng felt a pang of regret at the loss of such a treasure. Now Chen Changsheng claimed to have spotted another stone, and Jiang Feng's heart trembled slightly. Ha ha ha. Friend, you jest. Our Kunlun Stone Workshop conducts its trade with honor and would never resort to such petty schemes. Today shall remain unchanged tomorrow. Kunlun Stone Workshop is indeed just and fair. Then we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, Chen Changsheng strode out of Kunlun Stone Workshop with an air of nonchalance. Yet not a single soul present dared harbor any wicked thoughts. He casually produced immortal gold of considerable value, his physical strength surpassing that of the Purple Mansion, Holy Maiden, and his origins remained utterly mysterious. Such a combination of conditions meant anyone considering harming Chen Changsheng would need to carefully weigh the consequences. Moreover, the Prodigy tournament was currently underway. Eastern Desolation Courtyard. Chen Changsheng had returned to Kunlun's sacred land to the small courtyard prepared specially for the Eastern Desolation prodigies. After securing the doors and windows, he finally retrieved the divine source ball from Kunlun's stone workshop. Gazing at the great fat silkworm crawling within the divine source, Chen Changsheng murmured, "I never imagined living golden silkworm goo would truly exist in this world. If the Wudong tribe of the 10,000 mountains possessed such a creature, they would not have fallen to such destitution." Indeed, the great fat silkworm within the divine source was none other than the Wudong tribe's goo god, the golden silkworm goo. Years ago, Chen Changsheng had accidentally arrived in the 10,000 mountains where numerous conflicts arose with the Thunder Beast clan. Having spent so much time there, Chen Changsheng had naturally gained thorough knowledge of the Wudong tribe's goo cultivation path. Among all the goo of the Wudong tribe, Chen Changsheng understood the golden silkworm goo best. According to Wudong tribal records, the golden silkworm goo was the natural nemesis of all insect kind. Thinking thus, Chen Changsheng drew out his shattered, true martial sword and gently sliced open the divine source ball. Whoosh! Click! The moment the divine source ball broke, the golden silkworm goo leaped directly onto the true martial sword. Then a faint sound reached Chen Changsheng's ears. Nearly indestructible, though the true martial sword was, the golden silkworm goo had gnawed a rice grain-sized notch into it. Witnessing this, even Chen Changsheng could not help but be greatly astonished. The true martial sword was, after all, the weapon of the previous left sovereign of the Xuanwu kingdom. Aside from once failing in the desolate ancient forbidden land, Chen Changsheng had never seen anything capable of damaging the true martial sword throughout the years. Yet now the golden silkworm goo had effortlessly chewed a notch into it, clearly demonstrating its terrifying power. The sound of devouring echoed through the room as the seemingly harmless golden silkworm goo gnawed voraciously at the true martial sword. Though Chen Changsheng felt sore about it, he did not act rashly. According to ancient texts, the golden silkworm goo was fed upon ancient ferocious beasts, and his current frail physique might not match it. Carefully placing the true martial sword on the table, Chen Changsheng swiftly retrieved various herbs and tools for inscribing arrays. As a creature of the Wudong tribe, the Wudong certainly recorded methods to subdue the golden silkworm goo. Soon an ancient and intricate array was drawn. Sprinkling special medicinal powder, Chen Changsheng activated the array and slowly extended his right hand toward the feeding golden silkworm goo. As if sensing Chen Changsheng's call, the white and plump golden silkworm goo raised its tiny head to sense the surroundings. Whooshed! Before Chen Changsheng could react, the golden silkworm goo had already appeared upon his palm. Uffed! Its sharp beak pierced Chen Changsheng's formidable defenses and burrowed into his palm. Watching the bump rise on his arm, the excruciating pain made Chen Changsheng's lips twitch. After enduring an agonizing eternity, the golden silkworm goo finally crawled to Chen Changsheng's heart. Without hesitation, it pierced his heart chamber and began spinning silk within one of his ventricles. Uffed! With his heart damaged, Chen Changsheng spat a mouthful of blood. The bone-deep agony drenched his forehead in cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Rearing a goo parasite within one's own body carried immense risk, but the benefits were equally unimaginable. After an indeterminate span of time, the golden silkworm goo finally emerged from Chen Changsheng's chest. The flesh torn by the golden silkworm goo healed at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Chen Changsheng and the golden silkworm goo shared a sensation of bloodbound kinship. Hungry. The golden silkworm goo's thoughts transmitted clearly into Chen Changsheng's mind. Gazing at the somewhat exhausted silkworm, Chen Changsheng directly produced a thunder pill the size of a fist and placed it before the creature. Click! The golden silkworm goo wasted no politeness, immediately settling onto the thunder pill and devouring it until it burrowed inside. Having appeased the hungry silkworm, Chen Changsheng finally had time to observe the changes within his body. Amidst his leaden and mercury-like qi and blood, golden filaments had emerged, spreading from his heart and traveling through his bloodstream to reach every corner of his body. Golden silkworm silk, unyielding to divine weapons and a supreme healing medicine. Thinking thus, Chen Changsheng picked up the true martial sword nearby and drew a wound across his index finger. Before much blood could fall, a faint golden filament reached the wound. The filament rapidly sutured the injury, and within moments the scar vanished before his eyes. Having confirmed the golden silkworm goo's miraculous power as recorded in ancient texts, Chen Changsheng could not help but laugh heartily. Now I have yet another trump card for preserving my life. Once the golden silk saturates my entire body, even severing my head may not prove fatal. The 8-9 mystic art and countless attribute points have already made my physique extraordinarily potent, and now I add this restorative ability. Under such circumstances, dying would be rather difficult. After a moment of smug satisfaction, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the system panel. The current cultivation system was exceptionally intricate. Even someone as knowledgeable as Chen Changsheng could not accurately gauge his strength solely by realm. Fortunately, Chen Changsheng possessed the system, and his various attribute points could still provide him with some reference. Host Chen Changsheng Strength, 304th Realm Speed, 304th Realm Defense, 526th Realm Spiritual Power, 244th Realm Lifespan 640. Chen Changsheng scratched his head as he stared at the data on the system panel. After his last awakening, the suppression of the heavenly rules had gradually intensified. Given his temperament, Chen Changsheng was naturally unwilling to endure such humiliation. Thus, 100 years ago, he abandoned his original cultivation system and turned to a new one. With his self-created cultivation system, Chen Changsheng found it easy to practice, and his various attributes soared rapidly. Yet after over 100 years of cultivation, he still had not figured out what level he was at. Looking at the numbers alone, his strength and speed should have long reached the transformation realm, which was the 5th realm in the previous cultivation system. But the system's label still marked him as the 4th realm. As for his defense, it had just recently increased by 20 points with the help of the golden silkworm goo, elevating it from the 5th realm to the 6th. Troubled, Chen Changsheng asked, "System, is the cultivation system I created really that vast in its span?" The system replied, "Host, the cultivation system you created is not yet complete and cannot serve as a standard for measuring strength. The standard adopted by this system is the one with the widest and strongest span among all current cultivation systems. For the cultivation system that ultimately remains will be the strongest. However, the host should understand that the label's measurement does not affect the host's actual strength. That is also why the system did not initially set labels." After hearing the system's words, Chen Changsheng understood what was happening. In simple terms, the standards of the entire world had become utterly chaotic. For example, advancing from the golden core to the nascent soul realm originally required 100 attribute points to succeed. But now the same transition from the 3rd to the 4th realm might require 150 or even 200 attribute points. Thus, though the realms appeared the same, the actual strength was vastly different. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "No wonder they're holding the prodigy assembly. Under these circumstances, there's no better way than a fight. But I don't seem to like fighting much." He muttered a few words, and then turned his gaze to the sickly little white dog. Looking at this pet, Chen Changsheng's lively thoughts became calm, because seeing it reminded him of a person and some matters. Following the clue of the bronze ancient hall back, then Chen Changsheng had traced all the way to Zhongding. Although he had confirmed Nianxing's fate as he wished at the time, as time passed, the heart he had set aside grew anxious again. It took 240 years to travel from Zhongding to Donghuang, another 320 years of slumber, plus the subsequent years of watering the egg. In total, 760 years had passed, not counting the years before. If all those years were added, Nianxing had already lived 1,000 years of lifespan. 1,000 years of lifespan was an extremely long time, and the limit most cultivators in the world could reach. Was this girl Nianxing dead or alive? Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng shook his head, held the little white dog in his arms, and said, Xiao He, tell me, amidst the vast sea of people, where can I find clues about Nianxing? And this girl, no matter what happened, she could at least send word home. She never gives me peace of mind." Hearing Chen Changsheng's complaints, the little white dog let out a weak bark, both as a response and as an expression of dissatisfaction with its name. Seeing the little dog's expression, Chen Changsheng pursed his lips and said, "A name is just a label. What it is doesn't matter. I know you're pure white, but I just want to call you Xiao He. Can't you fulfill this small request? And who was the being that left you in the bronze ancient hall back then? I'm not too worried about the calamity, because I've sensed a powerful entity silently resolving it. But I'm worried about the giant hands recorded on the bronze ancient hall. The Wu clan in the Shirwan Mountains should be one of the 18 races that once guarded the hall. You saw how formidable the golden silkworm goo was, yet even such a race was crushed by those giant hands. They only managed to repel the giant hands with the power of the calamity. If the giant hands descend again one day, what can I do to counter them? Others won't live long enough to witness the giant hands' descent. But I can. I still have a very long time to live." Chen Changsheng poured out his grievances to Xiao He, but the weak little dog fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, he patted its head and complained, "You little ungrateful one, I'm talking to you, and you fall asleep. Once I cure you, I'll surely make a dog meat hot pot. But I wonder how I should save you in your condition. Brother Chen, are you there?" A voice interrupted Chen Changsheng's muttering. Recognizing the slightly familiar voice, he knew, without a second thought, that it was Yi Hensheng and the other young ones. He rose and sat on the chair facing the main door, saying lazily, "Come in." The doors unlocked. As he spoke, Yi Hensheng and two others entered. The two were Su Tian, the prince of one word, and Zhu Jing, the third princess of the Xuanwu kingdom. Yi Hensheng's face was slightly solemn with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Tian's face showed a hint of eagerness, clearly wanting to challenge Chen Changsheng. But among the three, the most interesting was Zhu Jing. She looked at Chen Changsheng with a trace of anger in her eyes, and her demeanor carried a tone of reproach. The three stood silently before him, and Chen Changsheng neither invited them to sit nor asked them to leave. The atmosphere grew awkward. After a long pause, Chen Changsheng stroked Xiao Hei's soft fur and said, "If you have something to say, say it directly. But please speak one at a time, not too chaotically." And don't beat around the bush. I dislike trouble. Upon hearing this, Yi Henshin cupped his hands and said, I have heard of your deeds, Brother Chen. Forgive my earlier neglect. Stop. Before Yi Henshin could finish, Chen Changsheng directly interrupted him. Didn't I tell you not to beat around the bush? Why are you being so disobedient? You have no right to know my background. If you are curious, go ask your master. If she is willing to tell you, it proves you are worthy of knowing. If she does not wish to tell you, then you can only guess on your own. If you guess correctly, you are clever. If you fail, it shows you are foolish. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Henshin's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately did not press further. After dealing with Yi Henshin, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards Su Tian, who was itching for a fight, and spoke. He wanted to ask about my background, and what do you wish to ask? I want to challenge you. Su Tian calmly expressed his intentions. Facing this request, Chen Changsheng nodded and said, a young person who dares to venture and fight is commendable. However, you currently lack the qualification to challenge me. How does one gain that qualification? Simple. Do you know the three beauties of the Central Court? We know. Zining, the Sacred Maiden of the Purple Mansion, Gong Sun Huayu of the 72 Wolf Smoke, and Yao Yingying of the Wuhan Pavilion. These three are the three recognized beauties among the younger generation of the Central Court. Not only are their faces captivating enough to topple kingdoms, but their abilities also surpass all in the current era. To call them both talented and beautiful would not be an exaggeration. You speak quite rightly. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. It appears you have given some thought to the power distribution within the Central Court. Only after defeating all three of them will you have the qualification to challenge me. Upon hearing these words, Su Tian's eyelid twitched slightly. Are you truly this strong? I am not certain myself whether I am strong or not. I have only encountered one of these three great beauties. As for the other two, I have merely heard rumors. But there is one thing I do know. Whenever I wish, I can have the Purple Mansion Sacred Maiden hung up and slapped across the backside. Facing Chen Changsheng's casual tone, Su Tian said with resolute eyes. No problem. I will defeat all three of them, and then I will come find you. After dealing with the two not-so-troublesome youngsters, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward the deeply dissatisfied Zhu Jing. Seeing it was her turn, Zhu Jing did not wait for Chen Changsheng to speak and directly questioned him. Why did you deliberately show weakness and then mock us even if you? What right do you have to speak before me? Before Zhu Jing could finish her words, she was shut down by Chen Changsheng's disdainful gaze. Looking into Chen Changsheng's eyes, the fire of anger in Zhu Jing's heart instantly extinguished. For some reason, Zhu Jing could not meet Chen Changsheng's gaze directly. You are the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom, and your noble status is beyond question, yet you have no right to question me. The identity of Xuanwu Kingdom's princess is only useful among the people of Xuanwu Kingdom. It holds no value for those outside. Beyond the borders of Xuanwu Kingdom, upon this Heavenly Talent Conference, the source of your authority to speak can only come from your strength. I know what you wish to say. You simply think I have treated you as a clown. Although I have no interest in such matters, you may still hold that belief, for in my eyes you are no different from a clown. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhu Jing tightly bit her lip. Since childhood, she had never suffered such humiliation. Watching Zhu Jing's state, Chen Changsheng sneered, What are you about to cry? TSK, TSK, TSK. So this is the level of Xuanwu Kingdom's heavenly talents. Surely you have not yet been weaned. I will challenge you. Intense humiliation caused Zhu Jing to let out a roar. Facing Zhu Jing's roar, the disdain on Chen Changsheng's face became even more pronounced. You make me feel you are even more childish this way, but given you are on the verge of tears, I will fulfill your wish. Su Tian let her see how cruel the outside world truly is. Hearing Chen Changsheng instruct him to act, Su Tian's expression hesitated for a moment. What afraid to act? Emperor Zhou granted you the title of first-class companion king because he valued your talent and aptitude. Your choice to join Xuanwu Kingdom could be described as a fine bird choosing the right tree, but Emperor Zhou did not appoint you to be Xuanwu Kingdom's dog. Do you understand the meaning of the Heavenly Talent Conference? The Heavenly Talent Conference is a contest of the great Tao. All living beings within sight are enemies. There are no friends. You must not only compete against the heavenly talents of your own era, but also against those of the previous generation. For instance, the Emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom, Zhu Xing'a. After all, he is also a cultivator. As long as neither of you falls along this path, you will inevitably cross paths. What do you plan to do when that time comes? Facing Chen Changsheng's words, Su Tian began to ponder carefully. However, Zhu Jing beside him grew anxious. Su Tian was Xuanwu Kingdom's genius, and if Chen Changsheng were to turn him, how dire would that be? You speak nonsense. My father, the Emperor, holds Brother Su in the highest regard. How could he possibly move against him? This is the truth. You cannot represent Xuanwu Kingdom, and your father cannot represent it either. Xuanwu Kingdom may survive without you, and it may survive without your father, but it cannot survive without a guiding hand. For without a guide, Xuanwu Kingdom has only one path: annihilation. Your father and Su Tian both wish to be this guiding hand, and both hope the other will assume the role. Whether one or the other prevails depends on heaven's will. Having finished speaking, Chen Changsheng continued petting the dog. Su Tian also silently walked over and stood before Zhu Jing. Third princess, please. Seeing that the matter was beyond change, Zhu Jing retorted angrily, what damned guiding hand? I will prove that I am stronger than all of you. Speaking thus, Zhu Jing turned and left the room, preparing to settle things with Su Tian outside. With the main drama about to begin, Chen Changsheng suddenly grew interested. He took out a small stool, quickly ran to the doorway, and sat down with some fruits and snacks placed beside him. The commotion between the two naturally drew the attention of the other members of the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Talent Group. Brother Su, let's sit down and talk this through. Exactly. The third princess sometimes throws tantrums, please do not take it to heart. Some heavenly talents from Xuanwu Kingdom began to persuade the two, but this displeased Chen Changsheng, who was eager to watch the drama unfold. Su Tian, what are you standing around for? Aren't you ashamed enough? Other heavenly talent groups have at most 1 or 2 members, while the Eastern Wasteland brought over a dozen good-for-nothings. With so many good-for-nothings around, if you don't clean them up, people might think you are here to freeload. Seeing Chen Changsheng stirring up trouble from the sidelines, the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Talent Group grew furious, and 3 or 4 of them immediately sought to teach Chen Changsheng a lesson. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could even approach Chen Changsheng, a figure sent them all flying. Upon closer inspection, this person was none other than Su Tian. Looking at those acquaintances who had been sent flying, Su Tian said calmly, Xuanwu Kingdom only needs 1 person like me. You may return. Upon witnessing Su Tian's choice, Yi Haisheng let out a soft sigh, and then proceeded toward the celestial prodigy group of the Night Moon Kingdom. Since arriving at the Kunlun sacred ground, he had been constantly worried about the safety of his companions. It was not that his comrades were lacking in excellence, but rather that the young elites from other regions had grown overwhelmingly formidable. As Chen Changsheng had said, this assembly of prodigies was a contest of the Grand Tao, where no one would show leniency based on identity. To recklessly participate without sufficient strength could invite lethal danger. Previously, Yi Haisheng had hesitated to speak openly out of concern for camaraderie. Now that the matter had been laid bare, he resolved to be ruthless. Boom, boom, boom. Su Tian and Yi Haisheng attacked together. Initially, the other prodigies held back. But as the two fought with increasing ferocity, everyone's true tempers flared. It became evident that Yi Haisheng and Su Tian were indeed the top prodigies of their respective nations. Despite being outnumbered 2 to 10, they not only held their ground, but drove their opponents back step by step. Observing the distant battle, Chen Changsheng lifted the awakened Xiaohe before him and spoke. Xiaohe, I haven't been out and about for a long time. Now that I appear, I stir up trouble among the bloodlines and disciples of old acquaintances. Isn't that a bit unseemly? Woof! Xiaohe gave a weak bark as if complaining about Chen Changsheng disturbing his sweet dreams. Rolling his eyes, Chen Changsheng replied. As a dog, you should have plenty of energy. Why are you lazier than a turtle? Ignoring Chen Changsheng's nagging, Xiaohe yawned and slowly closed his eyes again. Sigh. Helplessly, Chen Changsheng's side cradled Xiaohe and stood up. Never mind, sleep if you must. It's really asking too much of a dog to consult you on such matters. But it's better to shed tears among one's own than blood at the hands of outsiders. With that, Chen Changsheng's figure vanished from the spot. The internal strife among the Eastern Wasteland's prodigy group naturally called for the Guardians to intervene. But how could Chen Changsheng allow anyone to interfere with what he intended to do? Perhaps you should wait a while before going over. If you go now, I fear you might get hurt. Chen Changsheng blocked 3 figures outside the battlefield. Facing this prodigy from the Night Moon Kingdom, the 3 guardians of the Xuanwu Kingdom furrowed their brows. Who exactly are you? Why are you instigating internal conflict among the Eastern Wasteland's prodigies? Moreover, we have never heard of a figure named Chen Changsheng in the Night Moon Kingdom. The strongest among the guardians, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, questioned Chen Changsheng. But Chen Changsheng seemed uninterested in engaging them, merely lowering his head to pet the dog in silence. As the distant battle grew fiercer, the 3 guardians grew restless. Since you refuse to speak, we shall have no choice but to subdue you and hand you over to His Majesty. So saying, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator summoned a gourd-shaped magic treasure and attacked Chen Changsheng. An ancient gourd grew larger in the wind, spewing out countless razor-sharp gales. Yet these winds, capable of cutting metal and jade, could not even stir Chen Changsheng. Glancing at the 3, Chen Changsheng said calmly, Zwishing has sent you 3. He truly never intended to participate in this prodigy assembly properly, did he? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng's right hand made a grasping motion, instantly forming an array that enveloped the group. With his current mastery of formations, casting one in an instant was mere child's play. Bang! After the array sealed off external prying, Chen Changsheng pulled out a massive bone and struck the nascent soul elder's magic treasure with it. With a single blow, the gourd treasure shattered into pieces. Faced with this, the 3 nascent soul great cultivators recoiled in terror. For they had never imagined that a junior could possess such power. Holding the Taotai bone in his right hand and cradling Xiaohe in his left, Chen Changsheng advanced step by step toward them. Honestly, in the current situation, nascent soul cultivators are of little use. Not only against the guardians of other prodigies, but even against the top prodigies themselves, you might not stand a chance. You are still following the old cultivation system. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, how can you possibly match those prodigies? As Chen Changsheng analyzed the situation, he struck the three with the Taotai bone. Among these three nascent soul experts, two practiced external cultivation and one internal cultivation. Normally, they would form a formidable alliance. But they had the misfortune of encountering Chen Changsheng, who excelled in both internal and external cultivation. In terms of magic treasures, he possessed the Taotai bone and was unparalleled in array formations. In physical prowess, he mastered the 8-9 mystic art and over 90% of the Xuanwu Kingdom's body tempering techniques. Additionally, he had gained 500 defense points from the system. In other words, Chen Changsheng surpassed them in almost every aspect. Without the heavenly Tao's suppression, they might have been able to exchange a few moves with him. But under the pressure of the heavenly Tao, they were left only to be beaten. Within 20 breaths, Chen Changsheng had knocked all three nascent soul cultivators to the ground. Gazing at the youthful Chen Changsheng, their eyes filled with resentment. Centuries of arduous cultivation undone by a junior. A bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Don't look at me like that. This is the tragedy of ordinary cultivators. You reached the nascent soul stage, which proves your talent was once remarkable. But the path of cultivation has no end. Once you stop, those who come after will swiftly surpass you. The three were left speechless. Chen Changsheng's words added a hint of melancholy to their eyes. They were well aware that the current cultivation system was suppressed by the heavenly Tao, but creating a new system was no simple feat. Having reached the nascent soul stage, their remaining lifespan was limited. If they abandoned their cultivation and started anew, they would need to reach their current level within a short time or face death from old age. Aside from starting over, old experts had another option. That was to modify the existing cultivation system and create a new one. But this was even more difficult. The original system had been refined through countless trials. It couldn't be changed at will. Hearing the sounds outside the array gradually subside, Chen Changsheng tossed something out and said, "Don't interfere with the prodigy assembly anymore. Your task is to stay here with the wounded young ones. I've tampered with the teleportation array in the Xuanwu Kingdom. It should be unusable for a month. You can return after that." With that, Chen Changsheng dispelled the array and vanished before their eyes. However, the mid-stage nascent soul elder stared in disbelief at the object in his hand. What Chen Changsheng had tossed him was a token, the unique token of the Xuanwu Kingdom's imperial preceptor. But this token had gone missing 800 years ago. The battle of the Dongwang Tianjiao group ended quickly. After Su Tian thoroughly knocked everyone down, Chen Changsheng returned to his original small stool. After Chen Changsheng returned, he remained as leisurely as before, idly watching the spectacle with nothing amiss. Seeing this, Su Tian narrowed his eyes. The Tianjiao group had caused such a big commotion, so surely the guardians would intervene. But now that the battle was over, the guardians still hadn't appeared. In this situation, even a fool could guess what had happened. TSK, TSK, TSK. They were, after all, your comrades. How could you be so ruthless? Facing those Tianjiao who lay on the ground spitting blood, Chen Changsheng began to hypocritically defend the wronged. Naturally, everyone gritted their teeth in hatred at such shameless behavior. "Villain, although we don't know what method you used to bewitch Brother Su and Brother Yi, but this won't end here. The Night Moon Kingdom and the Black Tortoise Kingdom will surely seek revenge." Hearing a Tianjiao's threat, Chen Changsheng burst out laughing. "It seems you truly hate me to the bone, or else how could you come up with such a vicious joke, trying to laugh me to death? Do you know where this is, eh? This is the Central Court, a million miles away from the Eastern Wilderness. Don't you understand the principle that the whip cannot reach far? Let alone having someone beat you up. Even if I killed you, the Eastern Wilderness couldn't do anything to me. The reason I had you beaten is to keep you from disgracing yourselves. 10 against 2, and you still couldn't win. What right do you have to attend the Tianjiao assembly?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the heavily injured Tianjiao showed a flicker of shame in their eyes. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were well known to everyone, having sparred with them before in the Eastern Wilderness. However, everyone agreed that even if there were gaps, they wouldn't be too significant. Only after a real fight did everyone understand the gap between top-tier Tianjiao and ordinary geniuses. Seeing the shame in their eyes, Chen Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. It's fine for the young to be proud, but if they don't wake up after being soundly beaten, then they are truly beyond hope. With that in mind, Chen Changsheng spoke. "Now you understand your own worth. Spend the remaining time here recovering from your injuries. To prevent some of you from giving up, let me tell you a little secret. Those two in your eyes should already be the strongest among the younger generation. But they're level placed in the Tianjiao assembly. Not to say they're a dime a dozen, but roughly one could find a dozen or two like them. Moreover, this doesn't even count the inheritors of the sacred lands and ancient clans. If you encounter those monstrous geniuses among the Tianjiao, no matter how many of you come, it won't be enough for them to deal with. Everyone, although we know you're telling the truth, you're too direct. Can't you leave us some face?" After hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the Tianjiao struggled to get up from the ground and silently returned to their rooms. Chen Changsheng's behavior indeed had many flaws, but everyone chose to keep those words buried in their hearts. 10 against 2 and still losing. No matter how justified, they had no face to argue now. After the Tianjiao left, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, "You two should return as well. The Tianjiao assembly will be held the day after tomorrow. Prepare well. Their fate today may well be your fate in the future." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and returned to his room. Watching his back, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng's eyes were full of questions, because they couldn't see through what kind of person Chen Changsheng was. He acted with cunning and possessed formidable strength. By his demeanor alone, he was undoubtedly a senior master. However, attending the Tianjiao assembly required a bone age test. In this world, there might be secret arts to alter one's aura or physical youth, but there was absolutely no way to change one's bone age. At least that was the case in both their understanding. When Chen Changsheng's bone age was tested, the result was that he was no older than 25. It was precisely for this reason that Su Tian and the others didn't take Chen Changsheng seriously. A cultivator under 25 couldn't possibly have high strength or experience. In the eyes of cultivators, Chen Changsheng was still just a child. As many thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Hensheng said with a bitter smile, "Brother Su, only after coming out did I realize what it means to say there's always a higher mountain and a better person. No wonder my master is never quite satisfied with my cultivation. At first I thought it was my master's way of tempering me, but now I see I still have a long way to go." Facing Yi Hensheng's words, Su Tian looked at Chen Changsheng's closed door and said calmly, "As the ancient said, no shame and then be courageous. Understanding the gap between myself and others allows me to better catch up to them. I won't give up because I'm temporarily weaker than them, for I know that one day I will catch up and stand before them." With that, Su Tian also turned and returned to his room. Tomorrow, Chen Changsheng was going to the Kunlun Stone Workshop, where most of the Tianjiao would be present, including presumably the saintess of the Purple Mansion. The events at the Dongwang courtyard didn't stir any reaction in the Kunlun sacred land. Or rather, no one even noticed what had happened there. With so many Tianjiao gathered at the Kunlun sacred land, countless conflicts occurred daily. Who would care about the internal strife of the Dongwang, good-for-nothings group? However, it was worth noting that Chen Changsheng's actions caused a sensation throughout the entire Kunlun sacred land. He casually spent millions of divine source stones, and finally, in the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop, he uncovered a mysterious creature. Such methods and abilities naturally attracted the attention of many. Some proud young women wished to converse with Chen Changsheng, and some clan heirs wanted to spar with him. Yet among all these people, few knew Chen Changsheng's origins. Precisely speaking, they didn't even know which of the 5 continents he came from. The reason was simple: Chen Changsheng's name wasn't on the roster of the Dongwang Tianjiao group. Moreover, the group had previously looked down on him for being too young, and thus refused to take him along. As a result, few knew that Chen Changsheng came from the eastern wilderness. A sleepless night passed. When sunlight again touched the earth, Chen Changsheng stretched and sat up from his bed. Casually patting the sleeping Xiao He, Chen Changsheng began to wash up, then prepared to head to the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Xiao He's condition had harmed its foundation. Without the holy medicine within the divine sources, this ailment would be difficult to cure. TSK. Truly worthy of the Kunlun sacred land, the market is always so bustling. Chen Changsheng looked around curiously, while Yi Hensheng, following behind, lowered his head in embarrassment. Indeed, it was too humiliating to be by this guy's side. The news of his extravagant gambling at the Kunlun Stone Workshop yesterday had spread throughout the entire sacred land, and many top prodigies and great figures were waiting for Chen Changsheng at the workshop. But this guy, instead of taking it to heart, wandered around aimlessly. Just now the Kunlun Stone Workshop sent someone to invite him, but he said, "The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. I'm not worried, so why are you?" Hearing this, the messenger's face darkened instantly. One must know that the visitor was an outer elder of the Kunlun sacred land. Although not a top-tier figure, he was still someone of status. Chen Changsheng directly angered him, causing him to leave with a flick of his sleeve. "Boss, how much is this?" Chen Changsheng picked up an item from the stall and asked. Seeing a fat sheep approaching, the stall owner grinned and said, "You have good taste, sir. This is the treasure of my stall. 300 years ago, my master barely managed to bring this out from the sacred ruins Forbidden Zone. If it weren't for fate bringing us together, I would really..." "Stop." Chen Changsheng directly interrupted the owner. "I don't really care about the origin of this item. Just tell me the price." 200 gene of divine source. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng silently put down the item and turned to leave. Seeing the big fat sheep about to slip away, the owner panicked. "Sir, you can make an offer. I'm sorry, but I can't afford that price. When I passed by here yesterday, you were asking for 20 spirit stones. Now you're demanding 200 gene of divine source. Are you trying to fleece me?" His little scheme exposed. The stall owner chuckled awkwardly and said, "So you're an expert, sir. I shouldn't have made a fool of myself. Name your price, and I won't haggle. I don't want to spend money, but I can trade with something." With that, Chen Changsheng took out a jade slip and carved a strange symbol on it. Seeing the symbol on the jade slip, the stall owner's expression changed instantly. He stood up and scrutinized Chen Changsheng, then asked tentatively, lately, I've been suffering from liver fire, so my eyesight is a bit blurry. Do you happen to have any eye drops for clearing and restoring vision? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smirked, slightly more certain of his suspicions. Earthquake on High Hill, a school of Shishan, eternal beauty. In response, the stall owner narrowed his eyes and whispered, gate facing the sea, 3 rivers merge for 10,000 years. Red or black? Hearing the stall owner ask about his affiliation, Chen Changsheng smiled and picked up the broken scale he had just chosen. You don't need to know that. Take this thing back and someone will understand in time. With that, Chen Changsheng turned and left. The stall owner stared blankly at Chen Changsheng's retreating figure for a moment, then quickly packed up and left. Watching Chen Changsheng admire the broken scale with delight, Yi Hensheng felt an itch in his heart, because he was too curious about what had just happened. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng said calmly, if you have something to ask, just say it. Keeping it bottled up must be uncomfortable. Hearing Chen Changsheng's permission, Yi Hensheng organized his thoughts and asked cautiously, Brother Chen, can I know about what just happened? You can know a little. Chen Changsheng held up the broken scale and said, this is an old acquaintance's item. I was just exchanging code words with him. If nothing unexpected happens, the old acquaintance should come to find me in a while. Saying this, Chen Changsheng paused and revealed a meaningful smile. I suddenly feel that you can know a bit more. Do you want to? If Brother Chen is willing to speak, I am certainly willing to listen. That code just now is the exclusive code of the 72 paths of dust and smoke. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Hensheng's curiosity vanished without a trace, and he wanted to slap himself twice. The 72 paths of dust and smoke, the sworn enemy of the Kunlun sacred land, led by the notorious villain Wu Li, who had roamed the central court for years. Anyone connected to the 72 paths of dust and smoke would be regarded as an enemy by the Kunlun sacred land. Thinking of this, Yi Hensheng smiled bitterly and said, Brother Chen, don't joke about this. That's not something to say lightly. Who's joking? This is truer than gold. Since you're so curious, I have some even more explosive news. Do you want to hear it? I'm not curious anymore, not at all. Yi Hensheng quickly shook his head because the more secrets he heard, the faster he would die. Seeing Yi Hensheng's terrified look, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and stopped teasing him. Little one, that's what you get for asking all sorts of questions. Scared you, huh? Kunlun Stone Workshop. After wandering for most of the day, Chen Changsheng and the others finally arrived leisurely at the stone workshop. The inner courtyard, usually sparsely visited, was now crowded with people. Seeing Chen Changsheng arrive, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes stepped forward and said, you must be Brother Chen. I am Jiang Ping of the Kunlun sacred land. I was occupied yesterday and couldn't welcome you in person. Please forgive me. Facing this Kunlun holy sun, Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. It is my honor to be personally received by the holy sun. I am here today for stone gambling, and I hope Brother Jiang can offer some guidance. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ping looked at Yi Hensheng and the other. These two gentlemen must be the prodigies from the Eastern Wasteland. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be from the Eastern Wasteland. Then why is your name not on the Eastern Wasteland prodigy list? Huh. Brother Jiang flatters me. The Eastern Wasteland is full of talents, and my humble skills are nothing. So I'm just a filler, and nobody like me naturally wouldn't make it onto the prodigy list. Hearing Chen Changsheng's explanation, a hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Ping's eyes. Someone like Brother Chen can't make it onto the Eastern Wasteland prodigy list. It seems the Eastern Wasteland prodigy group is truly extraordinary. I must find a chance to see for myself. Please follow me. There are a few fellow cultivators here, and I'll introduce you. With that, Jiang Ping led Chen Changsheng and the others to an elegantly landscaped pavilion. There were 5 people in the pavilion, 3 men and 2 women. Among them, Chen Changsheng recognized one, the Zifu holy maiden he had dealt with yesterday. Arriving at the pavilion, Jiang Ping pointed to the most scholarly gentleman on the left and said, Brother Chen, this is the heir of Langya Pavilion known as the Qilan talent Mei Yongxi. Hearing Jiang Ping's words, the scholarly gentleman cupped his hands and bowed slightly to Chen Changsheng. After sizing up this heir of Langya Pavilion, Chen Changsheng spoke, the central region is a land of outstanding talents. If one were to ask which is the strongest force in the central region, probably no one can say for sure, but if you ask who has the most well-informed intelligence throughout the entire central region, it must be the Langya Pavilion by the Jinsha River. He knows all the heroic paths under heaven and bows his head to the Mei Lang of Jiangzhou. Today, to have the honor of meeting the Jiangzhou Mei Lang of Langya Pavilion is truly a privilege. Huh, Brother Chen, you flatter me. This little reputation of mine is merely a courtesy from fellow cultivators. After exchanging pleasantries with Mei Yongxi, Chen Changsheng looked at the man beside him. This man's temperament was the complete opposite of Mei Yongxi's. Mei Yongxi was refined and amiable, making one feel like a spring breeze. In contrast, this man was robust, dressed mainly in animal hides, and wool, a style far from the central region or the eastern wilderness. After a brief observation, Chen Changsheng had a guess in his mind. Before Jiang Ping could speak, Chen Changsheng said first, Brother, your attire and bearing are different from those of the central region. It seems you are from the southern plains. I have heard some legends about the southern plains. It is said that a remarkable prodigy emerged there. At the age of 5, he could tear apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands. By the time he was 18, he was awarded the title of First Warrior by the 36 tribes of the Southern Plains. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the burly man grinned and said, "I didn't expect you to know so much about the Southern Plains. The Central region doesn't focus on physical cultivation. I've been here for so long and haven't found a worthy opponent." This fellow said that in the Eastern Wilderness, there is a powerful nation that places great emphasis on physical cultivation. "May I ask if you are from the Xuanwu Kingdom?" Facing the burly man's inquiry, Chen Changsheng replied with a slight smile, "Although I come from the Eastern Wilderness, I am not from the Xuanwu Kingdom. If you wish to meet a prodigy of the Xuanwu Kingdom, you can look to the one beside me. Brother Su is the prince of one character personally appointed by the left emperor of Xuanwu and the most outstanding prodigy of the entire Xuanwu Kingdom." Hearing this, the burly man looked at Su Tian beside him. "I sense a powerful aura from you. Your fighting spirit is higher than the eagle in the sky. Your battle intent is fiercer than the wolf on the grassland. I want to fight you. My name is Borjigin Bachalu, and you can call me Bachalu." In response to the burly man's invitation, Su Tian cupped his hands and said, "Su Tian, prince of one character of Xuanwu Kingdom. I also wish to spar with you. On the grasslands, Bachalu means warrior. Since you dare to bear this name, your strength should not be too poor." Seeing the escalating battle intent between the two, Jiang Ping quickly stepped in to mediate. "I didn't expect Brother Chen to be not only wealthy, but also erudite. Brother Su and Brother Bachalu have become fast friends. Truly, heroes appreciate heroes. Since Brother Chen is so knowledgeable, why not guess the identities of the remaining fellow cultivators?" Facing Jiang Ping's test, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, not taking it too seriously. Geniuses are always proud. If one does not reach a sufficient level, they usually do not bother with others. He chuckled inwardly at Jiang Ping's little scheme, then looked at the last man who exuded an air of nobility. "Brother, your every move carries a certain noble aura. Throughout the entire central region, only the holy son of Yaoguang Holy Land possesses such poise. 80 years ago, a baby was born in Yaoguang Holy Land. At birth, the sky was filled with an auspicious crimson light. By the age of 3, he had mastered the scriptures of Yaoguang Holy Land. By 5, he had defeated many disciples. By 8, he had no rival among the younger generation of Yaoguang Holy Land. By the time he was 10, there was no one in the younger generation worth his challenge. Am I right, the one known as the banished immortal holy son of Yaoguang?" Upon hearing this, the holy son of Yaoguang smiled and said, "Brother Chen flatters me. The title Banished Immortal is but an empty name. If Brother Chen doesn't mind, you may call me Fuyao. Fuyao. The great rock rises with the wind in one day, soaring 90,000 li on Fuyao. What a fine name." After complimenting the mysterious holy son of Yaoguang, Chen Changsheng looked at the two women. Facing them, he furrowed his brow. "I have already met Fairy Xylan yesterday, but I cannot clearly discern the origin of this fairy. May I ask for a hint? I don't have such a grand background. I come from a minor sect, and you wouldn't know it. Fairy, that's not right. I have some understanding of the situation in the central region. How can you be sure I don't know if you don't tell me?" Facing Chen Changsheng's persistent questioning, the fairy with a face like a large pancake, covered in sesame seeds, spoke. "Thousand Mountains Sword Sect Magu." Hearing this name, everyone present fell into thought. Thousand Mountains Sword Sect, 3,800 li from Kunlun Holy Land. The sect has few members, and each generation has only one disciple. Chen Changsheng accurately stated the origin of Thousand Mountains Sword Sect. The reason he knew it was because 600 or 700 years ago, Chen Changsheng had done business with the Thousand Mountains Sword Sect. Interestingly, even back then, the sect was already quite declining. After so many years, there was no reason for the Thousand Mountains Sword Sect to still exist. While Chen Changsheng was pondering this, Mei Yongxi also spoke. According to Langia Pavilion's records, the Thousand Mountains Sword Sect disappeared 300 years ago. I never thought I would encounter a disciple of the sect today. It seems the intelligence of Langia Pavilion needs to be reorganized. Regarding Chen Changsheng and Mei Yongxi accurately stating her origins, Magu's face showed no expression. She only said indifferently, "I came to the Prodigy Assembly only to revive my sect, not to compete with anyone. Aren't you going to gamble on stones? If you don't start soon, I'll leave." Hearing this, Jiang Ping slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my memory, I almost forgot Brother Chen's main business. Today is the day for Brother Chen to show his skills. If I delayed his important matter, I would be truly guilty." After saying this, Jiang Ping led Chen Changsheng to a few pieces of stone material. Beside the stones, many important figures were already waiting. Clearly, before Chen Changsheng arrived, many had already used their methods to probe the stones. As Chen Changsheng arrived, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the many powerful cultivators. The stone materials in the Forbidden Land could not be probed internally, and this young man had already extracted something on his first attempt, a truly extraordinary ability. The only uncertainty now was whether he possessed genuine skill or was merely relying on luck. If he truly had this unique method, Chen Changsheng would undoubtedly become a distinguished guest of all major powers. "Young friend, how did you rest last night?" Are you satisfied with the accommodation arranged by our Kunlun sacred ground? Jiang Feng smiled and stepped forward to greet Chen Changsheng. After a night, Jiang Feng had investigated Chen Changsheng's background thoroughly. He had come with the Eastern Wasteland Prodigy Group, but belonged to neither the forces of Yu country nor Xuanwu country. Thus the possibility of recruiting Chen Changsheng became even higher. Thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. I slept exceptionally well last night. But today I will take another treasure from the stone workshop. Elder Jiang, please don't be heartbroken. 1 or 2 stones are nothing. Our Kunlun sacred ground can afford it. If the young friend is willing to join our Kunlun sacred ground, what harm is there in giving you all these stones, eh? Facing Jiang Feng's olive branch, Chen Changsheng smiled, but did not take up the topic. Seeing this, Jiang Feng was not annoyed, but quietly accompanied Chen Changsheng in selecting stones. A genius who could be recruited so easily would not be called a genius. After some observation, Chen Changsheng stopped. Elder Jiang, these 9 extraordinary stones are truly remarkable. From their appearance alone, I'm afraid I can discern nothing. May I be permitted to employ some means? Of course, as long as you do not damage the stones, all methods are allowed. Receiving Jiang Feng's reply, Chen Changsheng handed the little black creature to Yi Haixing, then waved his hands in the air. Golden patterns emerged from thin air. Seeing this, Zi Ning instinctively cried out, "Dao patterns." The words barely spoken, Zi Ning set aside all else and immediately began to study the Dao patterns Chen Changsheng had inscribed. Dao patterns are an embodiment of the great Dao of heaven and earth, and only supreme powers can master them. Although the sacred grounds possess some Dao patterns, very few can truly comprehend them. Moreover, these Dao patterns are foundational treasures never casually revealed. Now that Chen Changsheng actually understood Dao patterns, how could this not astonish everyone? Facing the Dao patterns Chen Changsheng had drawn, everyone seized the opportunity to contemplate them. Yao Guang's holy son shot a beam of golden light from his eyes, attempting to etch the Dao patterns into his memory. Immediately after, the holy sun of Yao Guang radiated a sacred glow, and his feet began to slowly lift off the ground, giving the impression of ascending to immortality in broad daylight. Apart from the holy son of Yao Guang, others were also displaying their own unique abilities. Behind the holy maiden of Zifu, a vast anomaly appeared. The calm sea surged with towering waves, and above the sea a cyan sky once again emerged. The azure sea and cyan sky constituted the holy maiden's complete anomaly. Aside from these 2, the others were far less impressive. No anomalies manifested around them. Clearly, they were deliberately concealing. Nevertheless, judging from their aura alone, these prodigies' anomalies were not inferior to the 2. Go! Having finished inscribing the golden Dao patterns, Chen Changsheng waved his right hand, sending the patterns into the 9 stones. As the patterns sank in, the 9 stones revealed 9 blurry images. An old man with almost no hair left pointed excitedly at a phantom and exclaimed, "I want this weapon. Whoever fights me over it, I'll fight to the death." A ethereal divine sword emanated boundless sword chi, just the overflowing chi made everyone's skin tingle with pain. Such a divine weapon also stirred great excitement among the many grand figures. In addition, the images revealed by the other 8 stones were also extraordinary, though not as clear as this one. After a moment, the Dao patterns dissipated, and Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Dao patterns were profoundly mysterious. He had exhausted all his strength just to inscribe a small portion. In fact, as early as in the primordial Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng had already discovered the existence of divine sources. But at that time he was in danger and could barely protect himself, let alone studying the stones beneath the peerless formation of the primordial Forbidden Land. Considering the connection between Dao patterns and divine sources, Chen Changsheng decided to try using the Dao patterns he had comprehended, and unexpectedly they worked. "Elder Jiang, I have chosen my stone." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, everyone understood that the opportunity to comprehend the Dao patterns was gone. Although all present were top-tier powers and peerless prodigies, the Dao patterns had appeared for too short a time, and they were only a small fragment, so no one had managed to comprehend anything. "Oh, which stone has the young friend chosen?" Jiang Feng's eyes grew increasingly fervent, for every time he thought Chen Changsheng had reached his limit, Chen Changsheng would reveal yet another new ability. To put it plainly, Chen Changsheng was like an inexhaustible treasure trove. Such a genius, the Kunlun sacred ground would do anything to recruit. "I choose this welcome pine." Chen Changsheng announced his chosen stone. At these words, some of the old relics breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had boasted of their determination to obtain certain stones, rules were rules. Chen Changsheng had arrived first, so naturally he had the first pick. Breaking the rules of the Kunlun Stone Workshop would never be tolerated by the Kunlun sacred ground. Now that Chen Changsheng had made his choice, the remaining 8 stones would be competed for fairly. Boom! The entire Kunlun sacred ground suddenly trembled, and a voice thundered into everyone's ears. "Kunlun sacred ground, I've come to avenge myself. Where is that bastard Jiang Feng?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Feng's face instantly turned cold. Whoosh! Jiang Feng appeared above the Kunlun sacred ground, and the many powerful cultivators present also flew up to support. The great formation of the Kunlun sacred ground was being wildly pounded by a giant, while 72 masked experts were desperately trying to break it. Wu Li, you dare to come here again. Today you shall not be spared. Ha ha ha. You think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, come out and fight me for 300 rounds. Humph. Jiang Feng snorted coldly, and an ancient bronze sword appeared in his hand. Seeing Jiang Feng was serious, Wu Li sneered, struck a crack in the formation, and slipped through. The arrival of the 72 wolf smoke surprised everyone. At this moment, Jiang Ping turned to Chen Changsheng and said, Brother Chen Gongsun Huayu, one of the 3 great beauties of the central court, hails from the 72 wolf smoke. How about we compete to see who can catch that wench first? It wouldn't be bad to have her serve tea and water. But before Chen Changsheng could answer, Ma Gu, who had been barely noticeable, spoke up. The tea I pour, would you dare to drink? Boom. Without hesitation, the moment Jiang Ping heard Ma Gu speak, he immediately turned and struck out with a palm. The powerful shockwave snapped countless trees in the inner courtyard at their trunks. Meanwhile, the numerous prodigies sealed off all of Ma Gu's escape routes. Mei Yongxi gazed at the Ma Gu before him and said coolly, Miss Gongsuan, the Qianshan sword sect was exterminated 300 years ago. The intelligence of my Langya pavilion has never been incorrect. You coming to Kunlun sacred land impersonating the heir of Qianshan sword sect is truly an unwise move. Hearing this, Ma Gu's face remained utterly expressionless. As expected of a Chelantir prodigy with so many talents gathering here, your hand must be behind this, shouldn't it? The scheme set 3 years ago failed to eliminate you. It remains a great regret. Hearing what Ma Gu said, Jiang Ping spoke coldly. Brother, may why waste words with her? Since she dares to come to Kunlun sacred land, we shall ensure she never leaves. Wait. Just as Jiang Ping was about to strike, Ma Gu suddenly called out to stop them. What do you have, any last words? Not last words. I merely wish to ask you to examine your own condition. Although you discovered my identity was false long ago, haven't you noticed anything else amiss? At these words, everyone suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Facing this situation, the Yaoguang sacred prince frowned, his body emitting a brilliant radiance before he withdrew from the inner courtyard. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ping and the others performed the same action. Looking down at the supposedly hideous Ma Gu, the Yaoguang sacred prince spoke. This is Gongsun Huayu's sleep gu. A person afflicted by this gu will fall into a deep slumber within 30 breaths, though the sleep gu has its limitations. As long as one remains conscious and stays outside the gu's range, the effect can be broken. Speaking thus, the Yaoguang sacred prince paused for a moment, then glanced at the unconscious Chen Changsheng in Ma Gu's hands. Her purpose this time seems not to be us. He truly is expected of the Yaoguang sacred prince. You have hit upon everything. I've been in desperate need of a stronghold husband lately. This pretty young man I shall take with me. Having said this, Ma Gu produced a white jade formation platform. Intricate formation patterns began spreading across its surface in every direction. Witnessing this, Yi Henshin cried out loudly, She is trying to flee. Stop her. In the next instant, all 7 prodigies struck simultaneously, attempting to prevent Gongsun Huayu's escape. Boom. Uft. Gongsun Huayu vomited blood and was sent flying backward, but the formation had already been fully activated. A beam of light descended instantly, enveloping both Gongsun Huayu and the unconscious Chen Changsheng. Clutching his shoulder, which the Yaoguang sacred prince had pierced, Gongsun Huayu laughed merrily. Oh dear little brothers, you've hurt me terribly. I shall remember this grudge. After teasing the group, Gongsun Huayu disappeared completely with Chen Changsheng. Sensing the situation nearby, Wu Li punched Jiang Feng away with a single blow. Tight situation. Fall back. Wu Li, I'll kill you. The peerless prodigy he was on the verge of recruiting had been snatched away, and fury surged instantly through Jiang Feng's heart. TSK Tisk. Don't be so fiery, young master. With so many people from Kunlun sacred land, taking 1 or 2 is hardly a significant matter. Having said this, Wu Li also activated a long-prepared teleportation formation. Watching Wu Li's figure vanish, Jiang Feng slashed open the void with his sword and charged into it. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious battle caused even space itself to tremble. Only after an unknown span of time did Jiang Feng emerge from the spatial rift in a wretched state. His ancient bronze sword was stained with blood, and his magnificent robes had been torn to shreds by the spatial rift. That wicked thief has been gravely wounded by me. From this day forth, Kunlun sacred land and the 72 wolf smoke shall be mortal enemies until one side is destroyed. After issuing his command, a stream of blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Feng's lips, and his figure vanished entirely. Brother Yi, rest assured. We at Kunlun sacred land will guarantee Brother Chen's safety. If that wicked thief dares to harm Brother Chen in any way, I swear I shall use the heads of the 72 wolf smoke as offerings to his memory. With a dark expression, Jiang Ping offered some consolation to Yi Henshin and the others. Hearing this, Yi Henshin responded with equally troubled words. However, given the magnitude of what had just occurred, no one had the mind to discuss anything further, and soon everyone dispersed to their respective quarters. Once he confirmed no one was nearby, Su Tian frowned and spoke. Brother Yi regarding Chen Changsheng and the 72. Su Tian's question was cut short as Yi Hengxing raised a hand to stop him. Brother Su, should we not be more concerned about Chen Changsheng's safety right now? Meeting Yi Hengxing's gaze, Su Tian instantly understood the meaning behind it. Outsiders were unaware of the details regarding Chen Changsheng, but he himself knew very well. Chen Changsheng shared deep connections with the 72 Wolf Smoke. There was no reason he would be targeted by them. Furthermore, Chen Changsheng understood the 72 Wolf Smoke so thoroughly. How could he have been so easily captured by Gongsun Huayu? To the untrained eye, this might appear as a long-planned scheme by Gongsun Huayu combined with Chen Changsheng's own carelessness. But in the eyes of Su Tian and Yi Hengxing, who were well-versed in the truth, everything about this incident seemed profoundly strange. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Su Tian sighed softly and said, "Now this is the true cultivation world. One wrong step and one is reduced to fragments. Sometimes one need not even speak. A single glance alone can condemn a person to eternal damnation." Having said this, Su Tian and Yi Hengxing returned to the eastern waste courtyard. In the time ahead, they would need to feign extreme anxiety. Should their acting prove insufficient and their true intentions be discovered, their fate would hardly be enviable. An unnamed cave. Swish. Slap. Severely injured Gongsun Huayu collapsed onto the ground. Ouch. It hurts to death. After swallowing a healing pill, Gongsun Huayu continued to wail in agony. Having survived after being ambushed by 7 top-tier prodigies, Gongsun Huayu's extraordinary strength was evident. Had it been anyone else, they would long have been consigned to their coffin. Once her injuries had recovered somewhat, Gongsun Huayu limped toward the unconscious Chen Changsheng. Slurp. Licking her lips as drool threatened to spill forth, Gongsun Huayu chuckled. All that effort I went through to bring you out was not in vain. You casually toss out 4 million divine sources like it's nothing. You are the most extraordinarily wealthy fat sheep in history. Let me see what fine treasures you've brought along. Just as Gongsun Huayu was about to reach into Chen Changsheng's chest, another large hand firmly grasped her wrist. Girl, still caring about treasure despite such grievous injuries. Have you lost your mind? Seeing the seemingly unconscious Chen Changsheng suddenly awaken, Gongsun Huayu was thrown into a towering fright. In her panic, Gongsun Huayu raised her hand and struck toward Chen Changsheng. Yet even at full strength, Gongsun Huayu was no match for Chen Changsheng, much less now in her severely wounded state. Before 3 moves had passed, Gongsun Huayu was easily subdued by Chen Changsheng. After subduing Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng glanced around outside the cave. Only after confirming the coast was clear did he begin to strip off Gongsun Huayu's clothes. At Chen Changsheng's actions, Gongsun Huayu was immediately panicked. What are you doing? Aren't you seeing exactly what I'm doing? After tossing off a casual remark to Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng had already stripped away the obstructing garments completely. Having finished the initial preparations, he then extracted several silver needles from Gongsun Huayu's neck. As the silver needles were drawn out, the formerly plain Gongsun Huayu underwent a rapid transformation. Her dark complexion softened to porcelain fair, and every trace of pockmarks vanished without a remainder. Her face, once round as a flatbread, reshaped into a flawless oval contour. The only striking detail was the complete absence of color from her exquisitely beautiful features, lending her an ethereal, almost spectral beauty. After undoing Gongsun Huayu's transformation technique, Chen Changsheng remarked coolly, "This disguise art is imperfect. It cannot produce natural facial expressions when activated. It might fool some inexperienced youths, but a skilled practitioner would easily see through it." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng pressed a few acupoints on Gongsun Huayu's shoulders. Chen Changsheng peeled off one sleeve of the scale armor that lay flush against her skin. Gongsun Huayu could only stare in stunned disbelief at his practiced efficiency. This customized scale armor had been forged through secret techniques and could not be removed without precise knowledge of those methods. Moreover, the disguise art was exclusive to the 72 Wolf Smokes. How could he possibly know it? After extracting shattered bone fragments and trimming damaged tissue, Chen Changsheng channeled spiritual energy to stimulate Gongsun Huayu's skeletal regeneration. Once the bones had sufficiently regrown, he produced a jar and applied a white ointment to the wounds. The moment the ointment touched her flesh, granulation tissue surged rapidly. Sensing Chen Changsheng harbored no ill intent, Gongsun Huayu's thoughts began to race. What kind of ointment is this? Its effects surpass even the top-tier healing medicines of the sacred realm. She paused, then teased, "You're treating me so well. You can't possibly have feelings for me, can you?" Ignoring her endless chatter, Chen Changsheng remained focused on treating her wounds. After half an hour, he had finally tended to all of Gongsun Huayu's injuries. Jiang Ping, Bachelor Fiao Zining, and Mei Yongxi, 5 top-tier prodigies, along with Yi Hengxing's 2 first-rate geniuses, had unleashed their full strength. Without the protective scale armor forged from Thunder Beast scales, Gongsun Huayu would likely be dead already. Judging by the extent of her injuries, the strongest among these 7 must be the Yao Guang's sacred son. He was the only one who had breached the scale armor's defenses, and from their recent exchange, she had a vague sense he hadn't even employed his full power. My, how much better I feel now. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. By all rights I should thank you properly, but... Crash. Gongsun Huayu's attempt at a surprise attack was thwarted when Chen Changsheng backhanded her over and pinned her beneath him, suppressing her completely. Stop squirming. I'm trying to think. It seems someone has spotted the flaw in this setup. Gongsun Huayu. Is he really this formidable? Even though my injuries haven't fully healed, there's no way he could subdue me so effortlessly. After a brief moment of doubt about her own capabilities, Gongsun Huayu resumed her scheming. A fist extended before Gongsun Huayu and opened to reveal tiny insects cascading downward. Cultivating goo worms is no small undertaking. Don't waste them on me. You're still too green to play goo tricks in front of me. Gongsun Huayu fell silent. Was this man deliberately sent from the heavens to counter her every move? How does he consistently neutralize her techniques, knowing all her skills? After a pot of tea had steeped, Chen Changsheng finally released his suppression over Gongsun Huayu. Enough. Take me to the 72 Wolf Smokes stronghold. Gongsun Huayu scoffed at his demand. In your dreams. Even if you've saved me, I won't lead you there. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at her and remarked coolly, it appears you haven't received the latest intelligence. What latest news? She asked. You'll find out soon enough. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng took her right wrist and examined the 3 copper coin decorations adorning it. 3 metals a golden winged form hidden in the sleeve. Above them lie 5 yin and 6 yang. Kuan represents yin, xian represents yang, while the 5 elements and 8 trigrams establish the fundamental principles. These 3 copper coins serve as tokens of your 72 Wolf Smokes identity. You must know this. Gongsun Huayu retreated 2 steps in alarm. The identities of the 72 Wolf Masters remained shrouded in mystery, as she only knew a handful of them, and the complete roster existed solely in her master's knowledge. Anyone privy to such secrets must be one of the 72 Wolf Masters. Yet today all 72 had gathered, and this person was neither of them. Who exactly was he? Stop staring. My origins are something you'd never guess. Chen Changsheng's tone hardened. If you won't tell me where the 72 Wolf Smoke stronghold is, I'll find it myself. Don't regret this later. Gongsun Huayu paused to consider his words, then retorted defiantly, since you're so eager to see the 72 Wolf Smoke stronghold, then I'll gratify your wish. I only hope you won't regret it when the time comes. With that, she produced a directional formation platform. Chen Changsheng merely smiled and strode directly to the center of the platform, showing no concern that Gongsun Huayu might tamper with it. He was the one who had devised this very teleportation array method himself. As the sect's founding patriarch, no one understood these mechanisms better than he. After countless intricate teleportations, Gongsun Huayu arrived with Chen Changsheng at a secluded valley. Nestled within the valley was an unassuming village, neatly arranged homes, fertile fields, and picturesque scenery. Crisscrossing dirt paths connected the fields with distant rooster crows and dog barks drifting through the air, a true paradise untouched by the mortal world. When the villagers spotted Gongsun Huayu returning, they greeted her warmly. However, upon spotting the unfamiliar Chen Changsheng, the villagers instinctively halted their labor. Some of them possessed formidable cultivation bases. Master, I'm back. Gongsun Huayu called out cheerfully, waving to a farmer tending the fields. At her voice, a smile spread across the rustic man's weathered face. But the smile vanished entirely when his gaze fell on Chen Changsheng. He dropped his hoe and rushed forward in a flustered scramble. His right hand reached toward Chen Changsheng's face, but hovered trembling in midair. Master, what's wrong? Gongsun Huayu sensed something amiss and asked instinctively. Tears glistened in the farmer's eyes as he spoke. Huayu, he is the descendant of your ancestral master. By seniority, you should address him as your granduncle. Chen Changsheng stood silent. Did this man think I had died? And now I've become my own son. The family tree has collapsed into a paradox. The farmer's words left not only Chen Changsheng utterly bewildered, but even Gongsun Huayu beside him was filled with confusion. How had the supposed fat sheep suddenly become master uncle? Glancing at the growing crowd of onlookers around them, Chen Changsheng said calmly, this isn't the place to talk. Is there somewhere more private we could go? Silly me, I should have thought of that. With that, the farmer led Chen Changsheng toward a wooden cabin. After closing the doors and windows, the farmer gazed at Chen Changsheng with excitement and said to Gongsun Huayu, Huayu, what are you waiting for? Come pay your respects to your master uncle. Faced with the farmer's demand, reluctance was written all over Gongsun Huayu's face. At that moment, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, let's set aside these formalities for now. Come closer. I have something I need to tell you. Hearing this, the farmer wiped the tears from his eyes and said emotionally, Right Master was always one to cherish old bonds. He must have left behind many final words before his passing. Rest assured, junior brother, I will fulfill Master's last wishes. With that, the farmer leaned his head in close. Whooshed. Chen Changsheng reached out with his right hand, grabbed the farmer by the ear, and yanked that honest head right up to his face. At the same time, his tone turned cold. Ollie, didn't I tell you back then that you were not my disciple? Has it only been a few hundred years, and you've already let my words go in one ear and out the other? Hearing that familiar tone, the farmer froze for a moment. Looking up once more, that familiar gaze had reappeared. A person's appearance can change, but the eyes cannot deceive. For the eyes are the window to the soul. There may be identical faces in this world, but never identical hearts. And Master, is it really you? What do you think? With that, Chen Changsheng released Ali's ear. Under Chen Changsheng's unwavering gaze, Ali stood there like a child who had done something wrong, every fiber of his being radiating unease. Meanwhile, Gongsun Huayu's jaw nearly dropped to the floor in shock. He had heard his master speak of how all his skills had been taught by a mysterious master. But this master had never acknowledged him as a disciple. Though nothing had been said explicitly, even a fool could see that this Chen Changsheng was none other than that legendary master. Seeing the look on Ali's face, Chen Changsheng waved his hand at Gongsun Huayu and said, "Step outside for now. I have some matters to discuss with your master." Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu shot Ali a questioning glance. "Whatever the master says goes. Step out." Though his heart was brimming with countless questions, Gongsun Huayu chose to obey his master's command. Thud. After Gongsun Huayu left, Ali knelt directly before Chen Changsheng. Ali failed to keep his promise and passed on the master's techniques without permission. "I await your punishment." Looking at Ali kneeling on the ground, Chen Changsheng let out a soft sigh and shook his head. "I don't blame you for the techniques. What I can't fathom is why you failed to heed my warning. I once told you, if you wish to carve out a bloody path in the world of cultivation, you cannot afford to leave yourself any weaknesses. But look at yourself now. Not only have you taken a disciple, you've built yourself a paradise removed from the world. Do you truly believe no one in this world can see through your little tricks? Those sacred lands and ancient clans have stood upon this soil for untold ages. Their foundations are beyond your imagination. If one day they trace their way here, how will you respond?" Faced with Chen Changsheng's interrogation, Ali simply hung his head in silence. Because he knew, creating this paradise had truly been a mistake. The Thunder Beast clan was mighty beyond measure in its day, and yet even they were brought to ruin by my own hands when I was far weaker than I am now. The 72 wolf smoke forts of today cannot even compare to the Thunder Beast clan, and the forces of the sacred lands are vastly more powerful than I was back then. I'm curious, how did you dare to do this? Upon hearing this, Ali's lips trembled slightly as he murmured, "They are the orphaned children of the brothers who fought alongside me. There came a time when their identities were exposed. If I hadn't stepped in, death would have been their only fate. Then didn't I ever tell you that once you set foot on the path of cultivation, you must let go of the word attachment? If you couldn't let go of that word, why did you even set foot on this path in the first place? Have you managed to do so, Master?" Ali raised his head and looked at Chen Changsheng. Meeting Ali's clear, unwavering gaze, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. According to the system's rules, as long as his waking time surpassed 1/10 of his total lifespan, he could enter slumber once more. Thus, the fastest and most perfect way to grow stronger was through endless cycles of slumber. Yet for the past 1,000 years, Chen Changsheng had always lived to the very limit of his waking time before descending into the next sleep. This slowed his growth considerably. The reason he chose this slower path was precisely because he couldn't bear to let go of the attachment in his heart. Chen Changsheng refused to become a cold mechanical being, nor could he bear to let his loved ones wither away in endless waiting. After a long moment, Chen Changsheng spoke again. "Walking the path of cultivation while carrying attachment, this road is painful and it is long. It is precisely because I know its suffering that I wish to spare you from it. But in the end, you've walked the same road I did. Now do you understand why I refused Amon so many times back then? But the attachment between Amon and me was one of romantic love, while yours with those outside is a bond deeper than blood. These two kinds of attachment cut into the heart more painfully than any blade. I could not prevent Amon's death, and you cannot prevent theirs either. On the great path of cultivation, bloodshed is inevitable. Have you truly thought this through?" Faced with Chen Changsheng's words, Ali smiled bitterly and said, "Master, I can no longer turn back now." Sigh. Chen Changsheng let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, "Rise then. Since you cannot turn back, you must walk the road ahead with great care. Every time one of those outside dies, a wound will be carved into your heart. Tell me now, what has happened all these years? How did you come to forge a death feud with the Kunlun sacred land?" Hearing this, Ali composed his thoughts and began. Back then, Zhang Bufan invited the master to come out of seclusion. But the master departed without a word, which infuriated Zhang Bufan greatly. Unable to find the master, he targeted me at every turn, hoping to force the master to reveal himself. As time passed, our conflicts grew more numerous, and we fought for over 700 years. He became the sovereign of the Kunlun sacred land, and I became the commander of the 72 wolf smoke forts. Having understood the full origin of the matter, Chen Changsheng's fingers gently tapped against the table. "As you say, I'm likely to be unable to escape this as well. Among those who knew me from Kunlun Holy Land 700 years ago, I estimate only Zhang Bufan remains. If I appear before him again, he will probably guess my secret. Once the secret is revealed, I will become an enemy of the entire world. On this topic, Ali lowered his head and did not respond. Since he met Chen Changsheng, he had always prevented his name from being passed down. At first he only thought that Chen Changsheng was indifferent to fame and fortune. Now he finally understood the reason. Over 700 years ago, Chen Changsheng had already reached the spirit transformation realm, meaning that at that time, he had already lived for several hundred years. Now after more than 700 years, Chen Changsheng is still alive. Moreover, unlike those lifeless ancient relics, Chen Changsheng is living with vitality. Faced with this situation, there was only one explanation: Chen Changsheng lived up to his name. He had truly achieved immortality. Seeing Ali's silent demeanor, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and said, "All right, don't be so serious. Since I came to see you, it means I don't mind you knowing this secret. Now let's discuss the next course of action." Seeing Chen Changsheng speak, Ali's face also broke into a smile. Because Chen Changsheng's words just now proved that he trusted him and did not regard him as an outsider. "Master, what do you plan to do?" "What else? Kill him to silence him, of course. I'm not sure about the Kunlun Holy Land, but killing one Zhang Bufan is not a problem. He is now the master of the Holy Land. We cannot kill him in Kunlun Holy Land. The only way is to lure him out using the Dao debate. To achieve this, you need to coordinate with me from inside and outside to succeed." Hearing that Chen Changsheng intended to go to Kunlun Holy Land again, Ali hesitated. "Master, wouldn't this be somewhat dangerous?" "It is indeed a bit dangerous, but since the matter started because of me, it should naturally end with me. You don't think I'm the kind of person who only throws trouble to others, do you?" Master could never be that kind of person. Others may not know Master, but don't I know Master? Master acts with integrity, seeking only a clear conscience. There is hardly anyone like Master in the world. "Stop." Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and interrupted Ali's flattery. "Stop flattering me here, I have no taste for it. Go call your disciple in. I have some words to instruct her, and also let her sit in on our Dao discussion. This will benefit her future cultivation." "What discussion?" Ali asked instinctively, and then Chen Changsheng's eyes hit him. "What do you think, your current cultivation system is perfect? Or do you think your cultivation is higher than mine, so I'm not qualified to discuss Dao with you? You haven't even mastered it yourself, yet you dare to take disciples and teach others. Shameless." Faced with Chen Changsheng's words, Ali repeatedly apologized, and then quickly fled the room. In the room, the once arrogant Gongsun Huayu now stood meekly like a well-behaved child. There was no help for it. Chen Changsheng's background was too terrifying. His own master was taught by him, and now he had come to participate in the prodigy assembly. You see, participating in the prodigy assembly had a requirement: one's bone age must not exceed 100 years. That Chen Changsheng could successfully join the prodigy assembly could only mean one of two possibilities. First, Chen Changsheng's methods were heaven-defying. He could already alter his bone age. If that were the case, Gongsun Huayu would only be astonished by Chen Changsheng's shocking strength. But what Gongsun Huayu feared was the second possibility. That was immortality. This concept had been a mere hypothesis throughout history, but now it had become reality. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Seeing Gongsun Huayu's expression, Chen Changsheng said calmly, "Girl, the fact that you guess some things shows you are intelligent. But guessing does not mean you can speak recklessly, do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu nodded repeatedly. "I understand, Master. I will not speak carelessly." Seeing Gongsun Huayu's flustered eyes, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and did not frighten her further. She was just a child less than 100 years old. The reason he teased her was simply because he was in a good mood from meeting an old acquaintance today. After scaring Gongsun Huayu a little, Chen Changsheng continued, "Now the world is undergoing great changes. Countless prodigies are creating new cultivation systems. At the prodigy assembly of Kunlun Holy Land, I observed many. Some approach from the acupoints of the body, some from the 8 extraordinary meridians. Some even start from the realm of artistic conception. The great elder of Kunlun Holy Land, Zhang Feng, is a master of artistic conception, and his sword intent is unparalleled in the world. Having seen so many prodigies, which of these paths do you think is superior?" Faced with this question, Gongsun Huayu and Ali didn't know how to answer. Nowadays, prodigies emerge in large numbers, and almost every prodigy represents a cultivation system. Although these prodigies vary in strength, it is truly hard to say which cultivation system is the strongest. After thinking for a while, Gongsun Huayu asked tentatively, "Master, I can't answer this question. Do you know?" "Sorry, I don't know either, and there's no need to know." "Gongsun Huayu, you don't know yourself, so why act so mysterious? You must understand that the path to the summit is never singular. The great paths under heaven are as numerous as stars. Every path, when cultivated to the extreme, can reach the summit. It is true that the golden course system is rejected by heaven and earth, but that does not mean it is wrong. It only means it no longer suits this era. When you are obsessed with finding the strongest path, you have already strayed. To be precise, you should seek a path among the great ways that is the most stable and best suited to this era. After all, only those who laugh last can be considered winners." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, many things flashed through Ali's eyes, and some doubts about cultivation began to show signs of loosening. At the same time, Gongsun Huayu suddenly realized, and said, "Master, you mean that we should not be limited to the level of a particular realm? For example, a certain cultivation system may be slightly weaker than others at the second or third realm. But after reaching the fourth realm, the situation will undergo earth-shaking changes." Chen Changsheng laughed, and pointed at Gongsun Huayu saying, "Ali, your disciple, does have some insight." At Chen Changsheng's praise, Gongsun Huayu felt a small pride in her heart. After all, this was praise from the Grandmaster. Calming her excitement, Gongsun Huayu continued, "Master, among the current paths, which one is the most suitable? Of course it's the one we are cultivating. I have studied the directions of blood and chi meridians, acupoints, and artistic conception. Based on these directions, one can indeed create some powerful cultivation systems, but none are the most suitable for this era. The most suitable for this era is only body cultivation. Body refinement. Not body refinement, but body cultivation." Faced with this entirely new term, Gongsun Huayu's face was etched with question marks. Though she could be considered a prodigy of the age and had seen no small measure of the world, the phrase body cultivation was something she had never heard before. Observing her bewilderment, Chen Changsheng said calmly, "Don't bother thinking about it. I coined that term myself, so you've certainly never heard it. So that's how it is. May I ask, sir, what is the difference between physical refinement and body cultivation?" "There is a difference, and a very significant one at that. Before the laws of heaven and earth underwent any great change, the mainstream cultivation systems on this continent were divided into two types. One is internal cultivation and the other is external cultivation. Internal cultivation focuses on opening the dantian and condensing a golden core. The advantage of this system lies in the immense power of one's divine sense and spiritual energy. The golden core system has clear advantages, but its disadvantages are equally evident: a frail physical body and an extreme reliance on talent. Yet no matter how exceptional the talent, it will eventually reach its limit. Once that limit is attained, the path of cultivation comes to an end. Apart from internal cultivation, the other system is external cultivation. That is what you commonly call physical refinement. The path of physical refinement is not heavily dependent on talent. It emphasizes resources and arduous training. To strengthen the physical body, one must temper it day in and day out. Upon reaching great achievement, the sheer power of the flesh can move mountains and drain seas. If one also employs certain methods to compensate for deficiencies in divine sense. When cultivators of equal cultivation base clash, the outcome is uncertain, but among the survivors there will always be a physical refinement cultivator. Physical refinement cultivators have formidable survival abilities, but their weakness is even more obvious: resources. Cultivation resources are finite. You should be well aware of that. After listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu's mind was churning with turbulent waves. What he had said was merely common knowledge within the cultivation world, yet it was the first time Gongsun Huayu had witnessed someone dissecting the two cultivation systems with such meticulous detail. These were insights that the so-called prodigies had never bothered to dwell upon. What they always focused on was how to create even more powerful techniques, and that included herself. Thinking this, Gongsun Huayu asked eagerly, "Master, you still haven't explained what the body cultivation system entails." "I've already told you. Internal and external cultivation each have their own merits and drawbacks. If you cultivate both internally and externally, wouldn't that achieve perfection?" "Oh." Gongsun Huayu's small face was filled with confusion. It's common knowledge that internal and external cultivation cannot be practiced simultaneously. Countless people throughout the cultivation world have attempted to cultivate both, but they all failed. "That's correct." Chen Changsheng nodded and said, "Originally, internal and external cultivation indeed could not be combined. But do you know where the problem lies?" At this, Gongsun Huayu honestly shook her head. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng pointed to his lower abdomen and said, "The problem lies in the dantian. For an internal cultivator, the first thing to do is to open the dantian and form a spiritual energy vortex. Then they forge the foundation of the great Tao condensed qi into a core and finally shatter the core to form an infant. To put it more simply, internal cultivators concentrate all their power in the dantian, which is why their physical strength is so weak. Because most of the body's power is drawn away. What physical refinement cultivators do is exactly the opposite. They distribute power throughout every corner of the body. Hence the two systems fundamentally conflict." Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, it doesn't seem like there's no solution to this problem. As long as you increase the acquisition of cultivation resources, wouldn't that allow you to balance both?" "In theory, yes, and someone has actually done it. A long time ago, there was a genius who meticulously maintained the balance between internal and external cultivation. By expending countless cultivation resources, he successfully achieved both internal and external cultivation. Yet when he fought against others, that formidable genius was effortlessly defeated. The reason for his defeat was not that he was weak, but that the balance within him was too fragile. Having reached this depth of discussion, Gongsun Huayu was no longer qualified to debate with Chen Changsheng. Her knowledge and experience had reached their limit in dealing with such matters. At this moment, A Li, who had been deep in thought on the side, spoke up. Master, I have some insights. May I share them? Speak freely, and let your disciple witness them as well. You have taken the right path for the most part, but you are always missing that final step. At these words, A Li pointed a finger in the air. A golden energy surged from his fingertip and formed a human shape. The golden energy human figure had no facial features, but its internal meridians and dantian were extremely clear. Ali directly depicted his own physical condition using spiritual energy, including the operation routes of his techniques. Girl, watch carefully. Opportunities like this are rare. Revealing one's entire condition like this, even father and son might not do so. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu hastened to observe her master's qi circulation route. A 6-stage cultivator personally demonstrating the operation of techniques. Such treatment was not even available to the saint sons of the Holy Lands. Master, if the problem with combining internal and external cultivation lies in the dantian, then the solution should also be sought in the dantian, correct? Chen Changsheng nodded with great satisfaction at Ali's words. Very clever. You've hit the key point at once. The cultivation system you practice is based on the 8-9 mystic art. The 8-9 mystic art is essentially a physical refinement technique, but unlike other physical refinement methods, practicing it requires opening the dantian. Use the spiritual energy of the dantian to temper the physical body. This is a pioneering move in the cultivation world because physical refinement cultivators cannot use heavenly spiritual energy to temper themselves. However, this approach still has a flaw that is not quite a flaw. All the spiritual energy within the body is used to temper the flesh, which inevitably limits the means available for combat. After all, some spells and escape techniques require spiritual energy to activate. If someone else had created such a technique, they would naturally not care about this point, because all physical refinement cultivators are like that. But the powerful being who created the 8-9 mystic art was not satisfied, so he also created many immensely powerful divine abilities to compensate for these defects. For example, Earth Gilding Golden Light and Heaven-Earth Manifestation. Thus, the most precious part of the 8-9 mystic art is not the technique itself, nor those mighty divine abilities. Rather, it is the little trick of using spiritual energy to temper the physical body. As he spoke, a golden needle condensed at the tip of his right finger. Let go of your defenses, and let me help you take that final step. Faced with Chen Changsheng's request, A Li released his defenses without the slightest hesitation. In such a situation, if Chen Changsheng harbored any ill intentions, the commander of the 72 Wolf Smoke would be gravely wounded, if not killed. Swish! His sword finger struck Ali's abdomen with lightning speed, and a golden needle directly pierced through his dantian. After completing this action, Chen Changsheng swiftly set up a formation around the house. The moment Chen Changsheng withdrew his hand, Ali's body began to wither visibly. Seeing this, Gongsun Huayu exclaimed in shock, "What have you done?" Facing Gongsun Huayu's questioning, Chen Changsheng paid no heed, his eyes fixed intently on Ali's reaction. The path of internal and external cultivation was one Ali had traversed further than himself, yet he remained stuck at the 6th realm. It was entirely because Ali lacked a critical element. Now Chen Changsheng had helped him fill that gap. After long accumulation, a sudden eruption. Chen Changsheng was also curious how far the 700 years of accumulated experience would take Ali. Guard your heart, and do not panic. Do not intentionally resist, nor deliberately alter. Yield to your body's changes, and it will seek out the most suitable path for you. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Ali relaxed his control over the rampaging power within. As he let go, the internal energy began to circulate in a regular pattern. Spiritual energy, blood, qi, and mental power. All forces were devoured voraciously by Ali's body. After being consumed, they converged again in the dantian, finally surging out through the gap in the dantian. Blood golden energy gushed forth continuously, forming a vast ocean within the dantian. When this peculiar energy returned to his body through the meridians, Ali's physique underwent another transformation. Boom! A boundless wave of qi knocked Gongsun Huayu to the ground, and even the formation set up by Chen Changsheng trembled slightly. The withered flesh filled up visibly, but unlike before, the skin now appeared exquisitely tender, yet its resilience was immeasurably greater than the original body. Then Chen Changsheng and Gongsun Huayu were suddenly enveloped by a vision. Gazing at the endless golden ocean around them, Chen Changsheng sighed. Girl, this cultivation system is practically tailor-made for your master. Look over there. Confused, Gongsun Huayu still didn't understand the situation, but instinctively followed the direction of Chen Changsheng's finger. 9 blurry figures appeared above the golden ocean, and above their heads hung a dazzling sun. Then a broad bridge spontaneously emerged from the golden sea. After the bridge appeared, the golden ocean stirred up towering waves. Boom! The powerful aura expelled Chen Changsheng and the other from the vision, even shattering the formation Chen Changsheng had set. A figure even larger than the heavenly giant manifestation appeared in the valley. Now Ali's black hair flew wildly, every strand radiating light. Rumble. A thunderclap resounded in the clear sky and all cultivators felt the change in the laws. Huanggu Forbidden Land. The Black Mountain Range trembled, and a giant eye appeared above the Huanggu Forbidden Land. After 30,000 years, finally, someone has awakened the heavenly mandate. A voice tinged with lament echoed within the Huanggu Forbidden Land. Then another voice emerged. What does awakening the heavenly mandate matter? The true heavenly mandate can only be borne by the strong. Without a guardian to protect them, even the bearer of the heavenly mandate shall die. As the words fell, a coffin flew out from the Huanggu Forbidden Land. The coffin lid opened, and a handsome young man opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he smiled. What a chaotic age, what a heavenly mandate. This heavenly mandate rightfully belongs to me. With that, the handsome young man strode toward Zhongting. Shingshu. Boom. A divine source the size of a room exploded, and a man with wings on his back gazed at the sky. This heavenly mandate belongs to the ancient clan. As his words fell, a silver spear and a page of golden scripture flew from the depths of Shingshu to before him. Silent for 5,000 years, only for today. The bearer of the heavenly mandate carries the aura of the 8-9 mystic art. Seize the heavenly mandate and bring back the 8-9 mystic art. Hearing the voice from the depths of Shingshu, the winged man coldly said, With me there is no enemy. The bearer of the heavenly mandate is nothing to fear. After Ali triggered the resonance with heaven and earth, many deep-seated existences became aware. But the instigator of all this was admiring his own creation. Girl, now do you understand what body cultivation is? Hey. It is not limited to strengthening the physical body or absorbing spiritual energy, but rather turning inward to tap into one's own potential. Spiritual energy, blood, chi, and mental power. These three forces are refined by the flesh and transformed into a new kind of energy. After being refined by the body and mixed with mental power, the cultivator's control over this force is greatly enhanced. Finally, by borrowing some secret techniques from the 8-9 mystic art, the problem of spiritual energy being unable to strengthen the physical body is completely resolved. Thus, the body cultivation and divine sense. None of these aspects are neglected. This is the true method of body cultivation, the integration of internal and external paths. As Chen Changsheng spoke, Gongsun Huayu stared dumbfounded at her immensely powerful master. Only now did Gongsun Huayu understand why her master held Chen Changsheng in such high regard. This respect was not for his strength, but for his unparalleled talent. What kind of genius could conceive such a flawless cultivation method? From any perspective, this system had no shortcomings. Perhaps this was the true meaning of invincibility. Forcing herself back from shock with immense willpower, Gongsun Huayu swallowed and said, Sir, I truly don't know how to praise you. How did you come up with such a method? Facing Gongsun Huayu's admiring gaze, Chen Changsheng waved his hand with a smile and said, I dare not take credit for this. The prototype of this cultivation system was proposed by your master. All I did was perfect it a little and find an insignificant key point for your master. The vision of 9 immortals arching the sun is unprecedented. Your master will go far on this path beyond anyone in the world. Even I cannot compare. As he spoke, Ali also withdrew his vision and knelt before Chen Changsheng. I never expected you to remember the absurd words I spoke years ago. I know I am not worthy to be your disciple, but I will always regard you as my teacher. With that, Ali respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Seeing this, Gongsun Huayu hastily kowtowed as well. Although I am not worthy to be your grand disciple, I will always consider you as my grand teacher. Watching the master and disciple kowtowing to him, Chen Changsheng neither refused nor accepted. It would be false to say he was not pleased to have such an excellent student. The reason he did not openly acknowledge this relationship was entirely due to his own special circumstances. However, some things in this world do not cease to exist just because they are not acknowledged. Having this sentiment was enough. After a long silence, Chen Changsheng spoke. Rise, are you not feeling the cold kneeling on the ground? A new cultivation system has emerged. As the pioneer on this path, do you not intend to give it a name? Hearing this, Ali and Gongsun Huayu rose from the ground. Master, without you this cultivation system could never have manifested. Please bestow a name upon it, master. Faced with Ali's request, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, from the current situation, this cultivation system has 2 major realms. After cultivating the first major realm, a golden ocean appears in the Dantian. How about naming it the Bitter Sea? The Bitter Sea. Ali repeated the term, then smiled. The boundless bitter sea turning back is the shore. Stepping into the path of cultivation is like endless struggle within the bitter sea. Master's name is most fitting. If the first major realm is named the Bitter Sea, then I believe its 3 minor realms should be called the Spring, the Divine Bridge, and the other shore. My Dantian is now like a vast ocean, and the spot you pierced, master, is like a spring, continuously gushing forth power. Naming it the Spring, is most appropriate. Within the Bitter Sea turning back is the shore. If one refuses to turn back, one must build a divine bridge to reach the other shore. Once the divine bridge is connected, the power of the bitter sea can be freely utilized. Reaching the other shore enters the next realm and leaves the bitter sea. Hearing the name suggested by Ali, Chen Changsheng nodded and said, "Then how do you intend to name the next major realm?" "The cave heaven." "What is your reasoning?" "After reaching the other shore realm, I advanced further and discovered another treasure within the body. This treasure is the birthplace of spiritual power. Under the original cultivation system, this spiritual power would be channeled to the Dantian. However, after switching to the new cultivation system, the new power automatically converged at the birthplace of spiritual power. And there a space was opened up. This space is so peculiar that I have not yet fully developed its potential. Thus I named it the cave heaven, signifying infinite potential." After listening to Ali's description, Chen Changsheng also made some adjustments to his own cultivation method. Although Chen Changsheng had figured out the spring eye and laid the foundation for the entire cultivation system, Ali had actually surpassed him in subsequent exploration. The reason was simple. Over the 700 years, Chen Changsheng spent 200 years traveling with a man, another 300 years in slumber, and the remaining 200 years leading a watering the egg life. Cultivation was merely something Chen Changsheng did for fun when he was idle. After correcting some erroneous paths, his aura began to surge wildly, and powerful visions faintly emerged within him. However, Chen Changsheng deliberately suppressed the visions from the bitter sea, so the curious Gongsun Huayu was unable to witness them. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen Changsheng said, "From the situation after entering the cave heaven realm, the first step is the birth of divine sense. Then let the first minor realm be named divine sense. But the second realm is somewhat peculiar, and I haven't yet thought of a suitable name." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng willed it, and an identical Chen Changsheng stepped out from his body. Witnessing this, Gongsun Huayu's face instantly fell. "Gongsun Huayu, why must you two be like this? Why does growing stronger seem as simple as eating and drinking to you? I witnessed the birth of the entire cultivation system from start to finish. Yet even now I still haven't figured out where the spring eye of the bitter sea realm is. You two are too discouraging. At least I am a prodigy. Why do I feel worse than cannon fodder compared to you?" After complaining inwardly, Gongsun Huayu began to observe Chen Changsheng's clone. This clone was essentially the entirety of Chen Changsheng's divine sense. It was somewhat similar to the nascent soul of the previous cultivation system, but unlike the nascent soul, Chen Changsheng's divine sense clone was extremely solid. It was not ethereal and fragile like the nascent soul. To put it simply, it was another Chen Changsheng entirely. Thinking this, Gongsun Huayu muttered, "Stingy, you haven't told me the secret of the bitter sea realm all this time. Names are trivial, just pick one. Since it's so similar to the original, why not call it True Self?" But the speaker was heedless, the listener attentive. Hearing this name, Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up as he said, "That name is good. The second minor realm is not merely the manifestation of divine sense, it also carries a profound and mysterious essence. To reach the third minor realm, one must likely start from this aspect. Whether to transcend the true self or sever the true self, that decision is yours to make, Ali. Perhaps you may also find a third option." In response to Chen Changsheng's guidance, Ali cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, master. I have already gained some insights. On the day of breaking through the barrier, I will not disappoint you. As for the period of seclusion, I shall trouble you with its oversight." Having said that, Ali was about to head to his secluded cultivation site, but Gongsun Huayu beside him grew anxious. "Master, I haven't grasped the key points of this new cultivation system yet. Why don't you teach me before you leave?" Hearing this, Ali shot Gongsun Huayu a look of disappointment. "You're usually quite sharp, so why are you so dense today? Your master may be somewhat formidable, but your master's master is right here. And you want me to teach you? Have you lost your mind?" Ignoring Gongsun Huayu's request, Ali vanished directly from the room. Staring at her master, who had left without a word, Gongsun Huayu was stunned, for this was unlike his usual behavior. Soon she realized the situation and immediately grabbed Chen Changsheng's arm. "Master, won't you teach me?" Faced with Gongsun Huayu's somewhat coquettish tone, Chen Changsheng replied calmly, "I am not your master. Why should I teach you? But you know my master, and you share a bond forged through life and death trials. That makes you my elder by all accounts. Isn't it only natural for an elder to guide a junior?" Looking at the clever and mischievous Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng smiled and patted her head, saying, "Fine, for the sake of that elder title, I will offer you some guidance." After speaking, Chen Changsheng and Gongsun Huayu walked out of the room. With Ali in seclusion, the responsibility of overseeing the 72 wolf smoke signals naturally fell on Chen Changsheng's shoulders. As for the girl Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng truly regarded her as a granddaughter to be nurtured. In the fields, Gongsun Huayu sat cross-legged, while Chen Changsheng leisurely read a book nearby. After an unknown amount of time, a vast and extraordinary phenomenon suddenly emerged behind Gongsun Huayu. A green lotus slowly grew from the bitter sea, finally fully blooming, with 3 9-colored lotus seeds radiating a holy light. Witnessing this, Chen Changsheng slightly turned his head and curled his lips, saying, "An innate divine ability, quite interesting." As his words fell, Gong's son Huayu opened her eyes. Master, I have reached the divine sense realm. Not bad. With your current strength, you should be able to last 50 moves under the Yaoguang Saint's son. Hearing this, the originally elated Gong son Huayu's face instantly drooped. Master, is the Yaoguang Saint's son really as strong as you say? It's not that he is as strong as I say, he is even stronger than I said. The scale armor on you is made from the scales of the Thunder Beast clan, which are exceptionally sturdy. As for the quality of that scale armor on you, even at your current cultivation level, you cannot destroy it. But the Yaoguang Saint's son pierced it with a single strike. If he hadn't held back, you would have lost your life. Off. At these words, Gong's son Huayu's face was filled with confusion. When did he hold back? I remember he fought fiercely. It's not an exaggeration to say he went all out. Whether he went all out is hard to say, but he certainly held back. At that time, the 7 prodigies jointly besieged you. You blocked the attacks of Kunlun's Saint Sun Jiangping and Zifu's Saintess Zining. The attacks of the remaining 5 you withstood purely through your physical toughness. Su Tian and the others knew about my relationship with the 72 wolf smoke, so they only wounded you without killing. But the other 3 were different. Mei Yongxi, Baturu, and Fu Yao. Each of these 3 is a top-tier prodigy. As fellow prodigies, you should understand that the methods of prodigies to kill are far too numerous. Not to mention other things, shattering a few of your meridians with hidden force would not be difficult for them. But none of them did that. This matter is quite strange. Hearing Chen Changsheng's analysis, Gong's son Huayu also realized the peculiarity of this matter. The reason she hadn't noticed the anomaly earlier was entirely because one major event after another had occurred. Now, upon careful reflection, it was indeed strange. Master, what do you think is going on? I don't know. I've only met them once and I know them less than you do. How could I fathom their thoughts? But there is another matter I am more concerned about. Why did you go to the Kunlun sacred land? At that time, I had already sent a message to the people of the 72 wolf smoke, but when you saw me, you didn't recognize me. If I'm not mistaken, you must have sneaked there. At these words, Gong's son Huayu's eyes began to waver. The cultivation resources at home are insufficient, so I wanted to catch a fat sheep to fill the gap. Bullshit. The 72 wolf smoke does not lack cultivation resources, and I asked your master about this. He said you acted first and reported later. You ran out first, and then sent a message back. So are you going to tell me yourself, or should I have your master come and ask you in person? Seeing Chen Changsheng pressing step by step, Gong's son Huayu immediately grabbed his arm and shook it, saying, Master, I will tell you about this later. Please don't press me anymore, okay? By the way, didn't you say we were going to open the stone today? Just teach me how to appraise the stone materials. When I have the strength, I'll make them cry for their parents. Seeing Gong's son Huayu start to change the subject, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and didn't pursue the matter further. Having lived for over 1,000 years, Chen Changsheng's eyes were incredibly sharp. How could Gong's son Huayu's little tricks escape his notice? Although she didn't say it, Chen Changsheng had already guessed part of it. Next, he just needed to let her slowly reveal her flaws. Alright, if you don't want to say it, then don't. As for stone gambling, there's actually no secret trick. The only way to win is to grab all the stones and open them yourself. Gong's son Huayu didn't believe a single word of Chen Changsheng's explanation. Master, you're lying. The fact that you found something in the inner courtyard stone could still be explained by some tricks. But how do you explain the signboard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop? So many people passed by it and didn't notice anything. How did you discover it? Very simple, because I understand the fire dragon source. Long ago, the divine source was not called divine source, it was called spiritual source. When the Kunlun sacred land excavated the entire fire dragon source, I was involved in it. At that time, everyone went to study that peculiar dragon-shaped spiritual source, but I studied the stones that enveloped the spiritual source. I discovered that this kind of spiritual source has a property: it makes the stone material brittle, though at a very slow rate. The signboard of the Kunlun sacred land was carved from the leftover stone material of the fire dragon source. However, the stone material that envelopes the divine source is extremely hard. Those servants were lazy, so they picked a relatively brittle piece to carve. Thus, I was certain that there would be divine source inside. After hearing Chen Changsheng's explanation, Gong's son Huayu's mouth slightly opened. She never expected that her master's method of obtaining the spiritual source would be so simple. Is it really that simple? Otherwise, how difficult did you think it was? Many things in this world are not as hard as you think, you just haven't found the simple method. Having said that, Chen Changsheng took out the welcome pine from the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop from his system space. At the moment Gong's son Huayu made her move, Chen Changsheng had already stored this stone into his system space. Fighting is fighting, but he couldn't lose what he had bought. However, just as Chen Changsheng was about to open the stone, he paused. By the way, don't worry about the Yaoguang Saint's son. As time passes, you may not be inferior to him. Your green lotus phenomenon seems extraordinary to me. When those 3 lotus seeds ripen, you might comprehend 3 divine abilities. The cultivation system that your master and I created only points out the direction for you. The specific path to take you need to explore on your own. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Gong's son Huayu nodded repeatedly, but her eyes were fixed on the stone material in front of her. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled, and shook his head without reminding her. Just a child under 100 years old, it's understandable that she is playful. As time passes, she will understand later. Kunlun's sacred land. Chen Changsheng is back. A voice spread throughout the entire Kunlun sacred land. Chen Changsheng, who had disappeared for over 20 days, had returned. And he had returned together with Gong's son Huayu of the 72 Wolf Smoke. Captured by bandits, then he brought back a beautiful woman from the bandits' den. How strange does this matter seem? The entire Kunlun Holy Land rang with alarm bells as countless masters and experts gathered at its gates. Naturally, among them were the many prodigies who had come to attend the prodigy assembly. Ever since Chen Changsheng was taken away, Kunlun Holy Land had indefinitely postponed the prodigy assembly. They declared that until they found him dead or alive, the assembly would not be held. The prodigies did not oppose Kunlun Holy Land's decision. They too needed to see the Holy Land prove itself. Everyone believed in Kunlun Holy Land's strength, which was why they traveled thousands of miles to attend the prodigy assembly. Yet now a prodigy had been snatched right from the Holy Land's own lair. This made many doubt whether Kunlun Holy Land could protect its prodigies. But even the Holy Land itself was baffled by the situation. At that moment, Jiang Feng stepped forward with a cold expression. Enchantress, release young friend Chen, and I will spare your life today. Hearing this, Gong's son Huayu immediately cowered behind Chen Changsheng in feigned fear. Young master, this man is so fierce. Don't be afraid, Elder Jiang is just worried about my safety. Once I explain the situation, he will understand. Everyone, what was going on between these two? Something seemed off. Seeing this, Jiang Feng frowned. Young friend, what is the meaning of this? Nothing much. She has turned from darkness to light. Chen Changsheng gave a very casual explanation, but it made the prodigies stare wide-eyed. The reason was too absurd. It was as if someone had kidnapped Chen Changsheng, then, after 20-odd days, suddenly betrayed their own sect and followed him. Such a thing was simply impossible. The ridiculous reason made Jiang Feng's mouth twitch, but for the sake of the bigger picture, he suppressed his emotions and said, Young friend, do not fear. We have laid an inescapable net here. Even if this enchantress possessed heaven-defying powers, she could not escape. If she has cast a curse or planted a worm on you, Kunlun Holy Land can ensure your safety. Elder Jiang, you truly misunderstand. Miss Huayu has turned from darkness to light. I can vouch for that with my honor. Faced with Jiang Feng's words, Chen Changsheng insisted that Gong's son Huayu had indeed reformed. Seeing this, Jiang Feng grew tired of arguing and turned directly to Gong's son Huayu. You say you have turned from darkness to light. What is your pledge of allegiance? Hearing this, Gong's son Huayu, still hiding behind Chen Changsheng, gave a playful smile. Jiang Feng, I turned from darkness to light, abandoning the 72 Wolf Smoke and pledging myself to young Master Chen. I am not joining Kunlun Holy Land, so why should I give you a pledge? If you don't believe me, we simply won't attend the prodigy assembly. With that, Gong's son Huayu made to leave with Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng may come and go as he pleases, but you will not leave. Before the words faded, Jiang Feng struck at Gong's son Huayu. Bang! The attack was blocked by Chen Changsheng, who used his formidable physical strength to force Jiang Feng back half a step. Faced with this, not only did the prodigies raise their eyebrows, but even Jiang Feng was greatly surprised. Chen Changsheng could wield Dao patterns, so everyone had already guessed at his formidable strength. But who would have thought that Chen Changsheng could actually trade blows with Jiang Feng? Although Jiang Feng's attack was not full strength, Chen Changsheng had handled it with ease. Elder Jiang, when Kunlun Holy Land announced the prodigy assembly, it was clearly stated that anyone of suitable age, regardless of identity or status, could participate. Then why are you stopping Miss Gongsun from attending? Or is it that the mighty Kunlun Holy Land is afraid of a mere girl? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Jiang Feng's gaze flickered between the two. Chen Changsheng was extraordinarily powerful with a mysterious background. He must be backed by a major force. Unless absolutely necessary, Kunlun Holy Land did not wish to provoke such an unknown powerful enemy. Gongsun Huayu was Wu Li's direct disciple. If she dared to come, she must have some confidence. Moreover, since the matter had been brought up, if Kunlun Holy Land continued to press, it would seem petty. With that thought, Jiang Feng spoke. Young friend, you have a point. The magnanimity of Kunlun Holy Land is not something bandits can fathom. Miss Gongsuan, known as one of the three beauties of Zhongting, is also a supreme prodigy. She is certainly qualified to attend the prodigy assembly. However, the 72 Wolf Smoke and Kunlun Holy Land are sworn enemies. After the assembly ends, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. Sensing the threat in Jiang Feng's tone, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. I naturally have no desire to involve myself in the feud between the 72 Wolf Smoke and Kunlun Holy Land. But I must make one thing clear: Miss Gongsun has turned from darkness to light. She is no longer a member of the 72 Wolf Smoke. Surely Kunlun Holy Land will not harass a young woman. Huh? Jiang Feng sneered. Of course not. After I cut off Wu Li's head, if she remains unmoved, then I'll acknowledge her reformation. The prodigy assembly has been delayed too long. Now that you have returned, it can begin tomorrow. Both of you, please. With that, Jiang Feng stepped aside, clearing a path. Chen Changsheng and Gongsun Huayu walked in boldly. As they watched Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, the eyes of countless prodigies blazed with fierce battle intent. Kunlun Stone Workshop's techniques were astonishing. He had entered the 72 wolf smoke, and emerged unscathed, brought the Holy Land's mortal enemy to the assembly, and traded blows with Jiang Feng without being at a disadvantage. Each incident told everyone that Chen Changsheng was an extraordinary being. Defeating such a peer was the dream achievement of every prodigy. At the Eastern Wilderness Villa, looking at the stunning beauty Chen Changsheng had brought back, Yi Hensheng's mouth twitched. He had imagined countless scenarios of Chen Changsheng's return to Kunlun Holy Land, but never this one. My room is larger, you can take the one next to mine. After casually arranging Gongsun Huayu's lodging, Chen Changsheng turned to rest in his own room. But Su Tian blocked his way. Brother Chen, you once said that after I defeated the 3 beauties of Zhoning I could challenge you. May I challenge Miss Gongsun now? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng scratched his head and looked at Gongsun Huayu, who was eager to fight. You want to fight too? Young master, the prodigy assembly is all about fighting. If not for that, why would I come? Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Then fight outside in the courtyard where there's more space. Also, I'll get ready, don't be too hasty to start. With that, Chen Changsheng dashed into the room with great enthusiasm. After he left, Gongsun Huayu looked at Su Tian with a smile and said, I hear you hail from the same place as the young master. I wonder if you possess even a fraction of his prowess. If you're too weak, wouldn't that bring shame upon the young master? Facing Gongsun Huayu's taunt, Su Tian replied calmly, the strong are never born that way. Chen's strength is something I can only look up to, but one day I will surpass him. And you will be the first stepping stone on that path. Ha ha ha. Su Tian's words made Gongsun Huayu laugh merrily. Your ambition is bigger than your abilities. But since you're so determined, I'll make sure you can't get up later so you don't embarrass the young master tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you outside. With that, Gongsun Huayu skipped away cheerfully. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Hensheng scratched his head and asked, You're really going to fight her? The inheritor of the 72 wolf smoke is no ordinary opponent. If you lose, the reputation of Xuanwu Kingdom will be tarnished. Hearing Yi Hensheng's words, Su Tian turned and said, the reputation of Xuanwu Kingdom was never built on bullying the weak. It was forged by challenging the strong time and time again. When I defeat those seemingly invincible foes, the world will remember only my victories, not my defeats. Because in this world, only results matter. With that, Su Tian also turned and walked outside. What kind of people are these? Why are you all so obsessed with fighting? With a helpless complaint, Yi Hensheng also headed outside. Once Su Tian was defeated, it would be his turn. He didn't care for such reckless battles, but that didn't mean he would yield to anyone. Outside the courtyard, the confrontation between Su Tian and Gongsun Huayu drew a large crowd of onlookers, including the injured prodigies of the Eastern Wasteland. Though they had all been defeated by Su Tian and Yi Hensheng, in their hearts the two remained the hope of the Eastern Wasteland. As long as they stood firm, the Eastern Wasteland would not be vanquished. Unlike the tense spectators, Chen Changsheng appeared quite relaxed. A few plates of peanuts and melon seeds, and a comfortable reclining chair. With Xiao He in his arms and a blanket over him, he waved his hand leisurely. Hurry up and fight. I'm all set, why haven't you started? Faced with Chen Changsheng's urging, Gongsun Huayu rolled her eyes delicately and said, Young master, with so many people here, what if they gang up on me if I win? Then just knock them all down. If a prodigy is intimidated by numbers, they don't deserve the title, they might as well be called trash. Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu nodded thoughtfully. The young master speaks wisely. Boom. Before her words, even fated Gongsun Huayu suddenly struck at Su Tian with a lethal move. Such a sudden assault immediately drew angry shouts from the surrounding prodigies, as they deemed Gongsun Huayu dishonorable for resorting to such a despicable trick. Is this the prodigy you speak of? Zhuijing, her face slightly pale, questioned Chen Changsheng with a frown. In response, Chen Changsheng, while munching on melon seeds, said indifferently, Exactly, this is what I consider a prodigy. Gongsun Huayu is a prodigy, and Su Tian is one too. But you do not qualify. On the battlefield, the difference between life and death is a hair's breadth. How can one afford to be distracted at such a critical moment? From the moment Su Tian issued the challenge, his entire focus has been on Gongsun Huayu. His concentration cannot be swayed by anything. The reason he's at a disadvantage isn't because of Gongsun Huayu's surprise attack, but simply because she is stronger than him. Hearing this, Zhuijing looked around. Yi Hensheng watched the battle with a grave expression, while other prodigies observed calmly from higher ground. Their eyes were fixed solely on their opponents, and their fighting spirit paying no attention to Chen Changsheng's seemingly casual demeanor. In contrast, the prodigies of the Eastern Wasteland were still discussing Gongsun Huayu's recent conduct, while also voicing their disapproval of Chen Changsheng's behavior. Seeing all this, clearly a faint trace of disappointment flickered in Zhuijing's eyes. You're right. The Eastern Wasteland prodigies are indeed a joke. Among them, only Yi Hensheng and Brother Su deserve to participate in the prodigy assembly. Ha ha ha. Knowing shame and then being brave is good. Realizing your shortcomings is fine, but whether you can correct them is up to you. During the conversation between Chen Changsheng and Zhuijing, Gongsun Huayu and Su Tian had already exchanged over 30 moves. After a palm clash, both retreated to create some distance. Gongsun Huayu lightly balanced on the highest point of the rooftop, while Su Tian stood on the cobweb-covered ground. Observing Su Tian's trembling right hand, Gongsun Huayu pouted playfully and said, "Little brother, why are you so harsh? I'm a girl, can't you be a bit gentler?" Though her words seemed to plead for mercy, fear filled Su Tian's heart. Too strong. This woman before him was incredibly strong. Though he was a prodigy of Xuanwu Kingdom, he was no fool who only knew how to cultivate. He had experienced battles and clashed with powerful experts, tasting death many times. But Su Tian had never felt such pressure before. Gongsun Huayu's techniques seemed almost perfected through countless refinements, leaving no openings to exploit. Yet what shocked Su Tian even more was that her physical strength surpassed his despite him being a body cultivator. In cultivation experience and mental fortitude, Gongsun Huayu dominated him in every aspect. Under such circumstances, Su Tian could hardly imagine a reason he could win. At that moment, Chen Changsheng, who was watching the spectacle, suddenly burst into curses. "What are you two doing playing house? After all this time, not a single drop of blood. If you don't intend to fight, then get the hell out of here." Seeing Chen Changsheng's anger, Gongsun Huayu's smile faded. "Little brother, the young master is upset. I'm going to get serious now." Hearing this, Su Tian said coldly, "Then come on." Whoosh. A sky full of stars appeared behind Su Tian, while a swaying green lotus unfolded behind Gongsun Huayu. Both prodigies unleashed their full strength. Though Gongsun Huayu was more powerful than Su Tian, facing a fellow prodigy, using her full power was a sign of respect. Boom. The two prodigies collided in an instant, and the powerful shockwave flattened every building within 100 zhang radius. Although Gongsun Huayu was a woman, her fighting style was the complete opposite of her gender. Her moves were bold and sweeping, each fist and kick carrying the force of 1,000 jun. With every punch, the green lotus phenomenon behind her showered a faint green light, making her fists unstoppable. Yet despite Gongsun Huayu's strength, Su Tian was no pushover either. The Xuanwu Kingdom's premier technique, the heavenly firmament body forging art, had long been refined to perfection by Su Tian. The stellar phenomenon directly merged into his body, and with the power of the stars, his defense reached a terrifying level. In just 3 breaths, they had exchanged over 100 moves. Seeing that she could not break through Su Tian's stellar power, Gongsun Huayu let out a delicate shout and directly unleashed the Dharma manifestation. Gongsun Huayu's size and aura began to multiply exponentially. Su Tian, who could barely parry before, was sent flying with a single blow. Having gained the upper hand, Gongsun Huayu did not intend to let Su Tian off, but continued her relentless assault. Fists as large as water vats rained down countless fist shadows, smashing Su Tian into a deep pit. Boom. With the last punch, the towering Gongsun Huayu slowly straightened up, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. Su Tian's strength truly lived up to the title of prodigy. If it had been 20 days ago, she would not have won so easily. But now, having opened her bitter sea and embarked on a brand new path of cultivation, her power was naturally incomparable to before. Faced with such an outstanding achievement, Gongsun Huayu felt a hint of pride. However, her pride did not last long, as a voice like a great bell rang out. "Let me take you on." The sound had barely reached Gongsun Huayu's ears when the fierce wind came rushing toward her. Its speed was so great that she could not react in time. In that brief moment, all she could do was raise her arms to block. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clashing pierced the onlookers' eardrums with piercing pain. The terrifying force drove Gongsun Huayu's feet through the stone slabs and into the earth. No counterattack possible. That was the most direct thought in her mind. This unknown attack was too strong and too fast. If she changed her stance, the blow would surely land on her head. Although she had activated the Dharma manifestation, being struck in the head by such an attack would likely mean death or injury. Crack. After enduring 9 heavy strikes, Gongsun Huayu's Dharma manifestation shattered. At the same time, the unknown attack ceased. Seizing the gap, the dizzy Gongsun Huayu quickly retreated, no longer able to think of anything else. Her intuition told her that continuing to fight would only lead to death. Following her memory of the direction, she returned to Chen Changsheng's side, and only then did she clearly see her attacker. A towering figure that forced one to look up, with muscles like small hills that inspired dread. A massive wooden club was casually slung over his shoulder. This sudden assailant was none other than the prodigy of Nanyuan Bachelu. Didn't expect a woman to be so tough. It took 9 strikes to knock you down. That was a sneak attack. It doesn't count. Let's go again. You must still have many moves left. As he spoke, Bachelu raised his club, and Gongsun Huayu silently drew a long whip. Having been beaten so badly, Gongsun Huayu naturally felt a surge of anger. "Enough, stop making a fool of yourself here. I can barely watch." Chen Changsheng, who was counting divine sources, called off the fight. Hearing his voice, Gongsun Huayu noticed that a sign had somehow appeared beside Chen Changsheng. Prodigy Arena 100 Gene of Divine Source per bout. After reading the words Gongsun Huayu's, I twitched. Master, isn't your price too low? Am I only worth 200 Gene of Divine Source? Of course you're not worth 200 Gene, because the other 100 is for Yi Hensheng. Chen Changsheng tilted his head, indicating for Gongsun Huayu to look the other way. What exquisite fist techniques. I am an all. Brother May flatters me. My fist techniques are not even a 10,000th of my master's. Nothing worth mentioning. On the contrary, Brother May's methods have greatly astonished me. In such a short time, Brother May used 13 secret techniques. Truly worthy of the talented scholar of Langya Pavilion. Yi Hensheng and Mei Yongxi exchanged pleasantries while the ruined buildings around them testified to the fierce battle they had just fought. The moment Chen Changsheng set up the sign Bachalu, and Mei Yongxi immediately paid the fee. Whatever Chen Changsheng's purpose, these battle-hungry prodigies would never pass up such an opportunity to test each other without making enemies. Unlike Bachalu, however, Mei Yongxi focused more on probing, so the two ended in a draw. Just as they were talking, Chen Changsheng's angry shout came over. What are you still standing there for? Not embarrassed enough? Get over here. Chen Changsheng's voice made Yi Hensheng tremble. Seeing this, Mei Yongxi's eyes flickered and he feigned concern. Brother Yi, your talent would be outstanding even in a holy land. Chen Changsheng is your peer, even if he is slightly stronger. You don't have to be ordered around by him like this. Faced with Mei Yongxi's instigation, Yi Hensheng remained unmoved and simply said, I'm happy to. What's it to you? With that, Yi Hensheng swiftly ran over to Chen Changsheng. His utterly uncomplaining attitude left Mei Yongxi baffled. Mei Yongxi, we're all people from Dongwang masochists. Three figures stood obediently before Chen Changsheng, with Su Tian being the most disheveled. Not only was he covered in dust, but he also bore considerable injuries. Shameful. Utterly shameful. You've shamed us all. Chen Changsheng pointed at their noses and began scolding. And you dare call yourselves prodigies? Don't embarrass yourselves. Go home and carry manure. Today you've taught me a lesson. There's no worst, only worse. After venting his anger, Chen Changsheng looked at Su Tian and asked, what technique are you practicing? The heavenly firmament body forging art. Oh, so you do remember what technique you're practicing. I thought you'd forgotten. If the emperors of Xuanwu Kingdom knew you were using the heavenly firmament body forging art as a turtle shell, they'd probably jump out of their coffins in rage. The profundity of the Tiangang body tempering art far exceeds your imagination. If it were merely a physique cultivating technique, it would not have endured through the ages in Xuanwu Kingdom. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's reprimand, Gongsun Huayu adopted the mindset of a spectator to a play, entirely unbothered about the fury potentially landing upon him. After all, he felt quite satisfied with his own performance. Although he had fallen to Bachalu, it was only due to the latter's underhanded tactics. In a fair confrontation, victory between the two remained uncertain. Just as Gongsun Huayu was harboring such thoughts, Chen Changsheng's wrath turned in his direction. You still have the nerve to smile. Among the three of you, you performed the worst. Your cultivation level surpasses Su Tian's, and the resources you've obtained far exceed his. If I were in your position, I would have had him groveling on the ground within 30 strikes, or I'd simply find a block of tofu and end it all. Do you wonder why I mentioned tofu? Because failing to die from the impact would leave you too ashamed to live. That's the shame in shameful. Who told you that a powerful physique necessitates close-quarters combat? Don't tell me your expertise lies in barehanded fighting. Others capitalize on their strengths while sidestepping their weaknesses, yet you do the exact opposite, flaunting your shortcomings while shunning what you do well. Perhaps you should establish your own sect. A mind as limited as yours deserves recognition as a peculiar oddity in the cultivation world. And I'll even provide the name, the world's most ignorant sect. Chen Changsheng's words turned Gongsun Huayu's face a deep crimson. While he had endured his master's scolding during his cultivation days, he had never experienced anything like this. Chen Changsheng's criticism struck precisely at the critical points, and his approach never repeated itself. At that moment, Gongsun Huayu would have welcomed broken bones over enduring Chen Changsheng's verbal assault. Having successfully reduced Gongsun Huayu to silence, Chen Changsheng exhaled deeply, then turned his gaze toward the third target. Confronted by Chen Changsheng's stare, Yi Hensheng felt a sudden wave of panic. Simultaneously, his mind raced through the errors of his performance, hoping to preemptively confess and perhaps earn leniency. Your faults are considerable, yet they pale in comparison to theirs. Moreover, the root of this matter does not lie with you, so let us set that aside for now. Come to my quarters this evening. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Chen Changsheng's unexpected gentleness left Yi Hensheng thoroughly unprepared, while the onlookers among the geniuses exchanged bewildered glances. Paying no mind to the stunned expressions around him, Chen Changsheng hurled a wooden puppet into the clearing. Golden threads shot from his fingertips, weaving their way to connect with the puppet's frame. After guiding the puppet through several motions, Chen Changsheng beckoned Mei Yongxi from across the clearing. Our previous match failed to satisfy you, reflecting poorly on my hospitality. To make amends, might I offer my own hand instead? Mei Yongxi's eyes narrowed slightly, a wry smile playing across his features. My sparring with brother Yi proved quite fulfilling. Let us leave it at that. Must I take the initiative against Yue? At these calmly spoken words the smile vanished from Mei Yongxi's face. Since Senior Chen extends such a generous invitation, I shall honor it with my full commitment. It would serve me well to witness your methods firsthand. With that said, Mei Yongxi slowly approached. I wasn't fully satisfied either. Let me join as well. Seeing a confrontation brewing, Bachelou immediately began cheering from the sidelines. I possess but a single puppet. You may wait your turn. Chen Changsheng's tone remained utterly flat, yet something fundamental had shifted in his eyes. Were Ollie present, he would have recognized that gaze. The very expression Chen Changsheng had worn when he annihilated the Thunder Beast clan. Catching sight of it, Bachelou instinctively stepped back half a pace. Having grown up among wild beasts, Bachelou's sense of danger operated on instinct. I think I'll pass. You seem fatigued from today's events. We can arrange something on another occasion. Seeing Bachelou withdraw, Chen Changsheng made no attempt to pursue him. During the Kunlun Stone Workshop incident, several gifted cultivators had shown mercy toward Gongsun Huayu, a matter Chen Changsheng had never forgotten. The very reason he had drawn them into the open was to lure these individuals forward. At that time, 3 people had possessed the opportunity to kill Gongsun Huayu. Those 3 were Bachelou of Nanyuan, Mei Yongxi of Langya Pavilion, and Fu Yao, the holy son of Yaguang. Through his observations, Chen Changsheng had already gained some understanding of 2 of them. Bachelou appeared simple-minded on the surface, but beneath that rough exterior lay considerable cunning. The 72 Wolf Smoke operated as a faction within Zhongting. If Gongsun Huayu had perished at Bachelou's hands, he himself would never have exited Kunlun's sacred land alive. This explained why he had held back at the Kunlun Stone Workshop and during their recent exchange alike. But Mei Yongxi's circumstances differed from Bachelou's. Bachelou refrained from making enemies due to the principle that a mighty dragon cannot dominate another's territory. Yet as a successor of Langya Pavilion, Mei Yongxi should have harbored no such reservations. Langya Pavilion inherently stood opposed to the 72 Wolf Smoke and feared them not. Given this, Mei Yongxi should have pressed the attack to eliminate Gongsun Huayu, but he had not. Combined with his underhanded schemes, Chen Changsheng was entirely convinced Mei Yongxi knew something and was actively laying a plot. With that thought, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward Fu Yao, the holy son of Yaguang, resting on a distant rooftop. He had begun to read 2 of the 3, but the holy son of Yaguang remained an enigma. Across the distance, the holy son of Yaguang noticed Chen Changsheng's stare. Yet meeting that gaze, he merely offered a faint smile before vanishing from sight, entirely showing no intention of clashing with Chen Changsheng. Senior Chen, allow me to learn from you. Mei Yongxi had drawn within 10 paces of Chen Changsheng. Against this mysterious Chen Changsheng, Mei Yongxi steeled himself completely. Casting a glance at the young man hailed as the Qilin scholar, Chen Changsheng spoke to Yi Hensheng. You have 2 masters, the Wolf Emperor of the Night Moon Kingdom and the unbeatable Taoist of Shangqing Temple. Watch carefully now. The unbeatable Taoist fist technique is not meant to be used the way you employed it. Before the words had settled, Chen Changsheng commanded the puppet to charge at Mei Yongxi. Boom. A single punch, 1 strike, sent the Qilin scholar of Langya Pavilion reeling backward. Observing the fist technique deployed by the puppet, the same style Yi Hensheng had just used, Mei Yongxi's mind churned with towering waves of shock. Yet the disparity in power was immense. Had it been Yi Hensheng's technique, Mei Yongxi estimated an 8 in 10 chance of withstanding it. But against Chen Changsheng's version, his confidence fell below 3 in 10. After all, this was merely a puppet under Chen Changsheng's control. If the master himself wielded this fist technique, did Mei Yongxi truly possess the ability to endure even a single blow? A lifeless puppet continuously unleashed its fist techniques at Mei Yongxi. Not only did the puppet's fists match Yi Hensheng's style, but the sequence of moves was also exactly the same. Yet facing the same techniques, Mei Yongxi had no power to resist. No matter how many secret arts you unleash, I merely strike with a single punch. Fist lands. Defense shattered. The difference between Yi Hensheng's fist and Chen Changsheng's was like heaven and earth. Watching Mei Yongxi being beaten back step by step, Yi Hensheng couldn't help but widen his eyes. This nameless fist technique was known only to his master, the undefeated Taoist in the entire Shangqing Temple, and he had taught it only to him. Now that Chen Changsheng had used this technique, the suspicion in Yi Hensheng's heart was further confirmed. Controlling the puppet to beat Mei Yongxi into a flustered retreat, Chen Changsheng's face showed no expression. To put it more directly, he had no interest in dealing with these children. The prodigies of the Kunlun Holy Land were not lacking in cultivation realm, but they had not yet fully mastered what they had learned. In less than 100 years, they not only had to increase their cultivation through arduous training, but also learn various offensive techniques. Faced with the current environment, they also had to contemplate new cultivation systems. Coupled with various trivial matters, their time was extremely tight. Encountering Chen Changsheng, a millennium-old veteran who was willing to study and synthesize the strengths of many schools, beating them was almost too easy. Not to mention, if his realm was higher than theirs, even if it were 1 level lower, Chen Changsheng had plenty of ways to beat them until they were spitting teeth. Bang! A fist slammed into Mei Yongxi's mouth, and 2 white teeth flew out along with blood. Having successfully defeated Mei Yongxi, Chen Changsheng withdrew the puppet. If not for this little fellow's open provocation and sowing discord, he might not have bothered to teach him a lesson. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Mei Yongxi climbed to his feet and cupped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Chen. Guidance is too strong a word, it was merely a spar. Next time don't talk so much, or else 2 teeth won't be enough to settle it. Faced with Chen Changsheng's threat, Mei Yongxi turned coldly and walked away. Being outmatched left nothing to say. Chen Changsheng had already shown mercy by not killing him. Rather than uttering useless threats, it was better to save energy and think about how to deal with Chen Changsheng. This matter today couldn't just be let go. Watching Mei Yongxi's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "The fight is over. I'm going back to rest. You guys can play on your own." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and returned to the Eastern Wilderness villa, leaving behind the 3, each with their own thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Chen Changsheng, who was leisurely sipping tea, glanced over and said calmly, "Come in." Creak. The door opened and Yi Hensheng walked in. "Didn't I tell you to come at night?" Hearing this, Yi Hensheng smiled and said, "Brother Chen asked me to come at night simply to avoid prying eyes. Miss Gong's son has gone out and Brother Su is recovering from his injuries, so this time is more suitable than nighttime." "Makes sense. Have a seat." Glancing at the composed Chen Changsheng, Yi Hensheng slowly walked toward the stool. Thump. Just as he was halfway there, he suddenly knelt down. 46th generation true disciple of Changsheng Temple pays respects to Uncle Master Changsheng. Facing Yi Hensheng kneeling on the ground, Chen Changsheng said nothing, quietly sipping the clear tea in his hand. After a long pause, Chen Changsheng spoke. "How did you figure it out?" In response to Chen Changsheng's question, Yi Hensheng lowered his head and said, "When my master has free time, he always has me read books. Thus I have gained some understanding of past events. In the records of Changsheng Temple, I discovered that the temple once had a glorious era. At that time, the Changsheng Temple was located in a country called the Great Qian Dynasty. My master was born in that era. Moreover, according to my understanding, the temple then had 10 true disciples. The first 8 senior uncles fell in a great battle. However, records about the last true disciple were scarce throughout the entire Changsheng Temple. Out of curiosity, I searched through all the ancient texts of the temple and finally found this description: the 10th true disciple of Changsheng Temple died suddenly from a qi deviation while practicing. I had always harbored doubts about this record until the Grand Assembly of Prodigies, when my doubts were finally resolved." Hearing Yi Hensheng's words, the deep memories within Chen Changsheng were stirred again. The Great Qian Dynasty, what a familiar name. At that time, the Changsheng Temple was still an enemy of the Night Moon Kingdom. Recalling the past, Chen Changsheng said, "Interesting. So how did the Grand Assembly of Prodigies help you solve this mystery?" In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Yi Hensheng replied respectfully, "At first, my first master sent me to a place to invite a senior called the Undertaker to come out of retirement. After my second master learned of this, he came to see me specially. He said that at this Grand Assembly of Prodigies, I would have a formidable guardian, so he would not accompany me. At that time, I was completely baffled, so I asked him. But my second master didn't answer. He only said faintly, his fist techniques are better than mine. After witnessing your fist techniques, I became even more certain of my guess. You are that lost true disciple." Ha ha ha. Seeing that his identity had been guessed, Chen Changsheng immediately laughed and said, "Your master still can't get rid of that bad habit of being soft-hearted. If it weren't for his slip-up here, I was planning to have a good game with you all. Although your second master helped you, it also ruined your first master's plan. Given Wanyan Yu's temper, your second master won't escape a beating." Seeing Chen Changsheng acknowledge his identity, Yi Hensheng said excitedly, "Uncle Master, why haven't you returned all these years? First master and second master often stand on the mountain peak and gaze into the distance. The direction they look is exactly where you have been in seclusion. Won't you even meet them?" Hearing Yi Hensheng's words, Chen Changsheng sighed softly and said, "What good would meeting do? They have their own path to walk, and I have mine. Different paths naturally lead to different ends. Meeting would only make parting more painful. Then why did you agree to come out this time, Uncle Master?" "Very simple. First, I had matters to attend to here. Second, I wanted to keep some people alive. The Grand Assembly of Prodigies marks the beginning of an era. Some burdens must be carried by someone. If you can't bear them, then it will fall on your masters. Do you understand what I mean?" Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng replied calmly, "I understand your intent, Uncle Master. If you held no hope for us, you would not have scolded us earlier. Our performance in the Genius Assembly may be deemed passable, yet in the Great Tao Contest we are not even worthy of being cannon fodder. Now that the world is undergoing such great transformations, no one knows what path the future will take. But one thing is certain to all: a supreme powerhouse will inevitably emerge from this contest. In this process there will be mountains of corpses and seas of blood and bones bleaching the fields. You wish for us to share some of the burden weighing on our masters." Having said that, Yi Hensheng lowered his head and continued kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, "It seems you understand the reasoning well. But don't you think I'm being a bit too cruel? Sending a bunch of younglings like you to shoulder such heavy responsibilities is rather hard to justify. Uncle Master, we have never harbored such thoughts. Had you not intervened this time, we would forever remain sheltered beneath the wings of our elders. Although our elders act for our benefit, we have no desire to be flowers raised in a greenhouse. Even if we perish in both body and Tao, we would rather die on the path of advancement. Seeing the determination in Yi Hensheng's eyes, Chen Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Your words prove that I have not misjudged you. The upcoming Great Tao contest is not only a clash of prodigies, but also a confrontation between the forces backing them. No living being within this realm can escape this tribulation. Su Tian is straightforward in nature. He is suited to be a lone expert, not to lead a faction. Gongsun Huayu, though clever and valiant, lacks the breadth of vision required for leadership. She is best suited to be a formidable general. Only you, with your steady and meticulous approach, are the prime candidate to be a strategist. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng's brows rose in excitement. Uncle Master, do you already have someone in mind? Indeed, there is one. You should have heard of him. He is the commander of the 72 Wolf Smoke, Wu Li. Yi Hensheng. Dumbfounded by Chen Changsheng's choice, Yi Hensheng's face was filled with question marks. Regardless of their relationship or personal ties, the Uncle Master should not have chosen an outsider. Could it be that the 72 Wolf Smoke share a deeper connection with the Uncle Master? Could it be that the Uncle Master has taken a fancy to Gongsun Huayu? A myriad of thoughts raced through Yi Hensheng's mind. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng chuckled. Stop overthinking. I chose Wu Li not because of any bond between us, but because he genuinely possesses the capability to contend. Other than Wu Li, both your masters and the left sovereign of Xuanwu Kingdom lack a certain something. Since we're on this topic, let me share some secrets from bygone days. Your second master, though I address him as senior brother, was still a child when he joined our sect. I taught him most of his skills, and he adopted my style of conduct as well. As for your first master, I know her quite well too. Back when your first master was still a young she-wolf, we had a bit of a conflict. I forced her back to her original form and shaved all the fur off her head. That's why my understanding of her is quite thorough. Yi Hensheng. Hearing such explosive gossip, Yi Hensheng nearly bugged his eyes out in shock. If the revelation about his second master was merely surprising, the story about his first master was absolutely earth-shattering. He knew all too well the temper of his first master, and the Uncle Master actually dared to shave her fur. No wonder he was named Hensheng, Hateful Life, so this was the reason. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Yi Hensheng's eyes blazed with intense curiosity. What about the left sovereign then? Zhuoxinghe's story is simpler. Back then, I fled to the Xuanwu Kingdom due to certain matters. At that time, 9 princes of the Xuanwu Kingdom were vying for the throne. Zhuoxinghe, the eldest prince, sought me out and bestowed upon me the title of National Preceptor. He had just turned 100 years old then and trailed behind me all day long. It nearly drove me insane. So do you think I am qualified to assess them? Gazing at Chen Changsheng's smiling face, Yi Hensheng's lips twitched. Of course you are qualified. If you aren't, then no one in this world is. After silently venting his thoughts, Yi Hensheng asked, then what about the 72 Wolf Smoke? Uncle Master, you aren't one of its founders, are you? Of course not. Phew. Hearing this, Yi Hensheng let out a long sigh of relief, for his Uncle Master seemed to possess an alarming number of identities. However, Wu Li's skills were taught by me. Yi Hensheng, the notorious bandit who roams the central court. Wu Li is actually your disciple, Uncle Master. Then Gongsun Huayu would have to address you as Grandmaster. Theoretically speaking, yes. But I do not take disciples. Chen Changsheng's nonchalant attitude left Yi Hensheng utterly speechless. The infamous Wu Li, a scourge that even the Holy Lands could not subdue, was his Uncle Master's disciple. Just how many more identities does the Uncle Master possess? After a brief moment of wonder, the lingering resentment in Yi Hensheng's heart dissipated. Though he trusted his Uncle Master's judgment, being suddenly asked to risk his life to assist a stranger was somewhat unsettling. But after learning of the connection between Wu Li and the Uncle Master, all doubts vanished. The Uncle Master was a member of Shangqing Temple, and naturally his disciple was of Shangqing Temple as well. By seniority, Wu Li was his senior fellow apprentice. Was assisting one's own senior fellow apprentice considered helping an outsider? Not at all. It was helping family. Finished speaking, Chen Changsheng rose and stretched lazily. Alright, I've said all I needed to say. Figure out what to do on your own. You still have a little time to grow. Use it wisely. I need to step out for a while. Uncle Master, wait. Any other questions? Uncle Master, there is one small thing I'm curious about, Yi Hensheng said with a fawning smile. I have some understanding of your temperament, Uncle Master. Given your nature, you wouldn't normally bother with such matters. What drives you to take the Great Tao contest so seriously? Seeing the gossiping expression on Yi Hensheng's face, a mischievous smile curled at the corner of Chen Changsheng's lips. There is indeed a root cause. Jiang Bufan, the sacred lord of Kunlun Holy Land, holds a grudge against me, and I will most likely end up killing him. Yi Hensheng. Uncle Master, please don't scare me. This is no joking matter. Even in the Great Tao contest, the worst outcome would be making enemies of a holy land. but killing its sacred lord would mean an irreconcilable war. Who's joking with you? I'm being completely serious. Gulp. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, Yi Hensheng's lips twitched as he asked, then how deep is your grudge? Unless I die or he dies, this matter will never be resolved. Uncle Master, is it too late for me to back out now? Too late. I've told you before. Curiosity killed the cat, but you never learn. Last time it was the 72 wolf smoke, now it's Kunlun Holy Land. I'm rather curious whether you'll be able to sleep at night from now on. After teasing, Yi Hensheng, Chen Changsheng turned and left the room. Yi Hensheng, you definitely did that on purpose. With all this on my mind, I'd be damned if I can sleep a wink. Holding Xiao He, Chen Changsheng left the room and extended his divine sense to search. Moments later, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That little girl is quite cautious. She actually erased the divine sense mark I left behind, but her cultivation level is still too shallow. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng patted Xiao He on the head and murmured, that girl can't have gone far. Now it's up to you. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the listless Xiao He let out a bark in a certain direction. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng leisurely walked in the direction Xiao He indicated. In the cultivation world, pursuing enemies relies on divine sense tracking. There are generally two ways to evade such tracking. One is to conceal one's aura. Whether it succeeds depends on the means of both parties. The second is to stay as far away as possible, escaping the range of divine sense. The Kunlun Holy Land is home to many cultivators, so using divine sense for a large-scale search would be highly inappropriate. Thus, in theory, it was very difficult for Chen Changsheng to find Gongsun Huayu. However, Gongsun Huayu overlooked one mortal method: tracking by scent. Although Xiao He's condition was not optimistic, and he had little combat capability, he was still an animal with a much keener sense of smell than humans. He could at least determine Gongsun Huayu's general direction. With the general direction known, could Chen Changsheng fail to find Gongsun Huayu? Woof! Xiao He in his arms barked as if showing off his ferocity. But his milk-like bark could never sound fierce. Tsk tisk. You lost track of Gongsun Huayu, so you can't take it out on me. Tracking me. You're still too green. After saying this, Chen Changsheng threw the person in his hand to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the scout from the Kunlun Holy Land said coldly, Chen Changsheng, this is the Kunlun Holy Land. You can't run wild here. Gongsun Huayu suddenly escaped surveillance. Where did she go? Chen Changsheng paid no attention to the scout's words. A small fry like you shouldn't ask about such big matters. Just report today's situation as it is. And don't send anyone else to follow me. If you want to keep an eye on me, Jiang Feng has to come personally. After saying this, Chen Changsheng's figure vanished before the scout's eyes. He paid no heed to this minor incident, but what concerned him more now was Gongsun Huayu. What kind of matter could make Gongsun Huayu risk alerting the enemy? This is very interesting. Brother Nayland, is this a medicinal herb? A simply dressed woman ran over holding a plant. Hearing her voice, a man with a slightly pale complexion raised his head. His clothes were washed almost white, and the basket on his back indicated he was out gathering herbs. Taking the plant from the young woman, the man looked at it and said, this is called acacia seed, also a medicinal herb. But it is toxic and must be used with caution. The woman immediately grinned proudly. Brother Nayland, tell me, am I amazing? I found a medicinal herb on my first try. Praise me. Seeing her proud expression, the man gave a faint smile. Yes, yes. Thanks to you, I managed to gather so many herbs. Let's go check over there. Okay. The woman agreed happily and walked briskly into the distance. But every few steps she would turn back to check on the man behind her, as if afraid he couldn't keep up. As time passed, their figures gradually faded into the distance. Yet they failed to notice a pair of eyes staring intently at them from behind a distant hill. Tsk tisk. Love truly blinds people. In the midst of a dangerous enemy camp, they still have the heart to flirt. Xiao He, should I go out and ruin this beautiful moment? Chen Changsheng held Xiao He up before him and muttered to himself. But the exhausted Xiao He had no interest in him. Yawning, its eyelids slowly drooped. Don't let your killing intent be so strong. Gongsun Huayu's strength is not weak. Be careful she detects you. Trying to wake Xiao He, Chen Changsheng said something inexplicable to the air. No sooner had he spoken than the Yaowang Saint appeared behind him. But the usually gentle and refined Yaowang Saint was now radiating killing intent. After a long moment, he finally suppressed it and said softly, don't interfere in this matter. I don't want to kill you. Hearing the Yaowang Saint's words, Chen Changsheng turned around with a smile. I was just wondering how Gongsun Huayu suddenly became so capable. She managed to shake off the Kunlun Holy Land surveillance without a sound. It turns out you, the Yaowang Saint, were covering her tracks. Back at the Kunlun Shifang, you didn't strike to kill, probably for this reason too. But you were too harsh then. If you had been a bit heavier, her life would have been in danger. Faced with Chen Changsheng's words, the Yaowang Saint did not immediately reply, but instead turned to look at the two figures in the distance. At the Kunlun Shifang, you deliberately slowed down, seemingly to protect the stone you selected, but in reality, it was to let Gongsun Huayu catch you. Taking the initiative to contact the 72 wolf smoke shows that you have ties with them. With you overseeing things gone, son, why you won't die. As it turns out, I was right. You really do have a deep connection with the 72 wolf smoke. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng grinned. As expected of the Yaowang Saint, your judgment is spot on. Since we've come this far, don't you want to tell me the identity of that doomed man? The Yaowang Saint gave Chen Changsheng a meaningful look. That doomed man is my younger brother. Cough, cough. At these words, Chen Changsheng coughed. Sorry, I didn't guess that you two were related. But to be honest, your brother doesn't have long to live. Outsiders may not know, but you must. I know. He was severely injured in the womb, and I had to cut him out myself. So that's how it is. Sorry for bringing up your painful memories again. Chen Changsheng felt a bit embarrassed by the Yaowang Saint's answer. Every time he spoke, it seemed to touch on the other's sorrow. Didn't you take revenge? Given your status and strength, revenge shouldn't be difficult, right?